Chapter 46. The Tantric Way to Freedom from Desires. The first question when you said yesterday that the motivation towards liberation or samadhi is also a tension and a barrier. But is it not correct that it is not a desire, but an aspiration, the intrinsic thirst of the human being? You must understand what desire means, and religions have confused you much about it. If you desire something of the world, they call it desire. If you desire something of the other world, they call it by a different name. This is absurd. Desire is desire. It makes no difference what the object of desire is. The object may be anything of this world, material, or of another world, spiritual, but desiring remains the same. Every desire is a bondage. Even if you desire God, it is a bondage. Even if you desire liberation, it is a bondage. And liberation cannot happen unless this desiring goes away totally. So remember, you cannot desire liberation, that is impossible. That is contradictory. You can become desireless and then liberation happens. But that is not a result of your desire. Rather, it is a consequence of no desire, so try to understand what desire is. Desire means that right now you are not okay, you are not at ease. This very moment you are not at ease with yourself, and something else in the future, if fulfilled, will bring you peace. The fulfillment is always in the future. It is never here and now. This tension of the mind for the future is desire. Desire means you are not in the present moment, and all that is there is only the present moment. You are somewhere in the future, and the future is not. It never has been, it will never be. All that is always the present this moment. This projection of your fulfillment somewhere in the future is desire. So what that future fulfillment is irrelevant. It may be the kingdom of God, heaven, nirvana, it may be anything. But if it is in the future, it is desire. And you cannot desire in the present, remember. That is not possible. In the present you can only be, you cannot desire. How can you desire in the present? Desire leads into the future, into fantasy, dreaming. That is why so much insistence by Buddha for no desire, because only in no desire do you move into reality. With desire you move into dreams. The future is a dream, and when you project into the future, you are going to be frustrated. You are destroying reality right now for future dreams, and this habit of the mind will remain with you. It is being strengthened every day. So when your future comes, it will come in the form of the present, and your mind will again move to some other future. Even if you could reach God, you will not be satisfied. The way you are, it is impossible. Even in the presence of the divine, you will have moved away into the future. Your mind is always moving into the future. This movement of the mind in the future is desire. Desire is not concerned with any object. With whether you desire sex or you desire meditation, it makes no difference. Desiring is the thing that you desire. It means you are not here. It means you are not in the real moment, and the present moment is the only door into existence. The past and future are not doors, they are walls, so I cannot call any desire spiritual. Desire as such is worldly. Desire is the world. There is no spiritual desire. There cannot be. That is a trick of the mind, a deception. You don't want to leave desiring, so you change the objects. First you were desiring wealth, prestige, power. Now you say you don't desire and that these are worldly things. You condemn them, and those who desire them are condemned in your eyes. Now you desire God, the kingdom of God, nirvana, moksha, the eternal, Satchitananda, the Brahman. Now you desire these, and you feel very good. You think you are transformed, but you have not done anything, you remain the same. You are just playing tricks with yourself, and now you are in a greater mess because you think that this is not desiring. You remain the same. The mind remains the same. The functioning of the mind remains the same. You are not yet here. The objects of desire have changed, but the running, the dreaming, remains, and the dreaming is the desire, not the object. So try to understand me. I say that every desire is worldly because desire is the world. So it is not a question of changing the desire, it is not a question of changing objects. It is a question of a mutation, of a revolution from desire to no desire. From desire to no desire, not from old desires to new desires, from worldly desire to otherworldly desires, from material desires to spiritual desires, no. From desire to no desire is the revolution. But how to move from desire to no desire? You can move only if there is some desire. If some profit motive, some greed, some gain is there, only then can you move from desire to no desire. but then you are not moving at all. I say that with no desire you will attain eternal bliss. This is right that with no desire eternal bliss happens, but if I say to you that with no desire you will gain eternal happiness, you will make it an object of the desire, and then you will have missed the point completely. It is not a result, it is a consequence of deep understanding. So try to understand that with desire there is misery, and don't think that you know it already. You don't know. Otherwise, how can you move into desire? You have not yet become aware that desire is misery, desire is hell. Be aware when you desire something, be aware. Then move with the desire in full alertness, and then you will reach hell. Every desire leads to misery, whether fulfilled or not. If fulfilled, it leads sooner. Unfulfilled, it takes time, but every desire leads to misery. Be alert of the whole process and move with it. There is no hurry because nothing can be done in a hurry, and spiritual growth is not possible in a hurry. Move slowly, patiently. Watch every desire and then watch how every desire becomes a door to hell. If you are watchful, sooner or later you will realize that desiring is hell. The moment that realization happens, there will be no desire. Suddenly desires will disappear, and you will be in a state of no desire. I don't say desirelessness, I simply say no desire. You cannot practice it, remember. Only desires can be practiced. How can you practice no desire? You cannot practice it, you can only practice desires. But if you are alert, you will become aware that they lead to misery. And when each desire leads to misery, when this becomes a realization to you, not mere opinion and knowledge, but a realized fact, desiring disappears, it becomes impossible. How can you lead yourself into misery? You are always leading yourself to happiness, thinking that you are, and always moving into misery. This has been happening for lives and lives. You always think this or that is the door of heaven, and when you have entered you always realize that this is hell. And this has been without any exception. It is always the case. Move with mindfulness in every desire, and allow every desire to lead you to misery. Then, suddenly, one day the maturity will happen to you, this ripeness will happen to you, you will realize that every desire is misery. The moment you realize it, desiring disappears. There is no need to do anything now. Desiring simply falls away, withers away, and you are in a state of no desire. In that no desire, nirvana is the perfect, the absolute bliss is. You may call it God, the kingdom of God, or whatsoever you choose to call it, but remember well that it is not a result of your desiring. It is a consequence of non-desiring, and non-desiring cannot be practiced. Those who practice non-desiring, they are deluding themselves. There are many all over the world bhikkhus, sannyasins who are practicing non-desiring. You cannot practice non-desiring. No negative thing can be practiced. Underneath they are desiring, they are hankering after God, the peace that will happen, the bliss that is waiting for them somewhere in the future beyond death. They are desiring, and they call only their desiring spiritual desire. You can deceive yourself very easily. Words are very deceptive and you can rationalize. You call a poison ambrosia, and when you call it ambrosia, it appears as ambrosia. Words hypnotize. That is one thing. But this feeling, this realization that desire is misery, must be yours. Mary Stevens has written somewhere that she was visiting a friend's home, and her friend's daughter was blind. Mary Stevens was very puzzled because the girl would say, "He is ugly, I don't like him. And the color of this dress is beautiful." As she was blind, Mary Stevens asked, "How do you feel that someone is ugly and that a color is beautiful?" The girl said, "My sisters say this to me. This is knowledge." Buddha has said that desire is misery, and you go on repeating, "This is knowledge." You are desiring, and you have never seen that desire is misery. You have simply heard Buddha. This will not do. You are simply wasting your life and opportunity. Your own experience can change you. Nothing else changes. Knowledge cannot be borrowed. If borrowed, it is just a fake. It looks like knowledge, but it is not. But why do we follow a Buddha or a Jesus? Why? Because of our greed. We look at Buddha's eyes, and they are so peaceful that greed arises. Desire arises for how to attain this. Buddha is so blissful every moment in ecstasy. A desire arises for how to be Buddha-like. We also desire such states. Then we go on asking how Buddha achieved this, how it happens. The how creates many problems because then Buddha will say that in no desire it happens. And he is right, it has happened in no desire. But when we hear that in no desire it happens, we start practicing no desire, we start leaving desires, and the whole effort is a desire to be Buddha-like. Buddha was not trying to be like someone else. He was not asking to be a Buddha. He was simply trying to understand his own misery, and the more understanding dawned upon him, the more misery disappeared. Then one day he came to understand that desire is poison. If you have desire, you have fallen a victim. Now there is no possibility of your ever being happy. You can only have hope and frustration, then more hope and more frustration, this will be your circle. And when you become more frustrated, you hope more, because that is the only consolation. You go on moving in the future because in the present, you always have frustration, and the frustration is coming because of your past. In the past, this present was the future, and you hoped for it. Now it is a frustration. Then you hope again for the future, and when it will become the present, you will again become frustrated. Then you will hope again. Then more frustration, more hope, and with more hope, still more frustration. This is a vicious circle. This is what the wheel of samsara is. But no Buddha can give you his own eyes, and it is good that he cannot give them to you. Otherwise you will remain a fake always, eternally. Then you will never become authentic. It is good to suffer, because only through suffering will you become authentic and real. So the first thing, move with your desires, so that you can understand what they really are. Experience whatever suffering is hidden there. Let it be revealed to you. Only that is austerity, only that is tapacharya. Naropa has said that if you can be alert, every desire leads you to nirvana. And this is the meaning, because if you are alert, you know that every desire is misery. And when you have searched every nook and corner of desiring, suddenly you stop. In that stopping is the happening, and it is always there. That happening is always waiting for you, just waiting to meet you in the present. But you are never in the present, you are always dreaming. Reality sustains you. Because of the real you are alive. Because of the real you exist, but you go on moving in the unreal. The unreal is very hypnotizing. I have heard one Jewish joke. Two old friends met after many, many years. Then one friend said to the other, "I have not seen you in 25 years. How is your son, your boy Harry?" The other said, "There is a son. He is a great poet. All over the land his voice is heard, his songs are sung, and those who know poetry say that sooner or later he is going to become a Nobel laureate." The other friend said, "Marvelous. And tell me about your second son, Benny. How is he?" The friend said, "I am so happy about my second son. He is a leader, a great political leader. Thousands and thousands follow him, and I am sure that sooner or later he is going to be the prime minister of this land." Then the friend said, "My, so fortunate you are. And what about your third son, Izzy?" The father became very sad and said, "Izzy, he is still Izzy. He is a tailor. But I tell you that if it was not for Izzy, we would all be starving." But the father was sad because Izzy is just a tailor. And the poet and the great politician, the great leader, they are dreams. Izzy is the reality, the tailor. But if not for Izzy, we would all be starving, he said. You could not exist were it not for this moment. That is real. But you are never happy about it. You are happy in your dreams for the future about Nobel laureates, prime ministers. Right now, Izzy is just a tailor. Your reality is where you are grounded. Your dreams are not your ground, they are false. Come to terms with your reality in the present moment, encounter it, face it whatsoever it is, and don't allow the mind to move into the future. The future is desire. If you can be here and now, you are a Buddha. If you cannot be here and now, then everything is just dream stuff. And you will have to come back because dreams cannot lead you anywhere. They can only lead you to hope and frustration, but nothing real happens through them. But remember my point that you cannot imitate. You will have to pass through suffering. Suffering is the path, it purifies you, it makes you alert, it makes you aware. The more you are aware, the less you are desire-filled. If you are perfectly aware, no desire happens, and meditation means nothing else but perfect awareness. The second question, question 2, please explain how it is possible that one can be spiritually transformed by being total in actions that are of anger, hatred, and violence. Yes, you can be totally transformed through anger, through hatred, through violence. And there is no other way because you exist in violence, in anger, in greed, in passion. From where you exist, only from there, does the way start. I will not tell you to create non-greed against your greed. I will tell you to be greedy totally, but with a fully alert mind, to be violent, to be angry, but be total so that you suffer totally, so that you can feel the whole poison of it. You must pass through this fire, no one else can pass for you. No proxy is possible. You will have to pass through it, and you always think that someone else will do it. Christians go on thinking that through Jesus, there is salvation. It has not happened yet. The world remains the same. 2,000 years have passed since Jesus was crucified, but we go on hoping that someone else will suffer and we will reach to bliss. No, everyone has to carry his own cross. Jesus was crucified. He reached the goal. You cannot reach, you will have to pass through that crucifixion yourself. And this is the crucifixion that anger is there, passion is there, violence is there, greed is there, jealousy is there. What are you doing with them? The society teaches to create the antipole. Greed is there, so suppress it and create a non-greedy mind. Anger is there, so suppress it. Don't be angry, push the energy back and smile. What happens? Anger goes on being accumulated within, and you go on becoming more and more angry, because more and more energy is accumulated within as anger suppressed. It becomes your unconscious reservoir, and against this anger you go on smiling. That smile becomes false, because while anger is knocking within, how can you smile? You can smile, but then it will be just a false thing. So you are divided into two: a false smile and a real anger. The false smile becomes your personality and the real anger remains your soul. You are divided against yourself, and a constant fight will be there. And you cannot be happy with the false smile. No one else is deceived. You cannot be happy with a real anger hidden behind always trying to come out. A false smile and a real anger, this is the situation. All that is good is false, and all that is bad is real. The real you carry within and the false you show outside. This is schizophrenic, and every man has become schizophrenic, divided, not only divided, but constantly fighting with himself. The whole life and energy is wasted and dissipated in this fight. And the fight is stupid, but this is happening. What I am suggesting is, don't create any falsity around you. The false will never lead you to the real. The false will lead you to more that is false. Don't do the false and allow the real total expression. When I say this, you may become scared, because violence is there and you may want to kill someone. So do I mean to go and kill? No. Meditate on it. Close your room and allow your violence. You can express it on a pillow, on a picture, on anything. There is no need to go and kill someone, because that is not going to help. That will create more problems and a chain. On the pillow, write the name of your enemy or your friend, and remember, we are more angry at our friends than at our enemies. Just put a picture of your wife or husband on a pillow and bring your violence out, beat the pillow, kill the pillow, and do whatsoever you feel. And don't feel that you are doing a stupid thing. This is what you want to do with the real object, and that will be more stupid. Don't think that this is silly. This is how you are silly, and you cannot change by just repressing it. Look at this silliness, see that this is how you are. Allow yourself full expression. Act it out. And if you can be real, you will realize for the first time what anger, what violence is hidden within you. You are a volcano, and this can erupt from you at any moment. In any situation, the volcano may erupt. It is erupting every day. Someone kills someone, and just a day before he was as normal as you. No one ever suspected that he was going to be a murderer. No one suspects about you, and you have so many thoughts in your mind to murder. You have thought, you have planned it many times. The idea to murder someone else or yourself has come to you. It has happened to you if you are not absolutely idiotic. Psychologists say that an intelligent man is bound to think of suicide at least 10 times in his life, at least 10 times. And 10,000 times you think to murder someone. You never do it, that is another thing, but you can do it. The possibility is always there. Make your anger a total act in meditation, and then see what happens. You will feel it coming from your whole body. If you allow it, then every cell of your body will be in it. Every pore, every fiber of the body will become violent. Your whole body will be in a mad situation. It will go mad, but allow it and don't withhold. Move with the river, and after the cyclone is over, you will feel for the first time a deep center within you. A subtle calmness will happen. When the anger has gone, there will be no repentance because you have not done it to anyone. There will be no guilt, you will be unburdened. When this anger is thrown out and silence comes, that silence is real, not forced. You can sit down like a Buddha in Padmasana, in a yogic posture. You can force yourself, but the monkey within you goes on jumping. Now only the body is static. The mind is more mad than it ever was before. Whenever you sit for meditation, you feel what is happening. You are never so noisy within when you are not meditating, so why does so much noise happen whenever you meditate? Why does the mind go so vagrant? Why do so many thoughts come in a cloud? It is because your body is static, and through this staticness of your body, you can feel the monkiness of the mind more. The contrast is there, but forced silence is of no use. Either you will not succeed in it, or if you will succeed, you will move into sleep. A forced silence, if successful, becomes sleep. It is good as far as sleep is concerned. Otherwise, it is useless. A real silence always happens only when some pent-up energy is released totally. The disturbance was because of that pent-up energy. That forced energy was trying to erupt. That was the problem. That was the disturbance within. When it is released, you are unburdened. Then every fiber in your being is relaxed. In that relaxedness, you can say that you are in a state of no anger. It is not against anger. It is simply absence of anger. Remember, the real is always the absence, not the opposite, not the opposite. It is always the absence, an absence of greed, an absence of sex, an absence of jealousy, but in that absence, your reality flowers because the diseases have gone. Now your inner health can flower. And once it starts flowering, you will not accumulate anger. You accumulate anger only because you are missing yourself. Really, you are not angry at anyone else, you are angry within yourself. But you go on projecting that anger onto others. Otherwise, you will go mad, so you go on finding excuses. Really, you are angry because you are missing yourself, you are missing your destiny. That which is possible for you is not happening, and that is why you are angry. Nothing is happening to you, and time goes on flowing. Death is coming nearer, and you remain as unfulfilled as ever, and there seems to be no possibility to be fulfilled. Because of this, because you are not realizing your potentialities, because you have not become that which you can become, you are angry, violent, and then you go on finding excuses. You throw your anger on this, on that. Really, it is not a question of anger, and if you make it a question of anger, your diagnosis is wrong. It is a question of self-realization. Why is one violent? Why is one destructive? Because he is angry against himself, against his very being, because he is. And then he feels to be against the whole world. A Buddha is silent, non-violent, not because he has practiced it, but because now he has realized himself. Now the flower has come to its total flowering, so nothing is there to release. He is fulfilled. Simple gratefulness to the existence remains. Now there is no complaint. Nothing is wrong. When you really flower, everything is okay, all is good. Because of this, Buddha couldn't see problems, all is good. That is why Buddha is not a revolutionary. To be a revolutionary, you must be able to see misery. You must be able to feel the whole mess around, the hell. To be a revolutionary, you must have a feeling that everything is wrong. Only then are you a revolutionary. Buddha was here in this land. Mahavira was here in this land, but they were not revolutionaries. Why? This question arises why. When one is at ease with oneself, all is good. He cannot be destructive, he can only be creative. His revolution can only be a creative one, and you cannot see anything creative. When someone destroys something, only then does it become news. Only then can you see it. A Lenin is seen as a revolutionary, not as a Buddha. All over the world now there are revolutionaries, and they go on growing. And the reason? It is because fewer and fewer persons are realizing their potentiality. They are violent, and they want to destroy, because if there is no meaning in their lives, how can they feel that there can be meaning in others' lives? A Mahavira is even aware not to kill an insect, not even to kill a mosquito, because he has realized himself. Now he knows what is possible even for a mosquito is not just a mosquito. This is a possibility. An infinite possibility is there. This mosquito can become divine. He cannot destroy it. It is impossible. He can only help. He is only concerned with how to help so that the potential becomes the actual. You are just seeds. A great destiny is hidden, but nothing is being realized. The potential is wasted. The seed remains the seed. You feel anger. The modern generation is much angrier than older generations because there is more awareness of the possibility and less fulfillment. Now the new generation knows what is possible much more than the older generation. This generation is alive to the fact that much is possible, but nothing is happening and nothing is becoming actual, so there is more frustration. If you cannot be creative, at least you can be destructive. You feel your power in being destructive. Anger, violence are destructive forces. They are there because creativity is not there. Don't go against them. Rather, help them to be released. Don't suppress them. Allow them to evaporate from you. Then that which you think is opposite is absent. When they have evaporated, you will suddenly realize that silence is there, that love is there, compassion is there. They are not to be cultivated. They are just like a stream hidden in rocks. You remove the rocks and the stream starts flowing. The stream is not against the rocks, not the opposite of the rocks, just the absence of the rocks, and an opening happens and the stream starts flowing. Love is in you like a stream. Anger is in you like a rock. Remove it. But you go on forcing it inside, more inside. Then you are forcing the stream as well to go more inside. Throw this rock. There is no need to hit someone with it. You want to hit someone because you don't know how to throw it without hitting anyone. That is what I am teaching, to throw it without hitting anyone. There is no need to hit anyone. And if you can throw this rock without hitting anyone, everyone will profit out of it. You may not be throwing it on others' heads, but it was always there and others feel it. When you are angry, howsoever you suppress it, your anger is felt, you vibrate it. Around you, a subtle sadness happens. Everyone becomes alert that some disease has entered. Everyone wants to leave you. You become repulsive. Your very attitude gives a bad odor to you. You may not be aware, but biochemists say that when someone is in love or in anger or in sex, different odors are released from the body actually, not metaphorically. When you are in anger, a bad odor is released from your body. When you are in love, the quality is different. In sexual passion, a different odor is released. Animals are attracted by odor because when the female is ready, a subtle odor is released from her sex glands and the male is attracted. Without that odor, the female is not ready. That is why you see dogs smelling; they can smell sex. If you are sexual, you are also releasing a subtle odor. If you are angry, then too, because different chemicals are released in the blood system. Consciously, no one may notice, but unconsciously, everyone notices it. You are a burden, repulsive, destructive. Throw this poison out of your system. So remember this: it is good to release in the vacuum. And the sky is big enough, it will not return it back to you. It will simply absorb it and you will be released. So do anything meditatively and totally, even anger, even violence, even sex. It is easy to conceive of how to be angry alone, but you can also create a sexual orgy alone meditatively. And you will have a different quality after that. While all alone, just close your room and move as if in the sex act. Allow your whole body to move. Jump and scream. Do whatsoever you feel like doing. Do it totally. Forget everything, societal inhibitions, etc. Move in the sex act alone meditatively, but bring your total sexuality to it. With the other, the society is always present because the other is present. And it is so difficult to be in such a deep love that you can feel as if the other is not present. Only in a very deep love, in a very deep intimacy, is it possible to be with your lover or beloved as if he is not or she is not. This is what intimacy means. If you are as if alone with your lover or beloved, or your spouse in the room with no fear of the other, then you can move in the sex act totally. Otherwise, the other is always an inhibiting presence. The other is looking at you. What will she think? What will be think? What are you doing, behaving like an animal? One lady was here just a few days before. She came to complain against her husband. She said, "I cannot tolerate it. Whenever he loves me, he starts behaving like an animal. When the other is present, the other is looking at you. What are you doing? And you have been taught that there are some things which you can do, and some things which you are not to do. It inhibits. You cannot move totally. If love is really there, then you can move as if you are alone. And when two bodies become one, they have a single rhythm. Then the two-ness is lost, and sex can be released totally, and it is not like in anger. Anger is always ugly, but sex is not always ugly. Sometimes it is the most beautiful thing possible, but only sometimes. When the meeting is perfect, when the two become one rhythm, when their breaths have become one and their prana, energy, flows in a circle, when the two have disappeared completely, and the two bodies have become one whole, when the negative and positive, the male and female, are no more there, then sex is the most beautiful thing possible. But that is not always the case. If it is not possible, you can bring your sex act to a climax of frenzy and madness while alone, in a meditative mood. Close the room, meditate in it, and allow your body to move as if you are not controlling it. Lose all control. Spouses can be very helpful, and particularly in Tantra, your wife, your husband, or your friend can be very helpful if you both are experimenting deeply, then allow each total uncontrol. Forget civilization as if it never existed. Move back into the Garden of Eden, throw that apple the fruit of the tree of knowledge. Be Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden before they were expelled. Move back. Just be like innocent animals and act out your sexuality in its totality. You will never be the same again. Two things will happen. Sexuality will disappear. Sex may remain, but sexuality will disappear completely. And when there is no sexuality, sex is divine. When the cerebral hankering is not there, when you are not thinking about it, when it has become a simple involvement, a total act, a movement of your whole being, not only of the mind, it is divine. Sexuality will disappear first, and then sex may also disappear, because once you know the deeper core of it, you can achieve that core without sex. But you have not known that deeper core, so how can you achieve it? The first glimpse comes through total sex. Once known, the path can be traveled in other ways also. Just looking at a flower, you can be in the same ecstasy in which you are when you meet with your spouse in a climax. Just watching the stars, you can move in it. Once you know the path, you know it is within you. The spouse only helps you to know it, and you help your spouse to know it. It is within you. The other was just a provocation. The other was just a challenge to help you know something which was always within you. And this is what is happening between a master and a disciple. The master can become only a challenge to you to show that which has always been hidden in you. The master is not giving you anything, he cannot give. There is nothing to give, and all that can be given is worthless because it will only be a thing. That which cannot be given, but which can only be provoked, is worthwhile. A master is just provoking you. He challenges you to help you to come to a point where you can realize something which is already there. Once you know it, there is no need of a master. Sex may disappear, but first sexuality disappears. Then sex becomes a pure, innocent act. Then sex also disappears. Then there is brahmacharya, celibacy. It is not opposite to sex. It is just its absence, and remember this difference. This is not in your awareness. Old religions go on condemning anger and sex as if both are the same or as if both belong to the same category. They do not. Anger is destructive. Sex is creative. All old religions go on condemning them in a similar way, as if anger and sex, greed and sex, jealousy and sex are similar. They are not. Jealousy is destructive always. It is never creative. Nothing can come out of it. Anger is always destructive, but not so with sex. Sex is the source of creativity. The divine has used it for creation. Sexuality is just like jealousy. Anger and greed, it is always destructive. Sex is not, but we don't know pure sex. We know only sexuality. A person who is looking at a pornographic picture or one who is going to see a film, a movie of sexual orgies, is not seeking sex. He is seeking sexuality. There are persons I know who cannot make love to their wives unless they first go through some dirty magazines or books or pictures. When they see these pictures, then they are excited. The real wife is nothing to them. A picture, a nude picture, is more exciting to them. That excitement is not in the gut. That excitement is in the mind, in the head. Sex transferred to the head is sexuality. Thinking about it is sexuality. Living it is a different thing, and if you can live it, you can go beyond it. Anything lived totally leads you beyond, so don't be afraid of anything. Live it. If you think it is destructive to others, move in it alone, do not do it with others. If you think it is creative, then find a partner, find a friend, become a couple, a tantric couple, and move in it totally. If you still feel that the other's presence is inhibiting, then you can do it alone. The last question, question 3, does an enlightened person ever dream? Can you tell us something about the quality and nature of an enlightened person's sleep? No, an enlightened person cannot dream. And if you like dreams very much, never become enlightened. Beware, dreaming is part of sleep. The first thing is that for dreaming to happen you have to move into sleep. For ordinary dreams you have to move into sleep. In sleep you become unconscious. When you are unconscious, dreams can happen. They happen only in your unconsciousness. An enlightened person is conscious even while asleep. He cannot become unconscious. Even if you give him an anesthetic, chloroform, or something like that, only his periphery goes to sleep. He remains conscious. His consciousness cannot be disturbed. Krishna says in the Gita that while everyone is asleep, the yogi is awake. It is not that yogis are not going to sleep in the night. They also sleep, but their sleep has a different quality. Only their bodies sleep, and then their sleep is beautiful. It is a rest. Your sleep is not a rest, it may even be an exertion, and in the morning, you may feel more exhausted than you ever felt in the evening. A whole night's sleep, and in the morning, you feel more exhausted. What is happening? You are a miracle. The whole night was an inner turmoil. Your body was not at rest because the mind was so active, and the activity of the mind is bound to be an exertion for the body, because without the body, the mind cannot act. The activity of the mind means parallel activity of the body, so the whole night your body is moving and is active. That is why in the morning you feel more exhausted. What does it mean for someone to become enlightened? It means one thing: now he is perfectly conscious. Whatsoever goes on in his mind, he is aware. And the moment you are aware, certain things completely stop. Just through awareness they stop. It is just like this room is dark and you bring a candle, the darkness will disappear. Everything will not disappear. These bookcases will be here, and if we are sitting here, we will be here. By bringing the candle, only darkness disappears. When someone becomes enlightened, now he has an inner light. That inner light is awareness. Through that awareness, sleep disappears, nothing else. But because sleep disappears, the quality of everything changes. Now whatsoever he is going to do will be in his perfect alertness, and that which needs unconsciousness as a prerequisite now becomes impossible. He cannot be angry, not because it is a decision not to be angry. He cannot be angry. Anger can exist only when you are unconscious. Now unconsciousness is not there, so the base is not there, and anger is not possible. He cannot hate. Hate exists only when you are unconscious. He becomes love not because of any decision on his part. When light is there, when consciousness is there, love flows. It is natural. Dreaming becomes impossible because dream needs, first of all, unconsciousness, and he is not unconscious. Buddha's disciple, Ananda, said to him, after sleeping and living in the same room, in the same place with Buddha, "This is a miracle. This is very strange. You never move in your sleep." Buddha always remained in one posture the whole night. The way he would sleep in the beginning, that would be the way he would come out of it, and his hand would remain in the exact place where it was put. You might have seen Buddha's picture showing him sleeping. His posture is called the lying posture. He would remain in the same posture the whole night. Ananda watched him for years. Whenever he would look at Buddha sleeping, he would be the same the whole night. So Ananda asked, "Tell me, what are you doing the whole night you remain in one posture?" Buddha is reported to have said, "Only once did I move in my sleep, but then I was not a Buddha. Just a few days before the enlightenment happened, I moved in my sleep. But then suddenly I became aware and I wondered, why am I moving? I moved unconsciously without any knowing on my part. But after enlightenment there is no need. If I want I can move, but there is no need, and the body is so relaxed. Consciousness penetrates even in sleep. But you can have a fixed posture the whole night and you will not be enlightened. You can practice it. It is not difficult, you can force yourself. Then within a few days you will be able to do this. But that is not the point. If you look at a Jesus moving, do not think, why is he moving? It depends. If Jesus moves in his sleep, he is conscious. If he wants to move, he moves. For me, it happens quite the reverse. Before coming to awareness, I slept always in one posture the whole night. I do not remember ever moving. But since then, I have been moving the whole night. Even 5 minutes are enough for me in one posture. I have to move again and again. I am so aware that it is not asleep at all really, so it depends. But you can never deduce anything from the outside. Always, this is only possible from the inside. For an enlightened one, awareness will remain there even in his sleep, and then dreams are not possible. They require unconsciousness, that is one thing, and they require suspended experiences, that is the second thing. And for an enlightened one, there is no suspended experience, no incomplete experience. Everything is complete. He has eaten his food. Now he is not thinking about eating again. When he feels hungry, he will eat again, but meanwhile there is no thought of eating. He has taken his bath. Now he is not thinking of the bath tomorrow. When the time comes, if he is alive, he will take it. If the situation permits, it will happen, but there is no thinking. Acts are there, but not any thinking about them. What are you doing? You are constantly rehearsing for tomorrow, as if you are an actor and you are to show someone. Why are you rehearsing? When the time comes, you will be there. The enlightened person lives in the moment, in the act, and he lives so totally that it is not incomplete. If something is incomplete, then it will be completed in a dream. Dream is a completion. It happens because the mind cannot allow anything to be incomplete. If something is incomplete, there is an inner uneasiness. It wonders how to complete it. Then in a dream you complete it, and you are at ease. Even if it is completed in a dream, for the mind it is a relaxation. What are you dreaming? You are just completing your incomplete acts which you could not complete in the day. In the day you may have wanted to kiss a woman, and you could not kiss. Now you will kiss her in your dream, and your mind will feel relaxed. Attention is released. Your dreaming is nothing but your incompleteness, and an enlightened person is complete. Whatsoever he is doing it so wholly, so totally, that nothing remains suspended. There is no need for any dreaming. Dreaming in the night will cease and thinking in the day will cease. It is not that he will become unable to think. He can think if he needs. If you ask him a question, he will think immediately, but no rehearsal is needed. First you think and then you reply, but his reply is his thinking. He thinks and replies. That is also not good to say, because actually there is no gap. It is simultaneous. He thinks out loud, but there is no rehearsal, no thinking, no dreaming. He lives life. With thinking and dreaming you miss life. Chapter 47. Tantric Meditation with Light Techniques. Consider your essence as light rays from center to center up the vertebrae, and so rises livingness in you, or in the spaces between. Feel this as lightning. Feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living presence. Man can be considered in three ways in terms of the normal, the abnormal, and the supernormal. Western psychology is basically concerned with the abnormal, the pathological, with the man who has fallen down from the normal, who has fallen down from the norm. Eastern psychology, Tantra and Yoga, consider man from the standpoint of the supernormal of the one who has gone beyond the norm. Both are abnormal. One who is pathological is abnormal because he is not healthy, and one who is supernormal is abnormal because he is more healthy than any normal human being. The difference is of negative and positive. Western psychology developed as part of psychotherapy. Freud, Jung, Adler and other psychologists were treating the abnormal man, the man who is mentally ill. Because of this, the whole Western attitude towards man has become erroneous. Freud was studying pathological cases. Of course, no healthy man would go to him, only those who were mentally ill. They were studied by him, and because of that study he thought that now he understood man. Pathological men are not really men, they are ill, and anything based on a study of them is bound to be deeply erroneous and harmful. This has proved harmful because man is looked at from a pathological standpoint. If a particular state of mind is chosen, and that state is ill, pathological, then the whole image of man becomes disease-based. Because of this attitude, the whole Western society has fallen down because the ill man is the base, the perverted has become the foundation. And if you study only the abnormal, you cannot conceive of any possibility of supernormal beings. A Buddha is impossible for Freud, not conceivable. He must be fictitious, mythological. A Buddha cannot be a reality. Freud has only come in contact with ill men who are not even normal, and whatsoever he says about normal man is based on the study of abnormal man. It is just like a physician who is doing a study. No healthy man will go to him, there is no need. Only unhealthy people will go. By studying so many unhealthy people, he creates a picture in his mind of man, but that picture cannot be of man. It cannot be because man is not only illnesses. And if you base your concept of man on illnesses, the whole society will suffer. Eastern psychology, particularly Tantra and Yoga, also has a concept of man, but that concept is based on the study of the supernormal Buddha, Patanjali, Shankara, Nagarjuna, Kabir, Nanak on persons who have reached to the peak of human potentiality and possibility. The lowest has not been considered, only the highest. If you consider the highest, your mind becomes an opening. You can grow because now you know higher reaches are possible. If you consider the lowest, no growth is possible. There is no challenge. If you are normal, you feel happy. It is enough that you are not perverted, that you are not in a mental asylum. You can feel good, but there is no challenge. But if you seek the supernormal, the highest possibility that you can become, if someone has become that possibility, If that possibility has become actual in someone, then a possibility for growth opens. You can grow. A challenge comes to you, and you need not be satisfied with yourself. Higher reaches are possible and they are calling you. This must be understood deeply. Only then will the psychology of Tantra be conceivable. Whatsoever you are is not the end. You are just in the middle. You can fall down, you can rise up. Your growth has not finished. You are not the end product. You are just a passage. Something is constantly growing in you. Tantra conceives of and bases its whole technique on this possibility of growth. And remember, unless you become that which you can become, you will not be fulfilled. You must become that which you can become. It is a must. Otherwise you will be frustrated, you will feel meaningless, you will feel that there is no purpose in life. You can carry on, but there can be no joy in it. And you may succeed in many other things, but you will fail with yourself. And this is happening. Someone becomes very rich and everyone thinks that now he has succeeded. Everyone except himself thinks that he has succeeded. He knows his failure. Wealth is there, but he has failed. You are a great man, a leader, a politician. Everyone thinks that they have succeeded, but they have failed. This world is strange. You succeed in everyone's eyes except your own. People come to me daily. They say they have everything, but now what? They are failures, but where have they failed? As far as outward things are concerned, they have not failed. So why do they feel this failure? Their inner potentiality has remained potent. They have not flowered. They have not achieved what Maslow calls self-actualization. They are failures, inner failures, and ultimately, what others say is meaningless. What you feel is meaningful. If you feel that you are a failure, others may think that you are a Napoleon or an Alexander the Great, but it makes no difference. Rather, it depresses you more. Everyone thinks that you are a success, and now you cannot say that you are not, but you know you are not. You cannot deceive yourself. As far as self-actualization is concerned, you cannot deceive. Sooner or later, you will have to call upon yourself and look deeply into yourself at what has happened. The life is wasted. You have given up an opportunity and gathered things which mean nothing. Self-actualization refers to the highest peak of your growth, where you can feel a deep content, where you can say, "This is my destiny, this is for what I was meant, this is why I am here on earth." Tantra is concerned with that self-actualization, with how to help you grow more. And remember, Tantra is concerned with you, not with ideals. Tantra is not concerned with ideals. It is concerned with you as you are and as you can become. The difference is great. All teachings are concerned with ideals. They say become like Buddha, become like Jesus, become like this or that. They have ideals and you have to become like those ideals. Tantra has no ideal for you. Your unknown ideal is hidden within you, it cannot be given to you. You are not to become Buddha, there is no need. One Buddha is enough and no repetition is of any value. Existence is always unique, it never repeats. Repetition is boredom. Existence is always new, eternally new, so even a Buddha is not repeated, such a beautiful phenomenon left unrepeated. Why? Because even if a Buddha is repeated, it will create boredom. What is the use? Only the unique is meaningful. Copies are not meaningful. Only if you are first-hand is your destiny fulfilled. If you are second-hand, you have missed. So Tantra never says be like this or that. There is no ideal. Tantra never talks about ideals. Hence the name Tantra. Tantra talks about techniques, never about ideals. It talks of how you can become. It never says what, it exists because of that how. Tantra means technique. The very word Tantra means technique. It is concerned with how you can become. It is not concerned with what. That what will be supplied by your growth. Just use the technique, and by your inner potentiality will become actual. The uncharted possibility will become opened, and as it opens, you will realize what it is. And no one can say what it is. Unless you become it, no one can predict what you can become. So Tantra gives you only techniques, never ideals. This is how it is different from all moral teachings. Moral teachings always give ideals. Even if they talk about techniques, those techniques are always for particular ideals. Tantra gives no ideal to you. You are the ideal, and your future is unknown. No ideal from the past can be of any help because nothing can be repeated, and if it is repeated, it is meaningless. Zen monks say to remember and be alert. If you meet Buddha in your meditation, kill him immediately. Don't allow him to stand there. Zen monks are Buddha's followers, and yet they say kill Buddha immediately if you meet him in your meditation. because the personality, the ideal of Buddha may become so hypnotizing that you may forget yourself. And if you forget yourself, you have missed the path. Buddha is not the ideal. You are the ideal, your unknown future, that has to be discovered. Tantra gives you techniques of discovery. The treasure is within you. So remember this second thing, it is very difficult to believe that you are the ideal, difficult for you to believe, because everyone is condemning you. No one accepts you, not even you yourself. You go on condemning yourself. You always think in terms of being like someone else, and that is false, dangerous. If you go on thinking like that, you will become a fake and everything will be phony. Do you know from where the word phony comes? It comes from telephone. In the early days of the telephone, the transmission was so false, so unreal, that a real voice and a phony voice were heard from the telephone, a phony voice that was mechanical. The real voice was lost just in those beginning days. From there comes the word phony. If you are imitating someone else, you will become phony, you will not be real. A mechanical device will be there all around you, and your reality, your real voice will be lost. So don't be phony, be real. Tantra believes in you. That is why there are so few believers in Tantra, because no one believes in himself. Tantra believes in you and says that you are the ideal, so don't imitate anyone. Imitation will create a pseudo-personality around you. You can go on moving with that pseudo-personality thinking it is yourself, but it is not. So the second thing to remember is that there is no fixed ideal. You cannot think in terms of the future. You can only think in terms of the present, just the immediate future in which you can grow. No fixed future is there, and it is good that there is no fixed future. Otherwise, there would be no freedom. If there were a fixed future, man would be a robot. You have no fixed future. You have multi-possibilities. You can grow in many ways. But the only thing that will give you ultimate contentment is that you grow in such a way that every growth produces further growth. Techniques are helpful because they are scientific. You are saved from unnecessary wandering, unnecessary groping. If you don't know any techniques, you will take many lives. You will reach the goal because the life energy within you will move, unless it comes to the point where no movement is possible. It will go on moving to the highest peak, and that is the reason why one goes on being born again and again. Left to yourself, you will reach, but you will have to travel very, very long, and the journey will be very tedious and boring. With a master, with scientific techniques, you can save much time, opportunity, and energy. And sometimes within seconds you can grow so much that within lives even you will not be able to grow that much. If a right technique is used, growth explodes. And these techniques have been used in millions of years of experiments. They were not devised by one man. They were devised by many, many seekers, and only the essence is given here. In these 112 techniques, all techniques from all over the world have been covered. Nowhere does there exist any technique which has not been covered in this 112. They are the whole spiritual search in essence. But all the techniques are not for everyone, so you will have to try them out. Only certain techniques will be helpful to you, and you will have to find them out. There are two ways: either by your own trial and error, until you stumble upon something which starts working and you start growing, and then you move in it. Or you surrender to some teacher and he finds out what will suit you. These are the two ways. You can choose. Now the technique. The first technique, consider your essence as light rays rising from center to center up the vertebrae, and so rises livingness in you. Many yoga methods are based on this. First, understand what it is. Then the application. The vertebrae, the spine, is the base of both your body and mind. Your mind, your head, is the end part of your spine. The whole body is rooted in the spine. If the spine is young, you are young. If the spine is old, you are old. If you can keep your spine young, it is difficult to become old. Everything depends on your spine. If your spine is alive, you will have a very brilliant mind. If the spine is dull and dead, you will have a very dull mind. The whole yoga tries in many ways to make your spine alive, brilliant, filled with light, young and fresh. The spine has two ends. The beginning is the sex center and the end is Sahasrara, the seventh center at the top of the head. The beginning of the spine is attached to the earth, and sex is the most earthly thing in you. From the beginning center in your spine you are in contact with nature, with what Sankhya has called Prakriti, the earth, the material. From the last center, or the second pole, Sahasrara in the head, you are in contact with the divine. These are the two poles of your existence. First is sex and second is the satisrar. There is no word for satisrar in English. These are the two poles. Either your life will be sex-oriented or satisrar-oriented. Either your energy will be flowing down from the sex center back to the earth, or your energy will be released from the satisrar into the cosmos. From the satisrar, you flow into the Brahman, into the absolute existence. From sex, you flow down into the relative existence. These are the two flows, the two possibilities. Unless you start flowing upwards, your misery will never end. You may have glimpses of happiness, but only glimpses and very illusory ones. When the energy starts moving upwards, you will have more and more real glimpses, and once it reaches the satisrar and is released from there, you will have the absolute bliss with you. That is nirvana. Then there is no glimpse. You become the bliss itself. So the whole thing for yoga and tantra is how to move energy upwards through the vertebrae, through the spinal column, how to help it move against gravity. Sex is very easy because it follows gravitation. The earth is pulling everything down, back. Your sex energy is pulled by the earth. You may not have heard it, but astronauts have felt this, that the moment they move beyond the earth's gravity, they don't feel much sexuality. As the body loses weight, sexuality dissolves, disappears. The earth is pulling your life energy down, and this is natural, because the life energy comes from the earth. You eat food and you are creating life energy within you. It comes from the earth, and the earth is pulling it back. Everything goes to its source. And if it continues to move in this way, life energy going back again and again, and you are moving in a circle, you will go on moving for lives and lives. You can go on moving this way infinitely unless you take a jump, just like the astronauts. Like the astronauts, you have to take a jump and move beyond the circle. Then the pattern of Earth's gravitation is broken. It can be broken. The techniques for how it can be broken are here, for how the energy can move vertically and rise up within you, reaching new centers. For how new energies can be revealed within you, making you a new person with every move. And the moment the energy is released from your satisrar, the opposite pole of sex, you are no more man. Then you don't belong to this earth. You have become divine. That is what is meant when we say Krishna is God or Buddha is God. Their bodies are just like yours. Their bodies will have to fall ill, and they will have to die. Everything happens in their bodies as it happens to you. Only one thing is not happening in their bodies, which is happening to you. The energy has broken the gravitation pattern. But that you cannot see. It is not visible to your eyes. But sometimes when you are sitting by the side of a Buddha, you can feel this. Suddenly you feel an upsurge of energy within you, and your energy starts moving upwards. Only then do you know that something has happened. Just by being in contact with a Buddha, your energy begins to move upwards towards the satisrar. A Buddha is so powerful that even the earth is less powerful. It cannot pull your energy downwards. Those who have felt this around a Jesus, a Buddha, a Krishna, have called them God. They have a different source of energy which is stronger than the earth. How can the pattern be broken? This technique is very useful for breaking the pattern. First, understand something basic. 1. If you have observed at all, you must have observed that your sex energy moves with imagination. Just through imagination, your sex center starts functioning. Really, without imagination, it cannot function. That is why if you are in love with someone, it functions better, because with love imagination enters. If you are not in love, it is very difficult. It will not function. This is the reason why male prostitutes were not found in the old days, only women prostitutes. It is difficult for a male prostitute if he has no love. And how can he have love? Just because of money you can pay a man to have intercourse with you, but if he has no imagination for you, he cannot function. Women can function because their sex is passive. Really, their functioning is not needed. They can be totally detached. They may not be feeling anything at all. Their bodies can just be there like corpses. With a prostitute, you are not making love with a real body, only with a dead corpse. But women can easily be prostitutes because their sex is passive. The sex center functions through imagination. That is why even in dreams you can get erections and ejaculations. They are actual. Dreams are just imagination. It has been observed that every man, if physically fit, will have at least 10 erections in the night. With every movement of the mind, with only a slight thought of sex, the erection will come. Your mind has many energies, many faculties, and one is will. But you cannot will sex. For sex will is impotent. If you try to love someone, you will feel you have gone impotent, so never try. Will never functions with sex. Only imagination will function. Imagine, and the center will start to function. Why am I emphasizing this fact? Because if imagination helps the energy to move, then you can move it upwards or downwards just by imagination. You cannot move your blood by imagination. You cannot do anything else in the body by imagination. But sex energy can be moved by imagination. You can change its direction. This sutra says, consider your essence as light rays. Think of yourself, your being, as light rays from center to center up the vertebrae up your spine, and so rises livingness in you. Yoga has divided your spine into 7 centers. The first is the sex center and the last is Sahasrara, and between these two there are 5 centers. Some systems divide into 9, some into 3, some into 4. Division is not very meaningful, you can make your own division. Just 5 centers are enough to work with. The first is the sex center, the second is just behind the navel, the third is just behind the heart, the fourth is behind your 2 eyebrows, just in between in the middle of the forehead, and the fifth, Sahasrara, is just on the peak of your head. These 5 will do. This sutra says, consider yourself, which means imagine yourself, close your eyes and imagine yourself just as if you are light. This is not just imagination. In the beginning it is, but it is reality also because everything consists of light. Now science says that everything consists of electricity, and Tantra has always said that everything consists of light particles and you also. That is why the Quran says that God is light. You are light. Imagine first that you are just light rays. Then move your imagination to the sex center. Concentrate your attention there and feel that light rays are rising upwards from the sex center, as if the sex center has become a source of light and light rays are moving in an upsurge upwards towards the navel center. Division is needed because it will be difficult for you to connect your sex center with the Sahasrara. So smaller divisions will be of help. If you can connect, no divisions are needed. You can just drop all divisions from your sex center onwards, and the energy, the life force will rise up as light towards the Sahasrara. But divisions will be more helpful because your mind can conceive of smaller fragments more easily. So just feel that the energy, just the light rays, is rising up from your sex center to your navel like a river of light. Immediately, you will feel a warmth rising in you. Soon your navel will become hot. You can feel the hotness. Even others can feel that hotness. Through your imagination, the sex energy will have started to rise. When you feel that now the second center at the navel has become a source of light, that the rays are coming and being collected there, then start to move to the heart center. As the light reaches the heart center, as the rays are coming, your heartbeat will be changed. Your breathing will become deeper, and a warmth will come to your heart. Go on upwards. Consider your essence as light rays from center to center up the vertebrae, and so rises livingness in you. And as you will feel warmth, just side by side you will feel a livingness, a new life coming to you, an inward light rising up. Sex energy has 2 parts, one is physical, and one is psychic. In your body, everything has 2 parts. Just like your body and mind, everything within you has 2 parts, one material and the other spiritual. Sex energy has 2 parts. The material part is semen. It cannot rise upwards, there is no passage for it. Because of this, many physiologists of the West say that Tantra and yoga methods are nonsense, and they deny them completely. How can sex energy rise up? There is no passage and sex energy cannot rise. They are right and still wrong. Semen, the material part, cannot rise, but that is not the whole of it. Really, it is only the body of sex energy, it is not the sex energy. The sex energy is the psychic part of it, and the psychic part can rise. And for that psychic part, the spinal passage is used, the spinal passage and its centers. But that has to be felt and your feelings have gone dead. I remember somewhere that a certain psychotherapist wrote about a patient, a woman. He was telling her to feel something, but the psychotherapist felt that whatever she did she was not feeling, but thinking about feeling, and that is a different thing. So the therapist put his hand on the woman's hand and pressed it, telling her to close her eyes and relate what she felt. She said immediately, "I feel your hand." But the therapist said, "No, this is not your feeling. This is just your thinking, your inference. I have put my hand in your hand. You say you are feeling my hand, but you are not. This is inference. What do you feel?" So she said, "I feel your fingers." The therapist again said, "No, this is not feeling. Don't infer anything. Just close your eyes and move to the place where my hand is. Then tell me what you feel." Then she said, "Oh, I was missing the whole thing. I feel pressure and warmth. When a hand touches you, a hand is not felt. Pressure and warmth are felt. The hand is just inference, it is intellect, not feeling. Warmth and pressure, that is feeling." Now she was feeling. "We have lost feeling completely. You will have to develop feeling. Only then can you do such techniques. Otherwise, they will not function. You will just intellectualize. You will just think that you are feeling, and nothing will happen. That is why people come to me and say, 'You tell us this technique is so significant, but nothing happens.' They have tried, but they are missing a dimension, the feeling dimension. So first you will have to develop that, and there are some methods which you can try. You can do one thing. If you have a small child in your house, follow the child around for 1 hour every day. It will be better and more fulfilling than following a Buddha. Allow the child to move on all fours, and you also move on all fours. Just follow the child moving on all fours, and you will feel for the first time a new life energy coming to you. You will again become a child. Look at the child and just follow. He will go to every corner. He will touch everything, not only touch, he will taste everything, he will smell everything. Just follow, and do whatsoever he is doing. You were also a child once. You have done this. The child is feeling. He is not intellectualizing, he is not thinking. He feels a smell, so he moves to that corner from where it is coming. He sees an apple, so he tastes it. Just taste like a child. Watch when he is eating the apple. Look at him, he is totally absorbed in it. The whole world has dropped. The world is no more there, only the apple. Even the apple is not, and the child is not only the eating. Just follow a small child for 1 hour. That hour will be so enriching, you will become again a child. Your defense mechanisms will drop, your armor will drop, and you will start looking at the world as a child looks from the feeling dimension. When you feel that now you can feel, not think, you will enjoy the texture of the carpet on which you are moving like a child, the pressure, the warmth, and just by innocently following a child. Man can learn much from children, and sooner or later your real innocence will erupt. You were once a child, and you know what it means to be one. You have simply forgotten. The feeling center must start functioning. Only then will these techniques be of any help. Otherwise, you will go on thinking that energy is rising, but there will be no feeling. And if there is no feeling, imagination is impotent, futile. Only a feeling imagination will give you a result. You can do many other things, and there is no need to make a specific effort to do them. When you go to sleep, just feel your bed. Feel the pillow, the coldness, just turn onto it. Play with the pillow. Close your eyes and listen to the noise of the air conditioner, or of the traffic, or of the clock, or anything. Just listen. Don't label, don't say anything, don't use the mind. Just live in the sensation. In the morning, in the first moment of waking, when you feel that now sleep has gone, don't start thinking. For a few moments you can again be a child, innocent, fresh. Don't start thinking. Don't think about what you are going to do, and when you are starting for the office and what train you are going to catch. Don't start thinking. You will have enough time for all that nonsense. Just wait, for a few moments, just listen to the noise. A bird is singing, or the wind is passing through the trees, or a child is crying, or the milkman has come and is making sounds, or the milk is being poured. With anything that happens, feel it. Be sensitive to it, open to it. Allow it to happen to you, and your sensitivity will grow. When taking a shower, feel it all over the body, every drop of water touching you. Feel the touch, the coldness, the warmth. Try this the whole day whenever you have the chance, and everywhere there is a chance, everywhere. When just breathing, feel the breath, its movement within and its going out, just feel it. Just feel your own body, you have not felt it. We are so afraid of our own bodies. No one touches his own body in a loving way. Have you ever given any love to your own body? The whole civilization is afraid of anyone touching himself, because from childhood touching has been denied. It appears to be masturbatory to touch oneself in a loving way. But if you cannot touch yourself in a loving way, your body will go dull and dead. It has gone so. Touch your eyes with your palms. Feel the touch, and your eyes will feel fresh and alive immediately. Feel your body all over. Feel your lover's body, your friend's body. Massage is good. Two friends can massage each other and feel each other's bodies. You will become more sensitive. Create sensitivity and feeling. Then it will be easy for you to do these techniques. and then you will feel livingness arising in you. Don't leave this energy anywhere. Allow it to come to the Sahasrar. Remember this whenever you do this experiment. Don't leave it in the middle. You have to complete it. Take care that no one disturbs you. If you leave this energy somewhere in the middle, it can be harmful. It has to be released. So bring it to the head and feel as if your head has become an opening. In India, we have pictured Sahasrar as a lotus as 1,000-petaled lotus. Sahasrar means 1,000-petaled, an opening of 1,000 petals. Just conceive of the lotus with 1,000 petals, opened, and from every petal this light energy is moving into the cosmos. Again, this is a love act not with nature now, but with the ultimate. Again, it is an orgasm. There are two types of orgasms, one is sexual and the other spiritual. The sexual comes from the lowest center and the spiritual from the highest center. From the highest you meet the highest, and from the lowest you meet the lowest. Even while actually in the sex act, you can do this exercise. Both the partners can do this. Move the energy upwards, and then the sex act becomes Tantra Sadhana. It becomes meditation. But don't leave the energy somewhere in the body at some center. Someone may come and you will have some business, or some phone call will come and you will have to stop. So do it at such a time that no one will disturb you, and don't leave the energy in any center. Otherwise, that center where you leave the energy will become a wound, and you may create many mental illnesses, so be aware. Otherwise, don't do this. This method needs absolute privacy and no disturbance, and it must be done completely. The energy must come to the head, and it should be released from there. You will have various experiences. When you will feel that the rays are starting to come up from the sex center, there will be erections or sensations at the sex center. Many people come to me very afraid and scared. They say that whenever they start meditation, when they start to move deep, there is an erection. They wonder, what is this? They are afraid because they think that in meditation sex should not be there. But you don't know life's functioning. It is a good sign. It shows that energy is now there alive. Now it needs movement. So don't become scared and don't think that something is wrong. It is a good sign. When you start meditation, the sex center will become more sensitive, alive, excited. And in the beginning, the excitement will be just the same as any sexual excitement, but only in the beginning. As your meditation becomes deeper, you will feel energy flowing up. As the energy flows, the sex center becomes silent, less excited. When the energy will really move to the Sahasrar, there will be no sensation at the sex center. It will be totally still and silent. It will have become completely cool, and the warmth will have come to the head. And this is physical. When the sex center is excited, it becomes hot. You can feel that hotness, it is physical. When the energy will move, the sex center will become cooler and cooler and cooler, and the hotness will come to the head. You will feel dizzy. When the energy comes to the head, you will feel dizzy. Sometimes you may even feel nausea because for the first time energy has come to the head, and your head is not acquainted with it. It has to become tuned. So don't become afraid. Sometimes you may immediately become unconscious, but don't be afraid. This happens. If so much energy moves suddenly and explodes in the head, you may become unconscious. But that unconsciousness cannot remain for more than 1 hour. Within 1 hour, the energy automatically falls back or is released. You cannot remain that way for more than 1 hour. I say 1 hour, but in fact it is exactly 48 minutes. It cannot be more than that. It never has been in millions of years of experiments, so don't be afraid. If you do become unconscious, it is okay. After that unconsciousness, you will feel so fresh that it is as if you have been in sleep for the first time, in the deepest sleep. Yoga calls it by a special name Yoga Tandra Yogic sleep. It is very deep. You move to your deepest center, but don't be afraid, and if your head becomes hot, it is a good sign. Release the energy, feel as if your head is opening like a lotus flower, as if energy is being released into the cosmos. As the energy is released, you will feel a coldness coming to you. You have never felt the coldness that comes after this hotness. But do the technique completely. Never do it incompletely. The second technique, or in the spaces between, feel this as lightning. This is a very similar method with a slight difference, or in the spaces between, feel this as lightning. Between one center and another, as rays are coming, you can feel it like lightning, just a jump of light. For some people the second will be more suitable and for others the first. This is why there is a modification. There are people who cannot imagine things gradually, and there are people who cannot imagine in jumps. If you can think and imagine gradually, then the first method is good. But if you try the first method, and you suddenly feel that from one center the rays jump directly to the second, then don't do the first method. The second is better for you. Feel this as lightning, like a spark of light jumping from one center to the next. And the second is more real because, really, light jumps. There is no gradual step-by-step growth. Light is a jump. Look at the electric light. You think it is constant, but that is illusory. There are gaps, but the gaps are so small that you cannot detect them. Electricity comes in jumps. One jump, and then there is a gap of darkness. Another jump, and then there is a gap of darkness. But you never feel the gap because the jump is so fast. Otherwise, every moment there is darkness. Again there is a jump. Light comes, then again darkness. Light jumps, it never travels. For those who can conceive of jumps, the second modification is best. Or in the spaces between, feel this as lightning, just try it. If you feel good with the rays coming gradually, it is okay. If you don't feel good and rays are jumping, then forget about rays. Think of this as lightning in the sky, in the clouds, just jumping from one place to another. For women, the first technique will be easier, and for men, the second. The feminine mind can conceive of gradualness more easily, and the male jumps more easily. The male mind is jumpy. It jumps from one thing to another. There is a subtle uneasiness in the male mind. The female mind has a gradual process. It is not jumpy. That is why female and male logic are very different. A man goes on jumping from one thing to another, and for women, this is inconceivable. For them, there must be growth, gradual growth. But choose. Try these, and choose whichever you feel is good for you. 2 or 3 things more about this method. With lightning, you may feel such hotness that it may seem unbearable. If you feel that, don't try it. Lightning can give you much heat. If you feel this, that it is unbearable, then don't try this. Then with the first method, if you are at ease, then it is good. Otherwise, with uneasiness, don't try it. Sometimes the explosion can be so great that you may become afraid of it, and once afraid you will never be able to do it again. Then fear enters. So one has to be aware always not to become afraid of anything. If you feel that fear will come and it is too much for you, don't try it. Then the first method with light rays is best. If you feel that even with light rays too much hotness is coming to you, and it depends because people differ, then conceive of the rays as cool, imagine them as cool. Then instead of feeling warmth, you will feel a coldness with everything. That too will be effective, so you can decide. Try and decide. Remember, with this technique, and with others also, if you feel very uneasy or anything unbearable, don't do it. There are other methods, and this one may not be for you. With unnecessary disturbance inside, you will create more problems than you will solve. In India, because of this, we have developed a particular yoga which we call Sahaj Yoga. Sahaj means spontaneous, easy, natural. Always remember Sahaj. If you feel any technique spontaneously coming to you, if you feel more affinity with it, if you feel better with it, more healthy, more alive, more at home, then that is the method for you. Move with it. You can trust it. Don't create unnecessary problems. And the inner mechanism is very complex. If you do something which is too much for you, you may destroy many things. So it is better to move with something which feels harmonious to you. The third technique, feel the cosmos as a translucent ever-living presence. This again is concerned with light, feel the cosmos as a translucent ever-living presence. If you have taken any drugs such as LSD or some such thing, the whole world around you becomes a light phenomenon of colors that are translucent, alive. This is not because of LSD. The world is such, but your eyes have become dull. The LSD is not creating a colorful world around you. The world is already colorful. Nothing is wrong with the world. It is a rainbow of colors, a mystery of colors and translucent light. But your eyes have become dull. That is why you can never feel it in such colorfulness. LSD is just clearing your eyes. It is not making the world colorful. It is just helping your dullness to go chemically, and then the whole world erupts before you. It is a new thing. Even an ordinary chair becomes a marvelous phenomenon. Just a shoe on the floor takes on new colors, a new youth. Ordinary traffic noise becomes musical. Trees you have always seen but never looked at are born anew, though you have always passed them by and you know you have seen them. Every leaf of a tree is a miracle. And this is how reality is. It is not LSD which is creating this reality. LSD is just destroying your dullness, your insensitivity, and you look at the world as one should really look. But LSD can give you only a glimpse, and if you depend on it, sooner or later even LSD will not be able to remove your dullness. Then you will need greater doses, and then you will become immune to greater doses. And really, if you then leave LSD or other drugs, the world will be duller than it has ever been. Then you will become even more insensitive. Just a few days ago, a girl came to see me. She said she could not feel any orgasm in the love act. She has tried many men, but she cannot feel any orgasm. The peak never comes, and she has become frustrated. So I asked her to tell me her whole love and sex life, the whole story. Then I discovered that she had been using an electric vibrator. Now in the West they are using these. Once you use an electric vibrator as a male penis, then no male can satisfy you because an electric vibrator is, after all, an electric vibrator. Then your vagina and clitoris will go dead, dull, and then orgasm will become impossible. Then there won't be any possibility of any orgasm. You will now need a more powerful electric vibrator, and this can go to such an extreme that your total sexual mechanism will become stony. And this is happening to our every sense. If you use any outer device, you will become dull. LSD will make you dull ultimately because with it you are not growing. If you grow, then it is a different process. Then you become more sensitive, and as you become more sensitive the world becomes different. Now you can sense many things you never sensed before because you were not sensitive. This technique is based on inner sensitivity. First, grow in sensitivity. Just close your doors. Make the room dark and light a small candle. Sit near the candle with a very loving attitude, rather, with a prayerful attitude. Just pray to the candle. Reveal yourself to me. Take a bath. Throw cold water on your eyes, then sit in a very prayerful mood before the candle. Look at it and forget everything else. Just look at the small candle, the flame and the candle, go on looking at it. After 5 minutes you will feel that many things are changing in the candle. They are not changing in the candle, remember. Your eyes are changing. With a loving attitude, with the whole world closed out, with total concentration, with a feeling heart, just go on looking at the candle and the flame. Then you will discover new colors around the flame, new shades which you were never aware were there, they are there. The whole rainbow is there. Wherever light is, the rainbow is there because light is all color. You need a subtle sensitivity. Just feel it and go on looking at it. Even if tears start flowing, go on looking at it. Those tears will help your eyes to be more fresh. Sometimes you may feel that the flame, the candle, has become mysterious. It is not the ordinary candle you brought with you. It has taken on a new glamour, a subtle divineness has come into it. Go on doing this. You can also do this with many other things. One of my friends was telling me that a group of 5 or 6 persons had been experimenting with rocks. I had told them how to experiment, and then they reported to me. They were experimenting with rocks on the bank of a lonely river. They were trying to feel them with their hands, with their faces, touching the rocks with their tongues, smelling the rocks. In every way possible they were feeling the rocks, just ordinary rocks which they found on the bank. They tried this for a whole hour, everyone with a rock. And then my friend reported there was a miracle. Everyone said, "Could I keep this rock? I have fallen in love with it, an ordinary rock." If you have a sympathetic relationship with it, you will fall in love. And if you don't have that sensitivity, then even with a very beautiful person you are with a rock. You cannot fall in love. Sensitivity must grow. Your every sense must become more alive. Then you can experiment with this technique. Feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living presence. Everywhere light is in many, many shapes, forms. Light is happening everywhere. Look at it. And everywhere light is because the whole phenomenon is based on the foundation of light. Look at a leaf or a flower or a rock, and sooner or later you will feel rays coming out of it. Just wait patiently. Don't be in a hurry because nothing is revealed when you are in a hurry. In a hurry you are dull. Wait silently with anything, and you will discover a new phenomenon which was always there, but of which you were not alert, not aware of it. Feel the cosmos as a translucent, ever-living presence, and your mind will become completely silent as you feel the presence of the ever-living existence. You will be just a part in it, just a note in the great symphony. No burden, no tension. The drop has fallen into the ocean, but great imagination will be needed in the beginning, And if you are also trying with other sensitivity training, it will be helpful. You can try many ways. Just take someone's hand into your hand. Close your eyes and feel the life in the other, feel it, and allow it to move towards you. Feel your own life and allow it to move towards the other. Sit near a tree and touch the bark of the tree. Close your eyes and feel the life arising in the tree, and you change immediately. I have heard about one experiment. A doctor was experimenting with people to see whether their feelings changed their biochemistry. Now he has reported that feeling changes biochemistry immediately. He experimented with a group of 12 persons. He collected their urine before the experiment, and the urine was ordinary, normal. Each person was put under a different stress. One was shown a film of horror, anger, violence, cruelty. It was just a film. For 30 minutes he was shown a film of horror. Of course, with the film his emotions changed. He felt stress. To another, a very joyful film was shown. He felt happy. And so on went the experiment for 12 persons. Then their urine was taken again, and the urine analysis showed that everyone's urine was different now. The chemicals had changed in the body. The person who felt horror was ill now. The person who felt hope, happiness, joy, was healthy now. His urine was different, the chemicals of the body were different. You are not aware of what you are doing with yourself. When you go to see a murder film, you don't know what you are doing. You are changing your body chemistry. If you are reading a detective novel, you don't know what you are doing. You are killing yourself. You will become excited, you will become afraid, attention will come to you. That is how you enjoy the detective novel. The more tense you become, the more you enjoy it. The more the suspense over what is going to happen, the more you get excited, and you are changing your body chemistry. All these techniques also change your body chemistry. If you feel the whole world as filled with life, light, then you are changing your body chemistry. And this is a chain reaction. When your body chemistry changes, you can look at the world and it will look more alive. And if it looks more alive, your body chemistry will change again, and then it becomes a chain. If this method is done for 3 months, you will be living in a different world because you will be different now. Chapter 48. The Potentiality of the Seed. The first question. One last night you said that a Krishna, a Christ, a Buddha, they are the climax of human possibility and growth. And then you said that yogic and tantric psychology put no ideal before man, and that to have an ideal is a mistake according to Tantra. In this reference, please explain what is the difference between an inspiration and an ideal. What is the significance of inspiration in a seeker's life? Please tell whether even being inspired by a great man is a mistake on the path of a meditator. A Buddha, a Krishna, or a Christ, they are not ideals for you. You are not to follow them. If you follow them, you will miss them, and your own Buddhahood will never be achieved. Buddhahood is the ideal, not Buddha. Christhood is the ideal, not Jesus. Buddhahood is different from Gautam Buddha. Christhood is different from Jesus. Jesus is only one of the Christs. You can become a Christ, but you can never become a Jesus. You can become a Buddha, but you can never become Gautam. Gautam became a Buddha, and you can become a Buddha. Buddhahood is a quality. It is an experience, of course. When Gautam became a Buddha, Gautam had his own individuality. You have your own individuality. When you will become a Buddha, these two Buddhas will not be the same. The innermost experience will be the same, but the expression will be different, absolutely different. No comparison is possible. Only at the innermost core will you be the same. Why? Because at the innermost core there is no individuality. The individual is on the periphery. The deeper you move, the more the individual dissolves. At the innermost core you are as if no one. At the innermost core you are just a deep void, a nothingness, a shunya, a zero. And because of this nothingness, there is no difference, because two nothings cannot be different. But two somethings are bound to be different. Two somethings can never be the same, and two nothings can never be different. When one becomes just absolutely nothing, a 0 point, that is similar in a Jesus, in a Krishna, in a Buddha, when you will reach to the ultimate, you will reach to this shunya, this nothingness. But your personality, your expression of that ecstasy, is bound to be different. A Mira will dance. A Buddha can never dance. It is impossible to conceive of Buddha dancing, it looks absurd. But Mira sitting under a bodhi tree like a Buddha also looks absurd. She will lose everything, she will not be a Mira at all. She will be imitation. The real Mira can only be conceived of as dancing in ecstasy in her own love madness. That is her expression. The innermost core is the same. with Buddha sitting under the Bodhi tree and Mira dancing in mad ecstasy, the innermost core is the same. In the dancing Mira, and in the silently sitting Buddha who is just like a statue, the innermost core is the same but the periphery is different. The dancing and the silent sitting are just on the periphery. If you move within Mira, as you go deeper the dance will cease, the Mira will cease. If you go deep into Buddha, the sitting will cease, the Buddha will cease as an individual. You can become a Buddha, but you can never become a goddamn Buddha. That is what is meant. Don't make them your ideals. Otherwise you will start imitating them, and what can you do if you imitate? You can force something from without, but that will be a fake phenomenon. You will become pseudo, just painted. You will look Buddha-like more than Buddha. You can look, but that will be just a look, an appearance. Deep down you will remain the same, and this will create a duality, a conflict, an inner anguish, and you will be in suffering. You can be in bliss only where you are authentically yourself. You can never feel any happiness when you are acting as someone else. So remember Tantra's message: you are the ideal. You are not to imitate anyone. You are to discover yourself. Looking at a Buddha, there is no need to imitate him. When you are looking at a Buddha, the possibility hits deep in you that something of the beyond can happen. Buddha is just a symbol that something has happened to this man, and if it can happen to this man, it can happen to every man. Then the whole possibility of humanity is revealed. In a Jesus, in a Mira, in Chaitanya, just a possibility is revealed, the future is revealed. You need not be whatsoever you are, something more is possible. So Buddha is just a symbol of the future. Don't imitate him. Rather, let his life, his being, the phenomenon that is happening, become a new thirst in you, that is all. You must not be content with yourself as you are right now. Let Buddha become a discontent in you, a thirst to transcend, to go beyond, to move into the unknown. When you reach to the peak of your own being, you will know what happened to Buddha under the Bodhi tree, or what happened to Jesus on the cross, or what happened to Mira when she was dancing in the streets. You will know, but your expression will be your own. You are not going to be a Mira or a Buddha or a Jesus. You are going to be yourself, and you have never been before. You are unique, so nothing can be said. You are not predictable. No one can say what will happen, how you will manifest it. Whether you will sing, dance, paint, or remain silent, no one can say. And it is good that nothing can be said, nothing can be predicted. That is the beauty. If it is predictable that you will be like this or that, then you will become a mechanical thing. Predictions are possible only about mechanical devices. Human consciousness is unpredictable. That is its freedom. So when Tantra says don't follow ideals, it doesn't mean to deny Buddha. No, it is not a denial. Really, it is how you can find your own Buddhahood. Following another, you will miss it. Following your own path, you can gain it, you can achieve it. Someone came to a Zen master, Bokuju. Bokuju's master was very famous, well known, a very great man. So someone asked, "Are you really following your master?" Bokuju said, "Yes, I am following him." But the man who asked the question was disturbed because it was well known all over the country that Bokuju was not following his master at all. So the man said, "Are you trying to deceive me?" Everyone knows, and you are also aware, that you are not following your master at all, and still you say that you are following. What do you mean? Bokuju said, "I am following my master because my master never followed his master. This is what I have learned from him. He was himself. This is how a Buddha, a Jesus is to be followed. This is how they are unique. If you are really following them, you must be unique." Buddha never followed anyone, and he achieved enlightenment only in that moment when he had completely stopped following. When he became himself, when he left all paths, all teachings, all doctrines, then he could achieve. If you follow him, you are not following him. It is not paradoxical, it only looks so. If you follow him as a dead routine, if you imitate him, you are not following him. He never followed anyone, and only then could he become the peak. Understand him, don't follow him. And then a subtle following will happen. But that is inner, not an imitation. In Nietzsche's great work, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, the last message of Zarathustra to his disciple is, "Beware of me. Now I have told everything that was to be told to you. Now beware of me. Don't follow me. Just forget me, leave me and go away." This is the last message of all the great masters. No great master would like to make you a puppet, because then he is killing you. He is a murderer then. He will help you to be yourself. And if you cannot be yourself in the intimacy and communication with your master, then where will you be yourself? The master means an opportunity for you to be yourself. Only small minds, narrow minds who pretend to be masters and who are not masters, will try to impose themselves on you. Great masters will help you to grow on your own path, and great masters will create every barrier so that you don't become a victim of following. They will create every barrier. They will not allow it because your tendency will be to follow. It is easy, imitation is easy. To be authentic is arduous. And when you imitate, you don't feel responsible for it. The master is responsible. No great master has ever allowed anyone to imitate. He will create every hindrance so that you cannot imitate him. He will throw you by every means to yourself. I am reminded of one Chinese saint who was celebrating his master's Enlightenment Day. Many followers had come, they said, but we never heard that this man was your master. We never knew that you belonged to this man. That old man was dead. They said, only today did we come to hear and know that you are celebrating your master's Enlightenment Day. This man was your master, but how? We never saw you with him. The saint replied, I had been with him, but he had refused. He had refused to become my master, and because of his refusal I could become myself. Now, whatsoever I am is because of his refusal. I am his disciple. He could have accepted me. Then I would have thrown all responsibility on his shoulders. But he refused, and he was the last man. There was no comparison. When he refused, I could not go to anyone else because he was the only shelter. If he had refused, then there was no meaning, no purpose in going anywhere. I left going to anyone. He was the last. If he would have accepted me, I would have forgotten myself. But he refused, and he refused very rudely. The refusal became a shock and a challenge, and I decided that now I would not go to anyone. If this man had refused, then there was no one worth going to. Then I started working on my own, and only then did I realize by and by why he had refused. He had thrown me to myself, and only then did I know that he had accepted me. Otherwise, why should he refuse? This looks contradictory, but this is how the deeper dynamism of consciousness works. Masters are mysterious. You cannot judge them. You cannot be sure what they are doing unless the whole thing happens. Then only retrospectively will you be able to know what they were doing. Now it is impossible. On the middle path you cannot judge what is happening, what is being done. But one thing is certain: imitation cannot be allowed. Inspiration is a different thing. Through inspiration you start on the journey, not on any effort of copying. You move on your own path. Inspiration is just a challenge. A thirst arises and then you move. Tantra says be inspired, but don't become imitators. Always remember that you are your own goal. No one else can be, and unless you achieve that point from where you can say, I have achieved my destiny and now I am fulfilled, don't stop. Go on transcending, go on being in discontent, go on moving. And if you don't make any ideal, then you can be enriched by everyone. The moment you become obsessed with an ideal, you are closed. If you become obsessed with Buddha, then Jesus is not for you, then how can Mohammed be for you? Then you are obsessed with an ideal. Then you are trying to copy it. Then all the contrary ones, all the different ones are inimical in your mind. How can a follower of Mahavira conceive of being open to Mohammed? It is impossible. He is totally different. Not only different, they are contraries. They look like polar opposites. If you put both in your mind, you will be in deep conflict, so you cannot put both. That is why followers are always enemies of others' followers. They create enmity in the world. A Hindu cannot conceive that Mohammed can be enlightened. A Mohammedan cannot conceive that Mahavira can be enlightened. A follower of Krishna cannot conceive that Mahavira can be enlightened, that Jesus can be enlightened. Jesus looks so sad and Krishna looks so blissful. Krishna's bliss and Jesus' sadness are total opposite poles. Jesus' followers cannot conceive of Krishna being enlightened. So much misery in the world, and he is playing on his flute. It looks to be too selfish. The whole world is suffering, and he goes on dancing with his gopis. The followers of Jesus will think this to be profane, but I say followers. A Jesus and a Buddha and a Krishna can exist together without any problem, without any conflict. Rather, they will enjoy each other very much, but not the followers. Why is this so? This will be so because there is a deep psychological reason. The follower is not concerned with Mohammed or Mahavira. He is concerned with himself. If he thinks both are good, he will be in difficulty. Then whom to follow and what to do? Mohammed is with his sword in his hand, and Mahavira says that even to kill an insect means that for lives you will suffer. Mohammed is with his sword. So what to do? Mohammed goes to war, and Mahavira escapes from life completely. He escapes so much that he is afraid even to breathe, because while you breathe, many lives are killed through it. He is afraid to breathe, and Mohammed goes to war. How can a follower of either make accommodations for the opposite? Then his heart will be divided, and he will be in constant conflict. To avoid this, he says that everyone else is wrong and only this is right. But this is his problem. This is created because he is trying to imitate. There is no need. If you are not an imitator, then you can taste the water of many rivers and many wells, and there is no problem if the taste differs. Rather, it is beautiful. You are enriched by this. Then you are open to Mohammed and Mahavira and Christ and Zarathustra and everyone. They all inspire you towards yourself. They are not ideals. They all help you to be yourself. They are not pointing towards themselves. They are pointing towards you in different ways, in different methods. They are pointing to one goal, and that is you. Laura Huxley has written a book. The name of the book is You Are Not the Target. But I tell you, you are the target of all these, of Buddha, of Mahavira, of Krishna, of Christ. They all indicate towards you. You are the target, you are the goal. Through you life is trying, striving, to achieve a unique peak. Be happy about it. Be grateful about it. Life is trying to achieve a unique goal through you, and that goal can be achieved only through you. No one else can achieve it. You are meant for it, you are destined for it, so don't waste time following others. But that doesn't mean not to get inspired. Really, if you are not following anyone, you can become inspired easily. If you are following, you have become dead. You will not get inspired. Inspiration is an openness. Following is being closed. The second question, question 2. You spoke of Western psychology being rooted in Freudian concepts of pathology and of Eastern psychology, using the supernormal as the base from which to evaluate a man. But as I look around me in the modern world, I see that most people fit Freud's categories of pathology. 1 in a million fits the category of supernormal, and a small number actually fit the societal ideal of normal. Why is there so much pathology nowadays, and what would you consider to be the definition of normal? Many things will have to be understood. It is not that very few are there who achieve their peaks. Many are there, but you don't have the eyes to see them. Whenever you look around you, you see that which you can see. How can you see that which you cannot see? Your capacity to see determines many things. You hear that which you can hear, not that which is there. If a Buddha passes, you may not be able to recognize. And you really were there when Buddha passed, but you missed him. You were there. You were there when Jesus was alive, but you crucified him. It is difficult to see because you see in your own ways. You have concepts, you have categories, you have attitudes. Through them, you look at a Buddha and a Jesus. Jesus looked like a criminal to you. When Jesus was crucified, he was crucified with 2 other criminals. On each side, there was a thief. 3 persons were crucified together, and Jesus was just between 2 thieves. Why? He was considered to be an immoral criminal somehow, and you were there to judge. Even if Jesus comes right now, you will judge again in the same way because your judgment, your criteria, have not changed. Jesus lived and stayed with anyone and everyone. He stayed in a prostitute's house, and the whole village went against him, but his values were different. The prostitute came, washed his feet with her tears, and said, "I am guilty. I am a sinner, and you are my only hope. If you come to my home, I will be relieved of my guilt. I will become alive again. If Jesus could come to my house, then I am accepted." So Jesus went. He stayed there, but the whole town went against him. What type of man is he, staying with a prostitute? But for Jesus, love is the value. And no one has given such a loving invitation ever. He couldn't say no. And if Jesus had said no, he could not have been an enlightened man. Then he would have just been seeking after social respectability. He was not seeking after respectability. In another village, the whole town came to Jesus with a woman who had sinned. In the Old Testament, it is written that if someone sins, she should be stoned to death. It is not that he should be, it is that she should be stoned to death, because only women sin. Man never sins because all these scriptures are written by men, and this was a great problem, so they asked Jesus about it. They were playing a trick, because if Jesus would have said, "No, don't kill this woman, don't be the judges," then they could say, "You are against the scriptures." And if Jesus would have said, "Yes, "Kill this woman, stone her to death." Then they would say, "Where has gone your message, love your enemy? And where has gone your message, judge ye not that ye should be not judged?" So they were playing a trick. They were creating a dilemma, a logical dilemma. Whatsoever Jesus would have said, he would be trapped. But you cannot trap an enlightened man, it is impossible. It is impossible, and the more you try to trap him, you will get trapped with him. So Jesus said, "The scripture is absolutely correct. But come forwards only those who have never sinned. Take these stones in your hands and murder this woman, but only those who have never sinned." The crowd started disappearing. Those who were standing in front went back because who will stone this woman? But they became enemies of Jesus. And when I say they, I mean you. You have always been here. You cannot recognize, you cannot see, you are blind. That is why you always feel that the world is bad, and there is no enlightenment, that everyone is pathological. It is not so, but you can only see pathology because you are pathological. You can understand illness because you are ill. You cannot understand health because you have never been healthy. The language of health simply escapes you. I have heard about one Jewish mystic, Baal Shem. Someone came and asked Baal Shem, which is more significant, which is more valuable, wealth or wisdom? The man was asking the question for a reason, so Baal Shem laughed and said, of course, wisdom is more significant, more valuable. Then the man said, then, Baal Shem, the second question, I always see you, the wise man, waiting on the wealthy. You always go to rich people's houses. I have never seen any wealthy man waiting on you, the wise one, and you say that wisdom is more valuable than wealth. Then explain this phenomenon to me. Baal Shem laughed and said, yes, wise men go to the wealthy ones because they are wise, and they know the value of wealth. And the wealthy ones are just wealthy, simply wealthy, and nothing else, and they cannot understand the value of wisdom. Of course, I go because I understand the value of wealth. And those poor idiots. They are just wealthy, nothing else. They cannot understand the value of wisdom, so they never come to me. If you see a saint going to a palace, you will say, okay, this man is not the saint. It is finished because you look through your own eyes. Wealth has meaning for you. You can only follow a saint who renounces wealth because you are wealth obsessed. You look through you, and whatsoever you say is more about you than about anyone else. It is always about you. You are the reference. When you say that Buddha is not enlightened, you don't mean that. You simply mean, for me he does not look enlightened. But who are you? And does his enlightenment depend in any way on your attitude, your approach, your standpoint? You have fixed categories of thought and you go on using them. To you pathology is recognizable, but enlightenment is not. And you cannot understand that which is higher than you remember. You can only understand that which is lower than you, or at the most on the same level. You cannot understand the higher, that is impossible. To understand the higher you will have to move higher. You can understand the lower. Look at it in this way, a madman cannot understand you. It is impossible for a madman to understand you. He looks through his madness. But you can understand a madman, he is lower than you. The normal human being can understand abnormals who have gone below, pathological, but he cannot understand higher ones. Even a Freud is afraid. Jung has written in his memoirs that once it happened to him that he wanted to analyze Freud's dreams. He was one of Freud's greatest disciples. They were traveling to the United States on a ship, so for many days they were together. One day Jung gathered courage. He was the most intimate disciple in those days, and he asked Freud, I would like to analyze your dreams, so just tell me any dream. For many, many days we will be together, so I will analyze it. What did Freud say? Freud said, what do you mean? If you analyze my dreams, I will lose my authority. I cannot tell you my dreams. He was so afraid because in his dreams the same pathology, the same illnesses will be revealed as he is revealing in others' dreams. He said, I cannot lose my authority. I cannot tell you about my dreams. Freud, the greatest psychologist of this age, is prone to all the illnesses that anyone else is. When Jung said that I am going to leave you, he fell from his chair and became unconscious. He swooned. For hours he was unconscious because he was so shocked just by the idea of a disciple leaving him, just by a disciple saying, I am going to leave you. If you say to a Buddha, I am going to leave you, can you conceive of him falling down and becoming unconscious? Even with all of the 10,000 disciples leaving him, he will be happy, so happy that he will feel it will be good if you go. Why your psychologists are also like you. They are not from above. They have the same problems, So one psychologist goes to another psychologist to be analyzed. It is not like one doctor going to another doctor to be treated. For doctors, it is okay, they can be forgiven. But for psychologists, it seems absurd. One psychologist going to another to be analyzed, what does it mean? He is an ordinary man. Psychology is just a profession. Buddha is not in any profession. He is not an ordinary man. He has awakened to a new reality. He has reached to a new state of being. Now he can look from a peak. He can understand you, but you cannot understand him. And howsoever he tries, it is really impossible to make you understand him. You will go on misunderstanding him unless you are caught not by his words, but by his personality, unless you are caught by his magnetism, not by his words. Unless you become just like an iron piece and you are caught by his magnetism, you will not be able to understand him. You will misunderstand. That is why you cannot see. But the world always has its enlightened persons. Pathology is recognized because we are pathological, so we can see and understand it. Secondly, even if there is only a single human being who has ever achieved enlightenment throughout human history, even if there is only one Buddha, he is enough to show you the possibility. If it can happen to one human being, why can it not happen to you? If one seed can become a flower, then every seed has the potentiality to become a flower. You may be just a seed, but now you know your future. Now you are aware that much more is possible, but with the human mind the reverse is happening. It has been happening always. You see a cocoon and then it breaks, and then the butterfly moves. With man it seems to be quite the reverse. Man is born as the butterfly, and then he enters the cocoon. Every child is more Buddha-like than he will ever be again. Look at a child, look at the eyes. They are more Buddha-like than any adult's eyes. The way he sits, the way he moves, the grace, the beauty, the living in the moment, even his anger is beautiful. It is so total, and whenever anything is total, it is beautiful. Look at a child in anger jumping and screaming. Just look. Don't be concerned with yourself that he is disturbing you. Just look at the phenomenon. The anger is beautiful because the child is so totally in it that nothing is left behind. He is the anger, and he is so authentic that nothing is being suppressed. He is not withholding. He has moved and become anger. Look at the child when he loves, when he welcomes you, when he comes near to you, he is like a Buddha. But soon you will help him. The society will help him to enter the cocoon, and then he will die in it. From the cradle we enter into the grave immediately. That is why so much pathology is there, because no one is allowed to be natural. The pathology is forced. You are caged, imprisoned in a dead pattern, and then your spontaneous being suffers and you cannot come out of it. That is why so much pathology is there. This pathology is man-created, and the more man becomes civilized, the more pathological he becomes. So now, this is a criterion. If in your country there are less madmen, know well that you are less civilized. If in your country the madmen are growing, and everyone is going insane, and everyone is going to the psychoanalyst, know well you are the most civilized country in the world. When any country achieves the optimum, everyone will have become mad. Civilization drives you mad because it is not allowing you to be your natural self. Everything is suppressed, and with suppression everything is disturbed. You cannot even breathe naturally. Anything else is out of the question. Even your breath is unnatural. You cannot breathe deeply because the society does not allow you deep breathing. Breathe deeply, because if you take deep breaths you cannot suppress your instincts. If you want to suppress anything, you can observe the changes in breathing in yourself. If you are angry and you want to suppress it, what will you do? Immediately you will stop breathing. With anger, breathing goes deep, because anger will need a hot flow of blood in you. Anger will need more oxygen. Anger will need some chemical changes within you, and through breathing those changes happen. So whenever you feel angry and you want to repress it, you will not be able to breathe naturally. You will take shallow breaths. Look at a child and tell him not to do something. Immediately his breathing will be shallow. Then he will not be able to breathe deeply, because if he takes deep breaths he cannot follow your commands. Then he will do whatsoever he likes to do. So no one is even taking deep breaths. If you take deep breaths, your sex center is massaged from within, and the society is against this. Take slow breaths, shallow breaths. Don't go deep, then the sex center is not hit. Really, civilized man has become incapable of deep sexual orgasm because he cannot take deep breaths. In the love act, your breathing must be so deep that your whole body becomes involved. Otherwise, you will not achieve orgasm, and then you will feel frustrated. So many people come to me and they say, there is no pleasure in sex. We go on doing it like a mechanical act, and energy is only lost. After it, we feel frustrated, depressed. The reason is not sex, the reason is only that they are not getting into it totally. It becomes local, so only semen is released. Then they feel weak, and nothing is gained through it. If the whole body is involved like an animal, if every cell of the body is excited and starts shaking, if the whole body becomes like an electric force and feeling moves, if you become egoless, headless, and thinking is not there, if you are the body moving in a rhythm, vibrating in a rhythm, then you will have a deep pleasure out of it. You will feel relaxed in a certain sense, fulfilled. But this cannot happen because you cannot take deep breaths. You are so afraid. Look at the body. The body has two poles. One pole is for intake, your head is for intake. The upper pole is for intake of food, air, impressions, thoughts, anything you take in from the upper part. This is one pole. The lower body is for release. It is not for intake, you cannot take anything in from the lower. The lower body is to release, to relax. You take from the upper, and from the lower you release it. But the civilized man only takes in, never releases. That creates pathology, you go mad. It is just like eating food and then continuing to store it, never defecating. You will go mad. The other pole has to be used. If someone is a miser, automatically he becomes constipated. Look at any miser, he will be suffering from constipation. Miserliness is a sort of spiritual constipation. So go on hoarding, don't leave anything. Those who are against sex without knowing what they are doing are misers. They go on taking in food, but they will not release the sex energy. Then they will go mad. There is no need to release it only from the sex center. There is another possibility to release it from Sahasrar, the highest center at the top of the head. That is what Tantra teaches. But it must be released, you cannot hoard it. Nothing can be hoarded in the world. The world is a movement, it is a river. Take in and give out. If you take in and never give out, you will become mad. That is what is happening, everyone is taking and no one is giving. You become afraid when a moment of giving comes. You want just to take even with love. You want that someone should love you. The basic need is that you should love someone, then you will be released. If someone loves you, that will not help, because then you are taking in again. Both of these poles must be balanced. Then health happens, and that is what I call a normal being. A normal being is one whose taking in and giving out is parallel, balanced, he is normal. I call that man abnormal, whose taking in is too much and whose giving out is unbalanced. He is not giving out at all. Even if he gives sometimes, it has to be forced, it is not his own. You can snatch something from him, you can force him to give, but he will not give. His giving out is just like an enema, it is not natural, you can force, so he will defecate. But he is not defecating, he is not ready. It is abnormal to just go on hoarding everything. Then he will go mad, because the whole system is disturbed. This is abnormal, and supernormal is the one who gives and never takes in. These are three things: the abnormal one who takes in and never gives out, the normal one whose give and take are balanced, and the supernormal who never takes in and only gives. A Buddha is a giver. A madman is a taker. He is at the opposite pole of a Buddha. If both poles are balanced, you are a normal man. At least be normal, because if you cannot be normal, you will fall down and you will become abnormal. That is why dana giving is so much emphasized in all religions. Give. Whatsoever it is, give, and don't think in terms of taking, then you will become supernormal. But that is a very far-off thing. First be normal, be balanced. Whatsoever you take in, give it back to the world. You just be the passage, don't hoard. Then you will never become mad, you will never be neurotic, schizophrenic, psychotic, or whatsoever you may call it. My definition of a normal man is one who is balanced, absolutely balanced. Nothing is retained. He takes the breath in and then he allows it to move out. The incoming breath and the outgoing breath are just the same, balanced. Try to be balanced, and always remember that you must give back that which you have received. You will be alive, healthy, silent, peaceful, happy. A deep rhythm will happen to you, and this rhythm happens through a balance of give and take. But we go on thinking in terms of taking in more and more. Whatsoever you take in without giving it out again will create disturbance, tension, suffering. You will become a hell. Before you take something in, always think to release something out. Have you observed that you always emphasize the breath that goes in? You never emphasize the breath that goes out. You take the breath in, and then the body throws the breath out. Reverse it, you will be more normal. Emphasize the outgoing breath. Throw the breath out as much as you can, and let the body take in. When you take in and you have not released, your lungs become filled with carbon dioxide. Then you go on taking in, and you never release the entire lungs. You go on forcing the carbon dioxide inwards. Then your breathing becomes shallow, and the entire lungs are filled with carbon dioxide. First throw it out and forget about taking in. The body will take care of that itself. The body has its own wisdom, and it is more wise than you. Throw the breath out and forget taking in. Don't be afraid, you are not going to die. The body will take in, and it will take in as much as is needed. As much as you have thrown out it will take in, and the balance will be there. If you take in, then you will disturb the balance because the hoarding mind is there. I have stayed in many, many houses, and I see that people have collected so many things that they cannot live. There is no space to live and they go on hoarding. They go on hoarding, and they think that someday the things will be needed. Whatsoever is not needed, don't hoard it. And if something is needed more by someone else than you, it is better to give it. Be a giver, and you will never be pathological. All the old civilizations were based on dana on giving, and this modern civilization is based on hoarding. That is why more people are going abnormal, neurotic. Everyone is asking from where to get, and no one is asking where to go and give, to whom to give. The last question 3 daily in each of your talks, you speak of awareness, total awareness, uninterrupted awareness, etc. You also said that it cannot be achieved by the mind, by repeating a thought that it is to be felt. But how can one feel unless one achieves it? What is that feeling which is the precursor of achievement? How to imagine or project that which has not yet happened? Does that too happen by excluding mind? What is the whole process? How can it be made feasible? When I say that awareness cannot be attained by mind, I mean that you cannot attain it by thinking about it. You can go on thinking about and about, but you will be moving in a circle. When I say that it cannot be attained by the mind, I mean that it cannot be attained by thinking. You have to practice it, you have to do it. It can be attained only by doing, not by thinking. That is the first thing, so don't go on thinking about what awareness is, how to achieve it, or what will be the result. Don't go on thinking. Start doing it. When walking on the street, walk with awareness. It is difficult and you go on forgetting, but don't be afraid. Whenever you remember again, be alert. Take every step with full alertness, knowingly, remaining with the step, not allowing the mind to move somewhere else. While eating, eat, chew with awareness. Whatsoever you are doing, don't do it mechanically, and that is different. And when I say that it can be felt only, the meaning is this: for example, I can raise my hand mechanically, but then I can also raise my hand with full alertness. My mind is conscious that my hand is being raised. Do it. Try it once mechanically and then with alertness. You will feel the change. The quality changes immediately. Walk with alertness and you walk differently. A different grace comes to your walking. You move more slowly, more beautifully. If you walk mechanically only because you know how to walk and there is no need to be alert, then the walking is ugly, there is no grace in it. Do whatsoever you are doing with alertness and feel the difference. When I say feel, I mean observe. First do it mechanically and then with awareness and feel the difference. And you will be able to feel the difference. For example, if you eat with awareness, then you cannot eat more than is needed by the body. People go on coming to me and they say, "Put us on a diet. My weight is constantly increasing, the body is constantly hoarding, put us on a diet." I tell them, don't think of diet, think of consciousness. By dieting nothing will happen, you cannot do it. You will do it one day and the next day it will go. You cannot continue it, rather, eat with awareness, the quality changes. If you eat with awareness, you will chew more. With unconscious, mechanical habits, you simply go on pushing things into your stomach. You are not chewing at all, you are just stuffing. Then there is no pleasure. And because there is no pleasure, you need more food in order to get the pleasure. There is no taste, so you need more food. Just be alert and see what happens. If you are alert, you will chew more, you will feel the taste more, you will feel the pleasure of eating, and much more time will be taken. If you take half an hour to eat your meal, then by taking the same quantity of a meal with full awareness you will need 1.5 hours, thrice the time. In half an hour, you will have eaten only 1/3 of the quantity, and you will feel more fulfilled. You will have enjoyed the meal more. And when the body enjoys, it tells you when to stop. When the body has not enjoyed at all, it never says when to stop, so you go on. Then the body becomes dull. You never hear what the body is saying. You are eating without being there. That creates the problem. Be there, and every process will be slowed down. The body will itself say, no more. And when the body says it, that is the right moment. If you are aware, you cannot trespass the body's order. You will stop. So allow your body to say something. The body is saying things every moment, but you are not there to hear it. Be alert and you will hear it. And when I say feel it, I know it is difficult. How can you feel awareness without being aware? I am not saying that you can feel Buddha's enlightenment right now, but one has to start somewhere. You may not get the whole ocean, but just a drop will give you the taste, and the taste is the same. If even for a single moment you become aware, you have tasted Buddhahood. It is momentary, a glimpse of it, but now you know more, and this will never happen to you through thinking. It will happen only through feeling. The emphasis is on feeling because the emphasis is on a lived experience. Thinking is false. You can go on thinking about love and creating theories. You can even get a doctorate on the thesis of love, on what love is, and without ever being in love, you may not know what love is. You may have never felt it. You can grow in knowledge without in any way growing in being. And these are two different dimensions. You can go on growing in knowledge. Your head will go on growing bigger and bigger, but you will remain the same tiny self. Then nothing is growing, really only accumulation. When you start feeling things, you grow, your being grows, and one has to start somewhere, so start. There will be errors, there are bound to be. You will go on forgetting, it is natural. But don't get frustrated, don't throw the effort away saying, I cannot do it. You can do it. The same possibility exists in you that existed in Jesus or Buddha. You are the seed. You are not lacking anything at all. You are just an arrangement, you are just a chaotic whole. Everything is there. You can become a Buddha, but a reorganization of your qualities is needed. Right now you are chaotic because there is no arrangement. The arrangement comes in when you start being aware. Just by your being aware, things start falling in line, and this chaos that you are becomes a symphony. Chapter 49, Conscious Doing. In summer, when you see the entire sky endlessly clear, enter such clarity. Shakti, see all space as if already absorbed in your own head in the brilliance. Waking, sleeping, dreaming, know you as light. As I look in your eyes, I never see you there as if you are absent. You exist absently, and this is the core of all suffering. You can be alive without being at all present, and if you are not present, your existence will become a boredom. And this is what has happened. So when I look in your eyes, I don't find you there. You have yet to come, you have yet to be. The situation is there, and the possibility is there. You can be there any moment, but yet you are not. To become aware of this absence is to begin the journey towards meditation, towards transcendent. If you are aware that somehow you are missing, you exist, but you don't know why, you don't know how, you don't know even who exists within you. This unawareness creates all suffering because, unknowingly, whatsoever you do will bring suffering. It is not what you do that is basic. It is whether you do it with your presence or with your absence that is significant. Whatsoever you do, if you can do it with your total presence, your life will become ecstatic. It will be a bliss. If you do something without your presence there, absently, your life will be a suffering bound to be. Hell means your absence. So there are two types of seekers. One type of seeker is always in search of what to do. That seeker is on a wrong path, because the question is not of doing at all. The question is of being, what to be, how to be. So never think in terms of action and doing, because whatsoever you do, if you are absent, it will be meaningless. Whether you move in the world or you live in a monastery, whether you function in the crowd or you move to an isolated spot in the Himalayas will make no difference. You will be absent here and you will be absent there, and whatsoever you do in the crowd or in the isolation will bring suffering. If you are not there, then whatsoever you do is wrong. The second type, and the right type of seeker, is not in search of what to do. He is in search of how to be. The first thing is how to be. One man came to Gautama Buddha. He was filled with much compassion, with much sympathy, and he asked Gautama Buddha, "What can I do to help the world?" Buddha is reported to have laughed and said to the man, "You cannot do anything because you are not. How can you do anything when you are not? So don't think of the world. Don't think of how to serve the world, how to help others. Buddha said, "First be, and if you are, then whatsoever you do becomes a service, it becomes a prayer, it becomes compassion. Your presence is the turning point. Your being is the revolution." So these are the two paths, the path of action and the path of meditation. They are diametrically opposite. The path of action is basically concerned with you as a doer. It will try to change your actions. It will try to change your character, your morals, your relationships, but never you. The path of meditation is diametrically opposite. It is not concerned with your actions. It is directly and immediately concerned with you. What you do is irrelevant. What you are is relevant. And that is basic and primary, because all action springs from you. Remember, your actions can be changed and modified, can even be replaced by diametrically opposite actions, but they are not going to change you. Any outward change will not bring the inner revolution, because the outward is superficial and the innermost core remains untouched. By what you do, it remains untouched. But the vice versa brings the revolution. If the innermost core is different, the surface automatically changes. So think a basic question. Only then can we enter these techniques of meditation. Don't be concerned with what you are doing. That may be a trick, that might be a device to escape from the real problem. For example, you are violent. You can make every effort to be nonviolent, thinking that by being nonviolent you will become religious. By becoming nonviolent, you will come closer to the divine. You are cruel, and you may make every effort to be compassionate. You can do it, and nothing will change and you will remain the same. Your cruelty will become a part of your compassion, and that is more dangerous. Your violence will become a part of your nonviolence, that is more subtle. You will be violently non-violent. Your nonviolence will have all the madness of violence, and through your compassion you will be cruel. You can even kill through your compassion. People have killed. There are so many religious wars they are fought in the mood of compassion. You can kill very compassionately, very non-violently. Lovingly, you can kill and murder, because you are killing for the sake of the person you are killing. You are killing him for himself, for his own sake, to help him. You can change your actions, and this effort to change the actions may be just a device to escape the basic change. The basic change is this: first you must become more alert, more conscious of your being. Only then a presence comes to you. You never feel yourself, and even sometimes when you feel through others, through excitement, through stimulation, through reaction. Someone else is needed, and via someone else you can feel yourself. This is absurd. Alone, without excitement, with no one there to become a mirror, you fall in sleep, you get bored. You never feel yourself. There is no presence. You live absently. This absent existence is the non-religious mind. To become filled with your own presence, with the light of your own being, is to become religious. So remember this as a basic point, that my concern is not with your actions. What you do is irrelevant. What you are absent, present, aware, unaware, that's my concern. And these techniques we will enter are techniques to make you more present, to bring you here and now. Either someone else is needed for you to feel yourself, or the past is needed through past memories, you can feel your identity. Or the future is needed, you can project in your dreams. You can project your ideals, future lives, moksha. Either you need past memories to feel that you are, or you need a future projection or someone else, but you alone are never enough. This is the disease, and unless you alone become enough, nothing will be enough for you. And once you alone have become enough unto yourself, you have become victorious, the struggle is over. Now there will be no suffering anymore. A point of no return has come. Beyond this point there is beatitude, eternal bliss. Before this point you are bound to suffer, but the whole suffering, strangely, is your own doing. It is a miracle that you create your own suffering. No one else is creating it. If someone else is creating it, then it is difficult to go beyond it. If the world is creating it, then what can you do? But because you can do, it means no one else is creating your suffering, it is your own nightmare. And these are the basic elements of it. The first thing, you go on thinking that you are, you believe that you are. This is simply a belief. You have never encountered yourself, you have never come face to face with yourself. You have never met yourself, there has been no meeting. You simply believe that you are, throw this belief totally. Know well that you are yet to be, that you are not, because with this false belief you will never be able to transform. On this false belief your whole life will become false. Gurdjieff used to say to his disciples, "Don't ask me what to do. You cannot do anything, because to do something first you will be needed. And you are not there, so who will do it? You can think about doing, but you cannot do anything." These techniques are to help you to bring you back. To help you to create a situation in which you can meet yourself. Much will have to be destroyed, all that is wrong, all that is false. Before the real arises, the false will have to leave. It must cease, and these are the false notions that you are. These are the false notions that you are a soul, Atma, you are Brahma. Not that you are not, but these notions are false. Gurdjieff had to insist that there is no soul in you. Against all the traditions he insisted, man has no soul. Soul is simply a possibility. It can be, it may not be, it has to be achieved. You are simply a seed, and this emphasis is good. The possibility is there, the potentiality is there, but it is not yet actual. And we go on reading the Gita and the Upanishads and the Bible, and we go on feeling that we are the soul, the seed, thinking that it is the tree. The tree is hidden there, but it is yet to be uncovered. And it is good to remember that you may remain a seed, and you may die a seed, because the tree cannot come. The tree cannot sprout by itself. You have to do something consciously about it, because only through consciousness it grows. There are two types of growth. One is unconscious, natural growth. If the situation is there, the thing will grow. But the soul, the Atma, the innermost being, the divine within you, is a different type of growth altogether. It is only through consciousness that it grows. It is not natural, it is supernatural. Left to nature itself, it will not grow. Just left to evolution, it will never evolve. You have to do something consciously, you have to make a conscious effort about it, because only through consciousness it grows. Once the consciousness is focused there, the growth happens. These techniques are to make you more conscious. Now we will enter the techniques. The first technique: in summer, when you see the entire sky endlessly clear, enter such clarity. In summer, when you see the entire sky endlessly clear, enter such clarity. Mind is confusion. There is no clarity. And mind is always crowded, always cloudy. Never the open sky, cloudless, empty. Mind cannot be that. You cannot make your mind clear. It is not the nature of the mind to be so. Mind will remain unclear. If you can leave the mind behind, if you can suddenly transcend the mind and come out of it, clarity will happen to you. You can be clear, but not the mind. There is not such a thing as a clear mind. Never has been and never will be. Mind means the unclarity, the confusion. Try to understand the structure of the mind, and then this technique will be clear to you. What is mind? A continuous process of thought, a continuous procession of thoughts, associated, non-associated, relevant, irrelevant, many multidimensional impressions gathered from everywhere. The whole life is a gathering of the dust. And this goes on and on. A child is born. A child is clear because the mind is not there. The moment mind appears, the unclarity, the confusion enters. A child is clear, a clarity, but he will have to gather knowledge, information, culture, religion, conditionings necessary, useful. He will have to gather many things from everywhere, from many sources, opposite, contradictory sources. From thousands and thousands of sources he will gather. Then the mind will become a marketplace, a crowd. And because of so many sources, confusion is bound to be there. And whatsoever you gather, nothing is certain, because knowledge is always a growing affair. I remember someone related an anecdote to me. He was a great searcher, and he told me this about his professor who taught him for 5 years in a medical college. The professor was a great scholar of his subject. The last thing he did was to gather his students and tell them, "One thing more I have to teach you. Whatsoever I have taught you is only 50% correct, and the remaining 50% is absolutely wrong. But the trouble is, I don't know which 50% is correct, and which 50% is incorrect. I don't know. The whole edifice of knowledge is such. Nothing is certain, no one knows, everyone is groping. Through groping we create systems, and there are thousands and thousands of systems. Hindus say something, Christians say something else, Mohammedans still something else, all contradictory, all contradicting each other. No agreement, no certainty, and all these sources are the sources for your mind. You collect, your mind becomes a junkyard. Confusion is bound to be there. Only a person who doesn't know much can be certain. The more you know, the more uncertain you will become. People, primitive people, were more certain and apparently appeared to be more clear. There was no clarity, simply unawareness of facts which could contradict them. If the modern mind is more confused, the reason is that the modern knows more. If you know more, you will be more confused, because now you have more knowledge, and the more you know, the more uncertain you become. Only idiots can be certain, only idiots can be dogmatic, only idiots will never hesitate. The more you know, the more the earth is taken away from your feet, the more hesitant you become. What I mean to say is, the more the mind grows, the more you will know the nature of the mind is confusion. When I say only idiots can be certain, I don't mean that a Buddha is an idiot because he is not uncertain. Remember the difference. He is not certain, he is not uncertain, he is simply clear. With the mind, uncertainty. With the idiotic mind, certainty. With no mind, both disappear certainty and uncertainty. Buddha is a clarity, a space, open space. He is not certain, there is nothing to be certain. He is not uncertain, because there is nothing to be uncertain. Only one who is seeking certainty can be uncertain. Mind is always uncertain and always seeking certainty. Always confused and always seeking clarity. A Buddha is one who has dropped the mind. And with the mind, all confusion, all certainty, all uncertainty, everything is dropped. Look at it in this way: your consciousness is just like the sky and your mind is just like the clouds. The sky remains untouched by the clouds, they come and go. No scar is left behind. The sky remains virgin, no record, no footprints, nothing of the clouds, no memory. They come and they go. The sky remains undisturbed. This is the case within you also. The consciousness remains undisturbed. Thoughts come and go, minds evolve and disappear. And don't think that you have one mind. You have many minds, it is a crowd. Your minds go on changing. You are a communist, so you have a certain type of mind. You can leave it and you can become anti-communist. Then you have a different mind. Not only different, quite the opposite. You can go on changing your minds just like your dress, and you go on changing. You may not be aware of it, these clouds come and go. Clarity can be achieved if you become aware of the sky. If your focus changes, you are focused on the clouds. If you are unfocused on the sky, unfocus on the clouds and focus on the sky. This technique says in summer, when you see the entire sky endlessly clear, enter such clarity, meditate on the sky. A summer sky with no clouds, endlessly empty and clear, nothing moving in it, in its total virginity. Contemplate on it, meditate on it, and enter this clarity. Become this clarity, this space-like clarity. If you meditate on open, unclouded sky, suddenly you will feel that the mind is disappearing, the mind is dropping away. There will be gaps. Suddenly you will become aware that it is as if the clear sky has entered in you also. There will be intervals. For a time being, thoughts will cease as if the traffic has ceased and there is no one moving. In the beginning, it will be only for moments, but even those moments are transforming. By and by the mind will slow down, bigger gaps will appear. For minutes together there will be no thought, no cloud. And when there is no thought, no cloud, the outer sky and the inner become one, because only the thought is the barrier, only the thought creates the wall. Only because of the thought the outer is outer and the inner is inner. When the thought is not there, the outer and the inner lose their boundaries, they become one. Really, boundaries never existed there. They appeared only because of the thought, the barrier. To meditate on the sky is beautiful. Just lie down so you forget the earth. Just lie down on your back on any lonely beach, on any ground, and just look at the sky. But a clear sky will be helpful, unclouded, endless. And just looking, staring at the sky, feel the clarity of it, the uncloudedness, the boundless expanse, and then enter that clarity, become one with it. Feel as if you have become the sky, the space. In the beginning, if you only meditate on the open sky, not doing anything else, intervals will start appearing, because whatsoever you see enters you. Whatsoever you see stirs you within. Whatsoever you see is pictured, reflected. You see a building, you cannot simply see it. Something immediately starts happening within you. You see a man, a woman. You see a car, you see anything. It is not just outside. Something has started within, the reflection, and you have started reacting to it. So everything you see molds you, makes you, modifies you, creates you. The without is constantly related with the within. To look into the open sky is good. Just the expanse is beautiful, with no boundaries there. Your own boundaries will disappear, because the no-boundary sky will reflect within you. And if you can stare without blinking your eyes, it will be good. If you stare without blinking your eyes. Because if you blink your eyes, your thought process will continue. Stare without blinking the eyes. Stare in the emptiness. Move into that emptiness. Feel that you have become one with it. And any moment the sky will enter within you. First you enter into the sky, and then the sky enters you. And there is a meeting, the inner sky meeting the outer sky. In that meeting is realization. In that meeting, there is no mind, because the meeting can happen only when the mind is not there. In that meeting, you are for the first time not your mind. There is no confusion. Confusion cannot exist without the mind. There is no misery, because misery also cannot exist without the mind. Have you observed this fact any time, or not, that misery cannot exist without your mind? You cannot be miserable without your mind. The very source is not there. Who will supply you with this misery? Who will make you miserable? And the same is true from the opposite direction. Also, you cannot be miserable without your mind, and you cannot be blissful with your mind. The mind can never be the source of bliss. So if the inner and outer sky meet and mind disappears, even for a moment, you will be filled with a new life. The quality of that life is absolutely different. It is life eternal, uncontaminated by death, uncontaminated by any fear. In that meeting you will be here and now, in the present, because past belongs to thoughts, future belongs to thoughts. Past and future are part of your mind. Present is existence, it is not part of your mind. This moment doesn't belong to your mind. The moment that has gone belongs. The moment that has to come belongs to your mind. This moment never belongs to you. Rather, you belong to this moment, you exist here, right now here. Your mind exists somewhere else, always somewhere else. Unload yourself. I was reading one Sufi mystic. He was traveling on a lonely path. The way was deserted, and he saw a farmer with his bullock cart. The cart was stuck in mud. The road was rough. The farmer was carrying a big load of apples in his bullock cart, but somewhere on the rough road the tailboard of the wagon became unfastened and the apples were scattered. But he was not aware of it. The farmer was not aware of it. When the cart got stuck in the mud, first he tried to bring it out somehow, but all efforts were in vain, so he thought, now I must unload my cart, then maybe I can pull it out. He looked back. Hardly a dozen apples were left, the load was already unloaded. You can feel his misery. The Sufi reports in his memoirs that that exasperated farmer made a remark. He said, stuck, by heck, stuck, and not a damn thing to unload. The only possibility was that if he could unload the cart it could come out. But now nothing to unload. Fortunately, you are not stuck in such a way. You can unload your cart is too much loaded. You can unload the mind, and the moment the mind is not there, you fly. You become capable of flying. This technique to look into the clarity of the sky and to become one with it is one of the most practiced. Many traditions have used this. And particularly for the modern mind it will be very useful, because on earth nothing is left. On earth nothing is left to meditate on, only the sky. If you look all around, everything is man-made, everything is limited with a boundary, a limitation. Only the sky is still, fortunately, open to meditate on. Try this technique, it will be helpful, but remember 3 things. 1. Don't blink, stare. Even if your eyes start to feel pain and tears come down, don't be worried. Even those tears will be a part of unloading. They will be helpful. Those tears will make your eyes more innocent and fresh bathed. You just go on staring. The 2nd point, don't think about the sky. Remember, you can start thinking about the sky. You can remember many poems, beautiful poems about the sky, then you will miss the point. You are not to think about it, you are to enter it. You are to be one with it, because if you start thinking about it, again a barrier is created. You are missing the sky again, and you are again enclosed in your own mind. Don't think about the sky, be the sky. Just stare and move into the sky and allow the sky to move in you. If you move into the sky will move into you immediately. How can you do it? How will you do it, this moving into the sky? Just go on staring further away and further away. Go on staring as if you are trying to find the boundary. Move deep. Move as much as you can. That very movement will break the barrier. And this method should be practiced for at least 40 minutes. Less than that will not do, will not be of much help. When you really feel that you have become one, then you can close the eyes. When the sky has entered in you, you can close the eyes. You will be able to see it within also. Then there is no need. So only after 40 minutes, when you feel that the oneness has happened, and there is a communion, and you have become part of it and the mind is no more, close the eyes and remain in the sky within. The clarity will help the 3rd point, enter such clarity. The clarity will help the uncontaminated, unclouded sky. Just be aware of the clarity that is all around you. Don't think about it. Just be aware of the clarity, the purity, the innocence. These words are not to be repeated. You have to feel them rather than think. And once you stare into the sky, the feeling will come, because it is not on your part to imagine these things, they are there. If you stare, they will start happening to you. The sky is pure, the purest thing in existence. Nothing makes it impure. Worlds come and go. Earths are there and then disappear, and the sky remains pure. The purity is there. You need not project it. You are simply to feel it, to be vulnerable to it so you can feel it, and the clarity is there. Allow the sky to happen to you. You cannot force it. You can only allow it to happen. All meditations are really allowing something to happen. Never think in terms of aggression. Never think in terms of forcing something. You cannot force anything. Really, because you have been trying to force, you have created all misery. Nothing can be forced, but you can allow things to happen, be feminine. Allow things to happen, be passive. The sky is absolutely passive, not doing anything at all, just remaining there. Just be passive and remain under the sky, vulnerable, open, feminine, with no aggression on your part, and then the sky will penetrate you. In summer, when you see the entire sky endlessly clear, enter such clarity. But if it is not summer, what will you do? If the sky is clouded, not clear, then close your eyes and just enter the inner sky. Just close your eyes, and if you see some thoughts, just see them as if they are floating clouds in the sky. Be aware of the background, the sky, and be indifferent to thoughts. We are too much concerned with thoughts and never aware of the gaps. One thought passes, and before another enters, there is a gap. In that gap, the sky is there. Then, whenever there is no thought, what is there? The emptiness is there. So if the sky is clouded, it is not summertime, and the sky is not clear. Close your eyes. Focus your mind on the background, the inner sky in which thoughts come and go. Don't pay much attention to thoughts. Pay attention to the space in which they move. For example, we are sitting in this room. I can look at this room in two ways. Either I can look at you, so that I am indifferent to the space you are in, the roominess, the room you are in. I look at you. I focus my mind on you who are here, and not on the room in which you are. Or, I can change my focus. I can look into the room, and I become indifferent to you. You are there, but my emphasis, my focus, is on the room. Then the total perspective changes. Just do this in the inner world. Look at the space. Thoughts are moving in it. Be indifferent to them. Don't pay any attention to them. They are there. Note it down that they are there, moving. The traffic is moving in the street. Look at the street and be indifferent to the traffic. Don't look to see who is passing. Just know that something is passing and be aware of the space in which it is passing. Then the summer sky happens within. There is no need to wait for the summer, because our minds are such that they can find any excuse. They will say, summer is not here, and even if it is summer, the sky is not clear. The second technique, Shakti, see all space as if already absorbed in your own head in the brilliance. See all space as if already absorbed in your own head in the brilliance. Close your eyes for this technique. When you do it, close your eyes and feel as if the whole space is absorbed in your own head. It will be difficult in the beginning. It is one of the advanced techniques, so it will be good to proceed towards it in steps. Do one thing. If you want to do this technique, start in steps. First, while going to sleep, when just ready to sleep, lie down on your bed, close your eyes and feel where your feet are. If you are 6 feet tall or 5 feet tall, just feel where your feet are, the demarcation. Then just imagine one thing: you have become 6 inches longer. Your height has lengthened, it has become 6 inches more. Just with closed eyes, feel this. In imagination, feel that your height has become 6 inches more. Then the second step, feel your head, where it is, just inside, and then feel that your head has also become 6 inches longer. When you can feel this, everything will be easy. Then you make it more. You feel that you have become 12 feet tall, or that you have filled the whole room. Now in your imagination, you are touching the walls, you have filled the whole room. Then, by steps, feel that the whole house has come within you. And once you know the feel, it is very easy. If you can grow 6 inches taller, everything is easy then. If you can feel that you are not 5 foot, but you are 5'6", then nothing is difficult. This technique will be easy. For 3 days go on feeling that. Then for 3 days more, feel that you have filled the whole room. It is just a training of imagination. Then for 3 days the whole house is within you. Then for 3 days you have become the sky. Then this technique will be very easy. Shakti, see all space as if already absorbed in your own head in the brilliance. Then you can close your eyes and feel that the whole sky, the whole space, is absorbed by your head. The moment you can feel this, the mind disappears, because the mind needs a very narrow space. With such vastness the mind cannot exist. It simply disappears. In such vastness mind is impossible. Mind can only be narrow, limited. In such infinite space there is no place for the mind to exist. This technique is good. Suddenly the mind explodes and the space is there. Within a 3-month period you can feel this. Your whole life will be different, but grow towards it in steps, because sometimes through this technique people become crazy, they lose balance. It is so tremendous. The impact is so tremendous suddenly if you become aware that your head has absorbed the whole space, and then you see stars and moons moving within you, the whole universe, you may become dizzy. In many traditions this technique is used very cautiously. One of the Indian mystics of this century, Ramtirth, used this technique, and many of those who know suspect that because of this technique he committed suicide. For him it was not a suicide, because for him, one who has known that the whole space has come within him, suicide is impossible, it cannot happen. No one is there to commit suicide. But for others, for those who were watching from outside, it was a suicide. He started feeling that the whole universe was moving within him, within his head. His disciples thought that he was talking poetry. Then they started feeling that he had gone mad, because he started claiming that he was the universe and everything was within him. And then one day, he just jumped from a mountain cliff into a river. Before jumping, he wrote a beautiful poem saying, "I have become the universe. Now I feel this body as a burden, unnecessary, so I give it back. Now no boundary is needed. I have become the unbounded Brahma." Someone with a psychiatric training will think that he has gone mad. It is just neurosis. But one who knows deeper dimensions of human consciousness will say he has become a mukta, an enlightened one. But to the ordinary mind, it is a suicide. With such techniques there is danger. That's why I say grow towards them gradually, because you don't know anything is possible. Sometimes you are not aware of your own potentiality, sometimes you don't know how ready you are, and something can happen, so do it in steps. First try your imagination with small things, just that the body has become bigger, or has become smaller. You can go both the ways. You are 5 feet 6 feel you have become 4 feet, 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot. You have become just a seed. This is just a training. Just a training so that you can feel whatsoever you want to feel. Your inner mind is absolutely free to feel. Nothing can hinder it from feeling anything. It is your feeling. You can grow and you can be small. Suddenly you become aware that it is you. And if you can work well through this, you can come out of your body very easily. If you can grow and become small through imagination, you are capable of coming out of your body. You simply imagine that you are standing outside of your body, and you will stand but not immediately. First work with small steps, and then when you feel that you are at ease and you don't become scared, then feel that you have filled the whole room. Actually, you will feel the touch of the walls. And then feel that the whole house has come within you. You will feel it within you. And then go on. Then, by and by, let the sky be felt in the head. And once you feel the sky in your head, absorbed there, the mind simply disappears. It has no business to do there. For this technique it is good to be with someone, to be with a teacher, or to be with a friend. Don't do it alone. Someone must be there to take care of you, to watch you. This is a school method. Where many people are working in a school, it is very easy, less harmful, less dangerous, because sometimes when the sky explodes within, for many days you may not become aware of your body. You may not come out, you may be so absorbed in the feeling because time disappears. You cannot feel how much time has elapsed. The body disappears, you cannot feel the body, you become the sky. Someone must take care of your body. Very loving care will be needed. So with a master, or with a group, this technique is less harmful and less dangerous. And with a group that knows what is possible, what can happen, and what should be done. Because if in such a state of mind you are suddenly awakened, you may go mad, because time will be needed for your mind to come back. If suddenly brought back to the body, your nervous system cannot bear it. It is not made for that, it has to be trained, so don't do it alone. You can do it in a group, with a few friends, in a lonely place, and do it in steps, not suddenly. The third technique: waking, sleeping, dreaming, know you as light. Waking, sleeping, dreaming, know you as light. First, start with waking. Yoga and Tantra divide the life of man's mind into three divisions: the life of the mind. Remember, they divide mind into three divisions: waking, sleeping, dreaming. These are not the divisions of your consciousness. These are the divisions of your mind, and the consciousness is the fourth. They have not given any name to it in the East. They call it simply the fourth, Turiya. These three have names. These are the clouds. They can be named a waking cloud, a sleeping cloud, a dreaming cloud. They are all clouds, and the space in which they move, the sky in unnamed, left simply as the fourth. Western psychology has only recently become aware of the dreaming dimension. Really, only with Freud, dreaming became important. But with Hindus, this is one of the most ancient concepts, that you cannot really know a man unless you know what he is doing in his dreams. Because whatsoever he is doing in his waking hours is more or less bound to be acting, false, because in the waking state of his mind he is forced to do many things. He is not free. The society is there, rules are there, moralities are there. He is constantly struggling with his own desires, suppressing them, modifying them, molding them in the mold the society allows, and the society never allows you to be your total being. It chooses. That is what a culture means. Culture means a choice. Every culture is a conditioning, a choice of certain things, and a denial of certain things. Your total being is not accepted anywhere. It is not nowhere. Certain aspects are accepted here, certain aspects are accepted there, in this country or that, but nowhere is the total human being accepted. So the waking consciousness is bound to be false, pseudo, artificial, forced. You are not real, they're just actors. Not spontaneous, manipulated. Only in dreams are you free. Only in dreams are you authentically yourself. You can do whatsoever you like in your dreams. No one is concerned. You are alone. No one can penetrate. No one can look into your dreams. And no one is bothered. What you do in your dreams is your business. No one is concerned. They are absolutely private. Because they are absolutely private and related to no one, you can be free. So unless your dreams are known, your real face cannot be known. Hindus have been aware of it. Dreams must be penetrated. But they are still clouds, private of course, freer, but still clouds. And one has to go beyond them also. These are the three states: waking and sleeping and dreaming. Dreaming became very primary with Freud. Now sleeping has been touched. Now many sleep labs are working in the West to know what sleep is, because it seems to be very strange that we don't know what sleep is. What really happens to you in sleep is not yet known scientifically. And if we cannot know what sleep is, it will be difficult to know what man is, because for 1/3 of his life he will be sleeping. 1/3 of your life. If you are going to live for 60 years, for 20 years you will be sleeping. It is such a major part. What are you doing while you are asleep? Something mysterious is going on, and it is so essential that life is not possible without it. Something deep is happening, but you are not aware. Waking, you are a different person. Dreaming, you are again a different person. In deep sleep, you are again a different person. You can't remember even your name while deep asleep. You don't know whether you are a Mohammedan or a Christian or a Hindu. Out of your deep sleep, you can't answer who you are. Rich or poor, no identity, no image. In the waking layer, you exist with the society. In the dreaming layer, you exist with your own desires. In deep sleep, you exist with nature, deep in the womb of nature. And yoga and tantra say that only beyond these three you exist in Brahma, in the cosmic whole. So these three must be crossed, passed, transcended. There is one difference. The Western psychology is now interested in studying these states. Eastern seekers were interested in these states, but not in studying them. They were interested only in how to transcend them. This technique is a transcendental technique. Waking, sleeping, dreaming, know you as light. Very difficult. You have to start with waking. How can you remember in dreams? Can you create a dream consciously? Can you manipulate a dream? Can you have your own dreams of your own wishes? You cannot. How impotent man is. You cannot even create a dream of your own. They too happen to you. You are helpless. But there are certain techniques through which dreams can be created, and those techniques are very helpful in transcending, because if you can create, then you can transcend. But one has to start with waking. While waking, moving, eating, working, remember yourself as light. As if in your heart a flame is burning, and your body is nothing but the aura around the flame. Imagine it. In your heart a flame is burning, and your body is nothing but a light aura around the flame. Your body is just a light around the flame. Allow it to go deep within your mind and your consciousness. Imbibe it, it will take time, but if you go on thinking about it, feeling it, imagining it, within a certain period you will be able to remember it the whole day. While awake, moving on the street, you are a flame moving. No one else will be aware of it in the beginning, but if you continue it, after 3 months others will also become aware. And only when others become aware can you then be at ease. Don't say to anyone. Simply imagine a flame and your body as just the aura around it. Not a physical body, but an electric body. Go on doing it. If you persist within 3 months, or somewhere near about then, others will become aware that something has happened to you. They will feel a subtle light around you. When you come near them, they will feel a different warmth. If you touch them, they will feel a fiery touch. They will become aware that something strange is happening to you. Don't say to anyone. When others become aware, then you can feel at ease, and then you can enter the second step, not before it. The second step is to take it into dreaming. Now you can take it into dreaming. It has become a reality. Now it is not an imagination. Through imagination, you have uncovered a reality. It is real. Everything consists of light. You are light unaware of the fact because every particle of matter is light. The scientists say it consists of electrons. It is the same thing. Light is the source of all. You are also condensed light through imagination. You are simply uncovering a reality. Imbibe it, and when you have become so filled with it, you can carry it into dreams, not before. Then, while falling asleep, go on thinking of the flame, go on seeing it, feeling you are the light, remembering it. Remembering. You fall down asleep, and the remembrance continues. In the beginning you will start having some dreams in which you will feel you have a flame within, you are light. By and by, in the dreams also you will move with the same feeling. And once this feeling enters the dreams will start disappearing. Dreams will start disappearing. There will be less and less dreams, and more deep sleep. When in all your dreaming, this reality is revealed that you are light, a flame, a burning flame, all dreams will disappear. Only when dreams disappear can you carry this feeling into sleep, never before. Now you are at the door. When dreams have disappeared and you remember yourself as a flame, you are at the door of sleep. Now you can enter with the feeling. And once you enter sleep with the feeling that you are a flame, you will be aware in it. The sleep will now happen only to your body, not to you. This technique is to help you go beyond these 3 states. If you can be aware that you are a flame, a light, that sleep is not happening to you, you are conscious. You are carrying a conscious effort. Now you are crystallized around that flame. The body is asleep, you are not. This is what Krishna says in Gita, that yogis never sleep. While others are asleep, they are awake. Not that their bodies never sleep. Their bodies sleep, but only bodies. Bodies need rest, consciousness needs no rest. Because bodies are mechanisms, consciousness is not a mechanism. Bodies need fuel, they need rest. That's why they are born, they are young, then they become old, and then they die. Consciousness is never born, never becomes old, never dies. It needs no fuel, it needs no rest. It is pure energy, perpetual eternal energy. If you can carry this image of flame and light through the doors of sleep, you will never sleep again. Only the body will rest. And while the body is sleeping, you will know it. Once this happens, you have become the 4th. Now the waking and the dreaming and the sleeping are parts of the mind. They are parts, and you have become the 4th one who goes through all of them and is none of them. Really, this is so simple. If you are in the waking state, and then you move into dreams, you cannot be either. If you are the waking state, then how can you dream? And if you are the dreaming state, how can you fall into sleep where there is no dream? You must be a traveler, and these states must be stations, so you can move from here and there and come back again. Again in the morning you will move into the waking state. These are states, and the one who moves within these states is you. But that you is the 4th, and that 4th is what you call the soul. That 4th is what you call divine. That 4th is what you call the immortal element, the life eternal. Waking, sleeping, dreaming, know you as light. This is a very beautiful technique. But try it first in the waking, and remember, when others become aware, then only have you succeeded in it. They will become aware. Then you can enter into dream, and then into sleep, and then you can awaken to that which you are the 4th. Chapter 50, Moving to the Roots question. One last night, you said that by changing the outer, the inner remains unchanged, untransformed. But is it not true that the right food, right labor, right sleep, right actions and behaviors are also important factors for inner transformation? Isn't it a mistake to ignore the outer completely? The outer cannot change the inner, but the outer can help, or it can hinder. The outer can create a situation in which the inner can explode more easily. The thing to be remembered is this, that the outer transformation is not the inner. Even if you have done everything and the situation is there, the inner is not going to explode. The situation is necessary, it is helpful, but it is not the transformation. And those who get involved with the outer is a vast phenomenon. You can go on changing for lives, and you will never be satisfied, and something or other will remain to be changed. Because unless the inner changes, the outer can never be perfect. You can go on changing it and polishing it and conditioning it. You will never feel satisfied. You will never come to a situation where you can feel, now, the field is ready. So many have wasted their lives. If your mind becomes obsessed with the outer, with the food, with the clothes, with the behavior. I am not saying to neglect them. No, what I am saying is, don't get obsessed with them. They can be helpful, but they can become great hindrances if your mind becomes obsessed. Then it becomes an escape, then you are just postponing the inner change. And you can go on changing the outer. The inner is not even touched by it. The inner remains the same. You might have heard one old Indian fable. In Panchtantra, it is said that a mouse was very much afraid of a cat. Constantly in fear, anxiety. He couldn't sleep, he would dream about the cat, and he would tremble. A magician, just out of pity, transformed the mouse into a cat. The outer was changed, but immediately the mouse within the cat now became afraid of a dog. The anxiety was the same. Only the object had changed. Previously it was the cat, now it was the dog. The trembling continued, the anguish remained, the dreams were still of fear. So the magician changed the cat into a dog. Immediately the dog became afraid of the tiger, because the mouse within remained the same. The mouse was not changed. Only bodies, the outer, the same anxiety, the same disease, the same fear remained. The magician changed the dog into a tiger. Immediately, the mouse within the tiger became afraid of a hunter. So the magician said to the mouse, "Now be a mouse again, because I can change your bodies, I cannot change you. You have the heart of a mouse, so what can I do? The heart of a mouse. You can go on changing the outer, but the heart of the mouse remains the same. And that heart creates the problems. The shape will change, the form will change, but the substance will remain the same. And it makes no difference whether you are afraid of a cat, or of a dog, or of a tiger. The question is not of whom you are afraid. The question is that you are afraid. The emphasis is my emphasis is that you must remain aware that your outer effort should not become a substitute for the inner transformation. One thing, take every help that can be taken. It is good to have right food, but it is nonsense and madness to become obsessed with food. It is good to have right behavior, but it is neurotic to become obsessed with it. You should not become mad about anything. In India, there are many sects of sannyasins who are obsessed with food. The whole day they are thinking only of food, what to eat and what not to eat. Who should prepare the food and who should not prepare the food. Once I was traveling with a sannyasin. He would take only milk, and only cow's milk, and only from those cows which were white. Otherwise he would go without food. This man is mad. Remember this, that the inner is important, significant. The outer is helpful, it is good, but you must not become focused with it. It must not become so important that the inner is forgotten. The inner must remain the inner and the central, and the outer, if possible, should be changed just as a help. Don't ignore it completely. There is no need to ignore it, because really the outer is also part of the inner. It is not something opposite to it. It is not something contrary to it. It is not something imposed upon you, it is you. But the inner is the central, and the outer is the periphery. So give as much importance as a periphery needs, as a circumference needs, as a boundary needs, but the boundary is not the house. So take care of it, but don't become mad after it. Our mind is always trying to find escapes. If you can become involved with food, with sex, with clothes, with the body, your mind will be at ease, because now you are not going towards the inner. Now there is no need to change the mind. Now there is no need to destroy the mind, to go beyond the mind. With the change of food, the same mind can exist. You may eat this or that the same mind can exist, only when you move inwards. The more inner you reach, the more this mind which you have has to cease. The inward path is the path towards no mind. The mind becomes afraid. It will try to find some escape, something to do with the outer. Then the mind can exist as it is. Whatsoever you do makes no difference. It is irrelevant what you do, this mind can exist, and this mind can find ways for how to remain the same. And sometimes, when you struggle with the natural outlet, your mind will find some perverted outlets which are more dangerous. Rather than being a help, they will become hindrances. I have heard that Mullah Nasruddin fell down his stairs. His leg was fractured, so it was put in a plaster cast, and he was told that for 3 months he was not to go up and down the stairs. After 3 months he came to the doctor and the plaster was removed. Mullah asked, "Now can I go up and down the stairs?" The doctor said, "Now you can go. You are absolutely okay." Mullah said, "Now I am so happy, doctor. You cannot believe how happy I am. It was so awkward to go up and down the drainpipe the whole day. For 3 months, every day going up and down the drainpipe, it was so awkward, and the whole neighborhood was laughing at me. But you had told me not to go up and down the stairs, so I had to find a way." This is what everyone is doing. If one outlet is blocked, then a perversion is bound to happen. And you don't know the ways of the mind equals they are very cunning and very subtle. People come to me with their problems. The problem seems to be obvious, it is not. All problems seem to be obvious, clear, it is not so. Deep down something else is hidden, and unless that something else is known, discarded, gone beyond, the problem will remain. It will change its shape. Someone is smoking too much and he wants to stop it. But smoking in itself is not a problem. The problem is something else. You can stop smoking, but the problem will remain, and it will have to come out in something else. When do you smoke? When you are anxious, nervous, you start smoking, and smoking helps you. You feel more confident, you feel more relaxed. Just by stopping the smoking, your nervousness is not going to change. You will feel nervous, you will feel anxious. The anxiety will come. Then you will do something else. And you can find something which is a beautiful substitute. It looks so different, you can do anything. You can just use a mantra instead of smoking, and whenever you feel nervous you can say, Ram, 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 anything continuously. What are you doing with smoke? It is a mantra. You smoke in and out, you smoke in and out, it becomes a repetitive thing. Because of the repetition you feel relaxed. Repeat anything and the same will happen. But if you are using a mantra and saying Ram, 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 no one is going to say that you are doing something wrong, and the problem is the same. The problem has not changed. Only you have changed the trick. Previously you were doing it with smoke. Now you are doing it with a word. Repetition helps. Any nonsense thing will help. You just have to repeat it continuously. When you repeat a thing it gives relaxation, because it creates a sort of boredom. Boredom is relaxing. You can do anything that creates a sort of boredom. Boredom is relaxing. You can do anything that creates boredom. If you are smoking, everyone will say that it is wrong. And if you are chanting a mantra, no one is going to say that it is wrong. But if the problem is the same, I am saying that it is also wrong, rather, more dangerous than the previous one, because with smoking you were aware that it was wrong. Now, with this chanting of the mantra you are not aware, and this disease that you are unaware is more dangerous and more harmful. You can do anything on the surface, but unless deeper roots are changed, nothing happens. So with the outer, remember this, be aware of it, and move from the surface towards the roots and find the root. Why are you nervous? Someone is eating too much food. It can be stopped. You can force yourself to not eat too much. But why is one eating too much food? Why? Because this is not a bodily need, so somewhere the mind is interfering. Something has to be done with the mind. It is not a question of the body. Why do you go on stuffing yourself? Too much obsession with food is a love need. If you are not loved well, you will eat more. If you are loved and you can love, you will eat less. Whenever someone loves you, you cannot eat more. Love fills you so much, you don't feel empty. When there is not love, you feel empty. Something has to be stuffed and you go on forcing food. And there are reasons, root reasons, for it, because the first encounter of the child with love and food is simultaneous. From the same breast, from the same mother, he gets food and love become associated. If the mother is loving, the child will never take too much mild. There is no need. He is always secure in his love. He knows that whenever there is a need the food will come, the milk will be there, the mother will be there. he feels secure. But if the mother is non-loving, then he is insecure. Then he doesn't know whether, when he feels hungry, food will come because there is no love. He will eat more, and this will continue. It will become an unconscious route, so you can go on changing your food, eat this, eat that, don't eat this, but it makes no difference because the basic root remains there. Then if you stop stuffing yourself with food, you will start stuffing with something else, and there are many ways. If you stop eating too much, you may start accumulating money. Then again, you have to be filled by something. Then you go on accumulating money. Observe deeply, and you will see that a person who accumulates money is never in love, cannot be, because the money accumulation is really a substitute. With money he will feel secure now. When you are loved, there is no insecurity. In love all fears disappear. In love there is no future, no past. This moment is enough, this very moment is eternity, you are accepted. There is no anxiety for the future, for what will happen tomorrow, there is no tomorrow in love. But if love is not there, then the tomorrow is there. What will happen? Accumulate money, because you cannot rely on any person. So rely on things, rely on money and wealth. There are people who say, donate your money. Don't accumulate money, be non-attached to money. But these are superficial things, because the inner need will remain the same, then he will start accumulating something else. Stop one outlet and you will have to create another, unless roots are destroyed. So don't be too much concerned with the outer. Be aware of whatsoever your outer personality is. Be aware of it, be alert. And from the periphery always move towards the roots to find what the cause is there. Howsoever disturbing, move to the roots. Once you come to know the roots, once the roots are exposed. Remember this law, the roots can exist only in darkness, not only the roots of trees, but the roots of anything, they can exist only in darkness. Once they are brought to light, they die, so move with your periphery. Dig it deep and go to the roots and bring the roots to consciousness, to light. Once you have come to the root, it simply disappears. You have not to do anything about it. You have to do something only because you don't know what the problem is. A problem rightly understood disappears. Right understanding of a problem, a root understanding of the problem, becomes the disappearance of it. The first thing. The second thing, whatsoever you do is superficial. It is not you in your totality. So don't judge a man by his actions, because action is very atomic. You see a person in anger, and you can judge that this man is filled with hatred, violence, vengeance. But a moment later the anger disappears. The man becomes as loving as possible, and a different perfume, a different flowering, comes to his face. The anger was atomic, don't judge the whole man. But this love is also atomic. Don't judge the whole man by this love. Whatsoever you have done is not your total sum. Your actions remain just atomic part of you, of course, but your totality transcends them. You can be different immediately. And whatsoever is known about you by your behavior, by your actions, by your doings, you can contradict. You may have been a saint, you can become a sinner this very moment. No one could imagine that you, a saint, could do this. You can do it. It is not inconceivable. You may have been a sinner up to this moment, and the next moment you can jump out of it. What I am saying is, your inner is so vast and so great that by your outer it cannot be judged. Your outer remains superficial, accidental. I will repeat it. Your outer remains accidental, your inner is the essence. So remember to uncover the inner and don't get entangled with the outer. One thing more, outer is always of the past. It is always dead, because whatsoever you have done, you have done. It is always of the past, it is never alive. The inner is always alive, it is here and now, and the outer is always dead. If you know me whatsoever I have done and said you know my past, you don't know me. I am here, the living. That is my inner point, and whatsoever you know about me is just the outer. It is dead, it is no more there. Observe it in your own consciousness. Whatsoever you have done is not a bondage on you, it is no more really. It is just a memory. And you are greater than that, your infinite possibilities are there. It was only accidental that you are a sinner or you are a saint. It was only accidental that you are a Christian or a Hindu, but your innermost being is not accidental. It is essential. The emphasis on the inner is the emphasis on the essential, and that inner remains free, it is freedom. The outer is a slavery, because you can know the outer only when it has happened. Then you cannot do anything about it. What can you do about your past? It cannot be undone, you cannot move backwards, you cannot do anything with the past. It is a slavery. If you understand it rightly, then then you can understand the theory of karma, the theory of actions. This theory, one of the most essential parts of Hindu realization, is that unless you go beyond karmas, you are not free. Unless you have gone beyond all actions, you will remain in bondage. Don't pay much attention to the outer, don't get obsessed with it. Use it as a help, but continuously remembering that the inner has to be discovered. These techniques we are discussing here are for the inner, for how to discover it. I will tell you one thing, there have been traditions. For example, one of the most important religious traditions has been Jainism, but Jainism pays too much attention to the outer. Too much, so much so that they completely forget that there is anything like meditation, that there is anything like a science of yoga. They forget it completely. They are obsessed with food, with clothes, with sleep, with everything, but with no effort towards meditation. Not that in their tradition originally there was no meditation, because no religion can be born without it, but they got obsessed somewhere with the outer. It became so important that they forgot completely that this whole situation is just a help. It is not the goal. What you eat is not the goal. What you are is the goal. It is good if your eating habits help you to uncover the being. It is good. But if you become just obsessed with eating, continuously thinking about it, then you have missed the point. Then you are a food addict, you are mad, neurotic. Isn't it true that all meditation techniques are really doings which lead the seeker to his being? In a way, yes. And in a deeper way, no. Meditation techniques are doings, because you are advised to do something. Even to meditate is to do something. Even to sit silently is to do something. Even to not do anything is a sort of doing. So in a superficial way, all meditation techniques are doings. But in a deeper way they are not, because if you succeed in them, the doing disappears. Only in the beginning it appears like an effort. If you succeed in it, the effort disappears and the whole thing becomes spontaneous and effortless. If you succeed in it, it is not a doing. No effort on your part is needed then. It becomes just like breathing, it is there. But in the beginning the effort is bound to be, because the mind cannot do anything which is not an effort. If you tell it to be effortless, the whole thing seems absurd. In Zen, where much emphasis is paid to effortlessness, the masters say to the disciples, just sit, don't do anything, and the disciple tries. Of course, what can you do other than trying? The disciple tries to just sit, and he tries to just sit, and he tries to not do anything, and then the master hits him on his head with his staff and he says, don't do this. I have not told you to try to sit because that becomes an effort, and don't try not to do anything because that is a sort of doing. Simply sit. If I tell you to simply sit, what will you do? You will do something, which will make it not a simple sitting. An effort will enter. You will be sitting with an effort. A strain will be there, you cannot simply sit. It looks strange, but the moment you try to sit simply, it has become complex. The very effort to simply sit makes it complex. So what to do? Years pass, and the disciple goes on sitting and being blamed, condemned by the master that he is missing the point. But he simply goes on, goes on, goes on, and every day he is a failure because the effort is there, and he cannot deceive the master. But one day, just patiently sitting, even this consciousness to sit simply disappears. One day suddenly he is sitting like a tree or like a rock, not doing anything, and then the master says, this is the right posture, now you have attained it, now remember this. This is the way to sit. But it takes patience and long effort to achieve effortlessness. In the beginning, effort will be there, doing will be there, but only in the beginning as a necessary evil. But you have to remember constantly that you have to go beyond it. A moment must come when you are not doing anything about meditation, just being there and it happens. Just sitting or standing and it happens. Not doing anything, just being aware, it happens. All these techniques are just to help you to come to an effortless moment. The inner transformation, the inner realization, cannot happen through effort, because effort is a sort of tension. With effort you cannot be relaxed totally. The effort will become a barrier. With this background in mind, if you make effort, by and by you will become capable of leaving it also. It is just like swimming. If you know about swimming, you know that in the beginning you have to make effort, but only in the beginning. Once you know the feel of it, once you know what it is, the effort has gone. You can swim effortlessly. And even a good swimmer cannot say what swimming is, what exactly he is doing. He cannot explain to you what he is doing. Really, he is not doing anything. He is simply allowing himself to be in a deep, responsive relationship with the water, with the river. He is not doing anything really. And if he is still doing, he is still not an expert swimmer, he is still amateur, still learning. I will tell you one anecdote. In Burma, one Buddhist monk was ordered to make a design for the new temple, particularly for the gate. So he was making many designs. He had one very talented disciple, so he told that disciple to be near him. While he made the design, the disciple was simply to watch, and if he liked it, he had to say that it was okay, it was right. If he didn't like it, then he had to say no. And the master said, when you say yes, only then will I send the design. If you go on saying no, I will discard the design and will create a new one. Hundreds of designs were discarded in this way. 3 months passed. Even the master became afraid, but he had given his word, so he had to keep it. The disciple was there, the master would make the design, and then the disciple would say no. The master would start another one. One day the ink was just about to be finished, so the master said, "Go out and find more ink." The disciple went out. The master forgot him, his presence, and became effortless. His presence was the problem. The idea was constantly in his mind that the disciple was there, judging. He was constantly wondering whether he was going to like it or not, whether he would discard it again. This created an inner anxiety, and the master could not be spontaneous. The disciple went out. The design was completed. The disciple came in and he said, "Wonderful. But why couldn't you do it before?" The master said, "Now I understand why, because you were here. Because of you I was making an effort to get your approval. The effort destroyed the whole thing. I couldn't be natural, I couldn't flow, I couldn't forget myself because of you. Whenever you are doing meditation, the very effort that you are doing it, the very idea of succeeding in it is the barrier. Be conscious of it. Go on doing and be conscious of it. A day will come. Just through patience, a day comes when effort is not there. Really, you are not there, only meditation is. It may take a long time. It cannot be predicted, no one can say when it will happen. Because if something is to be achieved by effort, it can be predicted that if you do this much effort you will succeed, but meditation is going to succeed only when you become effortless. That's why nothing can be predicted. Nothing can be said about when you will succeed. You may succeed this very moment, and you may not succeed for lives. The whole thing hinges on one thing: when your effort drops, and you become spontaneous, when your meditation is not an act but becomes your being, when your meditation is just like love. You cannot do anything about love, or can you? If you do anything, you falsify it. It will become artificial, it will not go deep. You will not be in it, it will become an acting. Love is you cannot do anything about it. You cannot do anything about meditation also. But I don't mean don't do anything, because then you will remain whatsoever you are. You have to do something, perfectly conscious that by only doing you will not achieve. Doing will be needed in the beginning. One cannot leave it. One has to go through it. But one has to go through it, one has to transcend it, and an effortless floating has to be achieved. The path is arduous and very contradictory. You cannot find anything more contradictory than meditation. Contradictory because it has to be started as an effort, and it has to end as effortlessness. But it happens. You may not be able to conceive logically how it happens, but in experience it happens. A day comes when you just get fed up with your effort, it falls. It happened to Buddha this way. For 6 years, he was making every effort possible. No human being has been so obsessed with becoming enlightened. He did everything that he could do. He moved from one teacher to another, and whatsoever he was taught, he did it perfectly. That was the problem, because no teacher could say to him, "You are not doing well, that's why you are not achieving." That was impossible. He was doing better than any master, so the masters had to confess. They said, "This much we have to teach. Beyond this, we don't know, so you go somewhere else." He was a dangerous disciple, and only dangerous disciples achieve. He studied everything that was possible. Whatsoever he was told, he would do it absolutely as it was told. And then he would come to the master and say, "I have done it, but nothing has happened. So what next?" The teachers would say, "You go somewhere else. There is one teacher in the Himalayas, go there. Or there is one teacher in some forest, go there. We don't know more than this." He went around and around for 6 years. He did all that can be done, all that is humanly possible, and then he got fed up. The whole thing appeared futile, fruitless, meaningless. One night he relaxed all efforts. He was sitting under the bodhi tree and he said, "Now everything is finished. In the world there is nothing, and in this spiritual search also there is nothing. Now there is nothing for me to do. Everything is finished, not only this world but the other world also. Suddenly all efforts dropped, he was empty, because when there is nothing to do, the mind cannot move. The mind moves only because there is something to do, some motivation, some goal. The mind moves because something is possible, something can be achieved, the future. If not today, then tomorrow, but the possibility is there that one can achieve it, the mind moves. That night Buddha came to a dead point. Really, he died that very moment, because there was no future. Nothing was to be achieved, and nothing could be achieved. I have done everything. The whole world is futile, and this whole existence is a nightmare. Not only the material world became futile, but the spiritual also. He relaxed. Not that he did something to relax. This is the point, to understand there was nothing to be tense, therefore he relaxed. There was no effort on his part to relax. Under the Bodhi tree he was not trying relaxation. There was nothing to do, nothing to be tense, nothing to desire, no future, no hope. He was absolutely hopeless that night. Relaxed. Relaxation happened. You cannot relax because something or other is still there to be achieved. That goes on stirring your mind. You go on spinning and spinning around and around. Suddenly the spinning stopped, the wheel stopped. Buddha relaxed and fell asleep. In the morning when he awoke, the last star was setting. He looked at the last star disappear, and with that last star disappearing, he disappeared completely. He became an enlightened one. Then people started asking, how did you achieve this? How? What was the method? Now you can understand Buddha's difficulty. If he said that he had achieved through some methods, then he was wrong, because he achieved only when there was no method. If he said that he had achieved through effort, then he was wrong, because he achieved only when there was no effort. But if he said, don't make any effort and you will achieve, then too he was wrong, because to his no effort, those 6 years of effort were the background. Without that effort, that 6 years arduous effort, this state of no effort could not have been achieved. Only because of that mad effort he came to a peak, and there was nowhere further to go. He relaxed and fell down in the valley. This has to be remembered for many reasons. Spiritual effort is the most contradictory phenomenon. Effort has to be made, with full consciousness that nothing can be achieved through effort. Effort has to be made only to achieve no effort, only to achieve effortlessness. But don't relax your effort, because if you relax, you will never achieve that relaxation which came to Buddha. You go on doing every effort, so automatically a moment comes when just by sheer effort you reach a point where relaxation happens to you. For example, you may take it in a different way. As I see it, in the West, ego has been the central point, the fulfillment of the ego, the development of the ego, the achievement of a strong ego, has been the whole Western effort. In the East, it has been how to achieve egolessness, how to be a non-ego, how to forget, surrender, dissolve yourself completely so that you are not. The East has been trying for egolessness. The West has been trying for the perfect ego. But this is the contradictoriness of things. If you don't have a very developed ego, you cannot surrender. You can surrender only if you have a perfectly clear-cut ego. Otherwise you cannot surrender, because who will surrender? So to me, both are half and both are in misery, East and West both. Because the East has taken egolessness, which is the end part, and the beginning part is missing. Who will surrender the ego? The peak is not there, so who will create the valley? The valley is created only around a peak. The greater the peak, the deeper the valley. If you don't have an ego, or a very lukewarm one, surrender is not possible. Or your surrender will be a lukewarm surrender, just so, nothing will happen out of it. There will be no explosion. In the West, the beginning part has been emphasized, so you can go on growing with your ego. It will create more and more anxiety. And when you have really created it, you don't know what to do with it, because the end part is not there. To me, the spiritual search is both. Create a very great peak, create a perfect ego just to dissolve it. That seems absurd, just to dissolve it, just to achieve a deep surrender, just to lose it somewhere. And you cannot lose something which you don't have. So in my view, humanity has to be trained for these two things together: help everyone to create a perfect ego, a fulfilled ego, but this is only half the journey, and then help them to surrender it. The greater the peak, the deeper will be the valley. The higher the ego, the deeper you will move in your surrender. And this is for everything, on the spiritual path. Remember this continuous contradictoriness. Don't forget it even for a single moment. Become perfect egoists so that you can surrender. so that you can dissolve, melt. Do every effort that you can do, just to reach a point where effort leaves you and you are totally effortless. Question 3. You said last night that the more the mind grows, the more we know that the nature of the mind is confusion. But isn't it true that this growth of the mind also leads to clarity? Whatsoever I was just saying is related to this. Yes, it leads to clarity, because only when you have a very mature mind do you become aware that you are confused. Even to become aware that mind is confusion, a very developed mind is needed. Those who are not aware that their mind is confusion are really not mature minds. They are childish, juvenile, still developing. Only a very mature mind can become aware of the quality of the mind, that it is confusion. And when you have developed the mind, only then is meditation possible, because meditation is the opposite goal. Meditation means no mind. But how can you achieve a no mind if you have not achieved a mind? So achieve a mind just to lose it. And don't think that if ultimately one has to reach the state of no mind, then what is the use of achieving a mind? Because if you don't achieve a mind, the ultimate is not going to happen to you. It can happen only if the mind is there. So I am not against mind, I am not against intellect, really, I am not against anything. I am for everything, because everything can be used to reach the opposite pole. There is a polarity, and the opposite pole cannot be reached if the polarity is not there. A madman cannot meditate. Why? Because he has no mind. But this no mind is not the na mind of Buddha. No mind can have two dimensions below mind and above mind. The above mind is also no mind, and the below mind is also no mind. You can fall down from the mind is not there, but it is not meditation. You have to go beyond mind. Only then is the Buddha's no mind achieved, and always remember it, because they are so similar you can misunderstand the whole thing. They are so similar. For example, a child is innocent. A saint is also innocent, a Jesus or a Krishna, but their innocence is not childish. It is childlike, not childish. Because a child is innocent only because he is ignorant. He is innocent only as a negative thing, just the absence. Sooner or later everything will erupt. He is a volcano waiting to erupt. The innocence is just the silence before the volcano erupts. A saint is one who has gone beyond. The eruption has happened. The volcano is silent again. But this silence is different. The first silence was very pregnant. Something was present there. The silence was just on the surface. Deep down that child was getting ready to be disturbed. The saint has passed the disturbance. The cyclone has gone. This silence, the innocence, appears similar, but there is a deep difference. So sometimes an idiot can also appear to be saint-like. And idiots are saint-like, they are not cunning. To be cunning, intelligence is needed, they are not calculating. To be calculating, mind is needed. Idiots are simple, innocent, non-cunning, non-calculating. They cannot deceive anyone. Not that they would not like to. They cannot. The very capacity is not there. They look like saints, and sometimes saints look like idiots because the same thing has happened again, in a different, altogether different, dimension. You can fall down below the mind, then too a no mind happens, but it is not meditation. You have simply lost even that mind which was going to become a step towards meditation. So I am not against mind. Develop mind, develop intellect, but remember well this is just a means, and a means which has to be forsaken, thrown away. It has to be used like a boat. You reach the other shore, you leave the boat. You forget about the boat completely. Question 4. We very often feel that we create our own sufferings. In spite of this, why do we continue creating them? And when and how does one stop creating one's own suffering? The first thing, and very basic to be understood, is that whenever you say we very often feel that we create our own suffering, this is not the case. You never really feel that you are the creator of your own suffering. You may think so, because you have been taught so. Because for centuries and centuries teachers have been teaching that you are the creator of your own suffering, and no one else is responsible. You have heard these things, you have read these things. They have become your blood and bone, they have become your unconscious conditionings. So sometimes you repeat like a parrot, we create our own suffering. But this is not your feeling. This is not your realization, because if you realize it, then the other thing is impossible. Then you cannot say, in spite of this, why do we continue creating it? If you really feel, and if it is your own feeling that you are the creator of your own suffering, any moment you can stop unless you want to create it, unless you enjoy it, unless you are a masochist. Then everything is okay, then there is no question. If you say, I enjoy my suffering, then it is okay. You can go on creating it. But if you say, I suffer and I want to go beyond it, I want to stop it completely and I understand that I am the creator, then you are wrong. You don't understand it. Socrates is reported to have said that knowledge is virtue, and there has been a long discussion for these 2,000 years over whether Socrates is right or wrong. Knowledge is virtue. Socrates says that once you know something, you cannot do contrary to it. If you know that anger is suffering, you cannot be angry. This is what Socrates means. Knowledge is virtue. You cannot say, I know anger is bad. Still I move in it. What to do about it now? Socrates says that the first thing is wrong. You don't know that anger is bad. That's why you go on moving in it. If you know you cannot move in it, how can you move against your own knowledge? I know that if I put my hand in the fire, it is going to be painful. If I know, I cannot put my hand in. But if somebody else has told me, if I have heard through the tradition, if I have read in the scriptures that fire burns, and I have not known fire, and I have not known any similar experience, only then can I put my hand into fire, and that too only once. Can you conceive it? That you have put your hand into fire, and you have been burned and you have suffered, and again you go and ask, I know that fire burns, but in spite of it, I go on putting my hand into the fire. What to do about it? Who will believe that you know? And what type of knowledge is this? If your own experience of suffering and burning cannot stop you, nothing is going to stop you. Now there is no possibility because the last possibility has been missed, but no one can miss it. That is impossible. Socrates is right, and all those who have know, they will agree with Socrates that agreement has a very deep point in it, once you know. But remember, the knowledge must be yours. A borrowed knowledge won't do. Borrowed knowledge is useless. Unless it is your own experience, it is not going to change you. Others' experiences are of no help. You have heard that you are the creator of your own suffering, but this is just in the mind. It has not entered your being. It is not your own knowledge. So when you are discussing, you can discuss about it cerebrally, but when the actual phenomenon happens, you will forget. And you will behave in the way you know, not in the way others know. When you are at ease, cool, collected, silently discussing anger, you can say it is poison, it is a disease, evil. But when someone makes you angry, then a complete change occurs. It is not an intellectual discussion. Now you are involved. And the moment you are involved, you become angry. Later on again, retrospectively, when you again get cool, the memory will come back. Your mind will again start functioning, and you will say, that was wrong. It was not good of me to do that. I know anger is wrong. Who is this I? Just intellect, just the superficial mind. You don't know because when someone pushes you into anger, you throw this mind away. It is useful as far as discussion is concerned, but when a real situation arises, only the real knowledge will help. When there is no situation, you can go on. Even in a discussion, the real situation can arise. The other can go on contradicting you so much that you become angry, and then you will forget. Real knowledge means that which has happened to you. You have not heard about it, not read about it. You have not collected information about it. It is your own experience. And then there is no question, because after that you cannot go against it. Not that you will have to make an effort not to go against it. Simply you cannot go against it. How can I? When I know this is a wall and I want to go out of this room, how can I try to pass through the wall? I know this is a wall, so I will search for the door. Only a blink man will try to go out through the wall. I have got eyes. I see what is a wall and what is a door. But if I try to enter the wall and tell you, I know very well where the door is, and I know this to be a wall. But in spite of this, how can I stop myself from trying to enter the wall? Then that means that as far as I am concerned, that door looks false. Others have told me that it is the door, but as far as I am concerned, I know that door is false. And others have told me that this is a wall, but as far as I see the door here in this wall, and that is why I try. In this situation, you have to make a clear-cut distinction between what you know and what you have gathered as knowledge. Don't rely on information. From the greatest source, even if you collect from the greatest source, information is information. Even if a Buddha says it to you, it is not your own, and it is not going to help you in any way. But you can remain thinking that it is your knowledge, and this misunderstanding will waste your energy, time, and life. The basic thing is not to ask what to do so that suffering is not created. The basic thing is to know that you are the creator of your suffering. Next time, whenever a real situation arises and you are in suffering, remember to find out whether you are the cause of it. And if you can find out that you are the cause of it, the suffering will disappear, and the same suffering will not appear again. Impossible. But don't deceive yourself. You can, that's why I say it. When you are suffering, you can say, yes, I know I have created this suffering, but deep down you know that someone else has created it. Your wife has created it, your husband has created it, someone else has created it, and this is simply a consolation because you cannot do anything. You console yourself, no one has created it. I have created it myself, and by I will stop it. But knowledge is instant transformation. There is no by and by. If you understand that you have created it, it will drop immediately, and it is not going to come up again. If it comes again, it means the understanding has not gone deep. So there is no need to find out what to do and how to stop. The only need is to go deep and to find out who is really the cause of it. If others are the cause, then it cannot be stopped, because you cannot change the whole world. If you are the cause, only then can it be stopped. That's why I insist that only religion can lead humanity towards non-suffering. Nothing else can lead, because everyone else believes that the suffering is caused by others. Only religion says that suffering is caused by you, so religion makes you the master of your destiny. You are the cause of your suffering, hence you can be the cause of your bliss. Chapter 51. Come back to existence in rain during a black night. Enter that blackness as the form of forms. When a moonless rainy night is not present, close eyes and find blackness before you. Opening eyes, see blackness. So faults disappear forever. Wherever your attention alights at this very point, experience. Once a doctor, a very well-known historian and an eminent scholar, was staying in a village. The postmaster, the old postmaster of the village, became curious about this old man. This doctor. He was curious to know what kind of doctor he is, so one day he asked, "What kind of doctor are you, sir?" The man said, "Doctor of philosophy." The old man had never heard about it. He was puzzled and he said, "I have never heard of any case of this disease here." Don't laugh about it, because that old postmaster was right in a way. Philosophy is a kind of disease. Of course, doctors of philosophy are not doctors. Rather, they are the perfect victims of a disease. Philosophy is not a specific disease, so you cannot think of it in terms of cases. It is born with the human being. It is as old as humanity or the human mind. And every human being is a victim, more or less, because thinking leads nowhere. Or, it leads you in circles, vicious circles. You move much, and if you are expert you can move fast, but you reach nowhere. This has to be understood very deeply, because if you cannot understand and feel this, you cannot take a jump into meditation. Meditation means the very anti-approach, anti to philosophy. Philosophy means thinking and meditation means a state of non-thinking. They are polar opposites. This is just human to think about questions and to try to find out answers, but philosophy comes to no answers. Science comes to certain answers, religion comes to certain answers, but philosophy comes to no answers. And all the answers that philosophy appears to come to are just facades. If you dig deep in them, you will find more questions and nothing else. So every answer leads to more questions, and this goes on and on. Science comes to certain answers, because science depends not on thinking but on experimentation. Thinking is used as a help only, but the base is experimentation. That's why science has given some answers. Philosophers, known and unknown, have been working and working for centuries, but not a single answer, not a single conclusion has been achieved. It cannot be achieved. The very nature of thinking is such that if you use thinking as a help towards experimentation, something can be achieved. That's why science comes to certain answers. But religion also comes to certain answers, because religion is also experimentation. Science experiments with the object, religion experiments with the subject, but both are experimentations and both depend on experiment. Between these two is philosophy, just pure thinking, abstract thinking, with no experiment. You can go on, but you reach nowhere. Abstract thinking, speculative thinking, is thinking ad infinitum. You can enjoy the journey, but there is no goal. Religion and science are similar in a way, both believe in experiment. Religious experiment is of course deeper than scientific, because in science the experimenter himself is not involved. He is working with tools, working with things, working with objects. He remains aloof, he remains out of the experiment. Religion is a deeper science because the experimenter himself becomes the experiment. There are no tools which are apart from him, no objects which are outside him. He is both his tools, his objects, his method. He is everything, and he has to work upon himself. It is arduous. Because you are involved, it is arduous. And because you are involved, the experiment will become experience. In science, the experiment will remain an experiment, will remain an experiment. The scientist will not be touched by it, will not be transformed by it. The scientist will remain the same. But in religion, passing through the experiment, you will be a different man altogether. You cannot come out the same. You are bound to change. That's why religious experiment becomes experience. Remember this: you can go on thinking about God, about soul, about the other world, and you may make believe that you know something about God just by thinking about. That will be false. You cannot know anything about God. The word about is absurd. You can know God, but you cannot know about that. About creates philosophy. How can you know about God? Or, for example, how can you know about love? You can know love, you cannot about love, because about means someone else knows and you believe in his knowledge. You collect and gather opinions. You say, I know something about God. All knowledge which is about is false, dangerous, because you can be deluded by it. You can know God, you can know love, you can know yourself, but forget that about. That about is philosophy. The Upanishads say something, the Vedas say something, the Bible says something, the Quran says something, but for you, all that will become about. Unless it becomes your experience, it is futile, wasted. This point must go deep within you, because you can go on thinking, and the mind is such that you can start thinking about meditation. You can make anything an object for meditation. For thinking, even about meditation you can think, and you can go on thinking about it, nothing will happen. I am talking about so many methods. There is a danger you may start thinking about these methods, you may become knowledgeable. That won't do, that is of no use. Not only is it of no use, it is dangerous because meditation is experience, knowing about is worthless. Remember this word experience. Life's problems, all the problems of life, are existential, they are not speculative. You cannot solve them by thinking. You can solve them only by living them. Through living the future opens. Through thinking the future never opens. On the contrary, even the present closes. You may not have observed whenever you think, what happened? Whenever you think, you are closed. All that is present drops. You move on a dream path in your mind. One word creates another. One thought creates another, and you go on moving. The more you move in thinking, the further away you go from existence. Thinking is a way to go away. It is a dream way. It is dreaming in concepts, come back to the earth. Religion is very earthly in this sense. Not worldly, but very earthly, substantial, come back to existence. Life's problems can be solved only when you become deeply rooted in existence. Flying in thoughts, you move away from the roots, and the further away you are, the less is the possibility of solving anything. Rather, you will confuse everything, and everything will become more entangled. And the more entangled, the more you will think, and the further away you will move. Beware of thinking. Now we will enter the techniques. The first technique: in rain during a black night, enter that blackness as the form of forms. There has been one very old esoteric school about which you may not have heard. The school was known as the School of Essenes. Jesus was taught in that school. He belonged to the Essenes group. That Essenes group is the only group all over the world who thinks of God as absolute darkness. The Quran says God is light. The Upanishads say God is light. The Bible says God is light. The Essenes group is the only tradition in the world which says that God is absolute blackness, absolute darkness, just an infinite black night. This is very beautiful. Strange, but very beautiful and very meaningful. You must understand the meaning, then this technique will be very helpful, because this is the technique used by the Essenes to enter darkness, to become one with it. Reflect. Why has God been symbolized everywhere as light? Not because God is light, but because man is afraid of darkness. This is human fear. We like light and we are afraid of darkness, so we cannot conceive God as darkness, as blackness. This is human conception. We conceive God as light because we are afraid of darkness. Our gods are created out of our fear. We give them shape and form. That shape and form is given by us. It shows something about us, not about our gods. They are our creations. We are afraid in darkness, so God is light. But these techniques belong to the other school. Essenes say that God is darkness, and there is something in it. One thing: darkness is eternal. Light comes and goes and darkness remains. In the morning the sun will rise and there will be light. In the evening the sun will set and there will be darkness. For darkness nothing will rise, it is always there. It never rises and never sets. Light comes and goes. Darkness remains. Light always has some source. Darkness is without source. That which has some source cannot be infinite. Only that which is sourceless can be infinite and eternal. Light has a certain disturbance. That's why you cannot sleep in light. It creates attention. Darkness is relaxation, total relaxation. But why are we afraid of darkness? Because light appears to us as life, it is. And darkness appears to be death, it is. Life comes through light, and when you die, it appears you have fallen into eternal darkness. That's why we paint death as black, and black has become a color for mourning. God is light, and death is black. But these are our fears projected. Actually, darkness has infinity. Light is limited. Darkness seems to be the womb out of which everything arises and into which everything falls. Essenes took this standpoint. It is very beautiful and very helpful also, because if you can love darkness, you will become unafraid of death. If you can enter into darkness, and you can enter only when there is no fear, you will achieve total relaxation. If you can become one with darkness, you are dissolved. It is a surrender. Now there is no fear, because if you have become one with darkness, you have become one with death. You cannot die now. You have become deathless. Darkness is deathless. Light is born and dies. Darkness simply is. It is deathless. For these techniques, first you will have to remember that there should be no fear in your mind about darkness, about blackness. Otherwise, how can you do this experiment? First, the fear must be dropped. So do one thing as a preliminary step: sit in darkness, put off the lights, feel darkness, have a loving attitude towards it. Allow the darkness to touch you. Look at it. Open your eyes in a dark room or in a dark night. Have a communion, be together, imbibe a relationship. You will become afraid, then these techniques cannot be of any help, you cannot do them. First, a deep friendship with darkness is needed. Sometimes in the night when everyone has gone to sleep, remain with the darkness. Don't do anything, just remain with it. And just remaining with it will give you a deep feeling towards it, because it is so relaxing. You have not known it simply because of the fear. If you are not feeling sleepy, you will put on the light immediately. You will start reading or doing something, but you will not remain with the darkness. Remain with it. If you can remain with it, you will have new openings, new contacts with it. Man has closed himself completely against darkness. There were reasons, historical reasons, because the night was very dangerous, and man was in the caves or in the jungles. In the day, he was more secure, he could see all around, and no wild animals could attack him. Or, he could make some arrangements, some defense, at least he could escape. But in the night, everywhere was darkness and he was helpless, so he became afraid, and that fear has gone into the unconscious. Still we are afraid. We are not living in caves now, and we are not at the mercy of wild animals. No one is going to attack us, but the fear is there. It has gone deep, because for millions of years the human mind was afraid. Your unconsciousness is not your own. It is collective, it is hereditary, it has come down to you. The fear is there, and because of that fear you can have no communion with darkness. One thing more: because of this fear, man started to worship fire. When fire was discovered, fire became a god. Not that fire is a god, but because of the fear of darkness. In the day there was light and no fear, man was more protected. In the night there was darkness. So when fire was discovered, of course, fire became a god, the greatest. The Parsis still go on worshipping fire. The worship of fire came into being because of the fear of darkness. In the night the fire became the friend, the protector, the divine security. That fear is still there. You may not be aware of it, because no situations are there in which you can become aware of it. But one day put off the light in the night and sit, and the primitive fear will come to you. In your own house, you will start feeling that some wild animals are around. Some noise will come, and you will become afraid of wild animals. Some danger is around. That danger is not around. That is in your unconscious. So first you have to overcome your unconscious fear, and then you can enter these techniques, because these techniques are concerned with darkness, and Shiva is giving all the techniques that are possible. My own experience with these techniques is very beautiful. If you can do them, they are wonderful. You will enter such a deep relaxation that you have never known. but first uncover your unconscious fears and try to live and love darkness. It is very blissful. Once you know, and once you are in contact with it, you are in contact with a very deep cosmic phenomenon. So whenever you have the opportunity to be in the dark and awake, because you can do two things: either you can put on the light or you can go to sleep. Both are tricks to escape the darkness. If you are asleep, then you are not afraid because you are not conscious. Or if you are conscious, then you will put on the light. Don't put on the light and don't go to sleep. Remain with darkness. Many fears will be felt, feel them, be aware of them. Bring them to your conscious. They will come by themselves, and as they come, you remain just a witness. They will disappear, and very soon a day will come when you can be in darkness with total surrender, with no fear. With a total let go, you can be in darkness. Then a very beautiful phenomenon happens. Then you can appreciate the saying of Essenes that God is darkness, absolute darkness. In rain during a black night, enter that blackness as the form of forms. All forms arise out of darkness and dissolve into darkness. Worlds come, are created out of darkness, and they fall back into darkness. Darkness is the womb, the cosmic womb. The undisturbed, the absolute stillness is there. Shiva says that it will be good to do this technique in a rainy night when everything is black, when clouds are there and no stars can be seen, and the sky is completely dark. In a black night when there is no moon. Enter that blackness as the form of forms, be a witness to that blackness, and then dissolve yourself into it. It is the form of all forms. You are a form, you can dissolve into it. When there is light, you are defined. I can see you, the light is there. Your body has a definition. You are defined, you have boundaries. Boundaries exist because of the light. When the light is not there, boundaries are dissolved. In blackness, nothing is defined. Everything merges into every other thing. Forms disappear. That may be one of the causes of our fear, because then you are not defined. Then you don't know who you are. The face cannot be seen. The body cannot be known. Everything merges into a formless existence. That may be one of the causes of fear, because you cannot feel your defined existence. Existence becomes vague and fear enters, because you don't know now who you are. The ego cannot exist undefined. It is difficult to exist as an ego. One feels afraid. One wants light to be there. Contemplating, meditating, merging, it will be easier to merge into darkness than to merge into light, because light gives distinctions. Darkness takes away all distinctions. In the light you are beautiful or ugly, rich or poor. The light gives you a personality, a distinctness: educated, uneducated, saint or sinner. The light reveals you as a distinct person. Darkness envelops you, accepts you not as a distinct person. It simply accepts you without any definitions. You are enveloped and you become one. The darkness is doing it always, but because you are afraid you cannot understand it. Put aside your fear and become one. Enter that blackness as the form of all forms. Enter that blackness. How can you enter blackness? 3 things. 1. Stare into blackness. Difficult. It is easy to stare at a flame, at any source of light, because it is there as an object, pointed. You can direct your attention to it. Darkness is not an object. It is everywhere, it is all around. You cannot see it as an object. Stare into the vacuum, all around it is there. You just look into it, feel at ease and look into it. It will start entering your eyes. And when the darkness enters your eyes, you are entering into it. Remain with open eyes when doing this technique in the dark night. Don't close your eyes, because with closed eyes you have a different darkness. That is your own mental. It is not real. If is not real, really, it is a negative part. It is not positive darkness. Here is light, you close your eyes and you can have a darkness, but that darkness is simply the negative of the light. Just as when you look at the window and then you close your eyes, you have a negative figure of the window. All our experience is of light, so when we close our eyes we have a negative experience of light which we call darkness. It is not real, it won't do. Open your eyes, remain with open eyes in darkness, and you will have a different darkness, the positive darkness that is there. Stare into it. Go on staring into darkness. Your tears will start, your eyes will get sore, they will hurt, don't get worried, just go on. And the moment the darkness, the real darkness which is there, enters in your eyes, it will give you a very deep soothing feeling. When real darkness enters in you, you will be filled by it, and this entering of darkness will empty you of all negative darkness. This is a very deep phenomenon. The darkness that you have within in a negative thing. It is against the light. It is not the absence of light. It is against the light. It is not the darkness that Shiva is speaking of, as the form of all forms, the real darkness that's there. We are so afraid of it that we have created many sources of light just as protection, and we live in a lighted world. Then we close our eyes, and the lighted world reflects negatively inside. We have lost contact with the real darkness that is there, the darkness of the Essenes, or the darkness of Shiva. We have no contact with it. We have become so much afraid of it that we have turned ourselves completely away. We are standing with our backs to it. So this will be difficult, but if you can do it, it is miraculous, it is magical. You will have a different being altogether. When darkness enters you, you enter into it. It is always reciprocal, mutual. You cannot enter into any cosmic phenomenon without the cosmic phenomenon entering in you. You cannot rape it, you cannot force any entry. If you are available, open, vulnerable, and if you give way for any cosmic realm to enter in you, then only will you enter into it. It is always mutual, you cannot force. You can only allow it. It is difficult to find real darkness in cities now. Difficult in our houses to find real darkness. With the unreal light we have made everything unreal. Even our darkness is polluted, it is not pure. So it is good to move to some remote place only to feel darkness. Just go to a very remote village where there is no electricity, or move to a mountain peak. Just be there for 1 week to experience pure darkness. You will come back a different man, because in those 7 days of absolute darkness, all the fears, all the primitive fears will come up. You will have to face monsters, you will have to face your own unconscious. The whole humanity will. It will be as if you are passing through the whole passage that has passed, and deep from your unconscious many things will arise. They will look real. You may get afraid, scared, because they will be so real and they are just your mental creations. Many madmen in our mad asylums are suffering not from anything else but just from the primitive fears inside them which have erupted. The fears are there. The madmen are afraid, scared every moment of their lives. And we don't yet know how to allow those primitive fears to evaporate. If madmen can be helped to meditate on darkness, madness will disappear. But only in Japan do they work a little towards this. With their madmen, they behave absolutely differently. If someone goes mad, psychotic, or neurotic, the Japanese method is to allow him to live in isolation for 3 weeks or for 6 weeks, as the case may need. They just allow him to live in isolation. No doctor, no psychoanalyst goes to him. Food is supplied, his needs are taken care of, and he is left alone. In the night there is no light. In darkness he is alone, suffering of course, passing through many phases. Every care is taken but no companionship is given to him. He has to face his own madness immediately and directly. And within 3 to 6 weeks, the madness starts disappearing. Nothing has been done really. He has simply been left alone. This is the only measure that has been taken. Western psychiatrists have become amazed. They can't understand really how it can happen because they work for years. They psychoanalyze, they treat, they do everything, but they never leave the man alone. They never leave him to face his inner unconscious totally on his own. Because the more help you give, the more you make him helpless, because the more he depends on you. And the question is of an inner encounter. No one can help really. So those who know, they will leave you to face yourself. You have to come to terms with your unconscious. And this meditation on darkness will absorb all your madness completely. Try it. Even in your home you can try it. Every night, for 1 hour remain with darkness. Don't do anything, just stare into darkness. You will have a melting feeling, and you will feel that something is entering you and you are entering into something. Living with darkness for 3 months, for 1 hour a day, you will lose all feeling of individuality, of separation. Then you will not be an island. You will become the ocean. You will be one with darkness. And darkness is so oceanic, nothing is so vast, nothing is so eternal. And nothing is so near you, and of nothing are you so scared and afraid. It is just by the corner, always waiting, in rain during a black night. Enter that blackness as the form of forms. Stare so that it enters in your eyes. Secondly, lie down and feel as if you are near your mother. The darkness is the mother of all. Think when there was nothing. What was there? You cannot think of anything else than darkness. If everything disappears, what will be there still? Darkness will be there. Darkness is the mother, the womb, so lie down and feel that you are lying in the womb of your mother. And it will become real. It will become warm, and sooner or later you will start feeling that the darkness, the womb, is enveloping you from everywhere, you are in it. And thirdly, moving, going to work, talking, eating, doing whatsoever, carry a patch of darkness within you. The darkness that has entered in you, just carry it. As we were discussing about the method of carrying a flame, carry darkness. And as I said to you that if you carry a flame and feel you are light, your body will start radiating a certain strange light, and those who are sensitive will start feeling it. The same will happen with darkness. If you carry darkness within you, your whole body will become so relaxed and calm, so cool, that it will be felt. And as when you carry light within you, some people will become attracted to you. When you carry darkness within you, some people will simply escape from you. They will become afraid and scared. They will not be able to bear so silent a being. It will become unbearable to them. If you carry darkness within you, those who are afraid of darkness will try to escape from you. They will not come near you, and everyone is afraid of darkness. You will start feeling that friends are leaving you. Your family will get disturbed when you enter, because you enter like a pool of coolness, and everyone is agitated and excited. It will be difficult for them to look into your eyes, because your eyes will become deep like valleys, an abyss. If someone looks into your eyes, he will become dizzy. Such a deep abyss will be felt there. But you will feel many things. It will be impossible for you to get angry. Carrying darkness within, you cannot be angry. Carrying a flame, you can be angry very easily, more easily than ever, because the flame can excite you. Carrying a flame, you will feel more sexual than ever, because the flame will excite you, it will create passion. But carrying darkness within you, you will feel a deep asexuality happening to you. You will not feel sexual. You will not be able to easily get into anger. Passion will disappear. You will not feel that you are a man or a woman. You will feel that those words have become irrelevant, meaningless. You simply are. Carrying darkness within for the whole day will help you very much, because then when you contemplate and meditate on darkness in the night, the inner darkness that you have carried the whole day will help you to meet the inner will come to meet the outer. And just be remembering that you are carrying darkness, you are filled with darkness. Every pore of the body, every cell of the body is filled with darkness, you will feel so relaxed. Try it, you will feel so relaxed. Everything in you will be slowed down. You will not be able to run, you will walk, and that walk also will be slowed down. You will walk slowly, just as a pregnant woman walks. You will walk slowly, very carefully, you are carrying something. And quite the opposite will happen when you are carrying a flame, your walk will become faster. Rather, you would like to run. There will be more movement, you will become more active. Carrying darkness, you will be relaxed. Others will start feeling that you are lazy. In the days when I was at university, I was doing this experiment for 2 years. I became so lazy that even to get out of bed in the morning was difficult. My professors became very much disturbed about it, and they thought something had gone wrong with me. Either I was ill, or I had become absolutely indifferent. One professor who loved me very much, the head of my department, became so worried that on my examination days, he would come to fetch me from the hostel in the morning just to lead me to the examination hall so that I could be there on time. Every day he would see that I had entered the hall, and only then would he feel okay and go home. Try it. It is one of the most beautiful experiences in life to carry darkness in your womb, to become dark. Walking, eating, sitting, doing whatsoever, remember, the darkness is filled in you. You are filled with it, and then see how things change. You cannot get excited, you cannot be very active, you cannot be tense. Your sleep will become so deep that dreams will disappear, and the whole day you will move as if intoxicated. Sufis have used this method, a particular sect of Sufis, and those Sufis are known as drunken Sufis. They are drunk with this darkness. They make holes in the ground, and they lie down in the holes every night, and they meditate lying down in their holes, meditating darkness, becoming one with it. And their eyes will show you that they are intoxicated. You can feel from their eyes such deep relaxation, such a relaxed vibration, that it can happen only if you are deeply intoxicated or feeling very sleepy. Only then can your eyes show that expression. They are known as drunken Sufis, and they are drunk with darkness. The second technique, when a moonless rainy night is not present, close eyes and find blackness before you. Opening eyes, see blackness. So faults disappear forever. I said that if you close your eyes, the blackness will be false. So what to do if there is no moonless night, no dark night? If there is a moon and the moonlight is there, this sutra gives a key. When a moonless rainy night is not present, close eyes and find blackness before you. This blackness will be false in the beginning. You can make it real, and the method to make it real is opening eyes, see blackness. First close your eyes, see blackness. Then open the eyes, and the blackness that you have seen within, see it without. If it disappears without, that means that your blackness that you have seen within was false. This is a little bit more difficult. In the first, you carry the real darkness within. In the second, you carry the false out. Go on carrying it. Close your eyes, feel darkness. Open your eyes, and with open eyes, see the darkness out. This is how you throw the inner false darkness out. Go on throwing it. It will take at least 3 to 6 weeks, and then one day suddenly you will be able to carry the inner darkness out. The day you can carry the inner darkness out, you have come upon the inner real darkness. The real can be carried. The false cannot be carried, and it is a very magical experience. If you can carry the inner darkness out, even in a lightened room you can carry it out, and a patch of darkness spreads before you. The experience is very weird, because the room is lightened, or even in sunlight. If you have come to the inner darkness, you can bring it out. Then a patch of darkness comes before your eyes. You can go on spreading it. Once you know that it can happen, you can have darkness, dark as the darkest night, in the full sunny day. The sun is there, but you can spread the darkness. The darkness is always there. Even while the sun is there, the darkness is there, you cannot see it. It is covered by the sunlight. Once you know how to uncover it, you can uncover it. In Tibet, they have many methods just like this. They can bring things from the inner world to the outer world. You may have heard of one very famous technique. They call it heat yoga. The night is cold, ice cold, snow is falling, and a Tibetan monk, a Tibetan lama, can sit under the open sky with snow falling all around, the temperature below zero, and he can start perspiring. This is a medical miracle. How is he perspiring? He is bringing the inner heat out. And the inner coolness or inner cold can also be brought out. In Mahavir's life, it is related. No one has tried to explain it up to now. Jains think that he was just doing an austerity. It is not so. It is related that whenever it was summer, the hot season, and the sun was burning hot, he would always stand somewhere where there was no shade, no tress, none at all. He would stand in the burning sun in the days of summer, and in winter he would find a cool place, the coolest under a tree, a shady tree, or near a river, or just where the temperature had gone below zero. In the cold season, he would find a cool place to meditate, and in the hot season, he would find the hottest place to meditate. People thought that he was mad, and his followers think he was just doing austerities. It is not so. He was really trying some inner techniques like this. When it was hot, he was trying to bring his inner cold, and it can be felt only in a contrast. When it was cold outside, he was bringing his inner heat, and it can be felt only when there is a contrast. He was not a body enemy, he was not against his body, as Jains think. They think that he was killing his body, because if you can kill your body, you can kill your desire. This is sheer nonsense. He was doing nothing of the sort. He was bringing the inner out, and he was protected by the inner. Just as Tibetan lamas can create heat and they can perspire while snow is falling, Mahavir would stand under a hot, burning sun and he would not perspire. He was bringing his inner cold, and that inner cold would come out and protect his body. Similarly, you can bring your inner darkness, and that feeling is very cool. If you can bring it, you are protected by it. No excitement, no passion will disturb you. Try it. These 3 things: stare in darkness with open eyes and allow the darkness to enter within. Secondly, feel darkness as a mother's womb all around. Live with it. Forget yourself more and more in it. And thirdly, carry a patch of darkness in your heart wherever you go. If you can do this, the darkness will become the light. You will be enlightened through darkness. When a moonless rainy night is not present, close eyes and find blackness before you. Opening eyes, see blackness. That's the method. First, feel it inside. Feel it deeply so you can perceive it out. Then open the eyes suddenly and feel it out. It will take time. So faults disappear forever. And if you can bring the inner darkness outside, faults disappear forever, because if the inner darkness is felt, you have become so cool, so silent, so unexcitable, that faults cannot remain with you. Remember this: faults can exist only if you are prone to be excited, if you tend to be excited. They don't exist in themselves. They exist in your capacity to get excited. Someone insults you, and you have no darkness within to absorb the insult. You become inflamed, you get angry, you get fiery, and then everything is possible. You can be violent, you can kill, you can do what only a madman can do. Anything is possible, you are now mad. Someone praises you, you again go mad to the other extreme. All around you there are situations, and you are not capable of absorbing. Insult a Buddha, he can absorb it, he can simply swallow it, digest it. Who digests that insult? An inner pool of darkness, silence. You throw anything poisoned. It is absorbed. No reaction comes out of it. Try this, and when someone insults you, just remember that you are filled with darkness, and suddenly you will feel there is no reaction. You pass through a street. You see a beautiful woman or a man, you get excited. Feel that you are filled with darkness. Suddenly the passion will disappear. You try it. This is absolutely experimental. There is no need to believe it. When you feel that you are filled with passion or desire or sex, simply remember the inner darkness. For a single moment close your eyes and feel darkness and see the passion has disappeared. The desire is no more there. The inner darkness has absorbed it. You have become an infinite vacuum into which anything can fall, and it will not return. You are now like an abyss. That's why Shiva says so, faults disappear forever. These techniques appear so simple, they are. But don't leave them without trying them because they appear so simple. They may not challenge your ego, but still try them. It always happens that we never try simple things, because we think they are so simple they cannot be true. And truth is always simple. It is never complex. There is no need for it to be complex. Only lies are complex. They cannot be simple, because if they are simple, they will be caught immediately. And because something appears simple, we think nothing is possible out of it. Not that nothing is possible out of it, but because our ego gets challenged only when something is very difficult. Many schools and many systems have simply complicated their methods because of you. There is no need, but they have to create complexities, unnecessary hurdles, to make them difficult so that you feel good because your ego is challenged. If something is very difficult and only few can do it, then you feel, now, this is something to do because only a few can do it. Rarely can someone do it. These methods are absolutely simple. Shiva is not taking you into account. He is simply describing the exact method as it is, as simply as possible, as telegraphically as possible, only the bare essentials. So don't seek any ego challenge. These techniques are not to send you on an ego trip. They may not challenge you, but if you can try them, they will transform you. And challenge is not good, because with challenge you get feverish, you get mad. The third technique, wherever your attention alights at this very point, experience. Wherever your attention alights at this very point, experience. What experience in this technique? Firstly, you have to develop attention. You have to develop a sort of attentive attitude. Only then will this technique become possible. So then, wherever your attention alights, you can experience yourself. Just by looking at a flower, you can experience yourself. Then looking at a flower is not looking at the flower only, but at the looker also, but only if you know the secret of attention. You also look at a flower, and you may think you are looking at the flower, but you have started thinking about the flower, and the flower is missed. You are no more there, you have gone somewhere else, you have moved away. By attention is meant that when you are looking at a flower, you are looking at a flower and not doing anything else, as if the mind has stopped, as if now there is no thinking and only a simple experience of the flower there. You are here, the flower is there, and between you two there is no thought. Suddenly, if this is possible, suddenly, from the flower your attention will come back, bounce back to yourself. It will become a circle. You will look at the flower and the look will come back. The flower will reflect it, rebounce it. If there are no thoughts, this happens. Then you are not looking at the flower only, you are looking at the looker also. Then the looker and the flower have become two objects, and you have become a witness of both. But first, attention has to be trained, because you have no attention at all. Your attention is just flickering, moving from this to that, from that to something further. Not for a single moment are you attentive. Even if I am talking here, you never hear all my words. You hear one word, then your attention goes somewhere else. Then you come back, you hear another, then your attention goes somewhere else. You hear a few words, and you fill the gaps, and then you think you have heard me. And whatsoever you carry with yourself, it is your own business, it is your own creation. Just a few words you have heard from me, and then you have filled the gaps, and whatsoever you fill in the gaps changes everything. I say a word, and you have started thinking about it. You cannot remain silent. If you can remain silent while hearing, you will become attentive. Attention means a silent alertness with no thoughts interfering. Develop it. You can develop it only by doing it. There is no other way. Do it more and you will develop it. Doing anything, being anywhere, try to develop it. You are traveling in a car or in a train. What are you doing there? Try to develop attention. Don't waste time. For half an hour you will be in a train. Develop attention. Just be there, don't think. Look at someone, look at the train or look outside, but be the look. Don't think anything, stop thinking, be there and look. Your look will become direct, penetrating, and from everywhere your look will be reflected back, and you will become aware of the looker. You are not aware of yourself because there is a wall. When you look at a flower, first your thoughts change your look. They give their own color. Then that look goes to the flower. It comes back, but then again your thoughts give it a different color, and when it comes back it never finds you there. You have moved somewhere else, you are not there. Every look comes back. Everything is reflected, responsed, but you are not there to receive it. So be there to receive it. The whole day you can try it on many things, and by you will develop attentiveness. With that attentiveness, do this wherever your attention alights at this very point. Experience. Then look anywhere, but simply look. The attention has alighted and you will experience yourself. But the first requirement is to have the capacity to be attentive, and you can practice it. There is no need for it to take some extra time. Whatsoever you are doing, eating, taking a bath, standing under a shower, just be attentive. But what is the problem? The problem is that we do everything with the mind, and we are planning continuously for the future. You may be traveling in a train, but your mind may be arranging other journeys. Programming, planning, stop this. One Zen monk, Bokuju, has said, "This is the only meditation I know. While I eat, I eat. While I walk, and while I feel sleepy, I sleep. Whatsoever happens, happens, I never interfere. That's all there is, don't interfere. And whatsoever happens, allow it to happen. You be simply there, that will give you attentiveness. And when you have attention, this technique is just in your hand. Wherever your attention alights at this very point, experience, you will experience the experiencer. You will fall back to yourself. From everywhere you will be rebounded. From everywhere you will be reflected. The whole existence will become a mirror. You will be reflected everywhere. The whole existence will mirror you, and only then can you know yourself, never before. Unless the whole existence becomes a mirror for you, unless every part of existence reveals you, unless every relationship opens you. You are such an infinite phenomenon, ordinary mirrors won't do. You are such a vast existence within, that unless the whole existence becomes a mirror you will not be able to get a glimpse. When the whole universe becomes a mirror, only then will you be mirrored. In you exists the divine. And the technique to make existence a mirror is this: create attention, becomes more alert. And then wherever your attention alights, wherever, on any object you alight, suddenly experience yourself. This is possible, but right now impossible, because you don't fulfill the basic requirement. You can look at a flower, but that is not attention. You are just running near the flower, around and around. You have seen the flower while running. You have not been there for a single moment. Then the whole life becomes meditative. Wherever your attention alights at this very point, experience. Just remember yourself. There is a deep reason because of which this technique can be helpful. You can throw a ball and hit the wall will come back. When you look at a flower or at a face, a certain energy is being thrown. Your look is energy. And you are not aware that when you look, you are investing some energy, you are throwing some energy. A certain quantity of your energy, of your life energy, is being thrown. That's why you feel exhausted after looking in the street the whole day, people passing, advertisements, the crowd, the shops. Looking at everything you feel exhausted, and then you want to close your eyes to relax. What has happened? Why are you feeling so exhausted? You have been throwing energy. Buddha and Mahavir both insisted that their monks should not look too much. They must concentrate on the ground. Buddha says that you can only look up to 4 feet ahead. Don't look anywhere. Just look on the path where you are moving. To look 4 feet ahead is enough, because when you have moved 4 feet, again you will be looking 4 feet ahead. Don't look more than that, because you are not to waste energy unnecessarily. When you look, you are throwing a certain amount of energy. Wait, be silent, allow that energy to come back, and you will be surprised. If you can allow the energy to come back, you will never feel exhausted. Do it tomorrow morning, try it. Be silent, look at a thing. Be silent, don't think about it, and wait patiently for a single moment the energy will come back. In fact, you may be revitalized. People continuously ask me. I go on reading continuously, so they ask me, why are your eyes still okay? You must have needed space long ago. You can read. But if you are reading silently with no thought, the energy comes back. It is never wasted, you never feel tired. My whole life I have been reading 12 hours a day, sometimes even 18 hours a day, but I have never felt any tiredness. In my eyes I have never felt anything, never any tiredness. Without thought the energy comes back. There is no barrier. And if you are there you reabsorb it, and this reabsorption is rejuvenating. Rather than your eyes being tired, they feel more relaxed, more vital, filled with more energy. Chapter 52. Enter this moment. Question 1. The other night you said that philosophies are anti-meditation. But on the other hand, you agree that the Eastern philosophies such as Tantra, Yoga, and Vedanta are the writings of enlightened sages. Why do the enlightened sages leave behind them a strong structure of philosophical contemplation? If philosophies are anti-meditation, philosophy is not darshan. Darshan is the Eastern term. Darshan means perception, philosophy means thinking. Hermann Hesse has coined a new word to translate darshan into Western languages. He calls it philosophy, from to see. Philosophy means to think, and darshan means to see. Both are basically different. Not only different, but diametrically opposite. Because when you are thinking you cannot see. You are so filled with thoughts that perception is blurred, perception is clouded. When thinking ceases, you become capable of seeing. Then your eyes are opened, they become unclouded. Perception happens only when thinking ceases. For Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, and the whole Western tradition, thinking is the base. For Kanad, Kapil, Patanjali, Buddha, and the whole Eastern tradition, seeing is the base. So Buddha is not a philosopher, not at all. Neither is Patanjali, nor Kapil or Kanad. They are not philosophers, they have seen the truth. They have not thought about it. Remember well that you only think when you cannot see. If you can see, there is no reason to think. Thinking is always in ignorance. Thinking is not knowledge, because when you know, there is no need to think. When you don't know, you will the gap by thinking. Thinking is groping in the dark. So Eastern philosophies are not philosophies. To use the word philosophy for Eastern darshan is absolutely wrong. Darshan means to see, to attain the eye, to realize, to know immediately, directly, without the mediation of thinking and thought. Thinking can never lead to the unknown. How can it lead? It is impossible. The very process of thinking has to be understood. When you think, what do you really do? You go on repeating old thoughts, memories. If I ask you a question, does God exist? You can think about it. What will you do? All that you have heard, all that you have read, all that you have accumulated about God, you will repeat. Even if you come to a new conclusion, the newness of it will only be apparent, not real. It will be simply a combination of old thoughts. You can combine many old thoughts and create a new structure, but that structure will be apparently new, not new at all. Thinking can never come to any original truth. Thinking is never original. It cannot be. It is always of the past, of the old, of the known. Thinking cannot touch the unknown. It is repetitively moving in the circle of the known. You don't know truth, you don't know God. What can you do? You can think about it. You will move in circles, around and around. You can never come to any experience of it. So the Eastern emphasis is not on thinking, but on seeing. You cannot think about God, but you can see. You cannot come to any conclusion about God, but you can realize. It can become an experience. You cannot get to it through information, through knowledge, through scriptures, through theories and philosophies. No, you cannot get to it. You can get into it only if you throw all knowledge. All that you have heard and read and collected, all the dust that your mind has collected, the whole past, must be put aside. Then your eyes are fresh, then your consciousness is unclouded, and then you can see it. It is here and now. You are clouded. You have not to go somewhere else to find the divine or the truth. It is here. It is right there where you are. And it has always been so, only you are clouded, your eyes are closed. So the question is not to think more. The question is how to come to a non-thinking consciousness. That's why I say that meditation and philosophy are anti each other. Philosophy thinks, meditation comes to a no-thinking consciousness, and Eastern philosophies are not really philosophies. In the West, philosophies exist. In the East, only religious realizations. Of course, when a Buddha happens, or a Kanad or a Patanjali happens, when someone comes to realize the Absolute, he makes statements about it. Those statements are different from the Aristotelian statements, from Western philosophical conclusions. The difference is this: a Kanad, a Buddha, first comes to realize the realization is the first thing, and then he makes statements about it. Experience is primary, and then he expresses it. Aristotle, Hegel, and Kant, they think, and then through thinking and logical argument and dialectics, they reach particular conclusions. These conclusions are reached through thinking, through mind, not through any practice of meditation. Then they make assertions, then they make statements. The source is different. For a Buddha, his statements are only as a vehicle to communicate. He never says that through his communication you will achieve the truth. If you can understand Buddha, that doesn't mean you have achieved the truth. That simply means you have gathered knowledge. You will have to pass through meditations, deep ecstasies, deep pools of the mind. Only then will you come to the truth. So truth is reached through a certain existential experience. It is existential, it is not mental. You must change to know it and to be it. If you remain the same and go on collecting information, you will become a great scholar, a philosopher, but you will not be enlightened. You will remain the same man. There will have been no mutation. That's why I said that philosophy is one-dimension, meditation is quite the contrary, the very opposite, the polar opposite dimension. So don't think about life. Rather, live it in depth, and don't think about ultimate problems. Rather, enter this very moment in the ultimate. And the ultimate is not in the future, it is always there, timelessly there. Someone else has also asked a similar question. He has asked question 2, can problems be solved through thinking? Yes, certain problems can be solved through thinking. Only those problems which are created by thinking can be solved by it. But no real problem can be solved by it. No lived problem can be solved by it. It is not created by it. It is there in life itself. Thinking will not be of much help. Only in one way can thinking help you, and that is that through thinking and thinking and thinking, you will stumble upon the truth that thinking is futile. And the moment you realize that thinking is futile for existential problems, it has helped you in a way. It is through thinking that you have come to this realization. But problems which are created by thinking can be solved by thinking itself. For example, a mathematical problem, it can be solved by thinking, because the whole mathematics is created by thinking. For example, if there is no man on earth, will there be mathematics? There will be no mathematics. With the disappearance of human mind, mathematics will disappear. There is no mathematics in life and existence. In the garden, trees are there, but when you count 1, 2, 3, 3 trees are not there, because the 3 is a mental thing. The trees are there, but the figures are not there. The figure 3 is in your mind. If you are not there, the trees will be there, but not 3 trees, only trees. The 3 is a quality given by the mind, it is a projected quality. Mind creates mathematics, so any problem of mathematics will be solved by mind. It will be solved by thinking. Remember, you cannot solve a mathematical problem through non-thinking. No meditation will be of help, because meditation will dissolve the mind, and with the mind the whole mathematics will dissolve. So there are problems which are created by the mind. They can be solved. But there are problems which are not created by the mind, but are existential. Those problems cannot be solved by the mind. You will have to move deep in existence itself. For example, love. It is an existential problem. You cannot solve it by thinking. Rather, you will get more puzzled. The more you think, the less you will be in touch with the source of the problem. Meditation will be of help. It will give you insight. It will lead you to the unconscious roots of the problem. If you think about it, you will remain on the surface. So remember, life problems cannot be solved by thinking. On the contrary, really, because of too much thinking you are missing all solutions, and more problems are created. For example, death. Death is not a problem created by thinking. You cannot solve it by thinking. Whatsoever you think, how can you solve it? You can console, and you can think that consolation is a solution. It is not. You can deceive yourself. That's possible through thinking. You can create explanations, and through explanations you can think that you have solved it. You can escape the problem through thinking, but you cannot solve it. And see the distinction clearly. For example, death is there. Your beloved dies, or your friend, or your daughter, the death is there. Now what can you do? You can think about it. You can think and you can say that the soul is immortal because you have read it. In the Upanishads it is said that the soul is immortal, only the body dies. You don't know it at all, because if you really know, there is no problem, or is there a problem? If you really know that the soul is immortal, then death has not occurred. There is no problem at all. But the problem is death has occurred, and you are disturbed and deep in sorrow. Now you want to escape this sorrow. Now somehow you want to forget this sorrow. You can take the explanation that the soul is immortal now. This is a trick. Not that the soul is not immortal, I am not saying that, but for you this is a trick. You are trying to deceive yourself. You are in sorrow, and now you want to escape this sorrow, so this explanation will be helpful. Now you can console yourself that the soul is immortal. No one dies, only the body, just as if one changes the clothes, or one changes the abode, so from one house to another the soul has gone. You can go on thinking, but you don't know anything about it. You have heard, you have collected information. But through these explanations you will be at ease, you can forget the death. Really, this is no solution to the problem. Nothing has been solved. The next day someone else will die and the same problem will be there. Again someone will die and the same problem will be there. And deep down you know that you will have to die. You cannot escape death and the fear is there, but you can go on postponing, and you can go on escaping through explanations. This won't do. Death is an existential problem. You cannot solve it through thinking. You can create only fake solutions. What to do then? Then there is another dimension, the dimension of meditation. Not of thinking, not of mentation. You just encounter the situation. Death has occurred. Your beloved is dead. Don't move in thinking. Don't bring the Upanishads and the Gita and the Bible. Don't ask the Christs and Buddhas. Leave them alone. Death is there, face, encounter. Be with this situation totally, don't think about it. What can you think? You can only repeat old rubbish. The death is such a new phenomenon. It is so unknown that your knowledge is not going to help in any way. So put aside your mind. Be in a deep meditation with death. Don't do anything, because what can you do which can be of any help? You don't know, so be in ignorance. Don't bring false knowledge, borrowed knowledge. Death is there. You be with it. Face death with total presence. Don't move in thinking, because then you are escaping from the situation. You are becoming absent from here. Don't think, be present with the death. Sadness will be there, sorrow will be there, a heavy burden will be on you, let it be there. It is part of life and part of maturity and part of the ultimate realization. Remain with it, totally present. This will be meditation, and you will come to a deep understanding of death. Then death itself becomes eternal life. But don't bring the mind and knowledge, remain with death. Then death will reveal itself to you, then you will know what death is. You will move into the inner mansions of it. Then death will take you to the very center of life, because death is the very center of life. It is not against life. It is the very process of life. But mind brings the contradiction that life and death are opposites. Then you go on thinking. And because the root is false, the opposition is false. You can never come to any conclusion which can be true and real. Whenever there is a lived problem, be with the problem without your mind. That's what I mean by meditation, and just being there with the problem will solve it. And if you have really been there, death will not occur to you again, because then you know what death is. We never do this, never with love, never with death, never with anything that is authentically real. We always move in thoughts, and thoughts are the falsifiers. They are borrowed, not your own. They cannot liberate you. Only the truth which is your own can become your liberation, and you can only come to your own truth through a very silent presence. With any problem that fails, thinking will not solve the real problems, but thinking can solve unreal problems created by thinking itself, because those problems follow the rules of logic. Life doesn't follow the rules of logic. Life has its own hidden laws, and you cannot force logic on them. One point more about this: wherever you bring the mind dissects, analyzes. Reality is one, and mind always divides. And when you have dived a reality, you have falsified it. Now you can struggle for your whole life, nothing will be achieved, because basically the reality was one and the mind divided into two, and now you are working with the division. For example, as I was saying, life and death are one, but for the mind they are two, and death is the enemy of life. It is not, because life cannot exist without death. If life cannot exist without death, how can death be the enemy? It is the basic situation. It makes life possible. Life grows in it. It is the soul. Without it, life is impossible. But mind, thinking, divides it and puts it as a polar opposite. Then you can go on thinking about whatsoever you think will be false, because in the beginning you have committed a sin, the sin of division. When you meditate, divisions disappear. When you meditate, there cannot be divisions, because how can you divide in silence? We are here. Everyone is thinking in his own mind something or other. Then we are different. Everyone is different, because your thought is yours, and my thought is mine. In my mind, I have my own dreams, and you have your own. There are many individuals here, but if we all are meditating, neither you are thinking nor I am thinking, the thinking has ceased, then there will not be so many individuals. Really, there will not be individuals at all. If we are all meditating, then limitations have disappeared. When I am meditating and you are meditating, there are not two persons. There cannot be, because two silences become one. They cannot be two, because how can you demark one silence from another silence? You cannot demark. You can demark one thought from another, one mind from another, but two silences are simply one, just like two zeros. Two zeros are not two. Two zeros are one. You can put 1,000 zeros, but they are one. Meditation is creating a zero within all limitations. All divisions disappear. And that gives you the real eye, the third eye, darshan. Now you have the real eyes to see. For these real eyes, reality is clear, open, revealed. And with the reality revealed, there are no problems. Question 3. What is the difference between gazing at an open, clear sky, gazing at an enlightened master's photo, and gazing at the darkness? The technique of gazing is not concerned really with the object. It is concerned with gazing itself. Because when you stare without blinking your eyes, you become focused, and the nature of the mind is to be constantly moving. If you are really gazing, not moving at all, the mind is bound to be in a difficulty. The nature of the mind is to move from one object to another, to move constantly. If you are gazing at darkness or at light or at something else, if you are really gazing, the movement of the mind stops. Because if the mind goes on moving, your gaze will not be there. You will go on missing the object. When the mind has moved somewhere else, you will forget. You will not be able to remember what you were looking at. The object will be there physically, but for you it will have disappeared because you are not there. You have moved in thought. Gazing means, tratak means, not allowing your consciousness to move. And when you are not allowing the mind to move, in the beginning it struggles hard, but if you go on practicing gazing, by and by the mind loses struggling. For moments it stops. And when mind stops, there is no mind, because mind can exist only in movement. Thinking can exist only in movement. When there is no movement, thinking disappears. You cannot think, because thinking means movement, moving from one thought to another. It is a process. If you gaze continuously at one thing, fully aware and alert, because you can gaze through dead eyes, then you can go on thinking only eyes, dead eyes, not looking at. Just with dead men's eyes you can look, but your mind will be moving. That will not be of any help. Gazing means not only your eyes, but your total mind focused through the eyes. So whatsoever the object. It depends. If you like light, it is okay. If you can like darkness, good. Whatsoever the object, deeply it is irrelevant. The question is to stop the mind completely in your gaze, to focus it, so the inner movement, the fidgeting, stops. The inner wavering stops. You are simply looking at, not doing anything. That deep looking will change you completely. It will become a meditation, and it is good. You can try it. But remember that your eyes and your consciousness should meet in the focusing. You must be really looking through the eyes. You must not be absent there. Your presence is needed, totally present. Then you cannot think. Then thinking is impossible. There is only one danger: you may become unconscious. You may fall asleep. Even with open eyes, it is possible that you may fall asleep. Then your gaze will become stony. In the beginning, the first trouble will be that you will be looking at, but you will not be present. This is the first barrier. Your mind will move. Your eyes will be fixed. Your mind will be moving. There will be no meeting of the eyes and the mind. This will be the first difficulty. If you win over it, the second difficulty will be that gazing with no movement, you will fall asleep. You will move into auto-hypnosis. You will be hypnotized by yourself. That's natural, because our mind knows only two states, either the constant movement or sleep. The mind knows only two states: naturally constant movement, thinking, or falling into sleep. and meditation is a third state. The third state of meditation means your mind is as silent as a deep sleep, and as alert and aware as in thinking. Both these must be present. You must be alert, completely alert, and as silent as if deep in sleep. So Patanjali's Yoga Sutras say that meditation is a sort of deep sleep, with only one difference, that you are alert. Patanjali equates sushupti and samadhi, deep sleep, and ultimate meditation. The difference is only that in deep sleep you are not aware, and in meditation you are aware, but the quality of both is deep silence, unrippled, unwavering silence, unmoving silence. In the beginning, it may happen that through staring you may fall asleep. So if you have become capable of bringing your mind to your focus and the mind is not moving, then remain alert, don't fall asleep. Because if sleep comes, you have fallen in the abyss, the ditch. Just between these two ditches, constant thinking and sleep, is the narrow bridge of being in meditation. Question 4. You have said that science experiments with the objective and religion with the subjective. But now, there is a new growing science, psychology, or more accurately, depth psychology, which is both subjective and objective. So science and religion meet in depth psychology. They cannot meet. Depth psychology, or the study of psychic phenomena, is again objective, and the method of depth psychology is the method of objective science. Try to see the distinction. For example, you can study meditation in a scientific way. You can observe someone who is meditating, but then this has become objective for you. You meditate and I observe. I can bring all the scientific instruments to observe what is happening to you, what is happening there in you, but the study remains objective. I am outside. I am not meditating. You are meditating. You are an object to me. Then I can try to understand what is happening to you. Even through instruments much can be known about you, but that will remain objective and scientific. So really, whatsoever I am studying is not the real thing that is happening to you, but the effects that your body is recording. You cannot penetrate a Buddha, what is happening to him, because really nothing is happening there. The deepest center of an enlightened man is nothingness. Nothing is happening there. And if nothing is happening, how can you study it? You can study something. You can study the alpha waves. What is happening to the mind, to the body, to the chemistry, you can understand. But really deep down, when someone becomes enlightened, there is not anything happening. All happening has ceased. This is what is meant: the world has ceased. Now there is no sansar, no happening. He is as if he is not. That's why Buddha says, now I have become a no-atman, no self. There is no one inside me. I am just an emptiness. The flame has disappeared, and the house is vacant. Nothing is happening. What can you record about it? At the most you can record that nothing is happening. If something happens, it can be recorded objectively. The method of science remains objective, and science is very much afraid of the subjective, for many reasons. Science and the scientific mind cannot believe in the subjective, because firstly, it is private and individual, and no one can enter in it. It cannot become public and collective, and unless something is public and collective, nothing can be said about it. The person who is saying may be deceived, or may be deceiving others. He may be a liar. Or he may be just in an illusion, not a liar. He may be thinking and believing that this has happened to him, and this may be just a delusion, a self-deception. So for science, the truth must be objective. Others must be able to participate in it, so we can judge whether it is happening or not. Secondly, it must be that it can be repeated. It must be repeatable. If we heat water, it evaporates at a certain degree, it must be repeatable. So we repeat and again, it evaporates at a certain degree. If it evaporates only once at 100 degrees and never again, or sometimes at 90 and sometimes at 80, it cannot become a scientific fact. It must be repeatable, and the same conclusion should be achieved through many repeated experiments. But the subjective realization is not repeatable, it is not even predictable, and you cannot invite it. It happens, you cannot force it. You may achieve a deep meditation, you may have a very elated peak experience, but if someone says, repeat it here, you may not be able to repeat it. On the contrary, because someone says, and you make an effort to repeat it, this very effort may become the barrier. Even the presence of observers may be distracting. You may not be able to repeat it. Science needs objective, repeatable experiments, and psychology, if it wants to be a science, must follow scientific rules. Religion is subjective. It is not concerned with proving any fact. Rather, it is concerned with coming to an individual experiencing of it. And the deepest must remain individual, and the ultimate must remain private. It cannot become collective, because unless everyone has come to the status of an enlightened one, it cannot become collective. You have to grow to achieve it. So science and religion really cannot meet, because their approaches are different. Religion is absolutely private, the concern of the individual with himself. Because of this, those countries which in the past have been more religious than others have remained individualistic. For example, India. India is individualistic. Sometimes it appears even selfish. Everyone is concerned with himself, his own growth, his own enlightenment. Not concerned with others, indifferent to society, social conditions, poverty, slavery. Everyone is concerned with himself, with growing to the ultimate peak. It also looks selfish. Western countries are more socialistic, less individualistic. That's why the very concept of communism was impossible with the Indian mind. We have given a Buddha and a Patanjali, but we couldn't give a Marx. It had to come from the West, where the society, the collective whole, is more important than the individual. Where science is more important than religion. Where that which happens objectively is more important than that which happens in your absolute privacy. That which happens in the privacy is dreamlike for the West. Look at this, that which happens publicly we have called Maya, illusion. Shankara says the whole world is illusion. Only that which happens deep down within you, the ultimate, the Brahma that happens there is real, and everything is unreal. Quite the opposite is the Western scientific attitude, that which happens within you is illusory. That which happens outside is the real. The reality is their outside, and the dream world is their inside. These are the two attitudes so different, the approach so diametrically opposite, that there can be no meeting. There is no need also. Their dimensions are different, their spheres are different, they never trespass on each other. There is no conflict at all, and there need be no conflict. Science works with the objective world, and religion works with the individual, subjective world. They never cross each other. There cannot be any conflict. And to me, when you are working with the outside world, work with a scientific attitude. When you are working with yourself, work with a religious attitude, and don't create any conflict. There is no need. Don't bring science for the inner world, and don't bring religion for the outer world. If you bring religion to the outer world, you will create chaos. In India, we have created it is a mess. If you bring a scientific attitude for the inner, you will create madness. The West has created it. Now the West is completely neurotic, and both have made the same mistake. Don't confuse the two, and don't try to bring the outer to the inner, or the inner to the outer. Let the subjective be subjective, and let the objective be the objective. While you move outwards, be scientific and objective, and while you move inwards, be religious and subjective. There is no need to create any conflict. There is none. The conflict arises only because we want to impose one attitude on both realms. We want either to be scientific totally, or to be religious totally. That's wrong. With the objective, the subjective approach will be false, dangerous, harmful, and vice versa. Question 5. You have spoken about so many methods and techniques. The yearning to succeed in them is very great. How can we overcome our great impatience? 2 things to be remembered. 1. Spirituality cannot be an outcome of desire, because desire is the root cause of all our anxiety and anguish, and you cannot direct your desires to the spiritual realm. But it happens, it is natural, because we know only one movement, that is desire. We desire the things of the world. Someone desires riches, someone desires fame, someone desires prestige and power, or something else. We desire things of the world, and through this desiring we are frustrated. And we are bound to be frustrated. It is irrelevant whether a desire is fulfilled or not. If it is not fulfilled, obviously we will be frustrated. If it is fulfilled, then too we will be frustrated, because whenever a desire is fulfilled, the desire is fulfilled, but the hope, the promise, is not fulfilled. You can get as much wealth as you desire, but the wealth was not desired really. Something else was desired through it that is never fulfilled. You can achieve wealth, but the hope that was lingering around the dream of happiness, of bliss, of some ecstatic life that is not fulfilled. If wealth is not achieved, you will feel frustrated. If wealth is achieved, then too you will feel frustrated, because the promise is not fulfilled, The dream is not fulfilled. Everything is there. The means are there, and the end has escaped. The end is always elusive. Through desire one comes to deep frustration. When this frustration happens, you start looking for something absolutely other than this world. Religious yearning is born, a religious longing, but again you start desiring. You become impatient. You want to achieve this and that. The mind has not changed. The object of desire is different. It was wealth. Now it is meditation. It was power and prestige. Now it is silence and peace. Before it was something, now it is something else. But the mind, the mechanism, the very working of your being is the same. You were desiring A, now you are desiring B, but the desiring is there. And desiring is the problem, not what you desire. That is not the problem. What you desire is not the problem. That you desire is the problem. Now you are again desiring and you will be frustrated again. If you achieve, you will be frustrated. If you don't achieve, you will be frustrated. The same will happen to you, because you have not been able to see the point, you have missed the point. You cannot desire meditation, because meditation happens only when there is no desire. You cannot desire liberation, nirvana, because it happens only in a desireless state. It cannot be made an object of desire. So to me, and to all those who know, desiring is the world. Not that you desire worldly things. Desiring, the very phenomenon of desiring, is the world. And when you desire, impatience is bound to be there, because the mind doesn't want to wait, the mind doesn't want to postpone. It is impatient. Impatience is the shadow of desire. The more intense the desire, the more impatience will be there, and impatience will create disturbance. So how will you achieve meditation? Desire will create movement of the mind, and then desiring will create impatience, and impatience will bring you to more disturbances. So it happens, and I observe it daily, that a person who was living a very worldly life was not ordinarily so disturbed. When he starts to meditate, or to seek the religious dimension, he becomes more disturbed, more than ever. The reason is that now he has an even keener desire, more impatience. And with the worldly things were so real and objective that he could wait for them. They were always in his reach. Now in the spiritual realm things are so elusive, so far away, they never seem to be in reach. Life seems to be very short, and now the object of desires seems to be infinite. There is more impatience and then more disturbance. And with a disturbed mind, how can you meditate? So this is the puzzle. Try to understand it. If you are really frustrated and you have come to feel that all that is outside is futile, money or sex or power or prestige, just futile, if you have come to this realization, then a deeper realization is also needed. If these things are futile, then desiring is even more futile. You desire, and nothing happens, and your desiring creates the misery. Look at the fact that desiring creates misery. If you don't desire, there is no misery. So drop desiring. And don't create a new desire. Simply drop desiring. Don't create a spiritual desire. Don't say, now I am going to seek God. Now I am going to find this and that. Now I am going to realize the truth. Don't create a new desire. If you create, it shows you have not understood your misery. Look at the misery that desire creates. Feel that desire is misery and drop it. No effort is needed to drop it. Remember, if you make an effort, you will create another desire. That's why you need some other desire, because then you can leave it. If some other desire is there, you can hang on to it. You can cling to the new desire and you can leave the old one. To leave the old is easy if some new is to be gained, but then you are missing the whole point. Simply leave desire because it is misery, and don't create a new desire. Then there will be no impatience. Then meditation is not be practiced really. It will start happening to you, because a non-desiring mind is in meditation. Then you can play with these techniques, and I say play. Then you can play with these techniques. There is no practice. Practice is not a good word, the very word is wrong. Then you can play with these techniques, and you can enjoy playing, because there is no desire to achieve something, and there is no impatience to reach somewhere. You can play, and through play, when meditation is a play, everything is possible. And everything is possible immediately, because you are not disturbed, you are not impatient, you are not in any hurry, you are not going somewhere, not reaching somewhere, you are here and now. If meditation happens, okay. If it doesn't happen, it is still okay. Nothing is wrong with you because there is no desire, no expectation, no future. And remember, When meditation or no meditation are similar to you, meditation has happened to you, you have reached. Now the goal has come, the ultimate has descended in you. This will look strange that I say don't make meditation a practice, rather make it a play, a fun. Enjoy it while doing it, not for any result. But our minds are very serious, deadly serious. Even if we play, we make it a serious thing. We make it a work, a duty. Play just like small children. Play with meditation techniques, and then much more is possible through them. Don't be serious about them. Take them as fun, but we make everything serious. Even if we are playing, we make it serious. And with religion, we have always been very serious. Religion has never been fun. That's why the earth has remained irreligious. Religion must become a fun and a festivity, a celebration of the moment, enjoying whatsoever you are doing. Enjoying so much and so deeply that mind ceases. If you really understand me, these 112 techniques will show you that everything can become a technique if you really understand. That's why there are 112. Everything can become a technique if you understand the quality of the mind which brings meditation. Then whatsoever you do can become a technique. Be playful, celebrate it, enjoy it. Move so deeply in it that time ceases. But time cannot cease if desire is there. Really, desire is time. When you desire, future is needed, because desire cannot be fulfilled here and now. Desire can be fulfilled only in the future somewhere, so you will need future to move. And then time destroys you. You miss eternity. Eternity is here. So take meditation as a fun, a festivity, a celebration of anything. You are just digging outside in the garden, it can become a technique. Simply dig and enjoy and celebrate the very act. Become the act and forget the actor. The I is not there, only the action remains, and you are present to the action, blissfully present. Then ecstasy is there, no impatience, no desire, and no motivation. If you bring motivation, desire, and impatience to meditation, you will destroy the whole thing. And then the more you do, the more frustrated you will feel. You will say, I am doing so much and nothing is happening. People come to me. They say, I am doing this and I am doing that, and for so many months and for so many years, and nothing has happened. One seeker from Holland was here, and he was doing a particular technique 300 times every day. So he told me, for 2 years I have been doing this technique 300 times every day. Not a single day has been missed. I have left everything, because I have to do this 300 times every day and nothing has happened. And he was just on the verge of a nervous breakdown because of the technique. So I said, the first thing is to leave this. Do anything whatsoever, but don't do this, you will go mad. He was deadly serious about it. It was a life and death problem for him. It had to be achieved. And he said, who knows how many days are left, time is short and I must achieve it in this life. I don't want to be born again. Life is much a misery. He will be born again and again. The way he is doing, he will go more and more mad. But it is wrong, the whole attitude is wrong. Take meditation as a play, a fun, enjoy it, and then the very quality changes. Then it is not something you are doing as a cause to gain some effect. No, you are enjoying it here and now. It is the cause and it is the effect both. It is the beginning and it is the end, and then you cannot miss meditation. You cannot miss it, it will happen to you because now you are ready to take it in. You are open. No one has said that meditation should be taken as a fun, but I say it, make it a play. Just like small children, play with it. Question 6. The other day, you said that darkness is more fundamental to existence, while most religions hold the contrary view. Will you kindly shed some more light on this question, particularly in view of what modern science has to say about IT? Does IT not say that the last divisible components of matter are just electric energy? Again, the same division, light and darkness. They are two if you look at them through the mind. They are one if you meditate upon them. Whether you meditate on light or on darkness, it makes no difference. If you meditate, the other is dissolved into it. Then light is nothing but less darkness and darkness is nothing but less light. The difference is of degree. They are not two things opposed to each other. Rather, 2 degrees of one phenomenon, and that one phenomenon is neither light nor darkness. That one of which these two are degrees is neither light nor darkness, or it is both. You can enter into it from light, you can enter into it from darkness. Many religions have used light because it is more comfortable, easier. Darkness is difficult, more uncomfortable, And if you try to enter through darkness, you have chosen a more arduous path. That's why many religions have chosen light, but you can choose either. It depends on you. If you are adventurous, courageous, choose darkness. If you are afraid and don't want to go on an arduous path, choose light. Because both belong to one phenomenon which appears at one point as light, at another point as darkness. For example, this room is filled with light. But it is not filled with the same light for everyone, or is it? If my eyes are weak, then the light is not as light as it is for you. I see it as a little darker. Imagine if someone from Mars or from some other planet comes, who has very penetrating eyes. Then where you see light, he will see much light, more light than you see. And where you see darkness, he will see light. There are animals and birds who see in the night where you cannot see. For them it is light. For you it is darkness. So what is light? And what is darkness? One phenomenon. And how much you can penetrate into it, and how much it can penetrate into you. It depends on that penetration whether you call it light or darkness. These polar opposites just appear to be opposites. They are not, they are relative degrees of one phenomenon. So scientists say that the last divisible components of matter are just electric energy. But they don't say they are light. They say electric energy. Darkness is also electric energy, and light is also electric energy. Electric energy is not synonymous with light. If you give it the name electric energy, then light is one expression and darkness is another. But there is no need to move into scientific discussion about it. It is useless. Rather, think about your own mind, what you like. If you feel at ease with light, enter through light. That is your door. If you feel at ease with darkness, enter through darkness, and both will lead to the same. Many methods in these 112 are concerned with light. A few are concerned with darkness, and Shiva is trying to explain all the methods possible. He is not talking to particular types. He is talking to all types. But there are a few persons who will like to enter through darkness. For example, a feminine mind, more passive, more receptive, will like to enter through darkness. It will be more acceptable. A male mind will like the light more. You may not have observed the fact that many poets of the past and the present, many philosophers, and many others who have a deep insight into the human mind, have always compared the female with darkness, and the male with light. Light is aggressive, a male element. Darkness is receptive, a female element. Darkness is like a womb. So it depends if you like darkness, good, enter through it. If you like light, enter through it. Sometimes even the opposite becomes appealing. You can try that also. There is no danger in trying anything because every path leads to the same goal. But don't go on thinking about what to choose. Don't waste time. Rather try. Because you can go on thinking forever about what will be suitable, what to do and what not to do, and why so many religions have insisted on light and so few on darkness. Don't get worried about these things. They don't help. Rather, you think about your own type, about what will be suitable for you, in what you will feel more comfortable, and then start it. And then forget all others, because all of these 112 methods are not for you. Even if you choose one method, for you it is enough. You need not go through 112 methods. One method will do, so just be receptive and aware so that you can catch the method that is for you. You need not get worried about every other method. That is unnecessary. Choose one, play with it, and if you feel good and something is happening, then move into it and forget all the other 111. If you feel you have chosen wrongly, then throw it, choose another and play with it. If you try this with 4 or 5 or 6 methods, you will fall upon the right one. But don't be serious, just play. Chapter 53. From Death to Deathlessness. Focus on fire rising through your form from the toes up, until the body burns to ashes but not you. Meditate on the make-believe world as burning to ashes and become being above humanas. As subjectively, letters flow into words and words into sentences. And as, objectively, circles flow into worlds and worlds into principles. Find at last these converging in our being. All the enlightened ones, all the religions, agree on one thing only. Their disagreements are many, but there is one agreement amongst all, and that is that man, because of his ego, is close to the reality. The ego is the only barrier. The feeling that I am, on this point Buddhas and Christs and Krishnas all agree, and because they all agree, it seems to me that this is the basic thing in all religious endeavor. All else is accidental. This is essential that you are debarred because of your own ego. What is this ego? Of what does it consist? How does it arise? And why does it become so important? Look at your mind because you cannot understand the phenomenon of ego theoretically. You can only understand it existentially. Look at your mind, observe it, and you will come to a deep understanding. And if you can understand what the go is, there is no problem. It can be dropped easily. Rather, there is no need to drop it. If you can understand it, the very understanding becomes the dropping, because the ego is created through your non-understanding, it is created through your sleepiness. If you become alert about it, if you focus your consciousness towards it, it disappears. It disappears just as when you bring light in a room and the darkness disappears. Even if you bring light to look at darkness, to see what darkness is, if you bring light, it disappears. The ego exists because you have never been alert to your existence. It is a shadow of your non-alertness, so really there is no need to drop it. If you can look at it, it drops by itself. What is it? Have you ever felt any moment when there is no ego? Whenever you are silent, the ego is not. Whenever your mind is in turmoil, chattering, restless, the ego is there. Whenever you are relaxed, silent, and calm, the ego is not. Just now, if you are silent, where is the ego? You will be there, but no feeling of I, so try to understand it existentially. Right now, as I am speaking, you can observe the fact that if you are silent, totally alert, you are there, but with no feeling of I. And just the contrary happen if you are troubled, in conflict, in anxiety. You feel a centered ego within you. When you are in anger, in passion, violent, aggressive, you feel a crystallized ego within you. Whenever you are in love, in compassion, it is not there. That's why we cannot love, because with the ego, love is impossible. That's why we go on talking so much about love, but we never are in love. And whatsoever we call love is more or less sex, it is not love. Because you cannot lose your ego, and love cannot exist unless the ego has disappeared. Love, meditation, God, they all require one thing: the ego must not be there. That's why Jesus is right in saying that God is love, because both phenomena happen only when the ego is not. If you know love, there is no need to know God, you have known him already. Love is just another name for it. If you know love, there is no need to go into meditation, you have gone already. Love is just another name for it. So many techniques of meditation are needed, and so many teachers, and so many schools of meditation are needed, because there is no love. If love exists, there is no need to practice anything, because the thing has happened already, and the thing is the disappearance of the ego. So the first thing to be understood whenever you are silent, the ego is not, and don't believe in me. I'm not talking about a theory. This is a fact, you need not take my opinion. You can observe it in yourself. And there is no need to postpone it for the future. Right now you can observe the fact that if you are silent, you are but with no limitation, with no center. You exist without the center, there is no crystallized I. The presence is there, the consciousness is there, but there is no one who can say I am. When you are silent, the ego is not. And when you are not silent, the ego is. So ego is the disease, all diseases combined together, hence the emphasis to surrender the ego. The emphasis is to surrender the disease. Secondly, if in silence, for even a single moment you have the glimpse of your existence as egoless, then you can analyze it, and then you can enter the phenomenon of ego, of what it is. The mind is accumulated past. The mind is never here, it is never now, it is always from the past. It is accumulation. Mind is memory, all the experiences that you have gone through, all the information that you have come across, all the knowledge that you have gathered, heard, listened to, read that is accumulated. The mind is constantly accumulating. The mind is the greatest accumulator. It goes on accumulating. Even while you are not conscious, it goes on accumulating. Even while you are asleep, the mind is accumulating. You may not be aware of it. While you are asleep, and there is noise in the road, the mind is accumulating. You can be hypnotized in the morning, and you can be asked about it, and you will say everything. You will relate everything whatsoever the mind has accumulated in the night. Even if you have fallen in a coma, or you are unconscious, or you have fallen in a fit, the mind is accumulating. The mind doesn't need your consciousness to accumulate. It goes on accumulating. Even while you were in the womb of your mother, the mind was accumulating. And through hypnosis, the memories of your days in the womb of your mother can be awakened. You don't remember anything about taking birth, but the mind was accumulating. Whatsoever was happening, the The mind was accumulating, and now it can be awakened again. Through hypnosis, the memory can be brought again to your focus, and millions of memories are being accumulated. This accumulation is the mind. Memory is the mind. How is the I, the ego, created? The consciousness is within you, and around the consciousness, all these memories are accumulated on the periphery. They are useful, and you cannot survive without them. They are needed. But then a new thing happens between these two, an epiphenomenon. Consciousness is within, you are within, without the I. There is no I within, you are, without a center. On the periphery, every moment knowledge, experience, memories, accumulate. This is the mind. And whenever you look at the world, you look through the mind. Whenever you pass through a new experience, you look through the memories, you interpret it through the memories. You look at everything through the past. The past becomes a mediator. Constantly looking through the past, you get identified with it. That identification is the ego. Let me put it in this way: the identification of the conscious with the memories is the ego. You say, I am a Hindu, or I am a Christian, or I am a Jain. What are you doing? No one is born as a Christian, or a Hindu, or a Jain. You are simply born as a human being. Then you are taught, then you are conditioned to think that you are a Christian, a Hindu, or a Jain. This is a memory. You have been taught that you are a Christian. This is a memory, and now, whenever you look through this memory, you feel, I am a Christian. Your consciousness is not Christian. It cannot be. It is simply consciousness. You have been taught that you are a Christian. This teaching is accumulated on the periphery. Now you look through the glasses and the whole world is colored. Those glasses stick too much and too deeply with you, and you are never away from them, you never put them aside. You have become so accustomed to them that you have forgotten that there are spectacles on your eyes. Then you say, I am a Christian. Whenever you get identified with any memory, any knowledge, any experience, any name and form, that I is born. Then you are young, you are old. You are rich, you are poor. You are beautiful or you are not beautiful. You are educated or you are not educated. You are respected or you are not respected. Then you go on getting identified with things which accumulate around you, and the ego is born. Ego is identification with the mind. That's why when you are silent, the ego is not, because when you are silent, the mind is not functioning. That's what silence means. Whenever the mind is functioning, you are not silent. You cannot be. The functioning of the mind is the inner noise, the chattering, the constant chattering within you. When the chattering stops, or it is not there, or you have gone beyond it, or you have gone within, moved within, there is silence, and in that silence there is no ego. But it happens only sometimes, and only for a moment, that you are silent. That's why you feel that those situations in which this happens are lovely. You start desiring those situations. You go to a hill, and while the sun is rising in the morning you look at it. Suddenly you have an upsurge of joy. You feel blissful, a beatitude descends upon you. What has happened really? Because of the silent morning, and the silent rising of the sun, and the greenery, and the hill, suddenly your inner chattering has stopped. The phenomenon is so great all around you, such beauty, such peace and tranquility, that you have stopped for a moment. In that stopping you have realized a non-ego state for a single moment. Of course, this can happen through many situations. In sex it happens, in music it can happen. In anything which is so great that you are overwhelmed, overpowered, and your constant chattering is put aside, forced aside for a moment, it will come again. Whenever you are egoless, accidentally or through some practice, you feel a subtle bliss which you have not felt before. The bliss is not coming from outside. It is not coming from the hills or from the rising sun or from beautiful flowers. It is not coming from the sex act. It is not coming from outside. The outside is only creating an opportunity. It is coming from inside. So if you repeat the outer situation again and again, it will not come, because you will get immune to it, you will get accustomed to it. The same hill and the same morning. Again you go there and you don't feel, you feel something is missing. Because for the first time it was so new that it stopped your mind completely. The wonder was so great and the miracle was so new, you couldn't continue with the past chattering. It stopped just in awe. It stopped, but next time you go there you know everything. There is no awe, no mystery. The mind continues. This happens with every experience. In any experience, if you feel a joy, it will be destroyed if you repeat it, because then, in a repeated experience, you cannot put aside the mind. So the second thing to remember is that mind is accumulation. Your consciousness is just hidden behind this accumulated past, and you are identified with it. Whenever you say I am this, I am that, you are creating the ego. Thirdly, if you can understand this, then the third point is not difficult, and that third point is that mind has to be used. There is no need to get identified. You can use it as an instrument, and it is an instrument. There is no need to get identified with it. Remain always above it. And really, you are always above it because you are here now, always present, and mind is always past, you are always ahead of it. It is just lagging behind you. It is a shadow. This very moment is a new thing. Your mind cannot have it. A moment later it will be absorbed in the memory. Then the mind can have it. Every single moment you are free. That's why Buddha has emphasized the moment so much. He says, remain in the moment and there will be no mind. But the moment is very atomic, it is very subtle. You can miss it easily. The mind is always the past whatsoever you have known, and the reality that is passing just now is not part of the mind. It will become part of the mind a moment later. If you can be aware of the reality here and now, you will remain always transcendental to the mind. And if you can remain transcendental to the mind always above, never entangled in it, using it, but never getting involved in it, using it as an instrument, never getting identified with it, the ego will disappear. You will be egoless, and when you are egoless, nothing else is to be done. Then all else happens to you. You have become vulnerable, you have become open. Then the whole existence happens to you, then all the ecstasies are yours, then suffering is impossible. Suffering comes through the ego. Bliss comes through the egoless gate. Now we will enter the techniques because these techniques are concerned with being egoless. Very simple techniques, but if you understand this background then you can do them, and much becomes possible through them. The first technique, focus on fire rising through your form from the toes up until the body burns to ashes but not you. Focus on fire rising through your form, from the toes up, until the body burns to ashes but not you. A very simple technique and very wonderful, very easy to do, but some basic requirements are to be fulfilled beforehand. Buddha liked this technique very much. He initiated his disciples into this technique. Whenever someone was initiated by Buddha, the first thing was this: he would tell him just to go to the burning place and observe a body being burned, a dead body being burned. For 3 months he was not to do anything, but just sit there and watch. So the seeker would go to the burning place of the village. He would stay there for 3 months, day and night, and whenever a dead body would come there, he would just sit and meditate. He would just look at the dead body. Then the fire would be created, and then the body would start burning. And for 3 months continuously, he would not do anything else, just look at dead bodies being burned. Buddha said, don't think about it. Just look at it. And it is difficult not to come upon the thought that sooner or later your body is going to be burned. 3 months is a long time, and continuously, day and night, whenever there was a body to be burned, the seeker was to meditate. Sooner or later he would start seeing his own body on the burning pyre. He would start seeing himself being burned. It will be helpful. If you want to do this technique, go to the burning place. Watch not for 3 months, but at least watch one body being burned. Observe it. Then you can do this technique easily with yourself. Don't think, simply watch the phenomenon. Watch what is happening. People go to burn their relatives' bodies, but they never watch. They start talking of other things or about death. They argue and discuss. They do many things. They talk many things and gossip, but they never watch. It should be made a meditation. No talking should be allowed there, because it is a rare experience to see someone you loved being burned. You are bound to feel that you are also burning there. If you are seeing your mother being burned, or your father, or your wife, or your husband, you are bound to see yourself also there in the flames. That experience will help for this technique. The first thing. The second thing, if you are very much afraid of death, you cannot do this technique, because the very fear will protect you. You cannot enter into it, or you can just imagine on the surface, but your deep being will not be in it. Then nothing will happen to you. So remember, the second thing, whether you are afraid or not, death is the only certainty. It makes no difference whether you are afraid or not. It is irrelevant. In life, nothing is certain except death. Everything is uncertain. Only death is not accidental, and look at the human mind. We always talk about death as if it is an accident. Whenever someone dies, we say his death was untimely. Whenever someone dies, we start talking as if it has been an accident. Only death is not an accident, only death. Everything else is accidental. Death is absolutely certain, you have to die. And when I say you have to die, it seems in the future, very far away. It is not so you have already died. The moment you were born, you died. With birth, death has become a fixed phenomenon. One part of it has already happened, the birth. Now only the second, later part has to happen. So you are already dead, half dead, because once one is born, one has come into the realm of death, entered into it. Now nothing can change it. Now there is no way to change it. You have entered into it, you are half dead with birth. Secondly, death is not going to happen in the end. It is already happening. It is a process. Just as life is a process, death is a process. We create the end, but life and death are just like your 2 feet, your 2 legs. Life and death are both one process. You are dying every moment. Let me put it in this way: whenever you inhale, it is life, and whenever you exhale, it is death. The first thing a child does is to inhale. A child cannot exhale. The first thing is inhalation. He cannot exhale because there is no air within his chest. He has to inhale. The first act is inhalation. And the old man, while dying, will do the last act, which will be exhalation. Dying, you cannot inhale, or can you? When you are dying, you cannot inhale. The last act cannot be inhalation. The last act will be exhalation. The first act is inhalation and the last is exhalation. Inhalation is birth and exhalation is death. But every moment you are doing both inhaling, exhaling. Inhalation is life, exhalation is death. You may not have observed, but try to observe it. Whenever you exhale, you are more at peace. Exhale deeply, and you will feel a certain peace within. Whenever you inhale, you become intense, you become tense. The very intensity of inhalation creates a tension, and the normal, ordinary emphasis is always on inhalation. If I tell you to take deep breaths, you will always start with inhalation. Really, we are afraid of exhaling. That's why breathing has become shallow. You never exhale, you go on inhaling. Only the body goes on exhaling, because the body cannot exist with inhalation alone. It needs both life and death. Try one experiment. The whole day, whenever you remember, exhale deeply and don't inhale. Allow the body to inhale. You simply exhale deeply, and you will feel a deep peace, because death is peace, death is silence. And if you can pay attention, more attention, to exhalation, you will feel egoless. With inhalation, you will feel more egoistic. With exhalation, you will feel more egoless. Pay more attention to exhalation. The whole day, whenever you remember, exhale deeply and don't inhale. Allow the body to inhale. You don't do anything. This emphasis on exhalation will help you very much to do this experiment, because you will be ready to die. A readiness is needed, otherwise the technique will not be of much help. And you can be ready only if you have tasted death in a certain way. Exhale deeply, and you will have a taste of it. It is beautiful. Death is just beautiful, because nothing is like death, so silent, so relaxing, so calm, so unperturbed. But we are afraid of death. And why are we afraid of death? Why is there so much fear of death? We are afraid of death not because of death, because we don't know it. How can you be afraid of something you have never encountered? How can you be afraid of something that you don't know? At least you must know it to be afraid of it. So really, you are not afraid of death. The fear is something else. You have never really lived that creates the fear of death. The fear comes because you are not living, so you are afraid. I have not lived yet. And if death happens, then what? Unfulfilled, unlived, I will die. The fear of death comes only to those who are not really alive. If you are alive, you will welcome death. Then there is no fear, you have known life. Now you would like to know death also. But we are so afraid of life itself that we have not know it. We have not entered deep into it. That creates the fear of death. If you want to enter this technique, you must be aware of this deep fear. And this deep fear must be thrown away, purged. Only then can you enter the technique. This will help pay more attention to exhalation. And really, if you can pay all attention to exhalation and forget inhaling, don't be afraid that you will die. You will not die, the body will take inhalation by itself. The body has its own wisdom. If you deeply exhale, the body will take a deep inhalation by itself. You need not interfere. Then a very deep relaxation will spread all over your consciousness. The whole day you will feel relaxed, and an inner silence will be created. You can deepen this feeling more if you do another experiment. Just for 15 minutes in the day, exhale deeply. Sit in a chair or on the ground, exhale deeply, and while exhaling, close the eyes. When the air goes out, you go in, and then allow the body to inhale, and when the air goes in, open the eyes and you go out. It is just the opposite when the air goes out, you go in. When the air goes in, you go out. When you exhale, space is created within, because breath is life. When you exhale deeply, you are vacant. Life has gone out, in a way you are dead. For a moment you are dead. In that silence of death, enter within. Air is moving out, you close your eyes and move within. The space is there and you can move easily. Remember, when you are inhaling, to move inwards is very difficult because there is no space to move. While exhaling, you can move within. And when the air goes in, you go out. Open the eyes and move out. Create a rhythm between these two. Within 15 minutes, you will feel so deeply relaxed, and you will be ready to do this technique. Before doing this technique, do this for 15 minutes so that you are ready, not only ready, but welcoming, receptive. The fear of death is not there, because now death appears like relaxation. Death appears like a deep rest. Death appears not antagonistic to life, but the very source of it, the very energy of it. Life is just like ripples on the face of a lake, and death is the lake itself. When ripples are not there, the lake is there. And the lake can exist without the ripples, but the ripples cannot exist without the lake. Life cannot exist without death. Death can exist without life, because it is the source. Then you can do this technique. Focus on fire rising through your form from the toes up. Just lie down. First conceive of yourself as dead. The body is just like a corpse. Lie down and then bring your attention to the toes. With closed eyes, move inwards. Bring your attention to the toes and feel that the fire is rising from there upwards. Everything is being burned. As the fire rises, your body is disappearing. Start from the toes and move upwards. Why start from the toes? It will be easier, because the toes are very far away from your eye, from your ego. Your ego exists in the head. You cannot start from the head. It will be very difficult, so start from the far-away point. The toes are the most far-away point from the ego. Start the fire from there. Feel that the toes are burned, only ashes remain, and then move slowly, burning everything that the fire comes across. Every part, the legs, the thighs will disappear, and just go on seeing that they have become ashes. The fire is rising upwards, and the parts it has passed are no more there. They have become ashes, go on upwards, and lastly the head disappears. Everything has become. The dust has fallen unto dust, until the body burns to ashes, but not you. You will remain just a watcher on the hill. The body will be there dead, burned, ashes, and you will be the watcher. You will be the witness. This witness has no ego. This technique is very good to reach the egoless state. Why? Because so many things are implied in it. It appears simple. It is not so simple. The inner mechanism is very complex. First thing, your memories are part of the body. Memory is matter. That's why it can be recorded. It is recorded in the brain cells. They are material, part of the body. Your brain cells can be operated on, and if certain brain cells are removed, certain memories will disappear from you. Memories are recorded in the brain cells. Memory is matter. It can be destroyed. And now scientists say it can be replanted. It can be transplanted again. Sooner or later, we will find ways so that when a person like Albert Einstein dies, we will be able to save his brain cells. And those brain cells will be able to be transplanted into a child, and that child will have all the memories of Albert Einstein without going through all those experiences. It is part of the body. Memory is part of the body. And if the whole body is burned and has become ashes, you will not have any memory. Remember, this is the point to understand. If the memory is still there, then the body remains and you have been playing tricks. If really you go deep in the feeling that the body is dead, burning, and the fire has completely destroyed it, you will not have any memory in that moment. In that moment of watching, there will be no mind. Everything will have stopped, no movement of thought, just watching, just seeing what has happened. And once you know this, you can remain in this state continuously. Once you have known that you can separate yourself from the body. This technique is just a method to separate yourself from the body, just to create a gap between you and the body, just for a few moments to be out of the body. If you can do this, then you can remain in the body and you will not be in the body. You can go on living as you were living before, but you will not be the same again. This technique will take at least 3 months. Go on doing it. It is not going to happen in one day, but if you go on doing it every day for 1 hour, within 3 months. Someday suddenly your imagination will have helped and the gap will be created, and you will actually see the body gone to ashes. Then you can watch. In that watching, you will realize a deep phenomenon that the ego is a false entity. It was there because you were identified with the body, with the thoughts, with the mind. You are neither the mind nor the body. You are different from all that surrounds you. You are different from your periphery. Apparently the technique seems simple, but it can bring you a deep mutation. But first go and meditate on the burning ghat, on the burning ground, so you can see how the body burns, how the body turns to dust again so you can imagine easily. Then start from the toes and move very slowly. And before doing this technique, pay more attention to exhalation. Right before entering the technique, for 15 minutes exhale and close the eyes. Allow the body to inhale and open the eyes. For 15 minutes feel a deep relaxation and then enter into it. The second technique, meditate on the make-believe world as burning to ashes and become being above human. If you can do the first, the second will be very easy. If you can come to imagine that your body is burning, it is not difficult to imagine that the whole world is burning because your body is the world, and through your body you are related to the world. Really, only for your body are you related to the world is extended body. If you can think and imagine that your body is burning, there is no difficulty in imagining it with the whole world. And the sutra says it is a make-believe world just because you believe. It is there. The whole world is burning, disappearing. But if you feel the first is very difficult, you can even start with the second. The second is very easy if you can do the first, and there is no need really to do the second if you have done the first. With your body, everything disappears automatically. But you can do the second directly also, if the first is very difficult. I said start with the toes because they are very far away from the head, from the ego, but you may not even feel like starting from the toes. Then move still further away, start with the world, and then move nearer and nearer towards yourself. Start with the world and then come nearer. And when the whole world is just burning, it will be easy for you to burn in that whole burning world. The second is meditate on the make-believe world as burning to ashes and become being above human. If you can see the whole world burning, you have gone above human, you have become superhuman. You have come to know a superhuman consciousness. You can imagine it, but a training of imagination is needed. Our imaginations are not very trained. They are very untrained because there is no schooling for imagination. Intellect is trained. Schools and colleges exist, and a major part of life is spent in training the intellect. Imagination is not trained. And imagination has a very wonderful dimension of its own. If you can train your imagination, you can do wonders through it. Start with small things, because it is difficult to jump to bigger things, and you may be a failure. For example, this imagination that the whole world is burning, it cannot go very deep. First, you know it is imagination, and even if in imagination you think that the flames are everywhere, you will feel that the world is not burned. It is there still, because it is only your imagination. You don't know how imagination can become real. You have to feel it first. Try a simple experiment before you enter this technique. Just close both your hands together, close your eyes, and just imagine that now your hands cannot be opened, they have gone dead, locked, and you cannot do anything to open them. In the beginning you will feel that you are just imagining and you can open them. But for 10 minutes go on thinking that you cannot open them, you cannot do anything, your hands cannot be opened. And then after 10 minutes try to open them. Out of 10, 4 persons will immediately succeed. 40% of people will immediately succeed after 10 minutes. They cannot open their hands. The imagination has become real. Howsoever they struggle. And the more they struggle to open, the more difficult it will be. You will start perspiring. You are seeing your own hands and you cannot open them, they are locked. But don't be afraid. Just close your eyes again, and again imagine that now you can open them. Only then will you be able to open them. 40% will succeed immediately. Those 40% can move in this technique easily. There is no problem for them. For the other remaining 60% it will be difficult. It will take time. Those who are very sensitive can imagine anything and it will happen. And once they feel that imagination can become real, then they have a feeling and they can move. Then you can do many things with your imagination. Already you are doing it without knowing it. Already you are doing it, but you are not aware. A certain disease comes to the city, a French flu comes, and you become a victim of it. You can never think that out of 100 cases, 70% are just because of imagination. Because the flu is there, you start imagining that now you are going to fall prey to it, and you will fall. Many diseases are just caught through your imagination. Many problems you create because of your imagination. You can also solve them once you know that it is you who are creating them. Train your imagination a little, and then this technique will be very helpful. The third technique as, subjectively, letter flow into words and words into sentences, and as, objectively, circles flow into worlds and worlds into principles. Find at last these converging in our being. That too is an imaginative technique. The ego is always afraid of being vulnerable, open, afraid something may enter and destroy it, so the ego creates a citadel around it. You start living in a walled prison. Nothing should be allowed to enter in you. You are afraid if something comes in and disturbs, then what to do, so it is better not to allow anything to come in. All communication stops. Even with those you love or you think that you love, there is no communication. Look at a wife and husband talking. They are not talking to each other. There is no communication. Rather, they are avoiding each other through words. They are talking so that the communication can be avoided. In silence, they will become vulnerable. In silence, they will come closer, because in silence, the ego, the wall, will not be there. So the husband and wife, they will never be silent. They will be talking about something or other just to fill in time, and just so as not to be open to each other. We are so afraid of the other. I have heard about Mullah Nasruddin, that one day as he was just walking out of his house his wife said, "Nasruddin, have you forgotten what day today is?" Nasruddin knew about it. It was their 25th wedding anniversary, so he said, "I know it. I know it well." The wife persisted, "Then how are we going to celebrate it?" So Nasruddin said, "Darling, I don't know." And then he scratched his head, puzzled, and said, "How would it be if we keep 2 minutes silence to celebrate it?" You cannot remain silent with someone. You begin to feel restlessness. In silence, the other enters you. You are open, your doors are open, your windows are open. You are afraid, you go on talking, you go on creating devices to remain closed. The ego is an enclosure. It is a prison. And the prison is accepted because we feel so insecure. The prison gives a certain feeling of security. You are protected, guarded. To do this technique, this third technique, the first and most basic thing is know well that life is insecurity. There is no way to make it secure. Whatsoever you do is not going to help. You can create only a fiction of security. Life remains insecure. It is the very nature of it, because death is involved in it, so how can life be secure? And think for a moment, if life is really secure, it will be already dead. An absolutely totally secure life cannot be alive, because the very adventure is lost. If you are protected from all dangers, you will be dead. In the very being of life there is adventure, danger, insecurity. Death is involved. I love you. I have entered a dangerous path. Now nothing can be secure, but now I will try to make everything secure. For tomorrow, I will kill everything that is alive, because only then can I feel secure tomorrow also. Love is transformed into marriage. Marriage is a security. Love is insecure. The next moment everything can change, and you have invested so much, and in the next moment the beloved leaves you, or the friend leaves you, and you are left in a vacuum. Love is insecure. You cannot fix the future, you cannot predict, so life is killed and a secure substitute is found, that is marriage. With marriage you can be secure. It is predictable. The wife will be your wife the next day. The husband will be your husband in the future also, but just because you have secured it. And now there is no danger. It is dead. The relationship is dead now, because only dead things can be permanent. Alive things are bound to be changing. Change is the very quality of life, and in change is insecurity. Those who want to enter deeper realms of life must be ready to be insecure, must be ready to be in danger, must be ready to move into the unknown, and must not try in any way to fix the future. The very effort will kill everything. And remember this also, that insecurity is not only alive, it is beautiful. Security is dull, ugly. Insecurity is alive and beautiful. You can be secure if you close your doors and windows and everything. Neither light enters nor air enters. No one enters. You are secure in a way, but you are not living. You have already entered your tomb. This technique is possible if you are vulnerable, open, not afraid. because this technique is allowing the whole universe to enter in you. As subjectively, letters flow into words and words into sentences, and as objectively, circles flow into worlds and worlds into principles, find at last these converging in our being, everything converging in my being. I am standing under the open sky, and the whole existence, from everywhere, from every nook and corner, is converging in me. Your ego cannot exist. In that openness where the whole existence is converging in you, you cannot exist as an I. You will exist as an open space, but not as a crystallized I. To do this technique, start with a small step. Just sit under a tree. The breeze is blowing and the leaves of the tree are rustling. The wind touches you, it moves around you, it passes. But don't allow it just to pass you. Allow it to move within you and pass through you. Just close your eyes, and as it is passing through the tree and there is a rustling of the leaves, feel that you are also like a tree, open, and the wind is blowing through you, not by your side but right through you. The rustling of the tree will enter in you, and you will feel that from every pore of your body the air is passing. It is really passing through you. It is not only imagination, it is a fact you have forgotten. You are not only breathing through the nose, you are breathing through the whole body, from every pore of it, from millions of pores. If you are allowed to breathe through your nose, but all the pores of your body are closed, painted, you will die within 3 hours. You cannot be alive just by breathing through the nose. Every cell of your body is a living organism, and every cell is breathing. The air is really passing through you, but you have lost the contact. So sit under a tree and feel. In the beginning, it will look like imagination, but soon it will turn into a reality. It is a reality that the air is passing through you. Then sit under a rising sun, and not only feel that the rays of the sun are touching you, but that they are entering you and passing through you, so you become vulnerable, you begin to feel open. And this can be done with everything. For example, I am speaking here and you are hearing me. You can hear just through the ears, or you can hear through the whole of the body. You can just try it right here. Just with a change of the emphasis, you are not hearing my words through the ears only, you are hearing me through the whole of your body. And when you really hear, and when you really listen, it is the whole body that listens. It is not only a part, it is not a fragmented energy that listens, it is the whole of you. The whole of your body is involved in listening, then my words are passing through you. From every cell, from every pore, you are drinking them. They are being absorbed from everywhere. You can do this, just go and sit in a temple. Many worshippers will be coming and going, and the bell of the temple will be hit again and again. Just listen with the whole of your body. The bell is ringing and the whole temple is agog. Every wall of it is reflecting. To reflect this, in order to feel that the sound is converging on you, we created a round shape. So from everywhere the sound is thrown back, it converges upon you from everywhere, and you can listen to it through your whole body, every pore, every cell, listening, drinking, absorbing it, and it is passing through you. You have become porous. Everywhere the door is open, you are not a barrier now to anything, the air, or the words, or the sound, or the rays, or anything. You are not a barrier, you don't resist anything. When you come to feel that now you don't resist, you are not in a struggle. Suddenly you will become aware that the ego is not there, because the ego exists only when you struggle. It is a resistance. Whenever you say no, the ego comes into existence. Whenever you say yes, the ego is not there. So I call a man in a stick a real theist who has said yes to the whole existence. There is no no in him, no resistance. He accepts everything, he allows everything to happen. Even if death comes, he will not close his door. The doors will remain open. This openness has to be brought. Only then can you do this technique, because this technique is saying that the whole existence is falling, converging on you, no resistance, welcoming, allowing it to converge. You will simply disappear. You will become a space, infinite space, because this infinite universe cannot converge on such a narrow atomic thing as the ego. It can converge only when you have become infinite like it, when you have yourself become an infinite space. But this happens. Slowly you have to become more and more sensitive, and you have to become aware of your resistances. We are very resistant. If I touch you, you can feel that you are resisting the touch. You are creating a barrier, so my warmth cannot enter you, my touch cannot enter you. We don't allow each other to touch. If someone touches you, you become alert and the other says, "Excuse me." There is resistance everywhere. If I look at you, you resist. because the look can enter in you, it can penetrate deep, it can stir you, and then what will you do? And this is not only with strangers. There is no need even with strangers, because no one is a stranger or everyone is a stranger. Just by living under one roof, how can the strangeness be destroyed? Do you know your father who has given you birth? He is a stranger. You know your mother, she remains a stranger. So either everyone is a stranger, nor no one is a stranger, but we are afraid and create barriers everywhere. These barriers make us insensitive. Then nothing can enter into us. People come to me and they say, no one loves. No one loves me. And I touch that man and I feel he is afraid even of touch. There is a subtle withdrawal. I take his hand in my hand and he has withdrawn. He is not there in the hand. Only a dead thing is in my hand, he has withdrawn. And he says, no one loves me, how can anyone love you? And even if the whole world loves, you will not feel it because you are closed. Love cannot enter you. There is no gate, no door, and you are suffering in your own prison. If the ego is there, you are closed for love, for meditation, for God. So first try to be more sensitive, more vulnerable, open, allowing things to happen to you. Only then can the divine happen, because that is the last happening. If you cannot allow ordinary things to happen to you, how can you allow the ultimate? Because when the ultimate happens to you, you will be no more. You will be simply no more. Kabir has said, when I was seeking you, you were not there. And now, when you are there, where is that seeker Kabir? He is no more. So what type of meeting is this? Kabir wonders, what type of meeting is this? When I was there, the divine was not. Now the divine is there, but I am not. So what type of meeting is this? But really this is the only meeting, because two cannot meet. Ordinarily we think two are needed to meet. How will the meeting be there if there is only one? So the ordinary logic says that for a meeting at least two are needed, the other is needed. But for a real meeting, for a meeting which we call love, for a meeting which we call prayer, for a meeting which we call samadhi, ecstasy, one is needed. When the seeker is there, the sought is not. And when the sought has come, the seeker has disappeared. Why is this so? Because the ego is the barrier. When you feel you are so much that nothing can enter in you. You are filled with your own self. When you are not, then everything can pass through you. You have become so vast that even the divine can pass through you. The whole existence is now ready to pass through you because you are ready. So the whole art of religion is how not to be, how to dissolve, how to surrender, how to become an open space. Chapter 54, The Fire of Awareness Question. 1. A meditator who is vulnerable, passive, open, and receptive feels that with these characteristics he suffers due to the influence of the non-meditative, negative, and tense vibrations around him. Please explain how he can preserve his vulnerable psyche from the harmful vibrations. If you are really vulnerable, nothing is negative for you because the negative is your interpretation. Nothing is harmful to you because the harmful is your interpretation. If you are really open, then nothing can harm you. Nothing can be felt as harmful. You feel something is negative and something is harmful because you resist, because you are against it, because there is no acceptance of it. This has to be deeply understood. The enemy exists there because you are protecting yourself against him. The enemy is there because you are not open. If you are open, then the whole existence is friendly. It cannot be otherwise. Really, you will not even feel it as friendly, it is simply friendly. There is no feeling even that it is friendly, because that feeling can exist only with the contrary feeling of enmity. Let me put it in this way: if you are vulnerable, it means you are ready to live in insecurity. Deep down it means you are ready even to die. You will not resist, you will not oppose, you will not stand in the way. If death comes, there will be no resistance, you will simply allow it to happen. You accept existence in its totality. Then how can you feel it as death? If you deny, then you can feel it as the enemy. If you don't deny, how can you feel it as the enemy? The enemy is created by your denial. The death cannot harm you because the harm is your interpretation. Now no one can harm you. It has become impossible. This is the secret of Taoist teaching. Lao Tzu's basic teaching is this: if you accept, the whole existence is with you, it cannot be otherwise. If you deny, you create the enemy. The more you deny, the more you defend, the more you protect, the more enemies are created. The enemies are your creation, they are not there outside. They exist in your interpretation. Once you can understand this, then this question can never arise. You cannot say, I am meditative, I am vulnerable, open. So now how am I to defend myself against negative vibrations around me? Nothing can be negative now. What does the negative mean? The negative means that which you want to deny, that which you don't want to accept, that which you think is harmful. Then you are not open, then you are not in a meditative state. This question arises only intellectually. This is not a felt question. You have not tasted meditation, you have not known it. You are simply thinking, and that thinking is just a supposition. You suppose, if I meditate and become open, then I will be in insecurity. The negative vibrations will enter in me and they will be harmful. Then how am I to defend myself? This is a supposed question. Don't bring supposed questions to me. They are futile, irrelevant. Meditate, become open, and then you will never bring this question to me, because in the very opening, the negative will have disappeared. Then nothing is negative. And if you think that something is negative, you cannot become open. The very fear of the negative will create the closure. You will be closed. You cannot open. The very fear that something can harm you. How can you become vulnerable? That's why I emphasize the fact that unless the fear of death disappears from you, you cannot become vulnerable, you cannot be open. You will remain closed in your own mind, in your own imprisonment. But you can go on supposing things, and whatsoever you suppose will be wrong, because the mind cannot know anything about meditation, it cannot penetrate that realm. When it ceases completely, meditation happens. So you cannot suppose anything, you cannot think about it. Either you know it, or you don't know it, you cannot think about it. Be open, and in the very opening of yourself, all that is negative in existence disappears. Even death is not negative then. Nothing is negative. Your fear creates the negativity. Deep down you are afraid. Because of that fear you create safety measures. Against those safety measures the enemy exists. Look at this fact that you create the enemy. Existence is not inimical to you. How can it be you belong to it? You are just a part of it, an organic part. How can existence be inimical to you? You are existence. You are not separate. There is no gap between you and the existence. Whenever you feel that the negative, the death, the enemy, the hate, is there, and if you are open, unguarded, existence will destroy you, you feel that you have to defend yourself. And not only defend because the best way to defend is to be aggressive, to offend. You cannot be simply defensive. When you feel that you have to defend yourself, you become offensive because to offend, to be aggressive, is the best way to defend yourself. The fear creates the enemy, and then the enemy creates defense, and then defense creates offense. You become violent, you are constantly on guard, you are against everybody. This point has to be understood that if you are in fear, you are against everybody. Degrees may differ, but then your enemy and your friend are both your enemy. The friend is a little less, that's all. Then your husband or your wife is also your enemy. You have made an arrangement, that's all. You have become adjusted. Or it may be that you both have a common and a greater enemy, and against that common and greater enemy you both have become joined. You both have become one party, but the enmity is there. If you are closed, the whole existence is inimical to you. Not that it is so. It appears to you that it is inimical. When you are open, the whole existence has become your friend. Now when you are closed, even the friend is the enemy. It cannot be otherwise. Deep down you are afraid of your friend also. Somewhere, Henry Thoreau or someone else has written that he prayed to God, "I will take care of my enemies, but you take care of me from my friends. I will fight with my enemies, but protect me from my friends." Just on the surface is friendship. Deep down is enmity. Your friendship may be just a facade to hide the enemy. If you are closed, you can create only the enemy, because when you are open, only then is the friend revealed. When you are open totally to someone, the friendship has happened. It cannot happen in any other way. How can you love when you are closed? You live in your prison. I live in my prison, and whenever we meet, only the prison walls touch each other and we are hiding behind. We move in our capsules, the capsules touch each other, the bodies touch each other, but deep down we remain isolated. Even while making love, when your bodies have entered into each other, you have not entered. Only bodies are meeting. You remain still in your capsule, in your cell. You are just deceiving yourselves that there is communion. Even in sex, which is the deepest relationship, communion is not. It cannot happen because you are closed. Love has become an impossibility. And this is the reason you are afraid, so don't ask such questions. Don't bring false questions. If you have known openness, you cannot feel that something can be harmful to you. Now nothing is harmful. That's why I say even death is a blessing. Your approach has become different. Now, wherever you look with an open heart. That open-heartedness changes the quality of everything, and you cannot feel that something is going to be harmful. You cannot ask how to defend. There is no need. The need arises because you are closed. But you can go on supposing questions. People come to me and they say, okay, if we have realized God, then what? They start with the question if. There are no ifs. In existence, you cannot raise such questions. They are absurd, stupid, because you don't know what you are saying. If I have realized God, then what? That then what never arises, because with the realization, you are no more, only the God is. And with the realization, there is no future, only the present is. And with the realization, there is no worry, because you have become one with existence. So the question then what never arises. This question arises because of the mind, which is in constant worry, constant struggle, constantly thinking for the future. Question 2. When I become more and more aware, my attention develops, and there remains a feeling that I exist, I am present, I am aware. Please explain how this feeling can be dissolved into an egoless state of just awareness. This is again a supposed question. When I become more and more aware, my attention develops and there remains a feeling that I exist, I am present, I am aware. This never happens, because as awareness grows, I decreases. In full awareness you are, but there is no sense that I am. In words, at the most, this can be said that you feel a subtle emness, but there is no I. You feel existence and you feel it in abundance, a fulfilled moment, but the I is not there. You cannot feel I exist. You cannot feel I am present. You cannot feel I am aware. That I is part of unawareness, inattention. Part of your sleeping state, it cannot exist. It cannot exist when you are really alert and aware and conscious. This is how supposed questions can arise. You can go on thinking about them, and nothing will be solved. If this happens that you feel I am. I'm aware, then you only have to note one thing, and that is that you are not alert, you are not aware. Then these feelings I am aware, I am conscious, I exist, these are thoughts, you are thinking them. They are not realized moments. You can think I am aware. You can go on repeating I am aware, that will not do. Awareness is not this repetition, and when you are aware, there is no need to repeat I am aware. You are simply aware. The I is no more, try awareness, right now be alert. Where is the I? You are more intensely, but where is the I, the ego? In the very intensity of consciousness, the ego is no more. Later on, when you lose awareness and thinking starts, you can feel I am, but in the moment of awareness there is no I. Right now experience it. Silently you are here, you can feel your presence, but where is the I? The I never arises. It arises only when retrospectively you think. When you lose awareness, the I arises immediately. Even if for a single moment you can experience simple awareness, you are, and the I is not there. When you lose awareness, when the moment has slipped, gone, and you are thinking, the I comes back immediately. It is part of the thought process. The very concept of I is a thought, it belongs to thinking. I am is a thought. When you are alert and there is no thought, how can you feel that I am? The emness is there, but that too is not a thought, it is not thinking. It is there existentially, it is a fact. But you can turn the fact into thinking immediately, and you can think about this gap that existed where there was no I. And the moment you think, the I has come back. With thinking, the ego enters. Thinking is the ego. With no thinking, the ego is not. So whenever you want to ask a question, first make it existential. Before giving me the question, test whether whatsoever you are asking is relevant or not. Such questions look relevant, just verbally, but they are like this: I say that the light has been put on, and then I ask, the light has been put on and still the darkness remains, so what is to be done with darkness? The only thing is that the light is still off, it has not been put on, otherwise how can the darkness remain? And if the darkness is there, then the light is not there. And if the light is there, then the darkness is not there. They cannot be both together. Awareness and the ego cannot be together. If awareness has come on, if it is there, the ego has disappeared. This is simultaneous. There is not even a single second's gap. The light is on and the darkness has disappeared. It is not that it disappears by and by, in steps, gradually. You cannot see it going outside. You cannot say that now the darkness is going out. The light is there, and the darkness is immediately not there. There is not a single moment's gap, because if there is a gap then you can see darkness moving out. And if there is a single moment's gap, then there is no reason why there can't be a gap of 1 hour. There is no gap. The act is simultaneous. Really, the coming of the light and the going out of the darkness are two aspects of one phenomenon. The same happens with awareness when you are aware, the ego is not. But the ego can go on playing tricks, and the ego can say, I am aware. The ego can say, I am aware, and can end you. Then the question will arise. And the ego wants to accumulate everything, even awareness. The ego not only wants wealth, power, and prestige. It wants meditation also, it wants samadhi also, it wants enlightenment also. The ego wants everything. That which is possible must be possessed. The ego wants to possess everything, even meditation, samadhi, nirvana. So the ego can say, now I have achieved meditation, and then the question will arise. The meditation has been achieved, the awareness has come, but the ego remains, the misery remains. The whole burden of the past remains. Nothing changes. The ego is a very subtle braggart, be aware of it, it can deceive you. And it can use words, it can verbalize things. It can verbalize anything, even nirvana. I have heard that once it happened that two butterflies were winging their way through the canyons of New York. Just passing near the Empire State Building, the male butterfly said to the female, you know, if I wanted to, just with one blow I could cause this Empire State Building to collapse. One wise man happened to be there who heard this remark, so he called that male butterfly and asked, what were you saying? You know very well that you cannot cause that Empire State Building to collapse with a single blow. You know it well, there is no need to tell you. So why did you say such a thing? The male butterfly said, excuse me, sir, I am very sorry. I was just trying to influence my girlfriend. The wise man said, don't do it, and dismissed the butterfly. The male butterfly went back to his girlfriend. Of course, the girlfriend asked, what was the wise guy saying to you? So the male braggart said, he begged me and said, don't do it. He was so afraid, trembling, nervous. He had heard that I was going to cause this Empire State Building to collapse, so he said, don't do it till the same is happening continuously. Those words were uttered by the wise man with a very different meaning. He meant, don't say such things, but the ego exploited him. Your ego can exploit anything, it is deeply cunning. And it is so experienced in cunning experiences of millennia that you cannot even detect where the cunning enters. People come to me and they say, the meditation has happened. Now what to do about my worries? This is how the ego goes on playing tricks, and they are not even aware of what they are saying. The meditation has happened, the kundalini has arisen, so what to do? The worries still continue. Your mind wants to believe things, so without doing anything you go on believing, deceiving wish fulfillments. But the reality doesn't change by your wish fulfillments, the worries continue. You can deceive yourself, you cannot deceive the worries. They will not just disappear because you say, the meditation has happened and the kundalini has arisen, and now I have entered the fifth body. Those worries will not even hear what you are saying. But if meditation really happens, where are the worries? How can they exist in a meditative mind? So remember this, that when you are aware, you are, but you are not the ego. Then you are unlimited, then you are infinite expanse but with no center. There is no focused feeling of I. Just unfocused existence, beginning nowhere, ending nowhere, just infinite sky. And when this I disappears, automatically the you disappears, because the you can exist only in reference to the I am here. That's why you are there. If this I disappears from me, you are no more there, you cannot be. How can you exist? I don't mean that you will not be there bodily, that you will not be there physically. You will be there as you are, but for me you cannot be you. The you is meaningful in reference to my I. My I creates you. One part disappears. The other disappears for me. Then simple existence is there. All the barriers have dissolved. With the ego disappearing, the whole existence becomes one. The ego is the divider, and the ego exists because you are inattentive. The fire of awareness will destroy it. Try it more and more. Suddenly become alert. Walking on the street, immediately stop. Take a deep breath. Become alert for a moment. And when I say alert, I mean simply alert of whatsoever is happening, the traffic noise, people passing and talking, everything that is all around. Simply become alert. You are not there in that moment, existence is, and the beauty of it. Then the traffic noise doesn't appear to be noise, it doesn't look like a disturbance, because there is no one to resist it and fight it. It simply comes to you and passes. It is heard and heard no more, it comes and passes. There is no barrier against which it can strike. It cannot make a wound in you, because all wounds are made in the ego. It will pass. There will be no barrier to it on which it can strike. There will be no fight, no disturbance. Remember this: the noise on the street is not the disturbance. When the noise of the street struggles against you, when you have a fixed notion that it is a disturbance, it becomes disturbance. When you accept it, it comes and passes, and you are simply bathed by it. You come out of it more fresh, and nothing tires you then. The only tiring thing, that which goes on dissipating your energy, is this resistance which we call the ego. But we never look at it in this way. The ego has become our life, the very gist of it. Really, there is no ego. If I say to someone, many times it happens, if I say to someone to dissolve this ego, immediately he stares at me as if with the question, the nude question, that if ego is dissolved, then where is life? Then I am no more. I have heard that one very great politician, a big leader of a country, was asked, "You must be getting tired. The whole day, wherever you move, there is a crowd of autograph seekers." That politician, that leader said, "It almost kills me, but this is only half of the truth." He must have been a very rare, honest man. He said, "It almost kills me, but almost. If there was no one seeking my autograph, it would kill me completely. This continuous crowd almost kills me, but the other thing would be more dangerous. It would kill me completely if there was no one to ask for my autograph." So howsoever tiring the ego, howsoever wearing, you still feel it is life, and if the ego is not there, you feel life will disappear from your mind. You cannot conceive how life can exist without you, without there always being a reference point of I. It is logical in a way, because we have never lived without it. We have lived through it, we have lived around it. We know only one type of life, which is based on ego. We don't know any other life. And because we have lived through it, we have not been really able to live. We are simply struggling to live, and the life never happens to us, it just bypasses us. It is always just in the reach, in the hope just tomorrow, the next moment, and we will be living. But it never comes, it is never achieved. It always remains a hope and a dream, but we go on moving. And because it is not coming, we move fast. That too is logical if life is not happening to us. The mind can think only one thing, that we are not moving fast enough. So make hurry, be in a speed. Once it happened that one of the great scientists, T.H. Huxley, was going to deliver a talk somewhere in London. He came to the station, to the suburban station, but the train was late, so he jumped into a cab and told the driver, "Hurry, go at top speed." They were racing fast, when suddenly he realized that he had not given the address. But then he also remembered that he had himself forgotten the address. So he asked the driver, "Cabby, do you know where I am supposed to be going?" He said, "No, sir, but I am going as fast as possible." This is happening. You are going as fast as possible. Where are you moving? Why are you moving? What is the destination, the hope that someday life will happen to you? And why is it not happening right now? You are alive, why is it not happening right now? Why is the nirvana always in the future, always in the tomorrow? Why is it not today? And the tomorrow never comes, or whenever it comes it will always be the today and you will miss again. But we have lived only in this way. We know only one dimension of living, this so-called living. We are already living just dead, not alive at all, just pulling together anyhow, just waiting. With the ego it will always remain a waiting and a hopeless waiting. You can do it fast, you can make haste, but you will never reach anywhere. Just by hurrying you will dissipate energy and you will die. And you have done that so many times. You have always been in a hurry, and in that hurry dissipating energy, and then only death comes and nothing else. You are hurrying for life, and only death comes and nothing else. But the mind, because it is accustomed to only one dimension, because it has known only one way, which is not even a way, but just appears to be a way, will say that if there is no ego, where is life? But I say to you, if there is ego, there is no possibility of life, only promises. The ego is a perfect promise maker. It goes on promising you, and you are so unaware no promise is ever fulfilled, but again you believe. When the new promises are given, you again believe. Look back. The ego promised many things, and nothing has been achieved through it. All the promises have fallen down. But you never look back, you never compare. When you were a child, there were promises for youth. Life will be there when you are young. Everyone was saying it, and you also were hoping that when you become young, all that was to happen would happen. Now those days have passed, the promise remains unfulfilled, but you have forgotten. You have forgotten the promise. You have forgotten that it has not been fulfilled. It is so painful to look at it that you never look at it. Now you hope for the old age that in old age the sanyas will flower, the meditation will happen to you. Then the worries will be over, your children will have gone to the college, and everything will have become established. Then there will be no responsibility on you. Then you will be able to seek the divine. Then, in the old age, the miracle is going to happen. And you will die unfulfilled. It is not going to happen, because it never happens in the hope. It never happens with the hope. It never happens with the promise of the ego. It can happen right now. It can only happen right now. But then a very intense awareness is needed, so that you can throw all the promises and all the hopes and all the future programs and all the dreams and look directly here and now at what you are. In that returning to yourself, your consciousness not moving somewhere ahead, but returning to yourself, you become a circle of consciousness. This moment becomes eternal, you are alert and aware. In that alertness, in that awareness, there is no I. Simple existence, simple being. And simplicity comes out of that awareness. Simplicity is not a loincloth. Simplicity is not living in poverty. Simplicity is not becoming a beggar. Those are very complex and very cunning things, very calculated. Simplicity is born when you have achieved a simple existence where no I exists. Out of that, simplicity arises. You become humble, not that you practice it, because a practiced simplicity can never be simplicity. A practiced humbleness is just a hidden ego. It happens if you can be aware. It starts flowing through you. You become humble. Not against the ego, because a humbleness against the ego is again a different sort of ego, a more subtle ego and more dangerous, more poisonous. It is humbleness as the absence of ego. Not as the opposite of the ego, just the absence. The ego has disappeared. You have come to yourself and known that there is no ego. Simplicity arises. Humbleness arises, they simply flow. You have not done anything for them. They are byproducts of intense awareness, so this type of question is foolish. If you feel that you are aware and still the I remains, know well that you are not aware, make effort to be aware. And this is the criterion: when you are aware, the I is not. When you are aware, the I is not. When you are aware, the I is not found there. This is the only criterion. Question 3. One day, you explained about the imbalance of object-centered Western culture and subject-centered Eastern culture, and you also mentioned that nowhere in any culture is the total human being accepted. You visualize such a coming culture, which will be able to accept and develop the human being in his totality, objective as well as subjective. This one-sided development has occurred as a natural fallacy, as a very natural fallacy. Try to understand the natural fallacy, because many things depend on it. Whenever something is said, the opposite of it is denied. Whenever something is said, something is simultaneously denied. If I say God is within, God is without is denied. I have not mentioned it at all. But if I say God is without, then God is within is denied. If I say to be silent you have to move inwards, it is implied that if you move outwards, you will never be silent. So whatsoever is said in language always negates something. This means that language can never cover the whole of life. Or, if you try to cover the whole of life, language becomes illogical, irrational. If I say, God is within and God is without, it becomes meaningless. If I say, everything is God, it becomes meaningless. If I say, whether you go out or whether you go in, silence can be achieved, no meaning is carried then, because I am saying both the opposites simultaneously. I am putting them together. They negate each other and then nothing is said. It has been tried. It has been tried many times that the whole of life be covered by linguistic expression. It has never been successful, and it cannot be. You can do it, but then your assertions become mystic. They don't carry any meaning. Logic has some requirements to be fulfilled, and language is logic. If you ask me, are you here? And I say, yes, in a sense I am here, and in a sense I am not here, or I say, both yes and no, then if you love me you will call me a mystic. If you don't love me, you will call me a madman, because how can both be? Either I am here then I must say yes, or I am not here then I must say no. But if I say yes and no both together, I am taking a jump out of the logical structure of the language. Language is always a choice. Because of this, all the cultures, all the societies, all the civilizations become one-sided, and no culture can exist without language. Really, Language creates the culture. Man is the only language animal. No other animal creates any culture or society or civilization. Only man creates culture and civilization and society. And with language, choice enters. And with choice, imbalance. No animal is imbalanced, remember. Only man is imbalanced. All animals exist in deep balance, trees and rocks and everything. Everything is balanced. Only man is imbalanced. What is the problem? That man lives through language. Language creates choice. If I say to someone that he is both beautiful and ugly, the sentence carries no meaning. Ugly and beautiful both. What do you mean? If I say, you are beautiful, it is meaningful. If I say you are ugly, it is meaningful. But if I say you are both, you are wise and foolish both, it cannot carry any meaning, but reality is so. Really, no one is simply ugly and no one is simply beautiful. Wherever beauty exists, ugliness exists. Wherever ugliness exists, beauty exists, they are part of one whole. And wherever wisdom exists, foolishness exists. You cannot find a wise man who is not also a fool, and you cannot find a fool who is not also a wise man. It may be difficult for you to conceive, because whenever you say, this man is a fool, you stop searching, you are closed, you have closed the door. You say, this man is a fool. Now you are not going to search for his wisdom. And even if his wisdom is revealed to you, you will not listen to it. You will say, this man is a fool, how can he be a wise man? It is impossible. Something wrong has happened. He must have done it in a foolish way. This is something accidental. He cannot be wise. If you decide that this man is wise and then something foolish comes out of him, you cannot believe it, or you will have come explanations and you will rationalize it that this must be wise. Life is both together, but language divides. Language is a choice. Because of this, every culture creates its own choice pattern. In the East, they developed technology, they developed scientific research. They developed all that is now developed in the West. 5,000 years ago they developed everything, and then they felt the meaninglessness of it as it is now felt in the West. They felt that it was useless. When they felt that it was useless, they turned to the opposite extreme. They said, now turn within. Whatsoever is without is illusory, it leads nowhere, turn within. Then science stopped growing, then technology stopped. Not only stopped when they turned within, they started condemning all that was without. Just live the life which is in. Leave all that is without. They became against the world life negative, denying all that is material. Only the spiritual, the pure spiritual. Life is both. Really, to say life is both is not right. Life is one. That which we call material is just one expression of the spiritual, and that which we call spiritual is nothing but one expression of the material. Life is one. The within and without are not two opposite things, just two poles of one existence. But whenever a society reaches to the extreme of one choice, because one choice is bound to be extremist immediately, you will miss the other, and that which you miss, you feel more. That which you have, you can forget, but that which you miss, you feel more. So the East, at the peak of scientific and technological development, felt the absurdity of it. It is useless. You cannot attain silence through it. You cannot attain bliss through it, so throw it away, renounce it, move inward, move to the inner world. And then this inner movement automatically became a denial of the outer. In the West, that is happening now. Now the West has attained to a technological height. Now the meaninglessness is felt. Now India has gone to the depths of poverty. It was bound to happen, because the Eastern mind started moving inwards. When you move inwards at the cost of all that is without, you are going to be poor, and you are going to be in bondage, and you are going to be in disease and suffering. That is bound to be so. Now India is not interested in meditation. India is not interested in the inner world. India is not interested in the nirvana. India is interested in the modern technology. The Indian student is interested in engineering, in medical science. The Indian genius is going to the West to learn the know-how, the atomic energy, and the Western genius is interested in coming to the East to know what meditation is, to know how to move in the inner space, and they have achieved. For the first time in the history of man, they have known how to move in the outer space. They have reached the moon. Now that they have reached the moon, the thing has become absurd. Now they are asking, what will come out of it, even if we have gone to the moon? What has happened? Man remains in the same misery. The moon is not going to help, because you can transfer man to the moon, but he remains the same man. So movement in the outer space seems to be of no use, a wastage of energy. How to move in the inner space. Now they turn to the east, and the east is turning to the west again the choice. If the west turns to the east completely, within 2 or 3 centuries, the west will become poor. Look at the hippies, they are already doing that. And if the new Western generation turns absolutely hippie, then who is going to work for the technology? And who is going to work for the industry? And who is going to work for the civilization that the West has achieved? It takes centuries and centuries to achieve something. You can lose it within a generation. If the generation denies and says, "We are not going to the universities," what can you do? The old generation, how long can it prolong it? 20 years and everything can disappear. Just through the denial of the new generation, "I am not going to the university, tilde," and they are leaving. They are becoming dropouts. They say, "What is the use of big cars, of big houses, of a big technology, when there is no love? When there is no peace of mind, what is the use of all this wealth? What is the use of this high standard of living when there is no life? So leave this." Within 2 centuries, the West can go to the very depths of poverty. It has happened in the East, in the days of the Mahabharata. Almost the same technology was developed in the East. Then it was found to be of no use. And if the Indian mind turns to technology, within 2 generations religion will disappear. It has already disappeared, and just the word meditation will look out of date. If you talk about the inner, people will think you are not in your senses. What do you mean by the inner? There is no inner. This happens because of the language, because language is a choice, and the mind moves to the extreme. And when it moves to one extreme, the other is lost. And with the other, many qualities disappear, and when they disappear you feel the hunger for them. Then you again move to the other extreme. Then something else is lost. So no total culture has been born yet, and it cannot be born unless man learns to remain silent, unless silence becomes the very core of human mind. Not language, but silence, because in silence you are whole, in language you are always part. Unless humanity starts living through silence, not through language, not through mind, but through the totality of the being, no total culture is possible. Only total human beings can constitute a total culture. The human being is partial and fragmented. Every human being is just a fragment of that which he can be, that which he should be. He is just a fragment of his potentiality. These fragmentary human beings create fragmentary societies. Fragmentary societies have always been there. But now it seems possible that we may become aware of this whole nonsense of turning to extremes, and if this awareness becomes intense, and we don't move to the opposite, but rather we start to look at the whole. For example, myself. I am not against the material, I am not against the spiritual. I am not for the spiritual, and I am not for the material. I am for both. There is no choice for me between the material and the spiritual, the inner and the outer. I am for both, because if you accept both, only then you become total and whole. But this is difficult to understand, to grasp, because of the heritage. Whenever you see a spiritual man, you start looking to see whether he is poor or not. He must be poor, he must be living in a hut, he must be starving. Why should he be poor and why should he be starving? Because the inner has to be chosen against the outer. That has become a part of the heritage. If you see a man living in luxury, you cannot believe that he is spiritual. How can he be spiritual? What is wrong in luxury? And how is spirituality against luxury? Really, spiritually is the ultimate luxury. Really, only a spiritual man can be in luxury. He knows how to relax, and he knows how to enjoy, and he knows how to carry bliss wherever he moves. But the heritage has gone into the very cells of your brain. If you see a spiritual man walking in poverty, you feel that he must be authentic. How is poverty related to spirituality? And why we have been choosing extremes? This is difficult to understand, because of a long tradition, and you are not even aware. Someone was just here, and he told me that in Wardha, where Vinoba lives, it is very hot now the whole day, and he will not use a fan. He will not use a cooler. He will not use an air conditioner. Impossible. How can a spiritual man use an air conditioner? He cannot even use a fan. The man who had come from there was very much impressed. He said, "See, what a great spiritual man. He is not even using a fan." Then I asked, "What is he doing?" He said, "The whole day, from 10 to 5, for 7 hours, he goes on putting cold cloths on his head and on his stomach." 7 of Vinoba's hours wasted every day. And what is the cost of a fan or a cooler or an air conditioner? And Vinoba's 7 wasted hours every day. But if there was a fan, this man would have felt that Vinoba is not spiritual. And somehow Vinoba is also agreeing with this type of attitude that Vinoba's 7 hours every day are not important. Life is very short, and a genius like Vinoba is wasting 7 hours unnecessarily. But he himself also feels that technology is somehow anti-spiritual. The outside and the inside, he has chosen the inside. But if you are choosing the inside, even putting on the wet cloth is outside. It is doing the same thing, only in a very primitive way. What are you doing? You are creating a sort of cooling, and you are wasting 7 hours for it. This is at a very great cost. But we will say, no, this is austerity, this is spirituality, and this man is great. This has gone to the very cells of our brains. I accept life in its totality. The outer and the inner both are there, and they both belong to me, and they must be balanced. You need not choose one at the cost of the other. And if you choose, you are falling a victim of an extreme, and you will suffer for it. Create a balance. The outer and the inner are not opposed. They are movements of the same energy, 2 banks of the same river, and the river cannot flow with only one bank. You can forget the other, but the other will be there. And the river can exist only if the other is there. You can forget it completely, then hypocrisy is born, because unnecessarily you have to go on hiding the other. There is no need. The river cannot flow. Life flows between the inner and the outer, and both are essential. Life cannot exist with one, and the two are not really two. The 2 banks of the river only appear two. If you go deep in the river, they are joined. The same ground is appearing as 2 banks. The outer and the inner are the same ground, the same phenomenon. If this insight goes deep and human beings. And I am interested in human beings, not in cultures, not in societies, not in civilizations. If human beings become total and balanced, it is possible that someday humanity can become a balanced society. And only then will man be at ease, and only then will it be possible to grow without any unnecessary difficulty. Now, rarely it happens that someone grows rarely. Almost all the seeds are wasted in millions. One seed grows and comes to flower. This seems sheer wastage. But if society is balanced, nothing is denied, nothing is chosen, but the whole is accepted in a deep harmony, then many will grow. Really, quite the reverse will be the case. It will happen rarely that someone will not grow. Chapter 55. Only the unreal dissolves. Feel my thought, Ines, internal organs me. Before desire and before knowing, how can I say I am? Consider, dissolve in the beauty. Once a visitor asked many people in a small town about the mayor. What type of man is your mayor? Said the priest, he is no good. Said the filling station attendant, he is a bum. And said the barber, I never in my life voted for that rascal. Then the visitor met the mayor, a much maligned man, and the visitor asked, what pay are you getting for your job? Said the mayor, my goodness, I am not getting any pay for it. I have accepted this job just for the honor of it. This is the situation of the ego. Only you think about your ego, no one else. Only you think that your ego is enthroned. For everyone else it is not so. No one agrees with your ego except you. Everyone else is against it. But you go on living in a dream, in a delusion. You create your own image. You feel that image, you protect that image, and you think the whole world exists for it. This is a delirium, a madness. This is not reality. The world is not existing for you. No one is concerned with your ego. No one at all. Whether you are or you are not, it makes no difference. You are just a wave. The wave comes and goes. The ocean is not worried about it. But you think yourself very important. Those who want to dissolve the ego have first to recognize this fact. And unless you can put aside your egoistic structure, you will not be able to see the reality, because whatsoever you see, whatsoever you perceive, your ego distorts it. It tries to manipulate everything for itself, and nothing is for it, because reality cannot help anything which is false. Remember that. Reality cannot support anything which is not, and your ego is the most impossible thing, the greatest falsity. It is not there. It is your creation, your imaginative creation. The reality cannot help it. The reality is always shattering it, always destroying it. Whenever your ego comes in contact with reality, the reality proves shocking. Just to defend yourself against these shocks which are always coming, continuously coming to destroy your ego. By and by you avoid seeing reality. Rather than lose your ego, you try to avoid seeing the reality. And then around your ego, you create a false world which you think is the reality. Then you live in your own world. You are not in contact with the real world, you cannot be, because you are afraid. You are living in a glass house of the ego. The fear is there whenever the reality comes in contact. Your ego may be destroyed, so it is better not to come in contact with the reality. We go on escaping from reality just to protect, to defend, this impossible ego. Why do I call it impossible? Why do I say it is false? Try to understand this. The reality is when the reality exists as a whole, as a totality. You cannot exist alone, or can you? If the trees are not existing, you will not be able to exist, because they are producing oxygen for you. If the air disappears, you will simply die, because that air is giving you vitality, life. If the sun goes out, you will be no more here, because through warmth, the rays, they are your life. Life exists as a cosmic totality. You are not alone, and you cannot exist alone. You exist in a world. You exist not as an atomic, separate, isolated existence. You exist in the cosmic whole as a wave, you are interrelated, and the ego gives you the feeling that you are individual, alone, separate, isolated. The ego gives you the feeling that you are an island, you are not. That's why the ego is false. It is unreal, and the reality cannot support it, so there are only two ways. If you come in contact with reality, if you become open to it, your ego will dissolve. Or, you have to create your own dream world and then live in it, and you have created that world. Everyone is living in his own dream. People come to me and I look at them, and I see that they are fast asleep, dreaming. Their problems are out of their dreams and they want to solve them. They cannot be solved because they are not real. How can you solve an unreal problem? If it exists, it can be solved, but it is nowhere. It cannot be solved. An unreal problem, how can it be solved? It can be solved only by an unreal answer. But that unreal answer will create other problems which again will be unreal. And then you fall ad nauseam. There is no end to it, if you want to come to meet reality. And to meet reality is to meet God. God is not something hidden somewhere in the sky. It is the reality around you. God is not hidden. You are hidden in an unreality. God is the nearest immediate presence, but you are hidden in a capsule of your own unreal world, and you go on protecting it, and the center of it is the ego. The ego is unreal, because you are not isolated. You are one with reality. You exist as an organic part of it. You cannot be separated from it. If separated, not even for a single moment can you be alive. Every breath, and you are bridged with the cosmos. Every moment you are moving in and out, meeting the real and coming back. You are a pulsation, not a dead entity, and that pulsation exists in a deep harmony with the real. But you have forgotten that pulsation. You have created a dead ego. A concept I am, and this I am is always against the whole, defending itself, struggling, in conflict, in war. Hence the emphasis of all religions to dissolve the ego. The first thing, it is unreal. That's why it can be dissolved. Nothing real can be dissolved. How can you dissolve it? If something is real, it cannot be destroyed. It will remain, and it will remain whatsoever you do. Only unreal things can be dissolved, they can disappear, they can simply evaporate into nowhere, into nothingness. Your ego can dissolve because it is unreal. It is just a thought, a notion. It has no substance to it. Secondly, you cannot even carry this ego continuously for 24 hours. It is so unreal that you have to constantly fuel it, feed it. While you are asleep, the ego is not there. That's why in the morning you feel so fresh, because you have been in a deep contact with reality. The reality has rejuvenated you, revitalized you. In deep sleep, your ego is not. Your name, your form, all have dissolved. You don't know who you are, educated or uneducated, poor or rich, a sinner or a saint, you don't know. In deep sleep you have fallen back to the cosmic whole. The ego is not there. In the morning you feel vitalized, fresh, young. Energy has come to you from some deep source, you are again alive. But if in the night there are dreams and dreams and dreams, in the morning you feel tired because in the dreams the ego persists. In the dreams the ego persists, it is there, so it is not allowing you to fall into the original source. You will feel tired in the morning. In deep sleep, the ego is not. When you are in deep love, The ego is not when you are relaxed, silent, the ego is not. When you are absorbed in something so totally that you have forgotten, the ego is not. Listening to music, you have forgotten that you are the ego is not. And really, the peace that comes to you is not coming through music. It is coming because you have forgotten the ego. The music is instrumental. Looking at a beautiful sunrise or sunset, you forget yourself. Then suddenly you feel that something has happened to you. You are not there. Something greater than you is there. This presence of the great. Jesus calls it God, that word is just symbolic. Mohammed calls it God, that word is just symbolic. God means greater than you, a moment when you feel that something greater than you is happening to you, and you can feel this only when you are not. While you are there, the greater cannot happen to you because you are the barrier. In any moment, if you are absent, the God is present there. Your absence is the presence of the divine. Remember it always, your absence is the presence of the divine. Your presence is the absence of the divine. So really the question is not how to reach God, the question is not how to attain God. The question is how to be absent. You need not worry about the divine, you can forget it completely. There is no need to remember even the word God. It is irrelevant, because the basic thing is not God, the basic thing is your ego. If it is not there, God happens to you. And if you try, if you make effort to reach God, to attain God, or to be liberated, you may miss because this whole effort may be ego-centered. That's the problem for the spiritual seeker. It may be just the ego which is thinking to attain God. You cannot be satisfied by your worldly successes you have achieved. In the outer world you have reached a certain status, position, prestige. You are powerful, you are rich, knowledgeable, respected, but your ego is not satisfied. The ego is never satisfied, and the reason, the same. A real hunger can be satisfied. The hunger of the ego is false. It cannot be satisfied. Whatsoever you do will be futile. Because the hunger is false, no food can satisfy it. If the hunger is real, it can be satisfied. All natural hungers can be satisfied. It is nothing, not a problem at all, but unnatural hungers cannot be satisfied. In the first place, they are not hungers. How can you satisfy them? And they are unreal. Just emptiness exists there. You go on throwing food, and you are throwing food into an abyss, a bottomless abyss. You will not reach anywhere. The ego cannot be satisfied. I have heard that when Alexander was coming to India, someone said to him, "Have you ever meditated upon the fact that there is only one world, and if you win it, then what will you do?" And it is reported that upon hearing this, Alexander became very sad and he said, "I have not thought about it, but it makes me very, very sad. Really, there is only one world and I am going to win it. And when I have won it, what am I going to do then? Even this whole world will not quench your thirst, because the thirst is false, unreal. The hunger is not natural. The ego can go in search of God." In almost 99 cases out of 100, this has been my feeling, that the ego is in search. And then the search is bound to be doomed from the very beginning, because the ego cannot meet the divine, and the ego is making every effort to reach it. Remember well, your meditation, your prayer, your worship, should not be an ego trip. If it is, you are unnecessarily wasting your energy, so be perfectly aware. And this is only a question of awareness. If you are aware, you can find out how your ego moves and works. It is not difficult. No particular training is needed. You can close your eyes and you can see what the search is. You can ask the question whether you are really seeking the divine, or whether it is again just an ego trip because it is respectable, because people think you are religious, because deep down you think, "How can I be satisfied unless I possess God? Is God going to be your possession?" The Upanishads say that one who says that he has achieved God has not achieved, because the very assertion that I have achieved God is an ego assertion. The Upanishads say that one who claims that he has known has not known. The very claim shows that he has not known, because the claim that I have known comes from the ego, and the ego cannot know. The ego is the only barrier. Now we will enter the techniques. First, feel my thought, ines, internal organs me. A very simple and a very beautiful technique. Feel my thought, ines, internal organs me. The first thing is not to think but to feel. These are two different dimensions, and we have become so intellect-oriented that even when we say that we are feeling, really we are not feeling, we are thinking. Feeling has completely stopped. It has become a dead organ in you. Even when you say I love, it is not a feeling, it is again a thought. And what is the difference between feeling and thought? If you feel, you will feel yourself centered near the heart. If I say I love you, this very feeling of love will flow from my heart, the center will be near the heart. If it is just a thought, it will come from my head. When you love someone, try to feel whether it is coming from the head, or whether it is coming from the heart. Whenever you deeply feel, you are headless. In that moment there is no head. There cannot be. The heart becomes your whole being as if the head has disappeared. In feeling, the center of being is the heart. While you are thinking, the center of being is the head, but thinking proved very useful for survival, so we have stopped everything else. All other dimensions of our being have been stopped and closed. We are just heads, and the body is just a situation for the head to exist, we go on thinking. Even about feelings we go on thinking, so try to feel. You will have to work on it, because that capacity, that quality, has remained retarded. You must do something to reopen that possibility. You look at a flower and immediately you say it is beautiful. Ponder over the fact, linger over the fact. Don't give a hurried judgment. Wait and then see whether it is just from the head that you have said it is beautiful, or whether you have felt it. Is it just a routine thing, because you know a rose is beautiful, supposed to be beautiful? People say it is beautiful, and you have also said many times that it is beautiful. The moment you see the rose, the mind supplies you. The mind says it is beautiful, finished. Now there is no contact with the rose. There is no need. You have said. Now you can move to something else, without any communion with the rose. The mind didn't allow you even a glimpse of the rose. The mind came in between, and the heart couldn't come in touch with the rose. Only the heart can say whether it is beautiful or not, because beauty is a feeling, it is not a concept. You cannot say from the head that it is beautiful. How can you say beauty is not mathematics, it is not measurable? And beauty is not really just in the rose, because to someone else it may not be beautiful at all. And someone else may just pass without looking at it. And to someone else it may even be ugly. The beauty doesn't exist simply in the rose. The beauty exists in a meeting of the heart with the rose. When the heart meets with the rose, beauty flowers. When the heart comes in deep contact with anything, it is a great phenomenon. If you come in deep contact with any person, the person becomes beautiful. The deeper the contact, the more beauty is revealed. But beauty is a phenomenon that happens to the heart, not to the mind. It is not a calculation, and there is no criterion by which to judge it. It is a feeling. So if I say, this rose is not beautiful, you cannot argue about it. There is no need to argue. You will say, that is your feeling. And the rose is beautiful, this is my feeling. There is no question of argument. Heads can argue. Hearts cannot argue. It is finished, it is a full stop. If I say, this is my feeling, then there is no question of argument. With the head, argument can continue and we can come to a conclusion. With the heart, the conclusion has already happened. With the heart, there is no procedure towards the conclusion. The conclusion is immediate, instantaneous. With the head, it is a process. You argue, you discuss, you analyze, and then you come to a conclusion about whether this is so or not. With the heart, it is an immediate phenomenon. The conclusion comes first. Look at it with the head, conclusion comes in the end. With the heart, conclusion comes first, and then you can proceed to find the process, but that is the work of the head. So when such techniques have to be practiced, the first difficulty will be that you don't know what feeling is. Try to develop it. When you touch something, close your eyes. Don't think, feel. For example, if I take your hand in my hand and I say to you, close your eyes and feel what is happening, immediately you will say, your hand is in my hand. But this is not a feeling, this is a thinking. Then I again say to you, feel. Don't think, then you say, you are expressing your love. That too is again thinking. If I insist again, just feel, don't use your head. What are you feeling right now? Only then will you be able to feel and say, the warmth. Because love is a conclusion. Your hand is in my hand, this is a head-oriented thought. The actual feeling is that a certain warmth is flowing from my hand to your hand, or from your hand to my hand. Our life energies are meeting, and the point of meeting has become hot. It has become warm. This is the feeling, the sensation, the real. But we go on with the head continuously. That has become a habit. We are trained for it. So you will have to reopen your heart. Try to live with feelings. Sometimes in the day when you are not doing any particular business, because in business, in the beginning it will be difficult to live with feeling. There, head has proved very efficient, and you cannot depend on feeling. While you are at home playing with your children, the head is not needed. It is not a business, but there too you are with the head. Playing with your children, or just sitting with your wife, or not doing anything, relaxing in a chair, feel the texture of the chair. Your hand is touching the chair. How are you feeling it? The air is blowing, the breeze is coming in. It touches you. How do you feel? Smells are coming from the kitchen. How do you feel? Just feel. Don't think about them. Don't start brooding that this smell shows that something is being prepared in the kitchen, then you will start dreaming about it. No, just feel whatsoever is the fact. Remain with the fact. Don't move in thinking. You are surrounded from everywhere. Everywhere so much is converging on you. The whole existence is coming to meet you from everywhere. From all your senses it is entering you, but you are in the head, and your senses have become dead. They don't feel. A certain growth will be needed before you can do this, because this is an inner experiment. If you cannot feel the outer, it will be very difficult for you to feel the inner, because the inner is the subtle. If you cannot feel the gross, you cannot feel the subtle. If you cannot hear the sounds, then it will be difficult for you to hear the inner soundlessness. It will be very difficult. It is so subtle. You are just sitting in the garden, the traffic is passing by and there are many noises and many sounds. You just close your eyes and try to find the most subtle sound there around you. A crow is cawing. Just concentrate yourself on that crow's noise. The whole traffic noise is going on. The sound is such, it is so subtle that you cannot be aware of it unless you focus your awareness towards it. But if you focus your awareness, the whole traffic noise will go far away, and the noise of the crow will become the center. And you will hear it, all the nuances of it very subtle, but you will be able to hear it. Grow in sensitivity. When you touch, when you hear, when you eat, when you take a bath, allow your senses to be open. And don't think, feel. You are standing under the shower, feel the coolness of the water falling on you. Don't think about it. Don't immediately say, it is very cool, it is cold, it is good. Don't say anything. Don't verbalize, because the moment you verbalize, you miss feeling. The moment words come in, the mind has started to function. Don't verbalize. Feel the coolness and don't say that it is cool. There is no need to say anything. But our minds are just mad. We go on saying something or other. I remember, I was working in a university, and there was a lady professor who would always be saying something or other. It was impossible for her to be silent in any situation. One day I was standing on the veranda of the college, and the sun was setting. It was tremendously beautiful. And she was just standing by my side, so I told her, look. She was saying something or other, so I said, look, such a beautiful sunset. So very reluctantly she conceded. She said, yes, but don't you think there should be a little more purple just on the left? It was not a painting. It was a real sunset. We go on saying things, not even aware of what we are saying. Stop verbalizing. Only then can you deepen your feelings. If feelings are deepened, then this technique can work miracles for you. Feel my thought, close your eyes and feel the thought. A continuous flow of thoughts is there, a continuum, a flux. A river of thoughts is flowing. Feel these thoughts, feel their presence. And the more you feel, the more will be revealed to you, layers upon layers. Not only thoughts that are just on the surface. Behind them there are more thoughts, and behind them there are still more thoughts, layers upon layers. And the technique says, feel my thought. And we go on saying, these are my thoughts. But feel, are they really yours? Can you say my? The more you feel, the less will it be possible for you to say that they are yours. They are all borrowed, they are all from the outside. They have come to you, but they are not yours. No thought is yours, just dust gathered. Even if you cannot recognize the source from where this thought has come to you, no thought is yours. If you try hard, you can find from where this thought has come to you. Only the inner silence is yours. No one has given it to you. You were born with it and you will die with it. Thoughts have been given to you. You have been conditioned to them. If you are a Hindu, you have a different type, a different set of thoughts. If you are a Mohammedan, of course, a different set of thoughts. If you are a communist, again a different set of thoughts. They have been given to you, or you may have taken them voluntarily, but no thought is yours. If you feel the presence of thoughts, the crowd, you can feel this also, that they are not yours. The crowd has come to you, it has gathered around you, but it doesn't belong to you. And if this can be felt, that no thought is mine, only then you can throw the mind. If they are yours, you will defend them. And the very feeling that this thought is mine is the attachment. Then I give it roots in myself. Then I become the soil, and the thought can remain rooted in me. If anything that I can see is not mine is uprooted, then I'm not attached to it. The feeling of mine creates attachment. You can fight for your thoughts, you can even become a martyr for your thoughts. Or you can become a killer, a murderer for your thoughts, and thoughts are not yours. Consciousness is yours, but thoughts are not yours. And why will this help? Because if you can see that thoughts are not yours, then nothing is yours because thought is the root of all. The house is mine and the property is mine, and the family is mine. These are the outer things. Deep down the thoughts are mine. Only if thoughts are mine can all these things, the superstructure, be mine. If thoughts are not mine then nothing matters, because this too is a thought that you are my wife, or you are my husband. This too is a thought. And if basically thought itself is not mine, then how can the husband be mine? Or how can the wife be mine? Thoughts uprooted, the whole world is uprooted. Then you can live in the world and not live in it. You can move to the Himalayas, you can leave the world. But if you think that your thoughts are yours, you have not moved a single inch. Sitting there in the Himalayas, you will be as much in the world as here because thoughts are the world. You carry your thoughts to the Himalayas. You leave the house, but the real house is inner, and the real house is built by the bricks of thought. It is not the outer house. So this is strange, but this happens every day. I see a person who has left the world, but still he remains a Hindu. He becomes a sannyasin, and still he remains a Hindu or remains a Jain. What does it mean? He renounces the world, but he doesn't renounce the thoughts. He is still a Jain, he is still a Hindu, the thought world is carried still. And that thought world is the real world. If you can see that no thought is yours. And you will see, because you will be the seer and thoughts will become the objects. When you silently look at the thoughts, thoughts will be the objects and you will be the looker. You will be the seer, the witness, and thoughts will be flowing before you. And if you look deeply and feel deeply, you will see that there are no roots. Thoughts are floating like clouds in the sky. They have no roots in you, they come and go. You are just a victim, and you unnecessarily become identified with them. About every cloud that passes by your house you say, "This is my cloud." Thoughts are like clouds in the sky of your consciousness. They go on passing, and you go on clinging to each one. You say, "This is mine," and this is only a vagrant cloud that is passing. And it will pass. Go back in your childhood. You had certain thoughts, and you used to cling to them, and you used to say that they were your thoughts. Then the childhood disappeared, and with that childhood, those clouds disappeared. Now you don't even remember. Then you were young, then other clouds which are attracted when you are young came to you, and then you started clinging to them. Now you are old, those thoughts are no more there. You don't even remember them. And they were so significant that you could have died for them, and now you don't even remember. Now you can laugh at the whole nonsense that you once thought that you could die for them, you could become a martyr for them. Now you are not ready to even give a single penny for them. They don't belong to you now. Now those clouds have gone but other clouds have come, and you are clinging to them. Clouds go on changing but your clinging never changes. That's the problem. And it is not that only when you are no longer a child they will change. Every moment they are changing. A minute ago you were filled with certain clouds. Now you are filled with other clouds. When you came here, certain clouds were hovering on you. When you leave this room, other clouds will be hovering on you, and you go on clinging to every cloud. If in the end you find nothing in your hand, it is natural because nothing can come of clouds and thoughts are just clouds. This sutra says feel, be established in feeling first, then my thought. Look at that thought which you have always been calling my thought. Established in feeling, looking at thought, the my disappears. And my is the trick because out of many my's, out of many me's, the I evolves. This is mine. This is my, so many minds. Out of them the I evolves. This technique starts from the very root. Thought is the root of all. If you can cut the feeling of my at the very root, it will not appear again. It will not be seen anywhere again. But if you don't cut it down there, you can go on cutting everywhere and it is useless. It will go on appearing again and again. I can cut it. I can say my wife, no, we are strangers and marriage is just a social formality. I cut myself away. I say, no one is my wife, but this is very superficial. Then I say my religion, then I say my sect. Then I say this is my religious book. This is the Bible. This is the Quran. This is my book. Then the my continues in some other field and you remain the same. My thought, and then I-ness. First look at the traffic of thought, the process of thought, the river-like flow of thought, and find out whether any thought belongs to you or whether they are just passing clouds. And when you have come to feel that no thought is yours, to attach my to any thought is an illusion, then the second thing, Then you can move deeper. Then be aware of I-ness. Where is this I? Raman used to give a technique to his disciples. They were just to inquire, who am I? In Tibet they use a similar technique, but still better than Raman's. They don't ask, who am I? They ask, where am I? Because the who can create a problem. When you inquire, who am I? You take it for granted that you are. The only question is to know who you are. You have presupposed that you are. That is not contested. It is taken for granted that you are. Now the only question is who you are. Only the identity is to be known. The face is to be recognized, but it is there unrecognized. It is there. The Tibetan method is still deeper. They say to be silent and then search within for where you are. Go on in the inner space, move to every point and ask, where am I? You will not find it anywhere. And the more you seek, the more it will not be there. And asking who am I or where am I? A moment comes when you come to a point where you are, but know a simple existence has happened to you. But it will happen only when thoughts are not yours. That is a deeper realm I-ness. We never feel it. We go on saying I. The word I is used continuously. The most used word is I, but you have no feeling. What do you mean by I when you say I? What do you mean? What is connoted through this word? What is expressed? I can make a gesture, then I can say, I mean this. I can show my body, I mean this. But then it can be asked, do you mean your hand? Do you mean your leg? Do you mean your stomach? Then I will have to deny, I will have to say no. Then the whole body will be denied. Then what do you mean when you say I? Do you mean your head? Deep down, whenever you say I, it is a very vague feeling, and the vague feeling is of your thoughts. Established in feeling, cut from thoughts, face I-ness, and as you face it, you find that it exists not. It was only a useful word, a linguistic symbol necessary, but not real. Even a Buddha has to use it, even after his enlightenment. It is just a linguistic device. But when a Buddha says I, he never means I, because there is no one. When you face this I-ness, it will disappear. Fear can grip you at this moment, you can be scared. And it happens to many who move in such techniques deeply that they become so afraid that they run out of it. So remember this: when you feel and face your I-ness, you will be in the same situation as you will be when you die, the same. Because I is disappearing, and you feel death is occurring to you. You will have a sinking sensation, you will feel you are sinking down and down. And if you get afraid, you will come out again, and you will cling to thoughts because those thoughts will be helpful. Those clouds will be there, you can cling to them, and then the fear will leave you. Remember, this fear is very good, a very hopeful sign. It shows that now you are going deep, and death is the deepest point. If you can go into death, you will become deathless, because one who goes into death cannot die. Then death is also just around. Never in the center, just on the periphery. When I-ness disappears, you are just like death. The old is no more and the new has come into being. This consciousness which will come out is absolutely new, uncontaminated, young, virgin. The old is no more, and the old has not even touched it. That I-ness disappears, and you are in your pristine virginity, in your absolute freshness. The deepest layer of being has been touched. So think of it in this way: thoughts, then below them I-ness, and thirdly feel my thought, I-ness, internal organs me. When thoughts have disappeared, or you are not clinging to them, if they are passing, it is none of your business. You are aloof and detached and unidentified, and the I-ness has disappeared. Then you can look at the internal organs. These internal organs. This is one of the deepest things. We know the outer organs. With hands I touch you, with eyes I see you. These are the outer organs. The internal organs are those through which I feel my own being. The outer are for others. I know about you through the outer. How do I know about me? Even that I am, how do I know about it? Who gives me the sensation of my own being? There are internal organs. When thoughts have stopped and when I-ness is no more, only then, in that purity, in that clarity, can you see the internal organs. Consciousness, intelligence, they are internal organs. Through them, I am aware of my own being, of my own existence. That's why if you close your eyes, you can forget your body completely, but your own feeling that you are remains. And it is conceivable that when a person dies, it is a fact, when a person dies, for us he is dead, but it takes a little time for him to recognize the fact that he is dead because the internal feeling of being remains the same. In Tibet, they have special exercises for dying, and they say one must be ready to die. One of the exercises is this: whenever someone is dying, the master or the priest or someone who knows the bardo exercises will go on saying to him, remember, be alert, you are leaving the body. Because even when you have left the body, it will take time to recognize that you are dead, because the internal feeling remains the same. There is no change. The body is only to touch and feel others. Through it you have never touched yourself, through it you have never known yourself. You know yourself through some other organs which are internal. But this is the misery, that we are not aware of those internal organs, and our image in our own eyes is created by others. Whatsoever others say about me is my knowledge about myself. If they say I am beautiful, or if they say I am ugly, I believe in it. Whatsoever my senses say to me through others, reflected through others, is my belief of myself. If you can recognize the internal organs, you are freed from society completely. That is what is meant when it is said in old scriptures that a sannyasin is not part of the society, because now he knows himself through his own internal organs. Now his knowledge about himself is not based upon others. It is not a reflected thing. Now he doesn't need any mirror to know himself. He has found the inner mirror, and he knows through the inner mirror. And the inner reality can be known only when you have come to the inner organs, internal organs. You can then look through those internal organs. And then the me. It is difficult to express it in words, that's why me is used. Any word will be wrong, me is also wrong, but the I has disappeared. So remember, this me doesn't have anything to do with I. When thoughts are uprooted, when I-ness has disappeared, when internal organs are known, the me appears. Then for the first time my real being is revealed, that real being is called me. The outer world is no more. Thoughts are no more. The feeling of ego is no more. And I have come to recognize my own internal organs of knowing, consciousness, intelligence, or whatsoever you call it, awareness, alertness. Then, in the light of this internal organ, me is revealed. This me doesn't belong to you. This me is your innermost center, unknown to you. This me is not an ego. This me is not against any you. This me is cosmic. This me has no boundaries. In this me everything is implied. This me is not the wave. This me is the ocean. Feel my thought, I-ness, internal organs. Then there is a gap, and suddenly the me is revealed. When this me is revealed, then one comes to know, Aham Brahmasmi, I am the God. This knowing is not any claim of the ego. The ego is no more there. You can mutate yourself through this technique, but first get established in feeling. The second technique, before desire and before knowing, how can I say I am? Consider, dissolve in the beauty. Before desire and before knowing, how can I say I am? A desire arises with the desire, the feeling that I am arises. A thought arises with the thought, the feeling that I am arises. Look for it in your own experience. Before desire and before knowing, there is no ego. Sit silently, look within. A thought arises, you get identified with the thought. A desire arises, you get identified with the desire. In the identification, you become the ego. Then think there is no desire, and there is no knowledge, and no thought. You cannot get identified with anything. The ego cannot arise. Buddha used this technique, and he said to his disciples not do anything else, but just one thing when a thought arises, note it down. Buddha used to say that when a thought arises, note down that a thought is arising. Just inside, note it now, a thought is arising, now a thought has arises, now a thought is disappearing. Just remember that now the thought is arising, now the thought has arisen, now the thought is disappearing, so that you don't get identified with it. It is very beautiful and very simple. A desire arises. You are walking on the road. A beautiful car passes by. You look at it and you have not even looked, and the desire to possess it arises. Do it. In the beginning, just verbalize. Just say slowly, I have seen a car. It is beautiful. Now a desire has arisen to possess it. Just verbalize. In the beginning it is good. If you can say it loudly, it is very good. Say loudly, I am just noting that a car has passed. The mind has said it is beautiful, and now desire has arisen and I must possess this car. Verbalize everything, speak loudly to yourself, and immediately you will feel that you are different from it. Note it. When you have become efficient in noting, there is no need to say it loudly. Just inside, note that a desire has arisen. A beautiful woman passes. The desire has come in. Just note it as if you are not concerned. You are just noting the fact that is happening, and then suddenly you will be out of it. Buddha says, note down whatsoever happens. Just go on noting, and when it disappears, again note that now that desire has disappeared, and you will feel a distance from the desire from the thought. This technique says before desire and before knowing, how can I say I am? And if there is no desire, and if there is no thought, how can you say I am? How can I say I am? Then everything is silent, not a ripple is there. And without any ripple, how can I create this illusion of I? If some ripple is there, I can get attached to it, and through it I can feel I am. When there is no ripple in the consciousness, there is no I. So before desire, remember. When the desire comes in, remember. When the desire goes out, go on remembering. When a thought arises, remember. Look at it. Just note that a thought has arisen. Sooner or later it will go because everything is momentary, and there will be a gap. Between two thoughts, there is a gap. Between two desires, there is a gap. And in the gap, there is no I. Note a thought in the mind, and then you will feel that there is an interval. Howsoever small, there is an interval. Then another thought comes. Then again, there is an interval. In those intervals, there is no I, and those intervals are your real being. Thoughts are moving in the sky. In those intervals, you can look between two clouds, and the sky is revealed. Consider, dissolve in the beauty. And if you can consider that a desire has arisen, and a desire has gone, and you have remained in the gap, and the desire has not disturbed you. It came, it went. It was there, and it is now not there, and you have remained unperturbed, you have remained as you were before it. There has been no change in you, it came and it passed like a shadow. It has not touched you. You remain unscarred. Consider this movement of desire and movement of thought, but no movement in you. Consider and dissolve in the beauty. And that interval is beautiful. Dissolve in that interval, fall in the gap and be the gap. It is the deepest experience of beauty. And not only of beauty, but of good and of truth also. In the gap you are. The whole emphasis has to go from the filled spaces to the unfilled spaces. You are reading a book. There are words, there are sentences, but between the words there are gaps. Between the sentences there are gaps. In those gaps you are. The whiteness of the paper you are, and the black dots are just clouds of thought and desire moving on you. Change the emphasis, change the gestalt. Don't look at the black dots. Look at the white in your inner being. Look at the gaps. Be indifferent to the filled spaces, the occupied spaces. Be interested in the gaps, the intervals. Through those intervals you can dissolve into the ultimate beauty. Chapter 56, Discovering the Emptiness. Question 1 in meditation. When the I drops temporarily, and an emptiness is created within. After it, a frustration is felt when that emptiness is not filled by the entry of the unknown. How can one learn to live with that emptiness? Emptiness is the unknown. Don't wait, and don't hope that something is going to fill the emptiness. If you are waiting, hoping, desiring, you are not empty. If you are waiting that something, some unknown force will descend upon you, you are not empty. This hope is there, this desire is there, this longing is there. So don't desire for something to fill you. Simply be empty, don't even wait. Emptiness is the unknown. When you are really empty, the unknown has descended upon you. It is not that first you become empty and then the unknown enters. You are empty, and the unknown has entered. There is not a single moment's gap. The emptiness and the unknown are one. In the beginning it appears to you as emptiness. That is only appearance, because you have always been filled by the ego. Really, you are feeling the absence of the ego. That's why you feel empty. First the ego disappears, but the feeling that the ego is no more creates the feeling of emptiness. Just the absence. Something was there, and now it is not there. The ego has gone, but the absence of the ego is felt. First the ego will disappear, and then the absence of the ego will disappear. Only then will you be really empty. And to be really empty is to be really filled. That inner space which is created by the absence of the ego is the divine. The divine is not to come from somewhere else. You are already that. Because you are filled with the ego, you cannot realize it, you cannot see it, you cannot touch it. A filmy barrier of the ego prevents you. When the ego has dropped, the barrier has dropped. The curtain is no more there. Nothing is to come. Whatsoever is to come is already there. Remember this, that nothing new is going to come to you. Whatsoever is possible is already there, actual, so the question is not of achieving. The question is only of discovering. The treasure is there, just covered, you uncover it. When he became a realized man, Buddha was asked so many times, "What have you gained? What have you achieved?" Buddha is reported to have said, "I have not achieved anything. Rather, on the contrary, I have lost myself, and that which I have achieved was already there, so I cannot say I have achieved it. I was unaware of it. Now I have become aware." but I cannot say I have achieved it. Rather, on the contrary, now I wonder how it was possible that I didn't know it before. And it was always there, just by the corner, just a turning was needed. The divinity is not a future. Your divinity is the present. It is here and now. This very moment you are that unaware. Not looking in the right direction, or not tuned to it, that's all. A radio is there, the waves are passing right now. But if the radio is not tuned to a particular wave, the wave is unmanifest. You tune the radio and the wave becomes manifest. A tuning is needed. Meditation is a tuning. When you are tuned, that which is unmanifest becomes manifest. But remember, don't desire, because the desire will not allow you to be empty. And if you are not empty, nothing is possible, because the space is not there, so your own unmanifest nature cannot be revealed. It needs space to be revealed. And don't ask how to live with emptiness. That is not the real question. Just be empty. You are not yet empty. If once you know what emptiness is, you will love it. It is ecstatic. It is the most beautiful experience possible to mind, to man, to consciousness. You will not ask how to live with emptiness. You are asking that as if emptiness is something like a misery. It appears so to the ego. The ego is always afraid of emptiness, so you ask how to live with it as if it is some enemy. Emptiness is your innermost center. All the activity is on the periphery. The innermost center is just a zero. All the manifest is on the periphery. The deepest core of your being is the unmanifest vacuum. Buddha has given it a name, shunyata. It means nothingness or emptiness. That's your nature. That's your being, and out of that nothingness everything comes and everything goes back to it. That emptiness is the source. Don't ask to fill it, because whenever you ask to fill it you will create more and more ego. Ego is the effort to fill the emptiness. And even this desire that now something must descend upon you, a god, a divinity, a divine power, some unknown energy, this is again a thought. Whatsoever you can think about God is not going to be God. It is simply going to be a thought. When you say the unknown, you have made it the known. What do you know about the unknown? Even to say that it is the unknown, you have known some quality about it, the quality of its being unknown. The mind cannot conceive the unknown. Even the unknown becomes known, and whatsoever the mind says is going to be just a verbalization, a thought process. God is not the word God. The thought of God is not God. And when there is no thought, only then will you come to feel and realize what it is. Nothing else can be said about it, it can only be indicated, and all indications are erroneous because they are all indirect. This much can be said, that when you are not, and you are not, only when there is no desire, because you exist with desire. Desire is the food through which you exist, desire is the fuel. When there is no desire, no longing, no future, and when you are not, that emptiness is the fullness of existence. In that emptiness, the whole existence is revealed to you, you become it. So don't ask how to live with emptiness. First be empty. There is no need to ask how to live with it. It is so blissful, the deepest bliss it is. When you ask how to live with emptiness, you are really asking how to live with oneself. But you have not known yourself. Enter more and more into it. In meditation, sometimes you feel a sort of emptiness. That is not really emptiness. I call it just a sort of emptiness. When you are meditating, for certain moments, for a few seconds you will feel as if the thought process has stopped. In the beginning these gaps will come. But because you are feeling as if the thought process has stopped, this is again a thought process, a very subtle thought process. What are you doing? You are saying inside, the thought process has stopped. But what is this? This is a secondary thought process which has started, and you say, this is emptiness. You say, now something is going to happen. What is this? Again a new thought process has started. Whenever this happens again, don't become a victim of it. When you feel a certain silence is descending, don't start verbalizing it because you are destroying it. Wait not for something, simply wait, don't do anything. Don't say, this is emptiness. The moment you have said, you have destroyed it. Just look at it, penetrate into it, encounter it, but wait, don't verbalize it. What is the hurry? Through verbalization the mind has again entered from a different route, and you are deceived. Be alert about this trick of the mind. In the beginning it is bound to happen, so whenever this happens again, just wait. Don't fall in the trap. Don't say anything, remain silent. Then you will enter, and then it will not be temporary, because once you have known the real emptiness you cannot lose it. The real cannot be lost. That is its quality. Once you have known the inner treasure, once you have come in contact with your deepest core, then you can move in activity, then you can do whatsoever you like, then you can live an ordinary worldly life, but the emptiness will remain with you. You cannot forget it. It will go on inside. The music of it will be heard. Whatsoever you are doing, the doing will be only on the periphery. Inside you will remain empty, and if you can remain empty inside, doing only on the periphery, whatsoever you do becomes divine. Whatsoever you do takes on the quality of the divine because now it is not coming from you. Now it is coming directly from the original emptiness, the original nothingness. If then you speak, those words are not yours. That's what Mohammed means when he says, "This Quran is not said by me. It has come to me as if someone else has spoken through me. It has come out of the inner emptiness." That's what Hindus mean when they say, "The Vedas are not written by man, they are not human documents, but the divine, the God himself has spoken." These are symbolic ways of saying something which is very mysterious. And this is the mystery when you are deeply empty. Whatsoever you do or speak is not from you because you are no more. It comes from the emptiness. It comes from the deepest source of existence. It comes from the same source from which this whole existence has come. Then you have entered the womb, the very womb of existence. Then your words are not yours, then your acts are not yours. It is as if you are just an instrument of the whole. If emptiness is felt only momentarily, and then it comes and goes like a flash, it is not real. And if you start thinking about it, even the unreal is lost. Not to think in that moment takes great courage. It is the greatest control I know. When the mind becomes silent and when you are falling empty, it takes the greatest courage not to think, because the whole past of the mind will assert. The whole mechanism will say, "Now think." In subtle ways, indirect ways, your past memories will force you to think, and if you think, you have come back. If you can remain silent in that moment, if you are not tempted by the mechanism of your memory and mind, this is really the Satan, your own mind, which tempts you. Whenever you are falling empty, the mind tempts you and creates something to think about, and if you start thinking, you are back. It is said that when one of the great masters, Bodhidharma, went to China, many disciples gathered around him. He was the first Zen master. One disciple, who was to become his chief disciple, came to him and said, "Now I have become totally empty." Bodhidharma slapped him immediately and said, "Now go and throw this emptiness also. Now you are filled with emptiness, throw this also. Only then will you be really empty. You understand you can be filled by the idea of emptiness. Then it will hover on you, it will become a cloud." He said, "Throw this emptiness also, and then come to me." If you say you are empty, you are not empty. Now this word empty has become meaningful and you are filled with it. The same I say to you, throw this emptiness also. Question 2, you have talked about transformation and mutation of man's mind, of man's unconscious into superconscious, and you have said that spirituality is an existential experimentation. But last night, you said that the ego is a false entity and IT has no substance and reality to IT. Then does IT mean that the whole spiritual experimentation is an existential transformation of the ego which is non-existential? The spiritual transformation is not the transformation of the ego. It is the dissolution of it. You are not going to transform the ego, because howsoever transformed, the ego will remain the ego. It may become superior, more refined, more cultured, but the ego will remain the ego, and more cultured. It becomes more poisonous. The more subtle, the more you will be in its grip, because you will not be able to be aware of it. You are not even aware of such a gross ego. When it becomes subtle, you will not be aware of it. There will be no possibility. There are ways to refine the ego, but those ways are not of spirituality. Morality exists on those methods, and that is the difference between morality and religion. Morality exists on methods of refining the ego. Morality exists on respectability. So we say to a person, "Don't do this. If you do this, your respect is at stake. Don't do this. What will others think about you? Don't do this. You will not be honored. Do this and everyone will honor you." The whole morality depends on your ego, a subtle ego. Religion is not a transformation of the ego, it is a transcendence. You simply leave the ego. And it is not that you leave it because it is wrong. Remember this distinction. Morality always says, "Leave that which is wrong, and do that which is right." Religion says, "Leave that which is false, not wrong, but false." Leave that which is unreal and enter the real. With spirituality, truth is the value, not right. Because right may itself be false, and in a false world we need false rights to oppose wrongs. Spirituality is not a transformation of the ego, it is a transcendence. You go beyond the ego, and this going beyond is really an awakening. It is a deep alertness to see whether the ego exists or not. If it exists, if it is a real part of your being, you cannot go beyond it. If it is false, only then is transcendence possible. You can awaken out of a dream. You cannot awaken out of reality, or can you? You can transcend a dream, but you cannot transcend reality. The ego is a false entity. And what do we mean when we say that the ego is a false entity? We mean that it exists only because you have not encountered it. If you encounter it, it will not exist. It exists in your ignorance. Because you are not aware, it is there. If you become aware, it will not be there. If you become aware and some entity disappears just by your becoming aware, it means it was false. The real will be revealed in awareness and the false will disappear. So really this too is not right to say leave your ego, because whenever it is said to leave your ego, it gives a sense that the ego is something and you can leave it. You can even start struggling to throw this ego. The whole effort will be absurd. You cannot throw it, because only a reality can be thrown. You cannot fight with it. How can you fight with a shadow? And if you fight, remember, you will be defeated. Not because the shadow is very powerful, but because the shadow is not. You cannot defeat it. You will be defeated by your own stupidity. Fight with a shadow and you cannot win, that is certain. You will be defeated. That too is certain, because you will dissipate your own energy in the fight. Not that the shadow is very powerful, but because the shadow is not. You are fighting with your own self, wasting your energy. Then you will be exhausted and you will fall down. And you will think that the shadow has won and you are defeated, and the shadow has not been there at all. If you fight with the ego, you will be defeated. Rather, enter and try to find out where it is. It is said that the Emperor of China asked Bodhidharma, "My mind is very restless. I am in constant inner turmoil. Give me some peace or give me some secret key to how I can enter into the inner silence." So Bodhidharma said, "You come early in the morning, 4 o'clock, when there is no one here. When I am alone here in my hut you come, and remember, bring your restless mind with you. Don't leave it at home." The king was very much disturbed, thinking that this man was mad. He says, "Bring your disturbed mind with you. Don't leave it at home. Otherwise, who am I going to silence? I will make it still, but bring it, remember well." The emperor left, but more disturbed than ever. He had been thinking that this man was a sage, a wise man, and he would give him some key. But whatsoever he said seemed to be foolish. How can one leave one's mind at home? He couldn't sleep. The eyes of Bodhidharma and the way he had looked at him. He was hypnotized as if a magnet was pulling. He couldn't sleep the whole night, and at 4 he was ready. He didn't really want to go because this man was mad. And going so early, in darkness, when no one was there, this man could do anything. But still, he was so attracted that in spite of himself he went. And the first thing that Bodhidharma asked, he was sitting before his hut with his staff in his hands, and he said, "Okay, so you have come. Where is your restless mind? Have you brought that? I am ready to silence it." The emperor now said, "What are you talking about? How can one forget the mind? It is always there." Bodhidharma said, "Where? Where is it? Show it to me so I can silence it and you can go back." The emperor said, "But it is not something objective. I cannot show it to you, I cannot put it in my hand. It is within me." So Bodhidharma said, "Okay, close your eyes and try to find out where it is. And the moment you catch hold of it, open your eyes and tell me, and I will still it in that silence." And with this madman, the emperor closed his eyes. He tried and tried. And he was afraid also, because Bodhidharma was sitting with his staff, any moment he would hit. He tried and tried and tried. He looked everywhere, in every nook and corner of his being, where is that mind which is restless, and the more he looked, the more he realized that the restlessness had disappeared. The more he tried to search. Like a shadow, it was not there. 2 hours passed, and he was not even aware of what had happened. His face became silent, he became like a Buddha statue, and then with the rising sun Bodhidharma said, "Now open your eyes. It is enough. 2 hours are more than enough. Now can you tell me where it is?" The emperor opened his eyes. He was as silent as a human being can be. He bowed down his head at Bodhidharma's feet and said, "You have already silenced it." Emperor Wu has written in his autobiography, This man is miraculous, magical. Not doing anything, he silenced my mind, and I also didn't do anything. I just entered myself and tried to find where it is. Of course, he was right. First, locate it, where it is. And just the effort to locate it, and it was not found there. You will not find the ego. If you go in, if you search for it, you will not find it there. It has never existed. It is just a false substitute. It has some utility, that's why you have invented it. Because you don't know your real being, the real center, and without a center it is difficult to function. You have created a fiction, a fictitious center, and you function through it. The real center is hidden. You have created a false center. The ego is a false center, a substitute center. Without a center it is difficult to exist, difficult to function. You need a center to function. And you don't know your real center, so the mind has created a false center. Mind is very skilled in creating substitutes. It always gives you a substitute if you cannot find the real, because otherwise you will go mad. Without a center you will go mad. You will get scattered, you will become fragmented. There will be no unity, so the mind creates a false center. It is just like in dreaming. You dream you are feeling thirsty. Now if this thirst becomes penetrating, the sleep will be disturbed, because then you will have to get up to drink water. Now your mind will give a substitute. The mind will create a dream. You need not get up. The sleep need not be disturbed. You dream that you are drinking water. From the fridge you are taking water and drinking. The mind has given you a substitute. Now you feel okay. The real thirst has not been quenched, simply deceived. But now you feel that you have drunk, you have taken water. Now you can sleep. The sleep can continue undisturbed. In dreams, the mind is constantly giving you substitutes just to protect sleep, and the same is happening while you are awake. The mind is giving you substitutes just to protect your sanity. Otherwise, you will be scattered in fragments. Unless the real center is known, the ego has to function. Once the real center is known, there is no need to dream about water. When you have got the real water, you can drink it. There is no need to dream about it. Meditation brings you to the real center. And with that very happening, the utility for the false disappears. But this must be kept in consciousness that the ego is not your real center. Only then can you start a search for the real. And spirituality is not a transformation of it. It cannot be transformed. It is unreal. It is simply not. You cannot do anything with it. If you are aware, alert, if you watch it within yourself, it disappears. Just the flame of your awareness, and it is not there. Spirituality is a transcendence. Question 3. If the ego is unreal, then does it not mean that the unconscious mind, the accumulation of memories in the brain cells, and the process of transformation that is the subject matter of spirituality, is also unreal? A dream process? No. Ego is unreal. Brain cells are not unreal. Ego is unreal. Memories are not unreal. Ego is unreal. Thought process is not unreal. Thought process is a reality. Memories are real. Brain cells are real. Your body is real. Your body is real. Your soul is real. These are two realities. But when your soul gets identified with the body, the ego is formed that is unreality. It is just like this. I am standing before a mirror. I am real. The mirror is real, but the reflection in the mirror is not real. I am real. The mirror is also real, but the reflection in the mirror is a reflection. It is not a reality. Brain cells are real. Consciousness is real, but when consciousness gets involved, attached, identified with the brain cells, the ego is formed. That ego is unreal. So when you have awakened, when you have become enlightened, your memory is not going to disappear. The memory will be there. Really, it will be more crystal clear. Then it will function more accurately because there will be no disturbance from the false ego. Your thought process will not disappear. Rather, for the first time you will be capable of thinking. Before that you were simply borrowing things. Then you will really be able to think. But then you, not the thought process, will be the master. Before, the thought process was the master. You couldn't do anything about it. It continued on its own. You were just a victim. You wanted to sleep, and the mind continued thinking. You wanted to stop it, but it would not stop. Really, the more you tried to stop it, the more stubborn it became. It was your master. When you become enlightened, it will be there, but then it will be instrumental. Whenever you need it, you will be able to use it. Whenever you don't need it, it will not crowd your consciousness. Then it can be called, and then it can also be stopped. mind cells will be there, the body will be there, memory will be there, thought process will be there. Only one thing will not be there: the feeling of I will not be there. This is difficult to understand. Buddha walks, Buddha eats, Buddha sleeps, Buddha remembers. He has memory, his brain cells function beautifully. But Buddha has said, I walk, but no one walks in me. I talk, but no one talks in me. I eat, but no one eats in me. The inner consciousness is no more the ego. So when Buddha feels hungry, he cannot feel like you. You feel, I am hungry. When Buddha feels hungry, he feels, the body is hungry, I am just the knower. And that knower is without any feeling of I. The ego is the false entity, the only false entity, everything else is real. Two realities can meet, and in their meeting, a third epiphenomenon can be created. When two realities meet, something false can happen, but the false can happen only if there is consciousness. If there is no consciousness, the false cannot happen. Oxygen and hydrogen meet, a false water cannot happen. The false can happen only when you are conscious, because only consciousness can err. Matter cannot err, matter cannot be false. Matter is always true. Matter cannot deceive and cannot be deceived, only consciousness can. With consciousness is the possibility to err. But remember another thing: matter is always real, never false, but also never true. The matter cannot know what truth is. If you cannot err, you cannot know what truth is. Both the possibilities open simultaneously. Human consciousness can err and can know that it has erred and can move away from it. That is the beauty of it. The danger is there, but danger is bound to be there. With every growth, new dangers come in. For matter, there is no danger. Look at it in this way. Whenever a new thing grows in existence, a new thing evolves. Now dangers come with it into existence. For a stone, there is no danger. There are small bacteria. In those bacteria, sex doesn't exist in the way it exists in man or in animals. They simply divide their bodies. When one bacterium grows bigger and bigger, when it grows to a certain extent, its body automatically divides into two. The parent body divides into two. Now there are two bacteria. Those bacteria can live eternally because there is no birth. So there is no death. And the reverse process also happens. If food is not available, two bacteria will come nearer and nearer and they will become one, their bodies will become one. No birth, no death. With sex entered birth. With birth entered death. With birth entered individuality. With individuality entered ego. Every growth has its own potential dangers, but they are beautiful. If you can understand, there is no need to fall into them, and you can transcend them. And when you transcend, you mature and you achieve a greater synthesis. If you fall a victim, the greater synthesis is not achieved. Spirituality is the peak, the last, the ultimate synthesis of all growth. The false is transcended and the real absorbed, and only the real remains. All the false drops away. But don't think that the body is unreal, it is real. Brain cells are real, the thought process is real. Only the relationship between the consciousness and the thought process is unreal. That is a tie, you can untie it. And the moment you untie it, you have opened the door. Question 4: How can one know that the spiritual search in which one is involved is not an ego trip, but is an authentic religious search? If you don't know, if you are confused, then know well that this is an ego trip. If you are not confused, if you know well that this is authentic, if there is no confusion at all, then it is authentic, and it is not a question of deceiving someone else. It is a question of deceiving or not deceiving oneself. If you are confused, in doubt, it is an ego trip, because the moment the authentic search is there is no doubt, faith happens. Let me put it in some other way. Whenever you phrase such problems, the very confusion exactly shows that you are on the wrong path. Someone comes to me and he says, "Tell me, I don't know whether my meditation is going deep or not." So I say, if it is going deep, there is no need to come and ask me. The depth is such an experience, you will know it. And if you cannot know your depth, who is going to know about it? You have come to ask me only because you are not feeling the depth. Now you want someone else to certify you. If I say, yes, your meditation is going very deep, you will feel very good. This is an ego trip. When you are ill, you know that you are ill. It may sometimes happen that illness may be very, very hidden. You may not be aware of it. But the reverse never happens when you are perfectly healthy, you know it. It is never hidden. When you are healthy, you know it. It may be that for your illness you may not be so aware. But for health, if health is there, you are aware of it, because the very phenomenon of health is a phenomenon of well-being. If you cannot feel your health, who is going to feel it? For your ill health, there may be experts to tell you what type of disease you have. There is no expert to tell you about your health. There is no need. But if you ask whether you are healthy or nor, you are unhealthy. That much is certain. This very confusion shows it. So when you are on a spiritual search, you can know whether it is an ego trip or an authentic search. And the very confusion shows that this is not an authentic search. This is a sort of ego trip. What is the ego trip? You are less concerned with the real phenomenon. You are more concerned with possessing it. People come to me and they say, when you know and you can know about us, tell us whether our Kundalini has arisen or not. They are not concerned with Kundalini, not concerned really. They need a certificate. And sometimes I play and I say, yes, your Kundalini has arisen, and immediately they are so happy. The person came very, very gloomy and sad, and when I say, yes, your Kundalini is awakened, he is happy like a child. He goes away happy, and when he is just going out of my room, I call him back and I say, I was just playing. It is not real. Nothing has happened to you. He is again sad. He is not really concerned with any awakening. He is simply concerned with feeling good now his Kundalini has awakened. Now he can feel superior to others. And this is how many so-called gurus go on exploiting, because you are for your ego. They can give you certificates. They can tell you, yes, you are already awakened. You have become a Buddha. And you are not going to deny. If I say this to 10 persons, out of 10, 9 are not going to deny it. They will just feel happy. They were in search of such a guru who would say that they are awakened. False gurus exist because of your need, because no authentic guru is going to say this to you, or give you any certificate because any certificate is a demand from the ego. No certificate is needed. If you are experiencing it, you are experiencing it. If the whole world denies it, let them deny. It makes no difference. If the real experience is there, what does it matter who says that you have achieved and who says you have not achieved? It is irrelevant. But it is not irrelevant, because your basic search is the ego. You want to believe that you have achieved all. And this happens many times when you become a failure in the world, when you are in misery in the world, when you cannot succeed there, and when you feel that your ambition remains unfulfilled and life is passing, you turn to spirituality. The same ambition now asks to be fulfilled here. And it is easy to be fulfilled here easy, because in spirituality, you can deceive yourself easily. In the real world, in the world of the matter, you cannot deceive so easily. If you are poor, how can you pretend that you are rich? And if you pretend, no one is deceived. And if you go on insisting that you are rich, then the whole society, the whole crowd around you, will think you have gone mad. I once knew a man who started thinking that he was Pundit Jawaharlal Nehru. His family, his friends, everyone tried to persuade him, don't talk such nonsense, otherwise you will be thought to be mad. But he said, I am not talking nonsense. I am Pundit Jawaharlal Nehru. He started signing Jawaharlal Nehru. He would send telegrams to circuit houses, to officials, to collectors, to commissioners saying that, I am coming Pundit Jawaharlal Nehru. He had to be caught and chained in his house. I went to meet him. He lived in my village. He said, you are a man of understanding, you can understand. These fools, no one understands me, I am Pundit Jawaharlal Nehru. So I said, yes, that's why I have come to meet you. And don't be afraid of these fools, because great men like you have always suffered. He said, right. He was so happy. He said, you are the only man who can understand me. Great men have to suffer. In the outer world, if you try to deceive yourself, you will be thought mad. But in spirituality, it is very easy. You can say that your Kundalini has arisen. Just because you have a certain pain in your back, your Kundalini has arisen. Because your brain is feeling a little unbalanced, you think centers are opening. Because you have a headache constantly, you think the third eye is opening. You can deceive and no one can say anything, and no one is interested. But there are false teachers who will say, yes, this is the method, and you will feel very happy. An ego trip means that you are not interested in really transforming yourself. You are only interested in claiming, and the claim is easy, you can purchase it cheaply, and it is a mutual thing. When a guru, a so-called guru, says that you are an awakened man, of course he has made you awakened, so you have to pay respect to this guru. This is a mutual thing. You pay respect to him, and now you cannot leave that guru, because the moment you leave that guru, what will happen to your awakening, your kundalini you cannot leave. That guru depends on you because you give respect and honor to him, and then you will depend on him because no one else is going to believe that you are awakened. You cannot leave. This is a mutual bluff. If you are really in search, it is not so easy, and you don't need any witness. It is difficult and arduous. It may take even lives, and it is painful, it is a long suffering, because much has to be destroyed, much has to be transcended, long-established chains have to be broken. It is not easy, it is not a child's play. It is arduous, and suffering is bound to be there because whenever you start changing your pattern, all that is old has to be dropped, and all your investments are in the old, you will have to suffer. When you start looking inwards for your ego and you don't find it, what will happen to your image that you have lived with? You have always thought you were a very good man, moral, this and that, what will happen to that? When you find that you are nowhere to be found, where is that good man? Your ego implies all that you have thought about yourself. Everything is implied in it. It is not something that you can throw easily. It is you, your whole past. When you drop it, you become like a zero, as if you never existed before, for the first time you are born. No experience, no knowledge, no past, just like an innocent child. Daring is needed, courage is needed. Authentic search is arduous. Ego trip is very easy, and it can be fulfilled very easily because nothing is really fulfilled. You start believing. You start believing that something has happened to you. You are simply wasting time and energy and life. So if you are really with a master, he will constantly pull you back from your trip. He will have to watch that you don't become mad, that you don't start thinking in dreams. He will have to pull you back. And it is a very, very difficult thing, because whenever you are pulled back, you take revenge on the master. I was going so high, and was just on the verge of exploding, and he says, nothing is happening. You are just imagining. You are pulled back to the earth. With a real master, it is difficult to be a disciple. And disciples almost always go against their masters, because they are on their ego trips, and the master is trying to bring them out of that. And these disciples create false masters. They have a need, such a great need, that anyone who fulfills their need will become their master. And it is easy to help your ego grow because you are for it. It is very difficult to help your ego to disappear. Remember well, and check every day and every moment that your search is not an ego trip. Go on checking it. It is subtle, and the ways of the ego are very, very, very cunning. They are not on the surface. The ego manipulates you from within, deep down from the unconscious. But if you are alert, the ego cannot deceive you. If you are alert, you will come to know its language, you will come to know its feeling, because it is always going after experience. This is the key word. The ego is always looking for the experience, sexual or spiritual. It makes no difference. The ego is greedy to experience this, and to experience that, to experience Kundalini, and to experience the seventh body. The ego is always after experiences. The real search is not a greed for any experience, because any experience is going to frustrate you, is bound to frustrate you because any experience is going to be repetitive. Then you will get fed up with it. Then you will again demand some new experience. The search for the new will remain with the ego. You will meditate, and if you are only meditating just to get a new thrill, because your life has become boring, you are fed up with your ordinary routine life, so you want to get some thrill. You may get it, because man gets whatsoever he tries to find. That is the misery. Whatsoever you desire, you will find, and then you will repent, you will get the thrill. Then what? Then you get fed up with it also. Then you want to take LSD or something else. Then you go on moving from this master to that, from this ashram to that, just in search of a new thrill. The ego is a greed for new experiences, and every new experience will become old, because whatsoever is new will become old then again. Spirituality is not a search for experience, really. Spirituality is a search for one's being. Not for any experience, not even for bliss, not even for ecstasy, because experience is an outer thing. Howsoever inner, it is outer. Spirituality is the search for the real being that is inside you. I must know what my reality is. And with that knowing, all greed for experiencing ceases. And with that knowing, there is no urge to move for any new experience. With the knowing of the inner true reality, the authentic being, all search ceases. So don't move for an experience. All experiences are just tricks of the mind. All experiences are just escapes. Meditation is not an experience, it is a realization. Meditation is not an experience. Rather, it is a stopping of all experience. Because of this, those who have really tried to express the inner happening, for example, Buddha, they say, don't ask what happens there. If you insist, they will say, nothing happens there. If I say to you that nothing will happen in meditation, what will you do? You will stop meditating. If nothing is going to happen there, what is the use? That shows you are on an ego trip. If I say nothing happens there, and you will say, okay, I have known many happenings and I have known many experiences, and every experience proved to be frustrating. You pass through it and then you know it was nothing. And then an urge to repeat, and then repetition also becomes a boredom. Then you move to something else. This is how you have been moving for lives and lives. For thousands and thousands of lives, you have been moving for experience. You say, I have known experience. Now I don't want any new experience. I want to know the experience. The whole emphasis changes. Experience is something outside you. The experiencer is your being. And this is the distinction between true spirituality and false. If you are for experiences, the spirituality is false. If you are for the experiencer, then it is true. But then you are not concerned about Kundalini, not concerned about chakras, not concerned about all these things. They will happen, but you are not concerned, you are not interested, and you will not move on these bypaths. You will go on moving towards the inner center where nothing remains except you in your total aloneness. Only the consciousness remains without content. Content is the experience. Whatsoever you experience is the content. I experience misery, then the misery is the content of my consciousness. Then I experience pleasure, then pleasure is the content. Then I experience boredom, then boredom is the content. And then you can experience silence, then silence is the content. And then you can experience bliss, then bliss is the content. So you go on changing the content. You can go on changing ad infinitum, but this is not the real thing. The real is the one to whom these experiences happen, to whom boredom happens, to whom bliss happens. The spiritual search is not what happens, but to whom it happens. Then there is no possibility for the ego to arise. Chapter 57, Searching for Freedom. Toss attachment for body aside, realizing I am everywhere. One who is everywhere is joyous, thinking no thing will limit itself unlimit. I have heard a story about an old doctor. One day his assistant phoned him because he was in very great difficulty. His patient was choking himself to death. A billiard ball was stuck in his throat, and the assistant was at a loss for what to do. So he asked the old doctor, "What am I supposed to do now?" The old doctor said, "Tickle the patient with a feather." After a few minutes the assistant phoned again, very happy and jubilant, and said, "Your treatment proved wonderful." The patient started laughing and he spat the ball out. "But tell me from where you learned this remarkable technique." The old doctor said, "I just made it up. This has always been my motto: when you don't know what to do, do something. But this will not do as far as meditation is concerned. If you don't know what to do, don't do anything, because mind is very intricate, complex, delicate. If you don't know what to do, it is better not to do anything, because whatsoever you do without knowing is going to create more complexities than it can solve. It may even prove fatal. It may even prove suicidal, if you don't know anything about the mind. And really, you don't know anything about it. Mind is just a word. You don't know the complexity of it. Mind is the most complex thing in existence. There is nothing comparable to it, and it is the most delicate. You can destroy it. You can do something which cannot then be undone. These techniques are based on a very deep knowledge, on a very deep encounter with the human mind. Each technique is based on long experimentation. So remember this: don't do anything on your own, and don't mix two techniques, because their functioning is different, their ways are different, their bases are different, they lead to the same end, but as means they are totally different. Sometimes they may even be diametrically opposite. So don't mix two techniques. Really, don't mix anything. Use the technique as it is given. Don't change it, don't improve it, because you cannot improve it, and any change you bring to it will be fatal. And before you start doing a technique, be fully alert that you have understood it. If you feel confused and you don't know really what the technique is, it is better not to do it, because each technique is to bring about a revolution in you. These techniques are not evolutionary. By evolution I mean that if you don't do anything and just go on living, In millions of years, the meditation will happen automatically to you. In millions of lives, you will evolve. In the natural course of time, you will come to the point to which a Buddha comes through a revolution. These techniques are revolutionary. Really, they are shortcuts. They are not natural. Nature will lead you to Buddhahood. To enlightenment, you will come to it one day, but then it is up to nature. You cannot do anything about it except just go on living in misery. It will take a very long time. Really, millions of years and lives. Religion is revolutionary. It gives you a technique which can shorten the lengthy process, and with which you can take a jump, which will avoid millions of lives. In a single moment, you can travel millions of years. So it is dangerous, and unless you understand it rightly, don't do it. Don't mix anything on your own, don't change. First, try to understand the technique absolutely rightly. When you have understood it, then try it. And don't use this old doctor's motto that when you don't know what to do, do something. No, don't do anything. Non-doing will be more beneficial to you than any doing. This is so because the mind is so delicate that if you do something wrongly, it is very difficult to undo it, very difficult to undo it. It is very easy to do something wrong, but very difficult to undo it. Remember this. The first technique, toss attachment for body aside, realizing I am everywhere. One who is everywhere is joyous. Toss attachment for body aside, realizing I am everywhere. One who is everywhere is joyous. Many points have to be understood. First, toss attachment for body aside. There is a deep attachment to the body bound to be. It is natural. You have been living in the body for many, many lives, from the very beginning. Bodies have changed, but you were always with a body, you were always embodied. There have been certain moments and times when you were not embodied, but then you were not conscious. When you die from one body, you die in unconsciousness, and then you remain unconscious. Then you are born again in a new body, but then too you are unconscious. The gap between one death and another birth is unconscious, so you don't know how you will feel when not embodied. You don't know who you are when you are not in a body. You know only one phenomenon, and that is of embodiment. You have always known yourself in the body. This has been so long, so continuous, that you have forgotten that you are different from it. This is a forgetfulness natural, bound to happen in the circumstances, hence the attachment. You feel you are the body, this is the attachment. You feel that you are not anything other than the body, not anything more than the body. You may not agree with me at this point, because many times you think that you are not the body, you are the soul, the self. But this is not your knowing. This is simply what you have heard, what you have read, and what you have believed without knowing. So the first thing to be done is that you have to realize the fact that really this is your knowing that you are the body. Don't deceive yourself, because deception will not help. If you think that you already know that you are not the body, then you cannot toss aside the attachment, because really for you there is no attachment, you already know. Then many difficulties arise which cannot be solved. A difficulty has to be solved at the beginning. Once you lose the beginning, you can never solve it. You have to come back again to the beginning, so remember well, and realize well that you don't know yourself as anything other than the body. This is the first basic realization. This realization is not there. Your mind is befogged by whatsoever you have heard. Your mind is conditioned by the knowledge of others, it is borrowed, it is not real. Not that it is false, those who have said it, they have known it, but for you it is false unless it becomes your own experience. So whenever I say something is false, I mean it is not your experience. It may be true for someone else, but it is not true for you. And truth is individual in this sense that truth is truth only when experienced. Not experienced, it is untrue. There are no universal truths. Every truth has to be individual before it becomes true. You know, you have heard. This is part of your knowledge, part of an inheritance that you are not the body, but it is not real for you. First, toss aside this unreal knowledge. Face the fact that you know yourself only as the body. That will create a great tension in you. It was just to hide that tension that you gathered this knowledge. You go on believing that you are not the body and you go on living as the body, so you are divided, and your whole being becomes non-authentic, pseudo. Really, this is a paranoid condition. You live as the body, and you think and talk as the soul, then there is a struggle and a conflict, and then you are constantly in an inner turmoil, a deep unease which cannot be bridged. So first encounter the fact you don't know anything about the soul, the self, all that you know is about the body. This will release a very uneasy condition in you. All that is hidden will come up to the surface. In realizing this fact that you are the body, you will literally start perspiring. In realizing this fact that you are the body, you will feel very uneasy, strange, but that feeling has to be gone through. Only then can you know what attachment to the body means. Teachers go on saying that you should not be attached to your body, but the basic thing what the attachment to the body is unknown to you. Attachment to the body is a deep identification with the body, but first you have to realize what this identification is. So put aside all your knowledge that has given you an illusory sense that you are the soul. Realize that you know only one thing, and that is the body. How does this create, and how does this release hidden turmoil and a hidden hell within you? The moment you realize you are the body, for the first time you realize the attachment. For the first time you grip the fact in your consciousness that this body which is born, and this body which is going to die, is you. For the first time you realize the fact that these bones, this is you. For the first time you realize the fact that this sex, this anger, this is you. So all the false images fall, you become real. The reality is painful, very painful, that's why we go on hiding it. It is a deep trick. You go on thinking about yourself as the self, and everything that you don't like, you throw on the body. So you say sex belongs to the body, love belongs to you. Then you say greed and anger, they belong to the body. Compassion belongs to you. Compassion belongs to the self, and cruelty belongs to the body. Forgiveness belongs to the self, and anger belongs to the body. So whatsoever you feel is wrong, ugly, you throw to the body. And whatsoever you feel is beautiful, you go on being identified with. You create a division. This division will not allow you to know what attachment is, and unless you know what attachment is, and unless you suffer the misery of it and the hell of it, you cannot put it aside. How can you put it aside? You can put something aside only when it proves a disease, when it proves a heavy burden, when it proves a hell. Only then can you put it aside. Your attachment has not proved a hell yet. Whatsoever Buddha says and Mahavir says is irrelevant. They may go on saying that attachment is hell, but this is not your feeling. That's why you again and again ask how to be detached, how to be not attached, how to go beyond attachment. You go on asking this how only because you don't know what attachment is. If you know what attachment is, you will simply jump out of it. You will not ask how. If your house is on fire, you will not ask anyone. You will not go seeking a master to ask how to come out of it. If the house is on fire, you will simply get out of it. You will not lose a single moment. You will not search for the teacher. You will not consult the scriptures. And you will not try to choose in what ways one has to come out, what means have to be adopted, and which door is the right door. These things are irrelevant when the house is on fire. When you know what attachment is, the house is on fire, you can put it aside. To enter in this technique, first you have to throw the false knowledge of the self, so that attachment with the body is revealed in its totality. It is going to be very difficult. It is going to be a deep anxiety and anguish to face it. It is not going to be easy, it is arduous, but once you face it, you can put it aside, and there is no need to ask how. It is absolutely a fire, a hell, you can jump out of it. This sutra says toss attachment for body aside, realizing I am everywhere. And the moment you toss aside the attachment, you will realize you are everywhere. Because of this attachment, you feel you are limited by the body. It is not the body which is limiting you. It is your attachment to it. It is not the body which is making a barrier between you and the reality. It is your attachment to it. Once you know what the attachment is not there, there is no body to you. Rather, the whole existence becomes your body. Your body becomes a part of the total existence. Then it is not separate. Really, your body is nothing but existence comes to you, existence reached to you. It is the nearest existence to you, that's all, and then it goes on spreading. Your body is just the nearest corner of it, and then the whole existence is there, it goes on spreading. Once your attachment is not there, there is no body to you. Or the whole existence has become your body, you are everywhere, in the body you are somewhere. Without the body you are everywhere. In the body you are confined to a particular space. Without the body you have no confinement. That's why those who have known, they say the body is the imprisonment. Not that the body is the imprisonment. Really, the attachment to it is the imprisonment. Once your eyes are not focused on the body, you are everywhere. This looks absurd. To the mind who is in the body, this looks absurd. A madness. How can one be everywhere? To a Buddha, whatsoever we say that I am here really looks like madness. How can you be somewhere? Consciousness is not a space concept. That's why if you close your eyes and try to find out where in your body you are, you will be at a loss. You cannot find out where you are. There have been many religions and many sects which have preached that you are in the navel. Some say that you are in the heart. Some say that you are in the head. Some say that you are in this center and that center. But Shiva says you are nowhere. That's why if you close your eyes and try to find out where you are, you cannot say, you are, but there is no where to you. Simply you are in deep sleep. You are not aware of the body. You are. In the morning, you will say that the sleep was very deep, very blissful. You were aware of a deep bliss running throughout, but you were not aware of the body. In deep sleep, where are you? When you die, where do you go? Continuously people ask when someone dies, where does he go? But the question is absurd, foolish. It is related to our embodied consciousness because we think that we are somewhere, so then when we die, where do we go? Nowhere. When you die, you are not somewhere, that's all. You are not confined to a space, that's all. But if you have a desire to be confined, you will be confined again. Your desire leads you to new confinements. But when you are not in the body, you are nowhere, or everywhere. This depends on which word appeals to you. If you ask Buddha, he will say you are nowhere. That's why he chooses the word nirvana. Nirvana means you are nowhere. Just like a flame which has gone out, how can you say where the flame is then? He will say it is nowhere. The flame has simply ceased to be. Buddha uses a negative term, nowhere. That's what nirvana means. When you are not attached to the body, you are in nirvana, you are nowhere. Shiva chooses a positive term, he says everywhere, but both the terms mean the same. If you are everywhere, you cannot be somewhere. If you are everywhere, it is saying almost the same thing as saying that you are nowhere. But in the body we are attached, and we feel that we are confined. This confinement is a mental act. It is your own doing, and you can confine yourself to anything. You have a valuable diamond. Your being can be confined to it, and if the diamond is stolen, you may commit suicide or you may go mad. What has happened? There are so many persons without a diamond, no one is committing suicide, no one is feeling any difficulty without a diamond, but what has happened to you? Once you were also without a diamond. There was no problem. Now you are again without a diamond, but there is a problem. How is this problem created? It is your own doing. Now you are attached, confined. The diamond has become your body. Now you cannot live without it. It is impossible to live without it. Wherever you get attached, it becomes a new imprisonment. And whatsoever we are doing in life is this: we go on creating more and more imprisonments, bigger and bigger jails to live in. Then we go on decorating those jails so that they look like home, and then we forget completely that they are jails. This sutra says that if you toss aside the attachment with the body, realization happens that I am everywhere. You have an oceanic feeling. Your consciousness exists without any location. Your consciousness exists without being tethered anywhere. You become just like a sky, enveloping all. Everything is in you. Your consciousness has expanded to the infinite possibility. And then the sutra says one who is everywhere is joyous. Confined to a place, you will be in misery, because you are always bigger than where you are confined. This is the misery, as if you are forcing yourself into a small bowl. The ocean is being forced into a small pot. The misery is bound to be there. This is the misery, and whenever this misery has been felt, the search for enlightenment arises, the search for the Brahma. Brahma means the infinite one. The search for moksha means the search for freedom. In a limited body, you cannot be free. Somewhere you will be a slave. Nowhere or everywhere you can be free. Look at the human mind, whatsoever the direction, it is always for freedom, searching for freedom. It may be political, it may be economic, it may be psychological, it may be religious, whatsoever the direction, but the human mind is always groping for freedom. Freedom seems to be the deepest need. Wherever human mind finds any barrier, any slavery, any limitation, it fights against T. The whole human history is a fight for freedom. Dimensions may be different. A Marx, a Lenin, they are fighting for economic freedom. A Gandhi, a Lincoln, they are fighting for political freedom. And there are thousands and thousands of slaveries, and the fight goes on. But one thing is certain, that somewhere, deep down, man is searching continuously for more and more freedom. Shiva says, and all the religions say, that you can become politically free, but the struggle will not cease. Only one type of slavery will be no more, but there are other types of slaveries there, and when you are politically free then you will become aware of other slaveries. Economic slavery can cease, but then you will become aware of other slaveries, sexual, psychological. This struggle cannot cease unless you begin to feel and know that you are everywhere. The moment you feel you are everywhere, freedom is attained. This freedom is not political, this freedom is not economical, not sociological. This freedom is existential, this freedom is total. That's why we have called it moksha, total freedom. And then only can you be joyous. Joy or bliss is possible only when you are totally free. Really, to be totally free means joy. The joy is not a consequence, it is the very happening. When you are totally free, you are joyous, you are blissful. This bliss is not happening as an effect. Freedom is bliss, slavery is misery. The moment you feel limited, you are miserable. Wherever you feel limited, you feel miserable. When you feel unlimited, misery disappears. So misery exists in barriers, and bliss exists in a no-barrier land, in a no-barrier existence. Whenever you feel this freedom, joy happens to you. Even now, whenever you feel a certain freedom, even if it is not total, joy comes to you. You fall in love with somebody, a certain joy, a certain bliss happens to you. Why does it happen? Really, whenever you are in love with somebody, you have tossed aside your own attachment to the body. In a deep sense, now the other's body has also become your body. You are not confined to your own body now. Somebody else's body has also become your body. It has also become your home. It has also become your abode. You feel a freedom now, you can move into the other and the other can move into you. In a limited way, a barrier has fallen, you are more than before. When you love someone, you are more than you ever were. Your being has increased, expanded. Your consciousness is not limited like it was before. It has reached a new realm. You feel a certain freedom in love. It is not total, and sooner or later you will feel again confined. You feel extended, but still finite. So those who really love are sooner or later bound to fall into prayer. Prayer means a greater love. Prayer means a love with the whole existence. You now know the secret. You know a secret key that you loved a person, and the moment you loved, the doors opened and the barriers dissolved, and at least for one person more your being was expanded, increased. Now you know the secret key. If you can fall in love with the whole existence, you will not be the body. In deep love you become bodiless. When you are in love with someone you don't feel yourself as a body. When you are not loved, when you are not in love, you feel yourself more as a body, you become more aware of the body. The body becomes a burden. You have to carry it when you are loved. The body has lost weight when you are loved and you are in love. You don't feel gravitation has any effect on you. You can dance, you can fly really. In a deeper way the body is no more, but this is in a limited way. The same can happen when you are in love with the total existence. In love, joy comes to you. It is not pleasure. Remember, joy is not pleasure. Pleasure comes to you through the senses. Joy comes to you through being non-sensuous. Pleasures comes to you through the body. Joy comes to you when you are not the body. When for a moment the body has disappeared and you are simply consciousness, then joy comes to you. When you are the body, pleasure can happen to you. It is always through the body. Pain is possible, pleasure is possible through the body. Joy is possible only when you are not the body. It happens ordinarily also, accidentally also. You are listening to music, and suddenly gravitation is lost. You are so absorbed in it, you have forgotten your body. You are filled with music, and you have become one with music. There is not a listener to it, the listener and the listened have become one. Only music exists. You are no more, you have expanded. Now you are flowing with musical notes, now there is no limit to you. The notes are dissolving into silence, and you are also dissolving into silence with them. The body is forgotten. Whenever the body is forgotten, it is tossed aside unknowingly, unconsciously, and joy happens to you. Through Tantra and Yoga you can do it methodologically. Then it is not an accident. Then you are the master of it. Then it is not happening to you. Then you have the key in your hands and you can open the door whenever you want. Or, you can open the door forever and throw away the key. No need to close the door again. Joy happens in ordinary life also, but you don't know how it happens. The happening is always when you are not the body, remember this. So whenever you again feel any moment of joy, become aware of whether you are the body in that moment or not. You will not be. Whenever joy is, the body is not. Not that the body disappears, the body remains, but you are not attached to it. You are not attached to it, you are not tethered to it. You have jumped out. You may have jumped out because of music, you may have jumped out because of a beautiful sunrise, you may have jumped out because a child was laughing, you may have jumped out because you were in love. Whatsoever the cause, but you have jumped out for a moment out of the body. The body is there, but tossed aside. You are not attached to it, you have taken a flight. Through this technique, you know that one who is everywhere cannot be miserable. He is joyous, he is joy, so the more you become confined, the more miserable. Expand, push your boundaries away, and whenever you can, leave the body aside. You look in the sky and clouds are floating, move with the clouds, leave the body here on the earth. And the moon is there, move with the moon. Whenever you can forget the body, don't miss the opportunity, go on a journey. And then, you will become accustomed to what it means to be out of the body. And this is only a question of attention. Attachment is a question of attention. If you pay attention to the body, you are attached. If the attention has moved away, you are not attached. Look, for example, you are playing on the sports grounds. You are playing hockey or volleyball or something else. When you are deep in play, your attention is not on the body. Someone has hit your feet and the blood is flowing, you are not aware. The pain is there, but you are not there. The blood is flowing, but you are out of the body. Your consciousness, your attention, may be flying with the ball, may be running with the ball. Your attention is somewhere else. The game finishes, suddenly you come back to the body, and the blood is there and the pain. And you wonder how it happened, when it happened, and how it happened, and how you were not aware of it. To be in the body, your attention is needed to be there. So remember it, wherever your attention is, you are there. If your attention is in the clouds, you are there. If your attention is in the flower, you are there. If your attention is in money, you are there. Your attention is your being. And if your attention is nowhere, you are everywhere. So the whole process of meditation is to be in such a state of consciousness where your attention is nowhere, there is no object to it. When there is no object to it, there is no body to you. Your attention creates the body. Your attention is your body. And when attention is nowhere, you are everywhere, joy happens to you. It is not good to say that it happens to you, you are it. It cannot leave you now. It is your very being. Freedom is joy, that's why so much hankering after freedom. The second technique, thinking no thing will limited self unlimit. That's what I was saying. If there is no object to your attention, you are nowhere. Or you are everywhere, you are free, you have become freedom. This second sutra says thinking no thing or thinking nothing will limited self unlimit. If you are not thinking, you are unlimited. Thinking gives you a limit, and there are many types of limits. You are a Hindu, it gives a limit. Hindu, to be a Hindu, is to be attached to a thought, to a system, to a pattern. You are a Christian, then again you are limited. A religious man cannot be a Hindu or a Christian. And if someone is a Hindu or a Christian, he is not religious, impossible, because these are thoughts. A religious man means not thinking thoughts. Not limited by any thought, by any system, by any pattern. Not limited by the mind, living in the unlimited. When you have a certain thought, that thought becomes your barrier. It may be a beautiful thought, still it is a barrier. A beautiful prison is still a prison. It may be a golden thought, but it makes no difference, it imprisons you all the same. And whenever you have a thought and you are attached to it, you are always against someone, because barriers cannot exist if you are not against someone. A thought is always a prejudice. It is always for and against. I have heard about a very religious Christian man who was a poor farmer. He belonged to the Society of Friends, he was a Quaker. Quakers are non-violent. They believe in love, in friendship. He was coming from the city to his village on his mule cart, and suddenly, apparently without any cause, the mule stopped and he would not budge. He tried, he persuaded the mule in Christian ways, he persuaded the mule in a very friendly way, a non-violent way. He was a Quaker, he couldn't beat the mule, he couldn't use strong words, he couldn't abuse, scold, but he was filled with anger. But how to beat the mule? He wanted to beat him, so he said to the mule, "Behave rightly. Because I am a Quaker, I cannot beat you, I cannot scold you. I cannot be violent, but remember, mule, that I can sell you to someone who is not a Christian. The Christian has his own world, and the non-Christian is opposite. The Christian cannot conceive that the non-Christian can reach the kingdom of God. A Hindu cannot conceive, a Jain cannot conceive, that others can enter into that realm of bliss, impossible. Thought creates a limitation, a barrier, a boundary, and all those who are not for are taken to be against. One who is not in agreement with me is against me. How can you be everywhere? You can be with the Christian. You cannot be with the non-Christian. You can be with the Hindu, but you cannot be with the non-Hindu, with the Mohammedan. Thought is bound to be somewhere against someone or something. It cannot be total. Remember, thought cannot be total. Only no thought can be total. Secondly, thought is always from the mind. It is always a byproduct of the mind. It is your attitude, your speculation, your prejudice. It is your reaction, your formulation, your concept, your philosophy, but it is not existence itself. It is something about the existence. It is not existence itself. A flower is there. You can say something about it. That is a thought. You can say it is beautiful. You can say it is ugly. You can say it is sacred. But whatsoever you say about the flower is not the flower. The flower exists without your thoughts, and whenever you are thinking about the flower, you are creating a barrier between you and the flower. The flower doesn't need your thoughts. It exists. Drop your thoughts, and then you can drop yourself into the flower. Whatsoever you say about a rose is meaningless. Howsoever meaningful it appears, it is meaningless. What you say is not needed. It is not giving any existence to the flower. It is creating a film between you and the flower. It is creating a limitation. So whenever there is thought, you are debarred. The door is closed to existence. This sutra says thinking no thing will limited self unlimit. If you don't think, if you simply are, fully alert, aware, but without any clouds of thought, you are unlimited. The body is not the only body, a deeper body is the mind. Body consists of matter. Mind also consists of matter subtle, more refined. Body is the outer layer, mind is the inner layer, and it is easy to be detached from the body. It is more difficult to be detached from the mind because with the mind you feel you are more yourself. If someone says that your body looks ill, you don't feel offended, you are not so attached. It is a little away from you. But if someone says your mind seems to be pathological, ill, you feel offended. He has insulted you. With the mind you are nearer. If someone says something about your body, you can tolerate it. If someone says something about your mind, it is impossible to tolerate it, because he has hit deeper. The mind is the inner layer of the body. Mind and body are not two. The outer layer of your body is the body, and the inner layer is the mind. Just as if you have a house, you can see the house from the outside, and you can see the house from the inside. From the outside, the outer layer of the walls will be seen. From the inside, the inner layer. The mind is your inner layer. It is nearer to you, but it is still a body. In death, your outer body drops, but you carry the inner, subtle layer with you. You are so attached to it that even death cannot separate you from your mind. Mind continues. That's why your past births can be known, because you are still carrying all the minds that you ever had. They are there. If you were a dog once, the dog mind is still with you. If you were a tree once, the tree mind is still with you. If you once were a woman or a man, you carry those minds. All the minds are carried by you. You are so attached to them that you never lose the grip. In death, the outer dissolves, but the inner is carried. It is a very subtle material thing. Really, just vibrations of energy, thought vibrations. You carry them, and according to your thought pattern that you carry, you enter a new body. According to the thought pattern, the desire pattern, the mind, you again create a new body for yourself. The blueprint is in the mind, and the outer layer is again accumulated. The first sutra is to put aside the body. The second sutra is to put aside the mind, the inner body. Even death cannot separate you, only meditation can separate. That's why meditation is a greater death. It is a deeper surgery, deeper than death itself. That's why so much fear. People go on talking about meditation, but they will never do it. They will talk, they can write about it, they can preach about it, but they will never do it. A deep fear exists about meditation, and the fear is of death. Those who do meditation, they come one day or another to the point where they are scared, thrown back. They come to me and they say, "Now we cannot enter more. It is impossible." A point comes where one feels that one is dying, and that point is of a deeper death than any death, because now the innermost is being separated. The most inner identity is being shattered. One feels one is dying. One feels now one is moving into non-existence. A deep abyss opens, infinite emptiness opens. One is scared, runs back to cling to the body so that one is not thrown, because the earth beneath is moving, is being removed. A valley is opening, a nothingness. So people, even if they try, they always try superficially. They play with meditation. They are unconsciously aware that if they move deep, they will be no more. And that's right, the fear is true, you will not be yourself again. Once you have known that abyss, that shunya, the void, you will not be the same again. You come back, but you are resurrected, a new man. The old has disappeared. You cannot find even a trace of it, of where it has gone. The old was the identity with the mind. Now you cannot be identified with the mind. Now you can use the mind, you can use the body, but they have become instruments. You are above them. Whatsoever you do, you can do, but you are not one with them. This gives freedom. But this can happen only when thinking no thing. This is very paradoxical, thinking no thing. You can think about things. How can you think about no thing? What does this no thing mean, and how can you think about it? Whenever you think about something, it becomes a thing, it becomes an object, it becomes a thought, and thoughts are things. How can you think no thing? You cannot. But in the very effort to think no thing, thinking will be lost. Thinking will be dissolved. You may have heard about Zen koans. Zen masters give an absurd puzzle to the seeker to think about, and it is something which cannot be thought. It is given knowingly just to stop thinking. For example, they say to the seeker, go and find out what your original face is, the face you had when you were not born. Don't think about this face which you have got. Think of the face you had before birth. How can you think about it? There was no face before birth. The face comes with the birth. The face is part of the body. You have no face. Only the body has a face. Close your eyes and you have no face. You know about your face through the mirror. You have not seen it yourself and you cannot see it, so how can one think about the original face? But one can try. The very effort will help. The seeker will try and it is impossible. He will come to the master again and again, asking, is this the original face? And before he says it to the master says, it is wrong. Whatsoever you bring is going to be wrong. For months together, the seeker comes again and again. He finds something, imagines something, and he sees the face, the original face is like this, and the master says no. And every time this no, and by he becomes more and more puzzled. He cannot think. He tries and fails. That failure is the basic thing. One day he comes to a total failure. All thinking stops in that total failure, and he comes to realize that the original face cannot be thought. Thinking stops. And whenever this last time happens to a seeker, when he comes to the master says, now there is no need. I see the original face. The eyes have become vacant. The seeker has come not to say something, but just to be near the master. He has not found any answer. There was none. He has come for the first time without the answer. There is no answer to it. He comes silently. Every time he had come, he had some answer. The mind was there. The thought was there. He was limited by that thought. He had found or imagined some face. He was limited by that face. Now he has become original. Now there is no limit. Now he has got no face, no idea, no thought. He has come without any mind. This is the state of no mind. In this state of no mind, the limited self unlimits. The limits are dissolved. Suddenly you are everywhere. Suddenly you are everyone. Suddenly you are in the tree and in the stone and in the sky and in the friend and in the enemy. Suddenly you are everywhere. The whole existence has become just a mirror. You are everywhere, mirrored. This state is the state of bliss. Now nothing can disturb you because nothing exists except you. Now nothing can destroy you. Nothing exists except you. Now there is no death, because even in death you are. Now nothing is opposed to you. Alone, you exist. This aloneness Mahavir has called kaivalya, total aloneness. Why alone? Because everything is involved, absorbed, has become you. You can express this state in two ways. You can say, only I am. Aham Brahmasmi, I am the God, the divine, the total. Everything has come unto me. All the rivers have dissolved into my ocean. Alone I exist. Nothing else exists. Sufi mystics say this, and Mohammedans could never understand why Sufis say such things. A Sufi says, there is no God. Alone I exist, or I am the God. This is a positive way of saying that now no separation is there. Buddha uses a negative way. He says, I am nor more. Nothing exists. Both are true because when everything is included in me, there is no sense in calling myself. The I is always opposed to the you. I is always opposed to thou. In relation to you it is meaningful. When there is no you, I becomes meaningless. So Buddha says there is no I, nothing exists. Either everything has become you, or you have become a non-being and you dissolve into everything. Both the expressions are true. Of course, no expression can be totally true. That's why the opposite expression is always also true. Every expression is partial, part. That's why the opposite expression is also true, that too is part of it. Remember this. Whatsoever you express may be true, and the opposite also may be true, the very opposite. Really, it is bound to be true, because every expression is only a part. And there are two types of expression: you can choose the positive or you can choose the negative. If you choose the positive, the negative seems to be untrue. It is not. It is complementary. It is not really opposed to it. So whether you say Brahma the total or you say Nirvana the nothingness, it is the same. Both connote the same experience, and the experience is this: thinking no thing, you come to know it. Some basic things have to be understood about this technique. When thinking, you are separated from existence. Thinking is not a relation, it is not a bridge, it is not a communication, it is a barrier. Non-thinking, you are related, bridged. You are in communion. When you are talking to someone, you are not related. The very talk becomes a barrier. The more you talk, the further away you move. If you are with someone in silence, you are related. If the silence is really deep, and there are no thoughts in your mind and both the minds are totally silent, you are one. Two zeros cannot be two, two zeros become one. If you add two zeros, they don't become two, they become a bigger 0, 1. And really, a 0 cannot be bigger, more big, or less big. A 0 is simply a 0. You cannot add something to it, you cannot deduct something from it. A 0 is whole. Whenever you are silent with someone, you are one. When you are silent with existence, you are one with it. This technique says be silent with existence, and then you will know what God is. There is only one dialogue with existence, and that is in silence. If you talk with existence, you miss. Then you are enveloped in your own thoughts. Try this as an experiment. Try it with anything as an experiment, even with a rock. Be silent with it, take it in your hand and be silent, and there will be a communion. You will move deep into the rock, and the rock will move deep into you. Your secrets will be revealed to the rock, and the rock will reveal its secrets to you. But you cannot use language with it. The rock doesn't know any language. Because you use language, you cannot be related to it. And man has lost silence completely. When you are not doing anything, then too you are not silent. The mind goes on doing something or other. Because of this constant inner talk, this continuous inner chattering, you are not related to anything. Not even to your beloved ones are you related, because this chattering goes on. You may be sitting with your wife, you are chattering in your own mind. She is chattering in her own mind. Both are chattering. They are far away from each other, poles away. It is as if one is on one star and the other on another star, and there is infinite space between them. Then they feel that the intimacy is not there, and then they blame each other. You don't love me. This is not the question, really. Love is not possible. Love is a flower of silence. It flowers only in silence, because it flowers in communion. If you cannot be without thoughts, you cannot be in love. And then to be in prayer is impossible, but even if we do prayer, we chatter. To us, prayer is just chattering with God. We have become so conditioned to chattering that even if we go to the church or to the temple, we continue chattering there also. We chatter with God, we talk with God. This is absolute nonsense. God, existence, cannot understand your language. Existence understands only one language, that is of silence. And silence is neither Sanskrit nor Arabic nor English nor Hindi. Silence is universal. It doesn't belong to anyone. There are at least 4,000 languages on earth, and everyone is enclosed in his own language. If you don't know his language, you cannot be related to him. You cannot be related. If I don't understand your language and you don't understand my language, we cannot be related. We are strangers. We cannot penetrate each other. We cannot understand. We cannot love. This is happening only because we don't know a basic universal language, that is silence. Really, only through silence is one related. And if you know the language of silence, then you can be related to anything, because rocks are silent, trees are silent, the sky is silent, it is existential. It is not only human, it is existential. Everything knows what silence is. Everything exists in silence. If a rock is there in your hand, the rock is not chattering within itself, and you are chattering. That's why you cannot be related to the rock. And the rock is open, vulnerable, inviting. The rock will welcome you, but you are chattering, and the rock cannot understand the chattering that becomes the barrier. So even with human beings, you cannot be in a deep relationship. There can be no intimacy. Language, words destroy everything. Meditation means silence, not thinking about anything, not thinking at all, just being open, ready, eager to meet, welcoming, receptive, loving, but not thinking at all. Then infinite love will happen to you, and you will never say that no one loves you. You will never say it, you will never feel it. Now, whatsoever you do, you will say this and you will feel this. You may not even say it. You may pretend that someone loves you, but deep down you know. Even lovers go on asking each other, "Do you love me?" In so many ways they go on inquiring continuously. Everyone is afraid, uncertain, insecure. In many ways, they try to find out whether really the lover loves them. And they can never be certain, because the lover can say, "Yes, I love you," but it will not give any guarantee. How can you be at ease? How can you know whether he is deceiving you or not? He can argue, he can convince you. He can convince you intellectually, but the heart will not be convinced. So lovers are always in agony. They cannot be convinced of the fact that the other loves. How can you be convinced? Really, there is no way to convince through language, and you are asking through language. And while the lover is there, you are chattering in the mind, questioning, arguing. You will never be convinced, and you will always feel that you have not been loved, and this becomes the deepest misery. And this is happening not because someone is not loving you. This is happening because you are closed in a wall. You are closed within your thoughts. Nothing can penetrate. The thoughts cannot be penetrated unless you drop the. If you drop them, the whole existence penetrates you. This sutra says thinking no thing will limited self unlimit, you will become unlimited. You will become whole. You will become universal. You will be everywhere. And then you are joy. Now you are nothing but misery. Those who are cunning, they go on deceiving themselves that they are not miserable, or they go on hoping that something will change, something will happen, and they will achieve at the end of life, but you are miserable. You can create faces, deceptions, false faces. You can go on smiling continuously, but deep down you know you are in misery. That is natural. Confined in thoughts, you will be in misery. Unconfined, beyond thoughts, alert, conscious, aware, but unclouded by thoughts, you will be joy, you will be bliss. Chapter 58. In your hands. Question 1. Techniques are shortcuts, revolutions. But are not these against Tao Swabhav, the nature they are? They are against Tao, they are against Swabhav. Any effort is against Shabhav Tao. Effort as such is against Tao. If you can leave everything to Swabhav Tao nature, then no technique is needed, because that is the ultimate technique. If you can leave everything to Tao, that is the deepest surrender possible. You are surrendering yourself, your future, your possibilities. You are surrendering time itself, all effort. This means infinite patience, awaiting. If you can surrender everything to nature, then there is no effort, then you don't do anything. You just float. You are in a deep let go. Things happen to you, but you are not making any effort for them, you are not even seeking them. If they happen, it is okay. If they don't happen, it is okay, you have no choice. Whatsoever happens, happens. You have no expectations and of course no frustrations. Life flows by, you flow in it. You have no goal to reach, because with the goal effort enters. You have nowhere to go, because if you have somewhere to go, effort will come in. It is implied. You have nowhere to go, nowhere to reach, no goal, no ideal. Nothing is to be achieved, you surrender all. In this surrendering moment, in this very moment, all will happen to you. Effort will take time. Surrender will not take time. Technique will take time. Surrender will not take time. That's why I call it the ultimate technique. It is a no technique. You cannot practice it. You cannot practice surrender. If you practice, it is not surrender. Then you are relying on yourself. Then you are not totally helpless. Then you are trying to do something, even if it is surrender, you are trying to do it. Then technique will come in, and with technique time enters, future enters. Surrender is non-temporal. It is beyond time. If you surrender, this very moment you are out of time and all that can happen will happen. But then you are not searching for it, not seeking it. You are not greedy for it. You have no mind for it at all, whether it happens or not, it is all the same to you. Tao means surrender, surrender to Swabhav, to nature. Then you are not. Tantra and yoga are techniques. Through them you will reach to Swabhav, but it will be a long process. Ultimately, after every technique you will have to surrender, but with techniques it will come in the end. With Tao, in Tao, it comes in the beginning. If you can surrender right now, no technique is needed, but if you cannot, And if you ask me how to surrender, then a technique is needed. So, rarely in millions and millions of men, one can surrender without asking how. If you ask how, you are not the right type who can surrender, because the how means you are asking for a technique. These techniques are for all those who cannot get rid of this how. These techniques are just to get rid of your basic anxiety about how to do it. If you can surrender without asking, then no technique is needed for you. But then you would not have come to me. You could have surrendered any time, because surrender needs no teacher. A teacher can teach only technique. When you seek, you are seeking technique. Every seeking is a seeking for technique. When you go to someone and ask, you are asking for a technique, for a method. Otherwise, there is no need to go anywhere. The very search shows that you have a deep need for technique. These techniques are for you. Not that without technique it cannot happen. It can happen, but it has happened to very few persons. And those few persons are also really not rare in their past lives. They have been struggling with techniques, and they have struggled so much with techniques that now they are fed up, they are bored. A saturation point comes when you have asked again and again how, and ultimately the how falls. Then you can surrender. In every way technique is needed. A Krishnamurti, he can say that no technique is needed, but this is not his first life, and he couldn't have said this in his past life. Even in this very life, many techniques were given to him, and he worked on them. You can come to a point through techniques where you can surrender, you can throw all techniques and simply be, but that too is through techniques. It is against Tao, because you are against Tao. You have to be deconditioned. If you are in Tao, then no technique is needed. If you are healthy, then no medicine is needed. Every medicine is against health, but you are ill. Medicine is needed. This medicine will kill your illness. It cannot give you health, but if the illness is removed, health will happen to you. No medicine can give you health. Basically, every medicine is a poison, but you have gathered some poison. You need an antidote, it will balance, and health will be possible. Technique is not going to give you your divinity, it is not going to give you your nature. All that you have gathered around your nature it will destroy. It will only decondition you. You are conditioned, and right now you cannot take a jump into surrender. If you can take it, it is good, but you cannot take it. Your conditioning will ask, how? Then techniques will be helpful. When one lives in Tao, then no yoga, no tantra, no religion is needed. One is perfectly healthy. No medicine is needed, every religion is medicinal. When the world lives in total Tao, religions will disappear. No teacher, no Buddha, no Jesus will be needed, because everyone will be a Buddha or a Jesus. But right now, as you are, you need techniques. Those techniques are antidotes. You have gathered around yourself such a complex mind that whatsoever is said and given to you, you will complicate it. You will make it more complex, you will make it more difficult. If I say to you surrender, you will ask how. If I say use techniques, you will ask techniques. Are not techniques against Tao? If I say no technique is needed, simply surrender and God will happen to you, you will immediately ask how your mind. If I say Tao is right here and now you need not practice anything, you simply take a jump and surrender, you will say, how can I surrender? If I give you a technique to answer your how, your mind will say, but is not a method, a technique, a way against Swabhav, against Tao. If divinity is my nature, then how can it be achieved through a technique? If it is already there, then the technique is futile, useless. Why waste time with the technique? Look at this mind. I remember, once it happened that one man, a father of a young girl, asked composer Leopold Godowsky to come to his house and give an audition to his daughter. She was learning piano. Godowsky came to their house. Patiently he heard the girl playing. When the girl finished, the father beamed, and he cried in happiness and asked Godowsky, "Isn't she wonderful?" Godowsky is reported to have said, "She is wonderful. She has an amazing technique. I have never heard anyone play such simple pieces with such great difficulty. She has an amazing technique. Playing such simple pieces with such great difficulty, I have never seen anyone do before." This is what goes on happening in your mind. Even a simple thing you will make complicated, you will make difficult for yourself. And this is a way of defense. This is a defense measure, because when you create difficulty you need not do it, because first the problem must be solved and then you can do it. If I say surrender, you ask how. Unless I answer your how can you surrender? If I give you a technique, your mind immediately creates a new problem. Why the technique? Swabhav is there, Tao is there, God is within you, so why this endeavor, this effort? Unless this is answered, there is no need to do anything. Remember, you can go on in this vicious circle continuously forever and ever. You will have to break it somewhere and come out of it. Be decisive, because only with decision is your humanity born. Only with decision do you become human. Be decisive. If you can surrender, surrender. If you cannot surrender, then don't create philosophical problems. Then use some technique. In both the ways the surrender will happen to you. If you can surrender right now, it is okay. If you cannot surrender, then pass through techniques that training is needed. It is needed because of you, not because of Swabhav, not because of Tao. Tao needs no training. It is needed because of you, and the techniques will destroy you. You will die through the techniques, and the innermost nature will evolve. You have to be shattered completely. If you can shatter it in a jump surrender. If you cannot, then piecemeal through techniques work on it. But remember one thing, your mind can create problems which are tricks to postpone decision. If the mind is not settled, you don't feel guilty. You feel, what can I do? Unless something is absolute, clear-cut, transparent, what can I do? Your mind can create clouds around you, and your mind will not allow you to be transparent ever unless you decide. With decision, clouds disappear. Mind is very diplomatic. Mind is political, and it goes on playing politics on you. It is very tricky, cunning. I have heard, once Mullah Nasruddin came to visit his son and daughter-in-law. He had come for 3 days, but then he stayed for 1 week. Then the 1 week passed, and he stayed for 1 month. Then the young couple started worrying how to get rid of the old man, so they discussed how to get rid of him, and they hit upon a plan. The husband said, "Tonight you prepare soup, and I will say that there is too much salt in it. It cannot be eaten, it is impossible to eat. And you have to say that there is not enough salt in it. We will argue and we will start quarreling, and then I will ask my father what his opinion is, what he says. If he agrees with me, then you get mad and tell him to go away. If he agrees with you, I will get sore and I will tell him to go away immediately." The soup was prepared, and as it was planned, they started quarreling and arguing. And then the climax came. They were just on the verge of hitting each other, and Nasruddin was sitting silently watching. And then the son turned towards him and said, "Pa, what do you say? Is there too much salt or not?" So Nasruddin dipped his spoon in the soup, tasted it, meditated a moment upon the taste, and then said, "It suits me perfectly." He didn't take any side. The whole plan was futile. Your mind goes on working in this way. It will never take any side, because the moment you take a side, action has to be there. It will not take any side. It will go on arguing. It will never decide anything. It will be always in the middle. Whatsoever is said will be argued, but it will never become a decision, and you can argue ad infinitum. There is no end to it. Only decision will give you action, and only action will become transformation. If you are really interested in a deep revolution within you, then decide and don't go on postponing. Don't be too philosophical. That is dangerous. For a seeker it is dangerous. For one who is not seeking really but just passing time, it is good, it is a good game. Philosophy is a good game if you can afford it. But I don't see that anyone can afford it because it is wasting time, so be decisive. If you can surrender, then surrender. Then there is no how to it. If you cannot, then practice some technique, because only then through technique will you come to a point where surrender will happen. Question 2. In the natural course, after millions of years and lives, one will be enlightened. But we might have already passed through millions of years and lives, and yet are not enlightened. Why? You cannot ask why. You can ask why only if you are doing something. If nature is doing something, you cannot ask why. It is up to nature, and nature is not responsible. It is not going to answer you. It is completely silent. And for nature, millions of lives are nothing. For nature it may be just seconds. To you, millions of lives and years is a long history. For nature it is nothing. Nature is not worried, and nature is not interested in you particularly. Nature goes on working, someday it will happen, but you cannot ask why, because nature is silent. If you are worried about why it has not happened yet, then you have to do something. If worry has entered you, then you have to do something. Only your doing will help you to come to a point where enlightenment can happen. Nature's ways are very patient, slow. There is no hurry, because for nature there is no limit to time. It is eternal. There is no beginning and no end. But man has come to a point, he has become conscious, he has started asking. A tree never asks, even the Bodhi tree under which Buddha became enlightened. The tree will never ask, "Why have I not become enlightened? Because I have also been existing for as many millions of years as you have existed, Goddam." Why? The tree will never ask. The tree is absolutely natural. The questioning makes man unnatural. The unnatural has entered in you. You have started questioning why it has not happened yet. This questioning is good, because it can lead you to a decisive moment where you can start working upon yourself. And man cannot leave it to nature, because man has become conscious. You cannot leave it to nature now. That's why man has created religions. No animal has any religion. There is no need, they are not asking, they are not in a hurry. In nature everything is unhurried, moving so slowly as if not moving at all. Continuously repeating the same pattern, infinitely repeating the same circle. Man has become conscious. Man has become conscious of time, and the moment you become conscious of time, you are thrown out of eternity, then you are in a hurry. So as man's consciousness evolves more, he is more hurried, he becomes more and more time conscious. Go to a primitive society, they are not time conscious. The more civilized a society, the more time conscious. A primitive society is nearer nature, unhurried, it moves slowly. Just as nature moves, it moves. The more you become civilized, the more you become conscious of time. Really, time can be the criterion. How civilized a society is can be known by how time conscious it is. Then you are in a hurry, then you cannot wait, then you cannot leave it to nature. You have to take it in your own hands. And man can take it in his own hands, he can do something and the process can be finished sooner. It can even be finished in a single moment. All that millions of years have not done, have not been able to do, you can do in a single moment. In that single moment, you can become so intense that millions of years and millions of lives are traveled simultaneously. That's possible because it is possible. You are worried. Your worry is a symptom that something which is possible you are not making actual. That is the worry. That is the human dilemma. You can do it, and you are not doing it. That creates an inner worry, anguish. When you cannot do it, the question never arises. There is no worry. The worry shows that it is possible now, that you can jump many lives which are unnecessary. You can just bypass, and you are not bypassing. You have become conscious, and you have come above nature. Consciousness is a new phenomenon. You have come above nature and now you can consciously evolve. Conscious evolution is revolution. You can do something about it. You are not just a victim, not just a puppet. You can take your destiny in your hands. That is possible, and because it is possible and you are not doing anything, it creates inner anxiety. And the more you become aware that this is possible, the more the anxiety will be felt. A Buddha is very worried. You are not so worried. Buddha was very worried, in deep anguish, suffering. Unless he attained, he would live in hell, because he was perfectly aware that something was absolutely possible, was just at hand, just by the corner, and he felt, still I am missing it. If I just stretch my hand it will happen, and my hand is paralyzed. Just a step and I will be out of it, and I cannot take that step. I'm afraid of taking a jump. When you are near the goal, and you can feel it, and you can see it, and still you go on missing, then you feel anguish. When you are very far away and you cannot feel it, you cannot see it, you are not even aware that there is a goal, you are perfectly unaware of any destiny, then there is no anxiety. Animals are not in anguish. They appear happy, happier than man. What is the reason? Trees are even more happy than animals. They are perfectly unaware of what can happen, of what is possible, of what is just near at hand. They are blissfully unaware. There is no they drift. Man becomes anxious, and the greater a man, the more anxiety will be there. If you simply live, you are living an animal existence. Religious anguish arises the moment you become aware that something is possible. One, the seed is there, and I have to do something. I have to do something and the seed will sprout. The flowers are not very far away, and I can reap this crop, but still nothing is happening. A very impotent state is felt. That was the Buddha's condition before he became a Buddha. He was just on the verge of committing suicide. You will have to pass through that, and you cannot leave it to nature. You have to do something about it, and you can do, and the goal is not very far. So don't be depressed if you feel anxiety. If you feel a very tense anguish within you, a suffering, agony, don't feel depressed about it. That's a good sign. That shows you are becoming more and more aware of that which is possible, and now you will never be at ease unless it becomes actual. Man cannot leave it to nature because man has become conscious. Only a very minor part of his being is conscious, but that changes everything. And unless your total being becomes conscious, you cannot know again the simple happiness of the animal or of the trees. There is only one way to know it now: to become more and more alert, more and more aware, and more conscious. You cannot regress. There is no process for going back. No one can go back. You can either remain where you are and suffer, or you have to go forward and go beyond suffering. You cannot go back. Total unconsciousness is blissful. Total consciousness is blissful, and you are in between. A part of you has become conscious, and the major part of you is still unconscious. You are divided. You have become two, you are not one. The integration is lost. Animals are integrated, and then saints are integrated. Man is disintegrated, a part remains animal, and a part has become saintly. There is a struggle, conflict, and whatsoever you do you can never do with one heart. So there are two ways. One is just to deceive yourself, that is to become totally unconscious again. You can take drugs, you can take alcohol, you can take intoxicants, you fall back to the animal world. You drug the part that has become conscious. You become totally unconscious. But this is a temporary deception. You will arise again. The effect of the chemical will be lost, and your consciousness will become conscious again. The part which you have forcibly suppressed with alcohol or drugs or something else will arise again. And then you will feel more suffering, because then you can compare. You will feel more suffering. You can go on drugging yourself. There are many methods, not only chemical. There are religious methods. You can use a japa, a mantra, you can chant it, and create an intoxicating effect. You can do many things which can make you unconscious again, but that is going to be temporary. You will have to come out, and you will come out with a deeper suffering with you, because then you will be able to compare. If in unconsciousness this is possible, what will be possible in total consciousness? You will become more hungry for it. You will feel more starved. Remember one thing: totality is bliss. If you are unconscious totally, then too it is bliss, but you are not aware of it. Animals are happy, but they are not aware of their happiness, so it is futile. It is just like when you are asleep you are happy, and whenever you are awake you are unhappy. Totality is bliss. You can be total in consciousness also. Then there will be bliss, and you will be perfectly aware of it. This is possible through sadhana, through methods, through practicing techniques which increase your consciousness. You are not enlightened because you have not done anything for it, but you have become aware that you are not enlightened. This has been done by nature. In millions of years, nature has made you aware. You may not be aware of the fact that man has stopped growing as far as body is concerned. We have skeletons that are millions of years old, but there is no visible change. They are similar to our skeletons. So for millions of years, there has been no growth in the body. It has remained the same. Even the brain has not grown. It has remained the same. As far as body is concerned, evolution has done whatsoever could have been done. In a sense, man is now responsible for his own growth, and the growth is not going to be of the physical. The growth is going to be of the spiritual. The skeleton of a Buddha and your skeleton are not basically different, but you and Buddha are absolutely different. Evolution is working horizontally. Methods, techniques, religions, they work vertically. Your body has stopped, it has come to a point, an omega point. Now there is no further growth for it. Horizontally, evolution has stopped. Now a vertical evolution starts. Now, wherever you are, you have to take a jump vertically. That vertical evolution will be of consciousness, not of body, and you are responsible for it. You cannot ask nature why, but nature can ask you why you are not enlightened yet, because everything is provided now. Your body has all that which is needed. You have a Buddha's body. Exactly whatsoever is needed for the Buddha to happen to you, you have got. Only a new arrangement, a new synthesis of all the elements that are given, and the Buddha will happen to you. Nature can ask you why you are not enlightened yet, because nature has provided you with everything. And nature asking you will not be irrelevant, but you asking nature is absurd. You cannot be allowed to ask. Now you are aware and you can do something. All the elements are given to you. The hydrogen is there, the oxygen is there, the electricity is there. You have to just make certain efforts and experiments and the water will happen. All that is needed for you to be enlightened is with you, but it is scattered. You have to combine it, synthesize it, you have to make a harmony of it, and suddenly the flame will arise which becomes enlightenment. All these techniques are for that. You have got everything. Just a know-how is needed, what to do, so that enlightenment happens to you. Question 3. You say that millions of lives and millions of years of natural evolution can be avoided through reaching total awareness and total freedom. Can it not be argued that karma, with its natural forces of cause and effect, should not be interfered with by any shortcuts? Or is it also the way of divinity to bring such a possibility within the reach of the evolving world, the evolving soul? Everything can be argued, but argument leads nowhere. You can argue, but how is that argument going to help you? You can argue that the natural process of karma should not be interfered with. Don't interfere then. But then be happy in your misery, and you are not. You want to interfere. If you can rely on the natural process, it is just wonderful, but then don't make any complaint. Don't ask, why is this so? It is so because of the natural process of karma. You are suffering. You are suffering because of the natural process of karma, and otherwise is not possible. Don't interfere. This is what the doctrine of fate of Kismat is, the doctrine of believing in fate. Then you are not to do anything. Whatsoever is happening, and you have to accept it. Then too it becomes a surrender, and you need not do anything. But the total acceptability is needed. Really, there is no need to interfere, but can you be in such a state where you don't interfere? You are constantly interfering with everything. You cannot leave it to nature. If you can leave it, then nothing else is needed and everything will happen to you. But if you cannot leave it, then interfere. And you can interfere, but the process has to be understood. Really, meditating is not interfering in the process of karma. Rather, it is taking a jump out of it. Exactly, it is not interfering. It is taking a jump out of the vicious wheel, out of the vicious circle. The circle will go on, and the process will come to an end by itself. You cannot put an end to it, but you can be out of it, and once you are out of it, it becomes illusory. For example, Raman died of cancer. His disciples tried to persuade him to go for treatment. He said, okay, if you like it and if it will make you happy, then treat me. But as far as I am concerned, it is okay. The doctors were surprised, because his body was suffering. It was in deep pain, but his eyes were without any pain. His body was suffering deeply, but he was not suffering. The body is part of the karma, it is part of the mechanical circle of cause and effect, but the consciousness can be beyond it, it can transcend it. He was just a witness. He was seeing that the body was suffering, that the body was going to die, but he was a witness. He was not interfering with it, not interfering at all. He was just watching whatsoever was happening, but he was not in the vicious circle, he was not identified, he was not within it then. Meditation is not an interference. Really, without meditation, you are interfering every moment. With meditation, you go beyond. You become a watcher on the hill. Deep down in the valley, things go on, they continue, but they don't belong to you. You are just an onlooker. It is as if they are happening to somebody else, or as if they are happening in a dream, or in a film on the screen. You are not interfering. You are just not within the drama itself. You have come out. Now you are not an actor, you have become a spectator. This is the only change. And when you are just a witness, the body will complete immediately whatsoever has to be completed. If you have many karmas for suffering, and now that you have become a witness, you are not going to be reborn again, the body will have to suffer in this life all the suffering that would have been in many lives. So it happens many times that an enlightened man has to suffer many bodily ills, because now there is no future birth, no future life. This is going to be the last body, so all the karmas and the whole process has to be completed, finished. So it happens that if we look at Jesus' life through Eastern eyes, then the crucifixion is a different phenomenon. To the Western mind, there is no succession of lives, no rebirth, no reincarnation, so they don't really have a very deep analysis of the crucifixion. They have a myth that Jesus suffered for us. His suffering was a salvation for us. But this is absurd. And this is not true to the facts also, because if Jesus' suffering has become a salvation for you, then why is humanity still suffering? It is suffering more than it ever suffered before. After Jesus' crucifixion, humanity has not entered into the kingdom of God. If he suffered for us, if his crucifixion was a repentance of our guilt and sin, then he is a failure, because the guilt continues, the sin continues, the suffering continues. Then his suffering was in vain. Then the crucifixion didn't succeed. Christianity has simply a myth. But the Eastern analysis of human life has a different attitude. Jesus' crucifixion was all his suffering accumulated through his own karmas. And this was his last life. He would not enter the body again. So the whole suffering had to be crystallized, concentrated, in a single point. That single point became the crucifixion. He did not suffer for anyone else. No one can suffer for anyone else. He suffered for himself, for his past karmas. No one can make you free, because you are in the bondage because of your karmas. So how can Jesus make you free? He can make himself a slave. He can make himself a free man. He can liberate himself. Through the crucifixion, the account of his own karmas closed. He was finished. The chain had come to an end. Cause and effect, they had come to an end. This body would not be born again. He would not enter into another womb. If he was not an enlightened person, then he would have had to suffer all this for many lives. It became concentrated in one point in one life. You cannot interfere, and if you interfere, you will create more misery for yourself. Don't interfere with karmas, but go beyond. Be a witness to them. Take them as a dream, not real. Just look at them and be indifferent. Don't get involved. Your body suffers. Look at the suffering. Your body is happy. Look at the happiness. Don't get identified. That's all that meditation means. And don't find alibis. Don't find excuses. Don't say that this can be argued. You can argue anything. You are free to, but remember that your argument may be suicidal. You can argue against yourself, and you can create an argument which is not going to help you, which is not going to transform you, rather, which is going to become a hindrance. We go on arguing. Just today, one girl came to meet me. She asked me, "Tell me, is there really a God?" She was ready to argue that there is no God. I looked at her face, her eyes. She was tense, filled with argument. She wanted to fight about the point. Really deep down, she wanted that there is no God, because if there is God, you are in trouble. If there is God, then you cannot remain whatsoever you are. Then a challenge comes. God is a challenge. It means you cannot be satisfied with yourself. Something higher than you is possible. A higher state, an absolute state of consciousness is possible. That's what God means. So she was ready to argue, and she said, "I am an atheist and I don't believe in God." I told her, if there is no God, how can you not believe in him? And God is irrelevant. Your belief and your disbelief, your argument for and your argument against is related to you. It is not related to God. Why are you concerned? If there is no God, why have you traveled so long, and why have you come to me to argue about something which is not? Forget and forgive him. Go to your home, don't waste your time. If he is not, then why are you worried? Why this effort to prove that he is not? This effort shows something about you. You are afraid. If God is, then it is a challenge. If God is not, then you can remain whatsoever you are. There is no challenge to life. A person who is afraid of challenges, risks, dangers, of changing himself, of mutation, will always deny that there is God. The denial is his mind. The denial shows something about him, not about God. I told her that God is not a thing which can be proved or disproved. God is not an object about which we can take some opinion for or against. God is a possibility within you. It is not something without. It is a possibility within you. If you travel to that possibility, he becomes real. If you don't travel up to that point, he is unreal. And if you argue against him, then there is no point in traveling. You remain the same, and this becomes a vicious circle. You argue that God is not, and because of it, you never travel towards him because it is an inner travel, an inner journey. You never travel, because how can you travel towards the point which is not? So you remain the same. And when you remain the same, you never meet. You never encounter God. You never come to any feeling, to any vibration from him. Then it is proved more for you that he is not. And the more it is proved, the more you are far away, the more you are falling, the more the gap increases. So it is not a question of whether God is nor not, I told her. It is a question of whether you want to grow or not. If you grow, your total growth will be the meeting, your total growth will be the communion, your total growth will be the encounter. I told her one anecdote. One windy morning, just as the spring was ending, a snail started traveling upwards on a cherry tree. Some sparrows which were just on a neighboring oak started laughing, because it was not the season and there were no cherries on the tree, and this poor snail was making so much effort to reach the top. They laughed at his expense. Then one sparrow flew down, came near to the snail and said, "Darling, where are you going? There are no cherries yet on the tree." But the snail never even paused. She continued her upward journey. Without pausing, the snail said, "But they will be there when I reach. They will be there when I reach there. It will take a long time for me to reach to the top, and by that time cherries will be there. God is not, but he will be there by the time you reach. It is not something which is already there, it is never there. It is a growth, it is your own growth. When you reach to a point where you are totally conscious, God is. But don't argue. Rather than wasting your energy in arguing, use your energy in transforming yourself, and energy is not much. If you divert your energy into argument, you can become a genius in arguing. But then you are wasting. It is at a great cost, because the same energy can become meditation. You can become a logician, you can make very logical arguments, you can find very convincing proofs or disproofs, but you will remain the same. Your arguments are not going to change you. Remember one thing: whatsoever changes you is good. Whatsoever gives you growth, expansion, increase in consciousness is good. Whatsoever makes you static and whatsoever protects your status quo is not good. It is fatal, suicidal. Question 4. Sometimes I feel in a state of non-doing, very passive, but my awareness of what is happening around me seems less. In fact, I feel detached from things around me. This somehow means false passivity, as I imagine on-doing should be synonymous with increased awareness. Can you please define this state? Ordinarily, we are in a feverish state, active but feverishly. If you become passive, the fever will be lost. If you become passive, non-doing, if you relax within yourself, activity will be lost, fever will be lost, and the intensity that comes through fever will not be there. You will feel a little dull, you will feel as if your awareness is decreasing. It is not decreasing. Only the feverish glow is decreasing, and it is good, so don't be afraid of it, and don't think that this passivity is not real. This is being said by your mind, which needs and wants the feverish activity and the glow that comes through fever. Fever is not awareness, but in fever you can have a very unhealthy awareness, alertness. That is diseased. Don't hanker for it. Allow it to go, fall into passivity. In the beginning, it will look like your awareness is decreasing rather than increasing. Allow it to decrease, because whatsoever decreases with passivity was feverish, that's why it decreases. Allow it to decrease. A moment will come when you will gain a balance. In that point of balance, there will be no increase and no decrease. That is a healthy point. Now the fever has gone. On that point of balance, whatsoever awareness you have, that is real, that is not feverish. And if you can wait for that moment to come, it is difficult because in the beginning you feel that you are losing grip, you are becoming really dead. Your activity, your alertness, everything has gone, you are relaxing into death. It appears that way because whatsoever you know about life is feverish. It is not really life but just a fever, just a state of tension, just a state of hyperactivity. So in the beginning, and you know only one state, this state of fever. You don't know anything else, so how can you compare? When you become passive, relaxed, you will feel that something is lost. Allow I to be lost, remain with passivity. A balancing point will come soon when you will be right at the point where there is no fever. You will be simply your own self, not pushed by someone else into activity, not pulled by someone else into activity. Now activity will start happening to you, but it will be spontaneous, it will be natural. You will do something, but you will not be pulled and pushed. And what is the criterion by which to know whether this activity is not forced on you, is not feverish? This is the point: if the activity is spontaneous, you will not feel any tension through it, you will not feel any burden, you will enjoy it. And the activity will become an end unto itself. There will be no end. This will not be a means to reach somewhere else. It will be just an overflow of your own energy. And this overflow will be here and now. It will not be for something in the future, you will enjoy it. Whatsoever it is, digging a hole in the garden, or pruning the trees, or just sitting, or walking, or eating, whatsoever you are doing will become absolute in itself, total action, and after it you will not be tired. Rather, you will feel refreshed. A feverish activity tires you. It is ill. A natural activity nourishes you. You feel more energetic, more vital after it. You feel more alive after it. It gives you more life. But in the beginning, when you start becoming passive and you fall into non-doing, it is bound to be felt that you are losing awareness. No, you are not losing awareness. You are simply losing a feverish type of mentation, a feverish type of alertness. You will settle into passivity and a natural awareness will happen. This is the difference between a feverish alertness and natural awareness. This is the difference in feverish alertness. There is a concentration. It excludes everything. You can concentrate on a thing. You are listening to me. If it is a feverish alertness, then you listen to me and you are totally unaware of anything else. But if it is a passive awareness, not feverish, but balanced, natural, then if a car passes by, you hear that car also. You are simply aware. You are aware of everything, of whatsoever is happening around you, and this is the beauty of it, that the car passes by and you hear the noise, but it is not a disturbance. If you are feverishly attentive and you hear the car, you will miss listening to me. It will be a disturbance, because you don't know how to be totally, simply aware of everything that is happening. You know only one way how to be alert of one thing at the cost of everything else. If you move to something else, then you lose the contact with the first thing. If you are listening to me in a feverish mind, then anything can disturb you. Because your alertness goes there, then you are cut off from me. It is one-pointed. It is not total. A natural passive awareness is just total. Nothing disturbs it. It is not concentration, it is meditation. Concentration is always feverish, because you are forcing your energy to one point. Energy by itself flows in all directions. It has no direction in which to move. It simply enjoys flowing all over. We create conflict because we say, this is good to listen to. That is bad. If you are doing your prayer and a child starts laughing, it is a disturbance because you cannot conceive of a simple awareness in which the prayer continues, and the child goes on laughing, and there is no conflict between the two. They both are part of a bigger whole. Try this: be totally alert, totally aware. Don't concentrate. Every concentration is tiring. You feel tired because you are forcing energy unnaturally. Simple awareness is inclusive of all. When you are passive and non-doing, then everything happens around you. Nothing disturbs you and nothing bypasses you. Everything happens and you know it, you witness it. A noise comes, it happens to you, it moves within you, then it passes, and you remain as you were. Just as in an empty room, if there was no one here, the traffic would go on passing, the noise would come into this room, then it would pass equals, and the room would remain unaffected, as if nothing had happened. In passive awareness you remain unaffected. Everything goes on happening. Just passes you but never touches you. You remain unscarred. In feverish concentration, everything touches you, impresses you. One more point about this. In the Eastern psychology, we have a word, sanskar conditioning. If you are concentrating on something, you will be conditioned. You will get a sanskar, you will get impressed by something. If you are simply aware, passively aware, not concentrating, not focusing yourself, just being there, nothing conditions you. Then you don't accumulate any sanskar, you don't accumulate any impressions. You go on remaining virgin, pure, unscarred. Nothing touches you. If one can be passively aware, he passes through the world, but the world never passes through him. One Zen monk, Bokuju, used to say, go and cross the stream, but don't allow the water to touch you, and there was no bridge over the stream near his monastery. Many would try, but when they crossed, of course the water would touch them. So one day one monk came and he said, you give us puzzles. We try to cross that stream. There is no bridge. If there was a bridge, of course we could have crossed the stream and the water would not have touched us. But we have to pass through the stream the water touches. So Bokuju said, I will come and I will cross and you watch. And Bokuju crossed. Of course, water touched his feet and they said, look, the water has touched you. Bokuju said, as far as I know, it has not touched me. I was just a witness. The water was touching my feet but not me. I was just witnessing. With passive alertness, with witnessing, you pass through the world. You are in the world, but the world is not in you. Chapter 59. Watching from the hills. Suppose you contemplate something beyond perception, beyond grasping, beyond not being, you. I'm existing, this is mine. This is this, O beloved, even in such no illimitably. Man is Janus-faced animal and divine both. Animal belongs to his past, divine belongs to his future, and this creates the difficulty. The past has passed, it is no more. Just a shadow of it lingers on. And the future is still the future, it has not yet come. It just a dream, just a possibility. And between these two exists man, the shadow of the past and the dream of the future. He is neither and he is both. He is both because the past is his, he was animal. He is both because the future is his, he can be divine. And he is not both, because the past is no more and the future is yet to be. Man exists as a tension between these two, that which was, and that which can be. This creates a conflict, a constant struggle to realize, to be something. In a sense, man is not. Man is just a step from the animal to the divine, and a step is nowhere. It was somewhere and it will be somewhere. But right now it is nowhere, just hanging in the air. So whatsoever man is doing, whatsoever I say, he is never satisfied in it, never content, because two diametrically opposite existences meet in him. If the animal is satisfied, then the divine is in discontent. If the divine is satisfied, then the animal is in discontent. A part is always in discontent. If you move to the animal, in a way you satisfy part of your being, but immediately in that satisfaction dissatisfaction arises, because the opposite part, your future, is just contrary to it. The satisfaction of the animal is the dissatisfaction of the possibility of your future. If you satisfy your divine possibility, the animal revolts. It feels hurt. A definite discontent arises within you. You cannot satisfy both, and satisfying one, the other is dissatisfied. I remember one anecdote. One sports car enthusiast reached the pearly gates, and St. Peter welcomed him. He had come with his Jaguar, and the first thing he asked St. Peter was this: "Are there beautiful highways in heaven, St." Peter said, "Yes, they have the most beautiful highways, but there is one difficulty: in heaven they don't allow automobiles." The speed fiend said, "Then it is not for me. Then please arrange for me to be sent to the other place. I would like to go to hell. I cannot leave my Jaguar." So it was arranged. He reached hell. He came to the gates, and Satan welcomed him and said that he was very happy to see him. He said, "You are just like me. I am also a lover of Jaguars." The speed fiend said, "Fine, give me the map of your highways." Satan became sad. He said, "Sir, we don't have any highways down here. That is the hell of it." This is the situation of man. Man is Janus-faced, a double being, split in two. If you satisfy one thing, then something becomes frustrating to your other part. If you do otherwise, then the other part is dissatisfied. Something is always lacking, and you cannot satisfy both, because they are diametrically opposite. And everyone is doing this impossible thing, trying to do this to have a compromise somewhere so both heaven and hell can meet. So body and soul, the lower and the higher, the past and the future, can somewhere meet and have a compromise. We have been doing that for many lives. It has not happened, and it is not going to happen. The whole effort is absurd, impossible. These techniques are not concerned with creating a compromise within you. These techniques are to give you a transcendence. These techniques are not to satisfy the divine against the animal. That is impossible. That will create more turmoil within you, more violence, more struggle. These techniques are not to satisfy your animal against the divine. These techniques are just to transcend the duality. They are neither for the animal nor for the divine. Remember, that is the basic difference between other religions and Tantra. Tantra is not a religion, because religion basically means for the divine against the animal, so every religion is part of the conflict. Tantra is not a struggle technique. It is a transcendence technique. It is not to fight with the animal. It is not for the divine. It is against all duality. It is neither for nor against, really. It is simply creating a third force within you, a third center of existence where you are neither animal nor divine. For Tantra, that third point is Advaita, that third point is non-duality. Tantra says you cannot reach the one by fighting through duality. You cannot come to a non-dual point by choosing one thing in the struggle in duality. Choice will not lead you to the one. Only a choiceless witnessing. This is very foundational to Tantra. And because of this, Tantra was never really understood rightly. It has suffered a centuries-old misunderstanding, because the moment Tantra says it is not against the animal, you start feeling as if Tantra is for the animal. And the moment Tantra says it is not for the divine, you then start thinking that Tantra is against the divine. Really, Tantra is for a choiceless witnessing. Don't be with the animal, don't be with the divine, and don't create a conflict. Just go back, just go away, just create a gap between you and this duality and become a third force, a witnessing, from where you can see both the animal and the divine. I told you that the animal is the past and the divine is the future, and past and future are opposed. Tantra is in the present. It is neither past nor future. Just this very moment, don't belong to the past and don't hanker for the future. Don't long for the future and don't be conditioned by the past. don't allow the past to become a hangover, and don't create any projections in the future. Remain true to this very moment, here and now, and you transcend. Then you are neither animal nor divine. For Tantra, to be such is to be God. To be such in this suchness of the moment, where past is unrelated and future is not created, you are free, you are freedom. These techniques are not religious in this sense, because religion is always opposed to the animal. Religion creates a conflict. So if you are really religious, you will become schizophrenic, you will be split. All religious civilizations are split civilizations. They create neurosis, because they create inner conflict. They divide you into two, and one part of your being becomes the enemy. Then your whole energy is dissipated fighting with yourself. Tantra is not religious in that sense, because Tantra doesn't believe in any conflict, in any violence. And Tantra says don't fight with yourself, just be aware. Don't be aggressive and violent with yourself, just be a witness, a watcher. In the moment of witnessing, you are neither. Both the faces disappear. In that moment of witnessing, you are not human, you simply are. You exist without any label, you exist without any name, you exist without any category, you are without being anyone in particular, a simple emness, a pure being. These techniques are for that pure being. Now I will discuss the techniques. The first technique: suppose you contemplate something beyond perception, beyond grasping, beyond not being you. Suppose you contemplate something beyond perception, that which cannot be seen, which cannot be perceived. But can you imagine something which cannot be seen? Imagination is always of that which can be seen. How can you imagine something, how can you suppose something, which cannot be perceived? That which you can perceive you can imagine. You cannot even dream something which is not capable of being seen and perceived. That's why even your dreams are shadows of reality. Even your imagination is not pure imagination, because whatsoever you can imagine you have known somehow. You can create new combinations, but all the elements of the combination are known and perceived. You can imagine a golden mountain flying in the sky like a cloud. You have not perceived such a thing ever, but you have perceived a cloud, you have perceived a mountain, you have perceived gold. These three elements can be combined. Imagination is not original. It is always a combination of something you have perceived. This technique says suppose you contemplate something beyond perception, it is impossible. But that's why it is worth doing, because in the very effort something will happen to you. Not that you will become capable of perceiving if you try to perceive something which cannot be perceived, all perception will be lost. In the very effort, if you try to see something which you have never seen, all that you have ever seen will disappear. If you persist in the effort, many images will come to you, you have to discard them, because you know that you have seen this. This can be perceived. You may not have seen it actually as it is, but even if you can imagine it, it can be perceived. Discard it, go on discarding. This technique says to persist for that which cannot be perceived. What will happen? If you go on discarding, it is going to be an arduous effort because many images will bubble up. Your mind will supply many images, many dreams. Many conceptions will come, many symbols. Your mind will create now combinations, but go on discarding unless something happens which cannot be perceived. What is that? If you go on discarding, nothing will happen to you as an object. Only the screen of the mind will be there with no image, with no symbol, with no dream on it, no picture on it. In that moment, a metamorphosis happens. When the screen is simply there without any image, you become aware of yourself. You become aware of the perceiver. When there is nothing to be perceived, the whole attention changes. The whole consciousness reflects back. When you have nothing to see, for the first time you become aware of your own self. You start seeing yourself. This sutra says suppose you contemplate something beyond perception, beyond grasping, beyond not being you. Then you happen to yourself. For the first time you will become aware of the one who has been perceiving, who has been grasping, who has been knowing. But this subject is always hidden in objects. You know certain things, but you never know the knower. The knower is lost in knowledge. I see you, then I see someone else, and this procession goes on. From birth to death I will see this and that, and I will go on seeing and seeing. And the seer, the one who was seeing this procession, is forgotten. It is lost in the crowd. The crowd is of objects and the subject is lost. This sutra says if you try to contemplate something beyond perception, beyond grasping which you cannot grasp by the mind, beyond not being. Immediately, the mind will say that if there is something which cannot be seen and cannot be grasped, it is not. The mind will immediately react that if something is not seeable, not perceivable, not graspable, then it is not. The mind will say that it doesn't exist. Don't become a victim of the mind, this sutra says. Beyond perception, beyond grasping, beyond not being, the mind will say that this is nothing, this cannot exist, this is a not being. The sutra says, don't believe in it. There is something which is being beyond not being, which exists and which cannot be perceived, and which is not graspable, that is you. You cannot perceive yourself, or can you? Can you imagine any situation in which you can encounter yourself, in which you can know yourself? You can go on using the word self-knowledge, which is absolutely absurd because you cannot know the self. The self is always the knower. It cannot be reduced to a known, it cannot be reduced to an object. For example, if you think that you can know the self, then the self that you know will not be yourself, but the one who is knowing the self will be the self. You will always remain the knower. You cannot become the known. You cannot put yourself in front of you. You will always recede back. Whatsoever you know cannot be yourself. This means that you cannot know it. You cannot know it the way you know other things. I cannot see myself the way I see you. Who will see? Because every relationship of knowledge, seeing, perception, melons that there are at least two things, the known and the knower. Self-knowledge is not possible in this sense because there is only one. There the knower and the known are one. The observer and the observed are one. You cannot convert yourself into an object. So the word self-knowledge is just wrong, but it connotes something, it says something which is true. You can know yourself in a very different sense, in an altogether different sense than from how you know other things. When there is nothing to be known, when all objects have disappeared, when all that can be perceived and grasped is no more, when you have discarded all, suddenly you become aware of yourself. And this awareness is not dual, there is no object and no subject. There is simply subjectivity. This awareness is a different type of knowing. This awareness gives you a different dimension of existence. You are not divided in two, you are aware of yourself. You are not perceiving, you cannot grasp it, and yet it is existential, the most existential. Try to think in this way. We have energy, that energy goes on moving to objects. Energy cannot be static. Remember it as one of the ultimate laws. Energy cannot be static. It is dynamic. It cannot be otherwise. Dynamism is its very nature. Energy moves. When I see you, my energy moves towards you. When I perceive you, a circle is made. My energy moves to you, then it comes back to me, a circle is made. If my energy moves to you and doesn't come back, I will not know you. A circle is needed, the energy must go and then come back to me. With its coming back, it bring you to me. I know you. Knowledge means that energy has made a circle. It has moved from the subject to the object, and then it has moved again and come back to the original source. If I go on living in this way, making circles with others, I will never know myself, because my energy is filled with energies of others. It brings those images. It delivers those images to me. This is how you gather knowledge. This technique says to allow the object to disappear from there. Allow your energy to move in a vacuum, in emptiness. It goes from you, but there is no object to be grasped by it, not object to be perceived by it. It moves and comes back to you through emptiness. There is no object, it brings no knowledge to you. It comes vacant, empty, pure, it brings nothing, it brings only itself. It comes virgin, nothing has entered into it. It remains pure. This is the whole process of meditation. You are sitting silently, your energy is moving. There is no object with which it can be contaminated, with which it can become entangled, with which it can become impressed, with which it can become one. Then you bring it back to yourself. There is no object, no thought, no image. Energy moves, the movement is pure, and then it comes back to you virgin. As it left you, it comes, it carries nothing. An empty vehicle, it comes to you, it hits you. There is no knowledge carried by it. It is coming only by itself. In that penetration of pure energy, you become aware of yourself. If your energy is bringing something else, then you will become aware of that something. You look at a flower. The energy is bringing the flower to you, the image of the flower, the smell of the flower, the color of the flower. The energy is bringing the flower to you. It is introducing you to the flower. Then you become acquainted with the flower. The energy is covered by the flower. You never become acquainted with the energy, the pure energy which is you. You are moving to the other and coming back to the source. If there is nothing to impress it, if it comes unconditioned, if it comes as it had gone, if it brings itself, nothing else, you become aware of yourself. This is a pure circle of energy moving not to something else, but within you, creating a circle within you. Then there is no one else, only you moving within yourself. This movement becomes self-knowledge, self-illumination. Basically, all meditation techniques, all of them, are different variations of this. Suppose you contemplate something beyond perception, beyond grasping, beyond not being you. If this can happen, then for the first time you will become aware of yourself, of your being, of your existence, the subjectivity. Knowledge is of two kinds: knowledge of objects, and knowledge of the subjectivity, knowledge of the known, the knowable, and knowledge of the knower. And a man can know millions and millions of things. He can become acquainted with the whole world, but if he is not aware of the knower, he is ignorant. He may be knowledgeable, but he is not wise. He may have collected much information, much knowledge, but the basic thing which makes one a knower is lacking. He is not aware of himself. In the Upanishads, there is a story. Svetaketu, a young boy, came back from his master to his home. He had passed all his examinations, and he had passed well. All that the master could give him, he had collected. He had become very egoistic. When he reached his father's house, the first thing the father asked Svetaketu was this: you seem to be too filled with knowledge, and your knowledge is making you very egoistic, the way you walk, the way you have entered the house. I have only one question to ask you. Have you known that who knows all? Have you known that by knowing which everything is known? Have you known yourself? Svetaketu said, but there was no course for it in the school, and the master never discussed it. I have known everything that can be known. You ask me anything and I will answer you. But what type of question are you raising? It was never discussed. The father said, then you go back, and unless you know that by knowing which everything is known, and without knowing which nothing is known, don't come back. First know yourself. Svetaketu went back. He asked the master, my father says I cannot be allowed to go back home. I cannot be welcomed there, because he says that in our family we have been Brahmins not only by birth. We have been knowers, knowers of Brahma, Brahmins, not only by birth but by real authentic knowledge. So he said, unless you become a real Brahmin, not by birth, but by knowing the Brahma, by knowing the ultimate, don't enter the house. You are not worthy of us, so now teach me that. The teacher said, all that can be taught I have taught you, and that is something which cannot be taught, so you do one thing: you simply be available for it. It cannot be directly taught, you simply be receptive. Someday it will happen. You take all the cows of the ashram. The ashram had many cows. They say 400. You take all the cows to the forest. Remain with the cows, stop thinking, stop verbalizing, just become a cow. Remain with the cows, love them, and be silent as cows are silent. When the cows become 1,000, come back. So Svetaketu went with 400 cows to the forest. There was no use in thinking, there was no one to talk to. By and by his mind became just like a cow. He sat silently under the trees, and for many years he had to wait, because only when the cows became 1,000 could he come back. By and by language disappeared from his mind. By and by society disappeared from his mind. By and by he became not a human being at all. His eyes became just like cows, and the story is very beautiful. The story says he forgot how to count, because if language disappears and verbalizations disappears, he forgot how to count, he forgot when he had to return. The story is beautiful. The cows said, Svetaketu, now we are 1,000. Now let us go back to the master's house. He must be waiting. Svetaketu came back, and the master said to the other disciples, count the cows. The cows were counted and the disciples said, yes, there are 1,000 cows. And the master is reported to have said, not 1,000, 1,001, that's Svetaketu. He was standing amidst the cows, silent, just being there with no thought, with no mind. Just like a cow, pure, simple, innocent. And the master said, you need not enter, now go back to your father's house. You have known. It has happened to you. Why have you come again to me? It has happened to you. It happens when there is no object in the mind to know, the knower happens to you. When the mind is not filled by thoughts, when there is not a single ripple, when there is not a single wave, you are there alone. There is nothing other than you. Obviously, you become aware of yourself. For the first time you become filled by yourself. A self-illumination happens. This sutra is one of the foundational ones, try it. It is arduous, because the habit of thinking, the habit of clinging to objects, to that which can be perceived, and that which can be grasped, is so deep-rooted, so ingrained, that it will take time and a very persistent effort not to be involved in objects, not to be involved in thoughts, but to just become a witness and discard them and say, no, not this, not this. The whole technique of the Upanishads is condensed in 2 words. Neti, neti, not this, not this. Whatsoever comes to the mind, say, not this. Go on saying and discarding and throwing all the furniture out. The room has to be empty, totally empty. When emptiness is there, then that happens. If something else is there, you go on being impressed by it, and you cannot know yourself. Your innocence is lost in objects. A thought-ridden mind is moving outwards. You cannot be related to yourself. The second technique, I am existing. This is mine. This is this. O beloved, even in such no illimitably, I am existing, you never enter deeply into this feeling. I am existing, you are existing, but you never dig deep into this phenomenon. Shiva says I am existing. This is mine. This is this. O beloved, even in such no illimitably. I will tell you one Zen anecdote. 3 friends were walking along a road. Evening was just falling, and the sun was setting when they become aware of a monk standing on a nearby hill. They started talking about the monk, wondering what he was doing there. One of them said, he must be waiting for his friends. He must have gone for a walk from his hermitage and his friends are left behind, so he is waiting for them to come. The other denied that and said, this is not right, because if a person waits for someone, sometimes he will look backwards. But he is not looking backwards at all. So my assumption is this, that he is not waiting for anyone. Rather, he must have lost his cow. Evening is coming near, and the sun is setting, and soon it will be dark, so he is looking for his cow. He is standing there on the hilltop and looking for where the cow is in the forest. The third one said, this cannot be right, because he is standing so silently, not moving at all, and it seems that he is not looking at all. His eyes are closed, he must be in prayer. He is not looking for any lost cow or waiting for some friends who have been left behind. They couldn't decide. They argued, and then they said, we must go to the top of the hill and ask the man himself what he is doing. So they reached the monk. The first one said, are you waiting for your friends who are left behind to come? The monk opened his eyes and said, I am not waiting for anyone, and I have neither friends nor enemies to wait for. He closed his eyes again. The other one said, then I must be right. Are you looking for your cow which is lost in the forest? He said, no, I am not looking for anyone, for any cow or anyone. I am not interested in anything except myself. So the third one said, then certainly, definitely, you are doing some prayer or some meditation. The monk opened his eyes and said, I am not doing anything at all. I am just being here. I am just being here, not doing anything at all. I am just being here. This is what Buddhists say meditation is. If you do something, it is not meditation, you have moved far away. If you pray, it is not meditation, you have started chattering. If you use some word, it is not prayer, it is not meditation, the mind has entered in. That man said the right thing. He said, I am just being here, not doing anything. This sutra says this, I am existing, go deep into this feeling. Just sitting, go deep into this feeling, I am existing, I am. Feel it, don't think it, because you can say it in the mind I am and it is futile. Your head is your undoing. Don't go on repeating in the head I am existing. It is futile, it is useless, you miss the point, feel it deep down in your bones, feel it all over your body. Feel it as a total unit, not in the head. Just feel it I am. Don't use the words I am. Because I am relating to you, I am using the words. I am. And Shiva was relating to Parvati, so he had to use the words I am existing. Don't go on repeating. This is not a mantra. You are not to repeat I am existing, I am existing. If you repeat this you will fall asleep, you will become self-hypnotized. If you go on repeating a certain thing, you become auto-hypnotized. First you get bored, then you feel sleepy, and then your awareness is lost. You will come back from it very much refreshed, just like after a deep sleep. It is good for health, but it is not meditation. If you are suffering from insomnia, you can use chanting, a mantra. It is as good as any tranquilizer, or even better. You can go on repeating a certain word, repeating constantly in a monotonous tone, you will fall asleep. Anything that creates monotony will give you deep sleep. So psychoanalysts and psychologists go on telling people who suffer from insomnia to just listen to the tick-tock of the clock. Go on listening to it and you will fall asleep, because the tick-tock becomes a lullaby. The child in the mother's womb sleeps continuously for 9 months, and the heart of the mother goes on. Tick-tock, that becomes a conditioning, a deep conditioning, the continuous repetition of the heart. That's why whenever someone takes you near his heart, you feel good. Tick-tock, you feel sleepy, relaxed. Anything that gives monotony gives relaxation. You can fall asleep. In a village, you can sleep more deeply than in a city, because a village is monotonous. The city is not monotonous. Every moment something new is happening. The traffic noises go on changing. In a village, everything is monotonous, the same. Really, in a village, there is no news, nothing happens. Everything moves in a circle. So villagers sleep deeply, because life around them is monotonous. In a city, sleep is difficult because life around you is very sensational. Everything changes. You can use any mantra, Ram, Aum, anything. You can use Jesus Christ. You can use Ave Maria. You can use any word and monotonously chant it. It will give you deep sleep. You can even do this. Raman Maharshi used to give the technique Who Am I, and people started using it as mantra. They would sit with closed eyes and they would go on repeating, Who am I, who am I, who am I? It had become a mantra. That was not the purpose. So don't make it a mantra, and sitting, don't say, I am existing. There is no need. Everyone knows and you know already that you are existing. There is no need, it is futile. Feel it, I am existing. Feeling is a different thing, totally different. Thinking is a trick to escape from feeling. It is not only different, it is a deception. What do I mean when I say to feel I am existing? I am sitting in this chair. If I start feeling I am existing, I will become aware of many things: the pressure on the chair, the touch of the velvet, the air passing through the room, the noise touching my body, the blood circulating silently, the heart, the breathing that goes on continuously, and a subtle vibrating feeling of the body. Because the body is a dynamism. It is not a static thing, you are vibrating. Continuously, there is a subtle trembling, and while you are alive it will continue. The trembling is there. You will become aware of all these multidimensional things, and the more you become aware of the many things that are happening, if right now you become aware of whatsoever is happening within you and without, this is what is meant by I am existing. If you become aware in this way, thinking will stop, because when you feel you are existing, it is such a total phenomenon that thinking cannot continue. In the beginning you will feel thoughts floating. By and by, the more you get rooted in existence, the more and more you settle down in the feeling of being, the thoughts will be far away. You will feel a distance, as if those thoughts are not now happening to you, but they are happening to someone else, very, very far away. There is a distance. And then, when you are really rooted, grounded in the being, mind will disappear. You will be there with not a single word, not a single mental image. Why does this happen? Because mind is a particular activity for relating with others. If I am to relate with you, I will have to use my mind, language, words. It is a social phenomenon. It is a group activity. So even if you are talking while alone, you are not alone, you are talking to someone. Even when you are alone, when you are talking to someone. You are not alone. How can you talk alone? Someone is present in the mind and you are talking to him. I was reading the autobiography of a professor of philosophy. He relates that one day he was going to take his daughter, who was 5 years old, to school, and after leaving her at the school, he was going to go to the university to deliver his lecture. So he was preparing his lecture on the way, and he forgot all about his daughter, who was sitting just by his side in the car, and he started lecturing loudly. The girl listened for a few moments and then she asked, Daddy, are you talking with me or without me? Even when you are talking, it is never without, it is always with someone. He may not be present, but to you he is present. For your mind he is there. All thinking is a dialogue. Thinking as such is a dialogue, it is a social activity. That's why if a child is brought up without any society, he will not know any language, he will not be able to verbalize. It is society which gives you language. Without society, there is no language. Language is a social phenomenon. When you get grounded within yourself, there is no society, there is no one, you alone exist. Mind disappears. You are not relating to anyone, not even in imagination, so mind disappears. You are there without the mind, and this is what meditation is, being without the mind. Being perfectly alert and conscious, not unconscious, feeling existence in its totality, in its multidimensionality, but the mind has suddenly disappeared, and with the mind many things disappear. With the mind, your name. With the mind, your form. With the mind that you are a Hindu or a Mohammedan or a Parsi. With the mind that you are good or bad. With the mind that you are a saint or a sinner. With the mind that you are ugly or beautiful, everything disappears. All that is labeled on you suddenly is not there. You are in your pristine purity. In your total innocence you are there. In your virginity grounded, not floating, rooted in that which is. With the mind you can move into the past. With the mind you can move into the future. Without mind you cannot move into the past or into the future. Without mind you are here and now. Just this moment is all eternity. Nothing exists except this moment. Bliss happens. You need not go in any search. Rooted in the moment, rooted in the being, you are blissful. And this bliss is not something which is happening really to you, you are it. I am existing, try it. And you can do it anywhere. Just riding in a bus, or traveling in a train, or just sitting, or lying down on your bed, try to feel existence as it is. Don't think about it. Suddenly you will become aware that you have not known many things which are continuously happening to you. You have not felt your body. You have your hands, but you have not ever felt it, what it says, and what it continuously goes on informing you. How it feels. Sometimes it is heavy and sad, sometimes it is happy and light, sometimes everything flows in it, sometimes everything is dead. Sometimes you feel it alive, dancing, sometimes as if there is no life in it, frozen, dead. Hanging on you but not alive. When you start feeling your being, you will come to know the moods of your hands, of your eyes, of your nose, of your body. It is a big phenomenon. There are subtle nuances. The body goes on telling you and you are not there to hear it. And existence all around you goes on penetrating you in subtle ways, in many ways, in different ways, but you are not aware. You are not there to receive it, to welcome it. When you start feeling existence, the whole world becomes alive to you in a totally new way. You have not known it. Then you pass through the same street and the street is not the same, because now you are grounded in existence. You meet the same friends but they are not the same, because you are different. You come back to your house, and the wife you have lived with for years is not the same. Now you are aware of your own being, you become aware of the other's being. When the wife becomes angry, you can enjoy even her anger, because now you can feel what is happening. And if you can feel it, anger might not look like anger. It may become love. If you can feel it deep down, then anger shows that she still loves you. Otherwise she would not be angry, she would not bother. She still waits for you the whole day. She is angry because she loves you, she is not indifferent. Remember, anger or hate or not the real opposites of love. Indifference is the real opposite. When someone is indifferent to you, love is lost. If someone is not even ready to be angry with you, then everything is lost. But ordinarily if your wife is angry you react more violently, you become aggressive. You cannot understand the symbolic meaning of it. You are not grounded in yourself. You have not really known your own anger. That's why you cannot understand others' anger. If you know your own anger, if you can feel it in its total mood, then you know others' anger also. You are angry only when you love someone, otherwise there is no need. Through anger the wife is saying that she still loves you, she is not indifferent to you. She has been waiting, and now the whole waiting has become anger. She may not say it directly, because the language of feeling is not direct. And that has become a big problem today, because you cannot understand the language of feeling, because you don't know your own feelings. You are not grounded in your own being. You can understand only words, you cannot understand feelings. Feelings have their own way of expression, and they are more basic, more real. Once you get acquainted with your own existence, you will become aware of others' existence also. And everyone is so mysterious, and everyone is such a deep abyss to be known, an infinite possibility of being penetrated and known. And everyone is waiting that someone should penetrate, go deep and feel his or her heart. But because you have not known your own heart, you cannot know anyone else's. The nearest heart remains unknown, so how can you know others? Hearts, you move as a zombie, and you move in a crowd of zombies. Everyone is fast asleep. You have only this much alertness that you pass through fast asleep people, and without any accident you come to your home, that's all. This much alertness you have got. This is the minimum which is possible to man, that's why you are so bored, so dull. Life is just a long heaviness, and deep down everyone is waiting for death, in order to be delivered from life. Death seems to be the only hope. Why is this happening? Life can be infinite bliss. Why is this so boring? You are not grounded in it. you are uprooted. Uprooted and living at the minimum. And life really happens when you live at the maximum. This sutra will give you a maximum of existence. Thought can give you only a minimum. Feeling can give you the maximum. Through mind there is no way to existence. Through heart is the only way. I am existing, feel it through the heart. And feel this existence is mine. This is mine. This is this. This is very beautiful, I am existing. Feel it, be grounded in it. Then know this is mine, this existence, this overflowing being is mine. You go on saying that this house is mine, this furniture is mine. You go on talking about your possessions, and you never know what you really possess. You possess total being. You possess the deepest possibility, the centermost core of existence in you. Shiva says I am existing. Feel this is mine. This too is not to be made a thought. Remember that continuously. Feel it, this is mine. This existence, and then you will feel gratitude. How can you thank God? Your thankfulness is superficial, formal. And look what a misery. Even with God we are formal. How can you be grateful? You have not known anything to be grateful for. If you can feel yourself rooted in existence, merged in it, overflowing with it, and allow even dancing with it, then you will feel, this is mine. This existence belongs to me. This whole mysterious universe belongs to me. This whole existence has been existing for me. It has created me. I am a flower of it. This consciousness that has happened to you is the greatest flower that has happened to the universe, and for millions and millions of years this earth was preparing for you to exist. This is mine and this is this. To feel, this is what life is, this suchness. I was unnecessarily worried. I was unnecessarily a beggar, unnecessarily thinking in terms of begging. I am the master. When you are rooted, you are one with the whole, and the existence exists for you. You are not a beggar. You become an emperor suddenly. This is this, O beloved, even in such know illimitably, and while feeling this, don't create a limit to it. Feel it illimitably. Don't create a boundary to it. There is none. It ends nowhere. The world begins nowhere. The world ends nowhere. Existence has no beginning and no end. You also don't have any beginning. You also don't have any end. Beginning and end are because of the mind. Mind has a beginning and mind has an end. Go backwards. Travel backwards into your life. There comes a moment where everything stops. There is a beginning. You can remember back to when you were 3 years of age, or at the most, 2 years of age. That is rare, but then memory stops. You can travel backwards to when you were 2 years of age. What does it mean? And you cannot remember anything previous to that age of 2 years. Suddenly, there is a blank. You don't know anything. Do you remember anything about your birth? Do you know anything about the 9 months in your mother's womb? You were, but the mind was not there. Mind started around the age of 2. That's why you can remember back to that age. Then there is no mind, memory stops. Mind has a beginning, mind has an end, but you are beginningless. If in deep meditation, in such meditation you can come to feel existence, then there is no mind, a beginningless, endless flow of energy, of cosmic force, an infinite ocean around you, and you are just a wave in it. The wave has a beginning and an end, the ocean has none. And once you know that you are not the wave but the ocean, all misery has disappeared. What is deep down in your misery? Deep down there is death. You are afraid of some end which is going to be there. It is absolutely certain. Nothing is so certain as death, the fear, the trembling. Whatsoever you do, you are helpless. Nothing can be done, death is going to be there. And that goes on inside in the conscious and unconscious mind. Sometimes it erupts in the conscious, you become afraid of death. You push it down, and then it continues in the unconscious. Every moment you are afraid of death, of the end. Mind is going to die. You are not going to die, but you don't know yourself. You know something which is just a created thing, it has a beginning. It is going to have an end. That which begins must end. If you can find within your being something which never begins, which simply is, which cannot end, then the fear of death disappears. And when the fear of death disappears, love flows through you, not before it. How can you love when there is going to be death? You can cling to someone, but you cannot love. You can use someone, but you cannot love. You can exploit someone, but you cannot love. Love is not possible if fear is there. Fear is the poison. Love cannot flower with fear deep inside. Everyone is going to die. Everyone is standing in a queue waiting for his time. How can you love? Everything seems nonsense. Love appears nonsense if death is there, because death will destroy everything. Even love is not eternal. Whatsoever you do for your beloved, for your lover, you cannot do anything because you cannot avoid death. It is just waiting behind everything. You can forget it, you can create a facade, and you can go on believing that it is not going to be there. But your belief is just superficial. Deep down you know it is going to be there. And if death is there, then life is meaningless. You can create artificial meanings, but they won't help much. Temporarily, for some moments they can help, and again the reality erupts and the meaning is lost. You can just deceive yourself continuously. That's all, unless you come to know something which is beginningless and endless, which is beyond death. Once you come to know it, then love is possible, because then there is no death. Love is possible. Buddha loves you, Jesus loves you, but that love is absolutely unknown to you. That love has come because fear has disappeared, and your love is just a mechanism to avoid fear. So whenever you love, you feel fearless. Someone gives you strength. And this is a mutual phenomenon. You give strength to someone, and someone gives strength to you. Both are weak, and both are seeking someone, and then two weak persons meet, and they help each other to be strong. This is just wonderful. How does it happen? It is just a make-believe. You feel that someone is there behind you, with you, but you know no one can be with you in death. And if someone cannot be with you in death, how can he or she be with you in life? Then it is just postponing, just avoiding death. And because you are afraid, you need someone to make you fearless. It is said, somewhere Emerson has written, that even the greatest warrior is a coward before his wife. Even a Napoleon is a coward, because the wife knows that he needs her strength. He needs her in order to be himself. He depends on her. When he comes back from the war, from the fighting, he is trembling, afraid. He rests in her, he relaxes in her, she consoles him. He becomes just like a child. Every husband is a child before the wife. And the wife, she depends on the husband, she lives through him, she cannot live without him, he is her life. This is a mutual deception. Both are afraid death is there. They both try to love each other and forget death. Lovers become, or appear to be, fearless. Lovers even sometimes can face death very fearlessly, but that is just appearance. Our love is part of fear just to escape from it. Real love happens when there is no fear, when death has disappeared, when you know you never begin and you are never going to end. Don't think it, you can think it because of the fear. You can think, yes, I know I am not going to end, there is no death, the soul is immortal. You can think because of fear that will not help. If you move deep in meditation, it will happen. Fear will disappear because you know yourself endlessly. You go on spreading endlessly back into the past, forward into the future, and this very moment, this present moment, in the depth of it you are there. And because you are afraid, you need someone to make you fearless. It is said, somewhere Emerson has written, that even the greatest warrior is a coward before his wife. Even a Napoleon is a coward, because the wife knows that he needs her strength, he needs her in order to be himself. He depends on her. When he comes back from the war, from the fighting, he is trembling, afraid. He rests in her, he relaxes in her, she consoles him. He becomes just like a child. Every husband is a child before the wife, and the wife, she depends on the husband. She lives through him, she cannot live without him. He is her life. This is a mutual deception. Both are afraid death is there. They both try to love each other and forget death. Lovers become, or appear to be, fearless. Lovers even sometimes can face death very fearlessly, but that is just appearance. Our love is part of fear just to escape from it. Real love happens when there is no fear, when death has disappeared, when you know you never begin and you are never going to end. Don't think it. You can think it because of the fear. You can think, yes, I know I am not going to end, there is no death, the soul is immortal. You can think because of fear that will not help. If you move deep in meditation, it will happen. Fear will disappear because you know yourself endlessly. You go on spreading endlessly back into the past, forward into the future, and this very moment, this present moment, in the depth of it you are there. You simply are. You never begin. You are never going to end. Feel this illimitably, infinitely. Chapter 60, Liberation from Yourself. Question 1. You say that religion is total freedom or moksha, and you also stress the importance of surrender in religion. But are not freedom and surrender contradictory in terms? They appear contradictory, but they are not, and they appear so because of the language. Existentially, they are not. Try to understand two things. First, you cannot be free remaining as you are, because as you are is your bondage. Your ego is the bondage. You can be free only when this ego point disappears. This ego point is the bondage. When there is no ego, you become one with existence, and only that oneness can be freedom. While you exist separate, this separation is false. Really, you are not separate. You cannot be. You are part of existence and not a mechanical part, but an organic part. You cannot exist for a single moment separated from existence. You breathe it every moment. It breathes you every moment. You live in a cosmic whole. Your ego gives you a false feeling of separate existence. Because of that false feeling, you start fighting existence. When you fight, you are in bondage. When you fight, you are bound to be defeated, because the part cannot win against the whole. And because of this fight with the whole, you feel in bondage. Everywhere limited. Wherever you move, a wall comes. That wall is nowhere in existence, it moves with your ego, it is part of your separate feeling. Then you struggle against existence. In that struggle, you will be defeated constantly. In that defeat, you feel bondage, limitation. By surrender, it is meant that you surrender the ego, you surrender the separating wall, you become one. That is reality, so whatsoever you are surrendering is just a dream, a concept, a false notion. You are not surrendering reality. You are just surrendering a false attitude. The moment you surrender this false attitude, you become one with existence. Then there is no conflict, and if there is no conflict, you have no limitation. Nowhere there comes a bondage, a boundary. You are not separate. You cannot be defeated because there is no one to be defeated. You cannot die because there is no one to die. You cannot be in misery because there is no one to be in misery. The moment you surrender the ego, the whole nonsense is surrendered. Misery, bondage, dukkha, hell, everything is surrendered. You become one with existence. This oneness is freedom. Separation is bondage. Oneness is freedom, not that you become free. Remember this, you are no more. So it is not that you become free, you are no more. Really, when you are not, freedom is. How to express it is a problem. When you are not, freedom is. Buddha is reported to have said, you are not going to be in bliss. When you are not, the bliss is. You are not going to be liberated, you are going to be liberated from yourself. So freedom is not freedom of the ego. Freedom is freedom from the ego. And if you can understand this, that freedom is freedom from the ego, then surrender and freedom become one, then they mean one. But if you take the ego as the standpoint from which to think, then the ego will say, why surrender? Because if you surrender, then you cannot be free. Then you become a slave. When you surrender, you become a slave. But really, you are not surrendering to someone. This is the second point to be understood. You are not surrendering to someone. You are simply surrendering. There is no one who will take your surrender. If there is someone and you surrender to him, then it is a sort of slavery. Really, there is not even a God to whom you are surrendering. And when we talk about a God, that is just to find you something to help you to surrender. In Patanjali's One Yoga Sutras, God is talked about just to help you to surrender. There is no God. Patanjali says there is no God, but it will be difficult for you to surrender to one. It will be difficult for you to simply surrender. To help surrender, God is talked about, so God is just a method. This is rare, very scientific. God is just a method to help you surrender. There is no one who is going to take your surrender. If there is someone and you surrender, then it is a slavery, a bondage. This is a very subtle and deep point. There is no God as a person. God is just a way, a method, a technique. Patanjali relates many techniques. One of them is Ishwara Pranidhan, the idea of God. There are many methods to reach the surrender. One method is the idea of God. That will help your mind to surrender, because if I say surrender, you will ask to whom. If I say simply surrender, it will be difficult for you to conceive. Try to understand in a different way. If I say to you, simply love, you will ask, whom? What do you mean by simply love? If there is no one to be loved, how to love? If I say pray, then you will ask, to whom? Worship, to whom? Your mind cannot conceive non-duality. It will ask, it will raise a question, to whom? Just to help your mind, so that the mind's question is satisfied. Patanjali says that God is just a way, a technique. Worship, love, surrender, to whom? Patanjali says to God. Because if you surrender, then you will come to know that there is no God, or you yourself are that to which you have surrendered. But this will happen when you have surrendered. God is just a trick. It is said that even to surrender to a God who is nowhere seen, who is invisible, is difficult, so scriptures say, surrender to the guru, to the master. The master is visible and a person, so then the question becomes relevant. If you surrender to a master, then it is a slavery. because a person is there and you are surrendering to him. But then too you will have to understand again a very subtle point, even more subtle than the notion, "O God." A master is a master only when he is not. If he is, then he is not a master. A master becomes a master only when he is not. He has achieved non-being. There is no one. If someone is sitting here in this chair, then there is no master. Then it is going to become a slavery. But if there is no one sitting in this chair, a non-being, one who is not centered anywhere, one who has surrendered not to anyone, but simply surrendered and achieved non-being, has become a non-person who is simply there, not concentrated in an ego, diffused, not concentrated anywhere, then he can become a master. So when you are surrendering to a master, again you are surrendering to nobody. This is a deep question for you. When you are surrendering, if you can understand that this is simply surrendering, not a surrendering, not a surrender. A surrender is to someone. A surrendering is something on your part. So the basic thing is surrendering the act, not the object. The object should not be important, but the one who is surrendering is important. The object is just an excuse, just an excuse. If you can understand, then there is no need to surrender to anyone, you can simply surrender. Then there is no need to love someone, you can simply love. You are significant, not the object. If the object is significant, you will create a bondage out of it. So even a God who is not will become a bondage. Even a master who is not will become a bondage. But that bondage is created by you. It is a misunderstanding. Otherwise, surrendering is freedom, they are not contradictory. Question 2. While this also includes this is that. And that is Brahma. How is it that the sutra emphasizes only this is this? For a very particular reason, because Tantra, deep down, is interested only in the here and now. This means that which is here and now, that goes a little further away. Secondly, for Tantra, there is no division between this and that. Tantra is non-dualistic. This is the world, and that is Brahma. This is the mundane, the material, and that is consciousness, the spiritual. For Tantra, there is no distinction like this. This is all that is included in it. This very world is divine. And Tantra makes no distinction and no categorization of higher and lower. This means the lower, and that means the higher. This means that which you can see and touch and know, and that means the invisible that you cannot see and cannot touch, you can only infer. For Tantra, there is no distinction of higher and lower, of visible and invisible, of matter and mind, of life and death, of world and Brahma, no distinction. Tantra says this is this, and that is included in it. But the emphasis on this is beautiful. It says here and now, whatsoever is, this is all, and everything is in it. Nothing is excluded. The near, the intimate, the ordinary is all. It is a very well-known saying of Zen mysticism that if you can become just ordinary, you have become extraordinary. Only the person who is at ease with his ordinariness is extraordinary. Because everyone hankers to be extraordinary, so the desire to be extraordinary is very ordinary. Everyone, you cannot find a person who is not trying to be extraordinary in some way. So the desire, the lust to be extraordinary, is a basic part of the ordinary mind. Zen masters say, so to be ordinary is the most extraordinary thing in the world, to be just ordinary. It is rare. Very rarely it happens that someone is simply ordinary. One Japanese emperor was in search of a master, so he went from one teacher to another, but no one could satisfy him, because one old man had said that the real master would be most ordinary. He went on searching, but he couldn't find an ordinary man. He came back to the old man who was just on his dying bed, and he said, "You have put me to great trouble. The way you define the master that he will be simple, ordinary has become a problem for me. I have been searching all over the country, and no one satisfies me, so give me some clue how to find the master." The dying man said, "You have been searching in wrong places. You have been searching in wrong places. You have been going to persons who are in some way extraordinary, and then you try to find the ordinary. Move in the ordinary world. And really you are still trying to find the extraordinary. Now you define him as ordinary, but you are still searching for the extraordinary. Now the definition has changed. Now you define him as the most ordinary, but the rare, the exceptional, you are still in this search. Don't do that, and the moment you are ready and not searching in this way, the master will come to you." The next morning while he was sitting, he tried to understand what the old man had said, And he felt that he was right. The desire left him. A beggar appeared, and he was the master, and he had known that beggar his whole life. He was always coming, that beggar was coming daily to the palace, so the emperor asked the beggar, "How did it happen that I couldn't recognize you before?" The beggar said, "Because you were searching for the extraordinary. I was here, but you were searching there. You missed me continuously." Tantra says this, not that, particularly in this technique. There are techniques in which that is discussed, but this is most tantric, this, here and now, the most intimate. Your wife, your husband, this, your friend, the beggar, may be the master. But you are not looking at this. You are looking at that there, somewhere in the clouds. You cannot even conceive that near you can be that quality of being. You cannot conceive. Because you think you already know the near, so you search for it far away. You already feel that you know this, so now the only thing to be found is that. This is not true. You don't know this, you don't know the near. The near is as unknown as the far away. Have a look around you. You are not acquainted with anybody. You don't have any knowledge of anybody. Do you know the tree you pass every day? Do you know your friend with whom you have lived your whole life? Or do you know yourself, who is the nearest? Do you know your body, the breath that comes and goes continuously? Do you know it? Nothing is known. Even this is not known, so why hanker after that? This technique says if this is known, that will be known automatically, because that is implied in this. The far away is hidden in the near, in the intimate. But the human mind hankers for the far away. This is an escape. It is an escape to think of the far away, because then you can go on thinking forever, and you can go on postponing the living, because life is this. If you think about it, and if you contemplate about it, you will have to change yourself. I am reminded of one anecdote. Once it happened, a Zen master was appointed as a preacher in a temple. No one knew that he was a Zen master. The congregation gathered and the first sermon was delivered. Everyone was thrilled. It was just beautiful. No one had heard such a thing before. The next day, an even greater crowd came to the temple, but the master repeated the same sermon, so they got bored. What type of man is he? Then on the third day they came again, not in so great a number, but the master repeated the same sermon again. So many left just in the middle. Only very few were left, and those few were there only to ask, "Have you got only one sermon, and are you going to deliver it every day?" One spokesman blurted out and asked the priest, "What type of preaching is this? Thrice we have heard you, and you go on repeating exactly the same thing, in exactly the same words. Don't you have any other lectures, any other sermons?" The priest said, "I have quite a few, but you have not done anything about the first one. Unless you do something about the first one, I am not going to deliver the second. It is unnecessary." The crowd stopped coming. No one would come near the temple, because the moment anyone would come, the Zen priest would start the first sermon. It is said that people stopped passing that way, that temple, that priest is there, and if you happen to be there, he will give you the same sermon again. He must have been a very deep knower of the human mind. The human mind wants to think, but never wants to do anything. Action is dangerous. Thinking is good, because you go on being the same. If you think about the far away, the distant, there is no need to change yourself. The Brahma, the Absolute, cannot change you, but the neighbor, the friend, the wife, the husband, if you look at them, you will have to change yourself. And it is a trick not to look at them. You look at the that to forget the this, and this is the life, and that is simply a dream. You can think about God, because that thinking is impotent. It is not going to do anything. You will continue thinking about God and you will remain the same. This is a trick to remain the same. If you think about your wife, if you think about your child, if you penetrate deep in the intimate near, you cannot remain the same. Action will come out of it. Tantra says, don't go far away. He is here, this very moment, just near you. Be open and look at the this, and the that will take care of itself. Question 3. You have said that Tantra teaches man to transcend both his craving for his animalistic past and also his craving for the divine. Does it mean that divinity is part of the world, and that too has to be transcended? And what is it that goes beyond both? You will have to understand many things. First, the nature of desire. Divinity is not what you call it. The God that you talk about is not the God of reality. It is the God of your desire. So it is not a question of whether the divine is part of the world. That is not the question. The real question is, can you desire the divine without making him part of the world? Look at it in this way. It has been said again and again that unless you leave desiring, you cannot attain to Him, the ultimate. You cannot attain to the divine if you don't leave desiring. Leave desiring and you can attain to Him. You have heard it many times, but I wonder whether you understand it or not. More or less, you will be misunderstanding it. Hearing this, you start desiring the divine, and that is to miss the whole point. If you leave desiring, the divine will happen to you. Then you start desiring the divine, so your divine will be part of the world. That which can be desired is the world. This is how I define it: that which can be desired is the world. So the divine cannot be desired, and if you desire it, it has become part of the world. When desiring stops, the divine happens. When you are not desiring anything, the divine is there, then the whole world is divine. You will not find the divine somewhere in contradiction, in opposition to the world, contrary to the world. When you are not desiring, everything is divine. When you are desiring, everything is the world. Your desiring creates the world. Whatsoever you desire becomes the world. This is not the world that you see: the trees, and the sky, and the sea, and the rivers, and the earth, and the stars. This is not the world. That which you desire is the world. A flower is there in the garden. The moment you pass the tree, and you look at the flower, and the smell of the flower comes to you, look within. If you are not desiring that flower, if there is not even a slight urge to possess it, not even a slight ripple of desire to have it, that flower becomes divine. You will have the divine face through it. But if the desire is there to possess it, or a jealousy arises about the owner of the tree, you have created a world. The divine has disappeared. It is your desire that changes the quality of existence. Your desire makes it the world. When you are non-desiring, the whole world becomes divine. Now I will read this question again. You have said that Tantra teaches man to transcend both his craving for his animalistic past and also his craving for the divine. Tantra teaches only to transcend craving. It is irrelevant what you crave. That you crave is the point. You can go on changing the objects. You crave money, you crave power, you crave prestige, you crave for the world. Then you change. You get fed up with it, you are bored. Or, you have attained whatsoever you craved, and now you are not fulfilled. You feel frustrated, you start a new craving. Now you crave the divine. You crave moksha, nirvana, liberation. Now you crave for the God. The object has changed. You have not changed, your craving remains the same. It was running after prestige and power and money. Now it is running after divine power. It is running after the ultimate, moksha, the absolute freedom, but the craving is there. Ordinarily, religious people go on changing their objects of desire. Desire remains the same, unchanged, and it is not the objects which create the problem. It is the desire, the craving, which creates the problem. Tantra says it is futile to go on changing objects. It is wasting time and life and energy. Changing objects won't help drop craving. Don't crave. Don't crave for freedom, because craving is bondage. Don't crave for the divine, because craving is the world. Don't crave for the inner, because craving is the outer. So it is not a question of transcending this craving or that. Simply drop craving. Don't crave, don't desire, just be yourself. When you don't desire, what happens? When you don't crave, what happens? You are non-moving. All movement ceases. You are not in a hurry to reach anywhere. You are not serious. There is no hope and there is no frustration. You don't expect anything. Nothing can frustrate you. There is no desire. You cannot be a failure. Of course, there is not going to be any success either. When you are not craving, not desiring, what happened? You are simply left alone, moving nowhere. There is no goal because craving creates the goal. There is no future because craving creates the future. There is no time because craving needs time to move. Time stops. Future drops. And when there is no craving, mind drops, because mind is nothing but craving, and because of that craving you have to plan and think and dream and project. When there is no craving, everything drops. You are simply in your purity. You exist without moving anywhere. Inside, all ripples disappear. The ocean remains, but the waves are not there. This is what divineness is for Tantra. So look at it in this way: craving is the barrier. Don't think of the object, otherwise you will be deceived by yourself. You will change one object for another, and then time will be wasted. Again you will get frustrated, and then you will again change the object. You can go on changing objects infinitely, unless you realize that it is not the object which creates the problem, it is your craving. but craving is subtle and the object is gross. The object can be seen, and craving can be seen only when you go deep down and meditate upon it. Otherwise, craving is not seen. You can marry a woman or a man with great dreams and hope, and the greater the dreams, the greater the hope, the greater will be the frustration. An ordinary arranged marriage cannot be such a failure as a love marriage is bound to be, because with an ordinary arranged marriage there is not much hope, there is not much dreaming. It is businesslike. There is no romance, no poetry, there is no peak to it. You are traveling on plain ground, so arranged marriages never fail. They cannot fail because there is no point. How can you fail in an arranged marriage? You were never on a height, so you cannot fall. Love marriages fail. Only love marriages can fail, because with a great poetry, with a great dreaming force, they come up. They touch heights, on the waves you rise high, and then you will have to fall down. So old countries, those who have knowledge, experience, they have come to settle for arranged marriages. They don't talk about love marriages. In India, they never talk about love marriages. They have also tried in the past, and then they felt that a love marriage is going to be a failure. Because you expect too much, you will be frustrated, and the proportion of frustration will be the same. Whatsoever you desire and dream gives you expectations they cannot be fulfilled. You marry a woman. If it is a love marriage, you expect much, then you get frustrated. The moment you get frustrated, immediately you start thinking about another woman. So if you say to your wife, "I am not interested in any other woman," and she feels you have become indifferent to her, you cannot convince her it is impossible, it is unnatural. The moment you become indifferent to your wife, the wife knows instinctively that you have become interested in someone else. This is how mind functions. You become aware of the woman that you have married, and you feel the frustration is coming because of her. This was not a right choice. This is ordinary logic. This was not a right choice. This woman is not for me. I have chosen a wrong partner, so the conflict has arisen. Now you will try to find another partner. You can go on that way ad infinitum. You may marry all the women on the earth, and still you will be thinking in the same way that this woman is not right for me. And the subtle craving which is creating all trouble is not seen. It is subtle, the woman is seen. The craving is not seen. It is not the woman or the man who is frustrating you. It is your craving, your desire, which is frustrating you. If you can come to understand this, you have become wise. If you go on changing objects, you are ignorant. If you can come to feel yourself and the craving which is creating the whole thing, you have become wise. Then you don't go on changing one object for another. You simply drop the very effort to possess, to desire, to crave. The moment this craving is not there, the whole world becomes divine. It has always been so, only your eyes were not open to see. Your eyes were filled with craving. Eyes filled with craving, the divine appears as the world. Open eyes, unfilled, unclouded by craving, the world appears as the divine. The world and the divine are not two things, not two existences, but two ways of looking at the same thing, two approaches to the same thing, two outlooks, two types of perception. One perception clouded with craving, another perception unclouded with craving. If you can look unclouded, and your eyes are not filled with tears of frustration and dreams of hope, there is nothing like the world. Only the divine exists. Existence is divine. This is what Tantra means. And when Tantra says transcend both, Tantra is not concerned with either this or that. Tantra is concerned only with transcendence, so there is no craving. And what is it that goes beyond both? That cannot be said, because the moment anything is said about it, it comes within the two. Whatsoever can be said about God will be false, just because it is said. Language is dualistic. There is no non-dual language, cannot be. Language is meaningful only because of dualism. I say light. Immediately in your mind bubbles up the word darkness or black. I say day, and immediately in your mind comes night. I say love, and just behind it is hidden hate. If I say light and there is no darkness, how will you define it? We can only define words because of their opposite terms. I say light, and if you ask me what light is, I say that which is not darkness. If someone asks you what mind is, you say that which is not body. If someone asks what body is, you have to say that which is not mind. All terms are circular, so, basically meaningless, because neither you know anything about the mind, nor do you know anything about the body. When I ask about the mind, you define it with the body, and the body is undefined. When I ask you about the body, you define it with the mind, which is itself undefined. This is good as a game. Language is good as a game, language is a game. But we never feel that the whole thing is absurd, circular. And nothing is defined, so how can you define anything? When I ask about the mind, you bring in the body and the body is undefined. With an indefined term, you define mind. And then when I ask, what do you mean by body? You have to define it with the mind. This is absurd, but there is no other way. Language exists through the opposite, so language is dualistic, it cannot be otherwise, so nothing can be said about the non-dual experience. Whatsoever is said will be wrong. It can be indicated, symbols can be used for it, but silence is the best. That which can be said about it is silence. Everything else can be defined, talked about, not the ultimate. You can know it, taste it, you can be it, but nothing can be said about it. Only negatively we can say something, but only negatively. We cannot say what that is. We can only say what that is not. The whole mystic tradition is simply using negative terms for it. If you ask what that ultimate is, they will say that ultimate is not this, not that. It is neither life nor death. It is neither light nor darkness. It is neither near nor far. It is neither I nor you. They will say in this way, but this makes no sense. Drop craving and you come to know it face to face. And the experience is so deep and individual, non-verbal, non-linguistic, that even when you come to know it, you cannot say anything about it. You will become silent. Or at the most, you can say this that I am saying. You can say, nothing can be said about it. Then what is the point of talking so much? Then why do I go on saying something to you if nothing can be said? Just to bring you to that point where nothing can be said. Just to push you to that abyss where you can take a jump out of language. Up to that point, language can be helpful. Up to the point when you take the jump, language can be helpful, but the moment you have taken the jump, it is silence, it is beyond language. So I can push you to the very end of the world through language, to the very end of the world, but not a single inch into the divine through language. But this pushing you up to the very end will be helpful, because then you can see with your own eyes that there is this blissful abyss beyond. And then that beyond will call you by itself. Then the beyond will attract you. Then the beyond will become a magnet, a pull. It is impossible then for you to come back, to retreat. The abyss is so enchanting, the abyss of silence, that before you know, you will have taken a jump. That's why I go on talking, knowing well that all that I am saying will not help you to know it, but it will help you to take a jump. It is methodological. It will look contradictory, paradoxical, if I say that all language that I am using, or that the mystics have ever used, is to bring you to the temple of silence. To force you into silence, to call you unto silence. It looks paradoxical. Then why use language? I can use silence also, but then you will not understand. When I have to talk to madmen, I have to use a mad language. It is because of you I am using language. It is not that anything can be expressed by it. Only your inner chattering can be destroyed by it. It is just as if you have a thorn in your foot, another thorn can pull it out. The other one is also a thorn. Your mind is filled with words, with thorns. What I am trying to do is to pull those words out of you. What I am using are also words. You are filled with poison. What I am giving you is again a dose of poison, just an antidote. It is also a poison. But a thorn can pull out another thorn, then they both can be thrown. When I have talked to you to the point where you are ready to be silent, throw all that I have said to you. It is useless, it is even dangerous to carry it. When you have come to realize that language is useless, dangerous, that inner verbalization is the only barrier, and when you are ready to be silent, then remember well, don't carry whatsoever I have said to you. Because the truth cannot be said, and all that can be said cannot be true. Be unburdened of it. The last thing Zarathustra said to his disciples is very beautiful. He had taught them. He had given them glimpses. He had stirred their souls. He had challenged them to the ultimate adventure. The last thing he said to them was, "Now I am leaving you. Now beware of Zarathustra." So they asked, "What are you saying?" "Beware of Zarathustra. You are our teacher, our master, our only hope." And Zarathustra said, "All that I have said to you, now beware of it. Don't cling to me, otherwise I will become a bondage to you. When one thorn has pulled out your thorn, throw the other one also with it. When I have prepared you to move into silence, then beware of me. Then whatsoever I have said has to be thrown. It is rubbish, of no use. It has utility only up to the point before you are ready to take a jump into silence. Nothing can be said about that which transcends both. Only this much can be said, and this is too much really. If you can understand, this is enough to indicate towards it. I am saying this that, if your mind becomes totally vacant of words, you will know it. When you are not burdened with thoughts, you will realize it, because it is already there. It is not something which is going to happen. It has already happened within you, you are just an expression of it. But you are so much engrossed, involved with thoughts, with clouds, that you miss the key. You are too concentrated on the clouds. You have forgotten the sky. Allow the clouds to disperse, and the sky has always been there just waiting for you. The beyond is waiting for you. Just drop the duality, and it is there. Question 4. You have said that one who is in fear cannot love, nor can he reach godhood. But how is one to get rid of his fear according to Tantra? Why do you want to get rid of fear? Or have you become afraid of fear? If you have become afraid of fear, this is a new fear. This is how mind goes on creating the same pattern again and again. I say, don't desire, and then you will reach the divine. So you ask, really, if we don't desire, then will we reach the divine? You have started desiring the divine. I say to you, if there is fear, love cannot be, so you become afraid of fear. You ask, how can one get rid of fear? This is again a fear, and more dangerous than the first one, because the first one was natural. The second one is unnatural, and it is so subtle that you are not aware of what you are asking, how to get rid of fear. The question is not of getting rid of anything. The question is only of understanding. Understand fear, what it is, and don't try to get rid of it, because the moment you start trying to get rid of anything, you are not ready to understand it, because the mind which thinks to get rid of is already closed. It is not open to understand, it is not sympathetic, it cannot contemplate quietly. It has already decided. Now the fear has become the evil, the sin, so get rid of it. Don't try to get rid of anything, try to understand what fear is, and if you have fear, then accept it. It is there, don't try to hide it. Don't try to create the opposite. If you have fear, then you have fear. Accept it as part of your being. If you can accept it, it has disappeared already. Through acceptance, fear disappears. Through denial, fear increases. You come to a point where you know that you are afraid, and you come to understand, because of this fear, love cannot happen to me. So okay, what can I do? The fear is there, so only one thing will happen: I will not pretend love. Or, I will say to my beloved or my lover that it is because of fear that I am clinging to you. Deep down I am afraid. I will become frank about it. I will not deceive anyone, nor myself. I will not pretend that this is love. I will say this is simply fear. Because of fear, I cling to you. Because of fear, I go to the temple or to the church and pray. Because of fear, I remember God. But then I know that this is not prayer, this is not love, this is only fear. I am fear, so whatsoever I do, it is there. I will accept this truth. A miracle happens when you accept a truth. The very acceptance changes you. When you know that there is fear in your being and you cannot do anything about it, what can you do? All that you can do is pretend, and pretensions can go to the very extreme, to the other extreme. A very fearful man can become a very brave man. He can create an armor around him. He can become a daredevil, just to show that he is not afraid. Just to show others that he is not afraid. And if he can go into danger, he can deceive himself that he is not afraid. But even the bravest man is afraid. His whole bravery is just around him. Deep down he trembles. Not to be aware of it, he takes a jump into danger. He becomes engaged with the danger so that he is not aware of the fear, but the fear is there. You can create the opposite, but this is not going to change anything. You can pretend that you are not afraid, that makes no change again. The only transformation that can happen is that you become simply aware that I am fear. My whole being is trembling, and whatsoever I do is because of the fear. You have become true to yourself. Then you are not afraid of fear. It is there, a part of you. Nothing can be done about it. You have accepted it. Now you don't pretend, now you don't deceive anyone, nor yourself. The truth is there, and you are not afraid of it. The fear starts disappearing, because a person who is not afraid to accept his fear has become fearless. That is the deepest fearlessness that is possible. He has not created the opposite, so there is no duality in him. He has accepted the fact. He has become humble before it. He doesn't know what to do, no one knows, and nothing can be done, but he has stopped pretending. He has stopped using masks, faces. He has become authentic in his fear. This authenticity, And this fearlessness to accept the truth changes you. And when you don't pretend, don't create a false love, don't create a deception around you, don't become a pseudo-person, you have become authentic. In this authenticity, love arises. Fear disappears, love arises. This is the inner alchemy of how love arises. Now you can love. Now you can have compassion, sympathy. Now you don't depend on anyone because there is no need. You have accepted the truth. There is no need to depend on anyone. There is no need to possess and be possessed. There is no hankering for the other. You accept yourself through this acceptance, love arises. It fills your being. You are not afraid of fear, you are not trying to get rid of it. Simply it disappears when accepted. Accept your authentic being and you will be transformed. Remember, acceptability, total acceptability, is the most secret key of Tantra. Don't reject anything. Through rejection you will be crippled. Accept everything whatsoever it is. Don't condemn it, and don't try to get rid of it. There are many things implied in it. If you try to get rid of it, you will have to cut your being into departments, fragments, parts, you will be crippled. When you throw one thing, something else is also thrown with it, the other part of it, and you become crippled. Then you are not total, and you cannot be happy unless you are total and whole. To be whole is to be holy. To be in fragments is to be ill and diseased. So I will say, try to understand fear. Existence has given it to you. It must have some deep meaning, and it must have some hidden treasure, so don't throw it. Nothing is given without any meaning. Nothing exists within you which cannot be used in a higher symphony, in a higher synthesis. All that exists in you, whether you understand it or not, can become a step. Don't think of it as a hindrance. Allow it to become a step. You can take it that it is hindering the path it is not hindering. If you can ride above it, if you can use it, stand on it, a new view of the path will be revealed to you on a higher level. You will be able to look deep into the possibility, into the future, into the potentiality. Fear is there for certain purposes. Try to understand this. If there is no fear, you will become too egoistic, and there will be no going back. If there is no fear, as you are, you will never try to merge into existence, into the cosmos. Really, if there is no fear, you will not be able to survive at all, so it is doing something for you. Whatsoever you are, it is playing a role in it. But if you try to hide it, destroy it, create the opposite of it, you will be divided and you will become fragmentary, disintegrated. Accept it and use it. And the moment you know that you have accepted it, it disappears. Just try to think, if you accept your fear, where is it? One man came to me and he said, I am very much afraid of death. He had cancer and death was very near. Any day it could happen, and he could not postpone it. He knew it was going to happen. Within months it would be there, or even within weeks. He was really physically, literally, trembling, and he said, just give me one thing, how can I get rid of this fear of death? Give me some mantra, or something which can protect me and give me courage to face death. I don't want to die trembling in fear. The man said, I have been to many saints. Many things they have given, they were very kind. Someone has given me a mantra, someone has given me some sacred ashes, someone has given me his picture, someone has given something else, but nothing helps. Everything is in vain. Now I have come to you as the last resort. Now I will not go to anyone anymore. Give me something, so I told him, still you are not aware. Why are you asking for something? Just to get rid of fear, nothing will help. I cannot give you anything, otherwise, as others have proved failures, I will also prove a failure. And they gave you something because they don't know what they are doing. I can say only one thing to you, accept it. Tremble if trembling is there, what to do. Death is there, and you feel a trembling, so tremble. Don't reject it, don't suppress it. Don't try to be brave. There is no need. Death is there, it is natural. Be afraid totally. He said, what are you saying? You have not given me anything, rather on the contrary, you say to accept. I said, yes, you accept, you just go and die peacefully with total acceptance. After 3 or 4 days he came again and said, it works. I couldn't sleep for so many days, but for these 4 days I slept deeply, because it is right, you are right. He said to me, you are right. Fear is there, death is there, nothing can be done. All the mantras are just hocus pocus. Nothing can be done. No doctor can help, no saint can help. Death is there, a fact, and you are trembling. It is just natural. A storm comes and the whole tree trembles. It never goes to any saint to ask how not to tremble when a storm is passing by. It never goes for a mantra to change it, to protect it. It trembles. It is natural. It is so. And the man said, but a miracle has happened. Now I am not so afraid. If you accept, fear starts disappearing. If you reject, resist, fight, you give energy to fear. That man died peacefully, unafraid, fearless because he could accept fear. Accept fear and it disappears. Question 5. By the use of techniques similar to the second technique you discussed yesterday, I hear some sounds like the flowing of a river or a stream. May I know what that sound is? If I have understood rightly, there should be no thoughts or sound, and there should be complete silence. Then what is this sound in the beginning? Before silence happens to you, sound will happen, so this is a good sign. Words, language, verbalization disappear. The second layer is of sound, but don't fight with it. Enjoy it. It will become musical, beautiful, you will be filled by its music, and you will become more alive through it. When mind disappears, a natural inner sound appears. Allow it to happen, meditate on it. Don't fight with it. Just be a witness to it, it will deepen. And if you don't fight with it, and don't create any struggle, it will disappear by itself, and when it disappears, you will fall into silence. Words sound silence. Words are human, sounds are natural, silence is cosmic, so this is a good sign. This is what is called nada, the inner sound. Hear it, enjoy it, be a witness to it. It will disappear. And don't be disturbed and feel that it should not be there. If you say it should not be there, or if you hurry to get rid of it in any way, you will come to the first layer again to the words. Remember this. If you fight with this second layer of sound, you have started thinking about it and words have entered. If you say anything about this sound, you have lost the second deeper layer, and you are thrown back again to the first. You have come to the mind. Don't say anything, don't think about it. Don't even say that this is sound. Just listen to it. Don't create any word around it. Don't give it any name or form. Let is be as it is. Allow it to flow, and you be a witness. The stream flows, and you are sitting on the bank, just a witness, not even knowing the name of the stream, not knowing where it is going, not knowing from where it is coming. Just sit near by the sound, and sooner or later it will disappear, and when it disappears, there will be silence. This is a good sign you have touched a second layer, but if you try to think about it, you will lose it. You will be thrown back to the first. If you don't think about it and can enjoy in witnessing, you will go deeper to the third layer.